Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1, A New Life in a Realm Shrouded in Perpetual Darkness, a lone white soul stands before a radiant golden god, its presence illuminating the void. The soul's myriad emotions swirl within, a tempest of nostalgia and regret. It recalls the fateful encounter with the infamous Chakun, the vehicle that had catapulted it into this divine presence. Once an ordinary man with a Leo, he had devoted his life to caring for his aging parents after graduating from university, sacrificing his own desires and aspirations in the process. An office worker burdened by the weight of familial responsibility, he had neither the time nor the opportunity to seek love, leaving him untouched by romance and emotionally isolated. This relentless obligation bore down on him, manifesting as stress and despair, which he sought to escape through the vibrant worlds of anime and novels. In those stories, he often read of protagonists who transcended their mundane lives through miraculous transmigrations, instigated by Chakun. Now, standing before the divine being, he is filled with anticipation and trepidation, eager to discover what fate awaits him in this new chapter of existence. The god gazed down at the astonished Leo, a hint of amusement dancing in his divine eyes. You have a chance to start over on Earth, but I require something in return. The soul, overwhelmed by the possibility of a second life, managed to ask respectfully. "What do you need from me, sir?" With a dismissive wave, the god replied. "Drop the honorifics. I don't need them. What I seek is simple, I need entertainment, which is scarce in my realm. If you can entertain me with your life, I'll grant you this opportunity. But know this, I'll provide you with 3 wishes other than wishing to reborn in your world. Choose wisely." Joy surged through Leo at the prospect of a fresh start. "Can I choose any world at any time?" he asked eagerly. The god nodded. "Yes, any world at any time, or even multiple worlds." Taking a moment to reflect, the soul carefully formulated his desires. "I wish for a system with consciousness that encompasses everything I read in my previous life, complete with quests, shops, and roulette features." The god's interest piqued, he listened intently. "Secondly, I want this system to operate on a currency system, using points that I need to be infinite." With a grin, he added. "And finally, I wish to be reincarnated as the main character in various anime worlds, like Naruto in the Naruto world or Luffy in One Piece. The specific worlds can be determined by the roulette in the system." The god chuckled, clearly entertained by the Leo's enthusiasm. "Okay, your wishes are granted." With those words, a radiant light enveloped the soul, signaling the beginning of an extraordinary journey through the vast multiverse, where his life would finally take a turn toward the extraordinary. As the soul opened the system panel, a sense of excitement coursed through him. Everything appeared just as he had wished, intuitive menus filled with quests, a shop brimming with items, and an expansive roulette that promised new adventures. After verifying the features, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, confirming that the god had not deceived him. With a surge of enthusiasm, he navigated to the roulette, which presented him with 8 enticing options: Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, Bleach, Jujutsu Kaisen, Demon Slayer, My Hero Academia, and Black Clover. A wide smile spread across his face at the endless possibilities before him. Heart racing, he took a deep breath and spun the roulette, watching it whir and blur with vibrant colors and symbols. As it gradually slowed down, his anticipation peaked until it finally settled on Naruto. In an instant, his consciousness began to drift away, the world around him dissolving into a kaleidoscope of light and energy. The last thing he heard was the god's amused murmur. "Let's see how you'll entertain me, unlike the previous ones." Then, with a sudden clarity, he opened his eyes to find himself in an entirely different world. Chapter 2, A New World. Naruto. As he opened his eyes, he immediately noticed that his surroundings had drastically changed. As he scanned the area, his gaze fell upon an enormous, orange-colored beast towering over him, its height reaching an astonishing by 300 meters. The sheer size and presence of the creature filled him with fear. However, upon closer inspection, he realized this wasn't just any ordinary beast, it was Kurama, the legendary 9-tailed fox, also known as the Kubai. He called out. "System, what timeline is it now?" A soft ding followed. "Host, it's the time when Naruto was born. That's your identity now." He paused, absorbing the gravity of the statement. "Oh, that means I've been reborn as Naruto in the Naruto world." The system confirmed with a simple "Yes, host." He vividly recalled every character he had loved in Naruto himself, Itachi, Sasuke, Kaguya Otsutsuki, Madara, and many others. While many fans harbored strong dislike for Sakura, he never felt such intense hatred toward her, though he admitted she could be annoying at times. He also remembered questioning why Boruto even existed. In his opinion, the story should have ended with Naruto. In a way, Boruto reminded him of Sakura, annoying in the same way, but was entirely unbearable. He also pondered if given the chance, he would change things from the original storyline. His first priority would be to save every character he loved. There were characters he despised, like Danzō, who embodied the darkness of the Shinobi world. Danzō's actions had left scars across the lives of many, including the brutal killing of Shizue Uchiha. He was not only responsible for the Uchiha massacre but also played a key role in the decline of the Senju clan. If there was anything he could alter, it would be to stop Danzō's destructive influence. And then there was an even more despised figure in his eyes, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He hated Hiruzen even more than Danzō while watching Naruto Shippuden. Hiruzen manipulated countless characters from the shadows, Naruto, Itachi, Shizue, Minato, and many others, always hiding behind his role as a leader. To him, Hiruzen was no different from the corrupt politicians in his own world, justifying their actions as being for the greater good. Under the guise of the Will of Fire, Hiruzen either directly or indirectly ruined many lives, leaving a path of destruction cloaked in righteousness. He didn't even hate Black Zetsu as much as he did Hiruzen. After all, Black Zetsu manipulated the events throughout the entire Naruto series for a single purpose, to revive his mother, Kaguya. In a way, it was a twisted act of loyalty. Kaguya, Though a broken character, was betrayed by the very people she loved most, her husband and children. Understanding Black Zetsu's motivation made it easier for him to sympathize with the character, as it stemmed from a desire to restore the one who had been wronged. Now, having been reborn as Naruto himself, he realized he had the power to change everything. With this second chance, he could save the characters he loved, Kaguya Otsutsuki, Shizue Akaya, and so many others. He had been granted the golden opportunity that countless fans had dreamed of, the ability to rewrite fate in the Naruto world. This was his moment to live the life he had always desired, one he had only imagined while watching the series. Now, it was no longer just a fantasy, it was his reality. Let's hope everything goes according to my plan, he thought, determination settling in. This time, he wasn't just a spectator, he had the power to reshape the events, to save those who deserved better fates. The world of Naruto was now his to influence, and with the knowledge of the future, he could ensure that the mistakes of the past would not be repeated. Chapter 3, The System, Aurora he called out. System. With a familiar ding, the system responded. What can I help you with, host? Where's my beginner's package? He asked, already anticipating the rewards. Oh, right, host. I nearly forgot. Here are your beginner's package and rewards, the system replied as the package appeared before him, brimming with potential. The package contained 4 incredible rewards, abilities, Uzumaki blood purification, sage body, similar to Hashirama, the first Hokage, full Uzumaki clan abilities, complete chakra nature affinity. He stared at the rewards with his mouth hanging open, utterly stunned by the sheer power they represented. It was almost too unbelievable to comprehend, and a surge of joy rushed through him. Still in awe, he called out. System, do these rewards affect my body? Will it be painful? The thought of undergoing such immense transformations was thrilling but also slightly daunting. The system chimed in with a ding. Host, it will not be painful, instead, it will feel like a relief of all the stress in your body. Oh, okay. I accept the rewards, he said, excitement bubbling within him. As he did, he felt a wave of euphoria wash over him, as if he were in heaven. All the stress in his body melted away. He imagined that with the Uzumaki blood purification, his hair might turn a vibrant red, and the chakra within him would significantly increase. The sage body would allow him to sense the natural energy around him, giving him an edge in his training. With the Uzumaki clan's abilities, like the adamantine chains and the Kagura mind eye, he would have powerful tools to aid him on his journey. And with mastery over every chakra nature affinity, he realized he could learn any jutsu in the world with ease. The possibilities were endless, and he felt more ready than ever to embrace his new life. While he was lost in his imagination, the system interrupted. Host, what are you planning to do from now on? He grinned, determination flashing in his eyes. I'm going to live for myself and those I love. First and foremost, I'll become strong, stronger than anyone. Second, I'm going to kill those 4 annoying characters, Hiruzen, Danzō, and the other 2 elders of the Hidden Leaf. They cause too much damage. And finally, he paused, smirking. I'll revive the legendary Uzumaki clan by starting a big harem with beautiful kunoichis. His path was clear, and with these newfound abilities, nothing would stand in his way. By the way, system, do you have a name? He asked curiously. No, host. Do you want to name me? The system replied. He thought for a moment, recalling the many anime he had watched. One character, in particular, stood out to him, the Calamity Witcher or from Eminence in the Shadow. With a smile, he said. I liked a female character from that anime, the Calamity Witcher Aurora. So, I'll name you Aurora. Do you like it? Yes, I like it, host. The system, now Aurora, responded with a touch of warmth. So, from now on, you're Aurora, he said with finality. Thank you, host. The system, Aurora, replied gratefully. You can call me Leo, as that was my name anyway, he added with a grin. Okay, Leo, Aurora responded warmly. And with that, Leo and Aurora began their journey, ready to explore and conquer the worlds ahead. Together, they would change fates, forge new paths, and carve out the destiny that Leo had always dreamed of. This was just the beginning of their adventure. Chapter 4, Statuso, Aurora, do I have a status panel like others who transmigrate with a system? Leo asked. Yes, Leo, you do have a status panel, Aurora confirmed. A blue panel appeared in front of him with a ding. Status, name, Naruto Uzumaki, Leo, clan, Uzumaki clan, blood, Uzumaki, 100%, HP, 100, CP, 100, attributes, strength, STR, 10, agility, IGL, 10, dexterity, dex, 10, defense, def, 10, endurance, and 10, intelligence, int, 10, chakra control, 1%, skills, ninjutsu, 0, genjutsu, 0, taijutsu, 0, fuinjutsu, 0, abilities, adamantine chains, Kagura Mind Eye, additional abilities, affinities, fire style, water style, wind style, earth style, lightning style, yang release, yin release, SP, infinite, comma. Leo grinned, impressed by the stats laid out in front of him. This was just the beginning, and his potential was limitless. With Aurora by his side, there was nothing he couldn't achieve. Leo stared at the scaling numbers, trying to make sense of how his stats compared to others in the Naruto world. So, Aurora, how does the scaling work? Aurora explained. Generally, the average stats are, rank progression, newborn, HP, 10 plus, CP, 10 plus, other attributes, 1 plus, academy student, HP, 100 plus, CP, 100 plus, other attributes, 10 plus, genin, HP, 200 plus, CP, 200 plus, other attributes, 20 plus, chunin, HP, 500 plus, CP, 500 plus, other attributes, 50 plus, Takebutsu Jonin, HP, 700 plus, CP, 700 plus, other attributes, 70 plus, Jonin, HP, 1000 plus, CP, 1000 plus, other attributes, 100 plus, Elite Jonin, HP, 2000 plus, CP, 2000 plus, other attributes, 200 plus, Cage, HP, 5000 plus, CP, 5000 plus, other attributes, 500 plus, Super Cage, HP, 7000 plus, CP, 7000 plus, other attributes, 700 plus. Leo nodded, absorbing the information. Then, what level was Kaguya? He asked. She would be around 10000 plus in HP and CP, and 1000 plus in all other stats, Aurora replied. Leo thought for a moment. So, according to the system, I'm currently at the level of an average academy student. I still have nearly 16 years to grow stronger than Kaguya Otsutsuki. Aurora chimed in. Yes, and remember, there's also Shibai Otsutsuki, the Otsutsuki clan leader, considered a god by his own clan. He is on a whole different level compared to Kaguya, Ishiki, and Momoshiki. Leo's eyes widened. Shibai. He must be terrifyingly strong. How powerful is he? Shibai would be around 10000 plus in HP and CP, with 10000 plus in all other stats, Aurora responded. Leo clenched his fists, determination surging through him. I need to become stronger than Kaguya before the Chunin exams start, just like in the original timeline. And eventually, surpass even Shibai. Yes, Leo. You have the time and potential to achieve it, Aurora reassured him. Yes, I have time, and especially you, to help me in any situation. With you by my side, I can conquer any world, Leo said with a confident grin. Aurora, though a system, seemed to smile at him in response. I'll always be here to assist you, Leo, she replied warmly. With that reassurance, Leo felt unstoppable. Together with Aurora, he knew that no challenge, no enemy, and no world was beyond his reach. As for ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and fuinjutsu, they represent how proficient you are in each particular field, Aurora explained. They start from 0 to 10, skill levels, level 0 to level 1, novice, level 2 to level 4, beginner, level 5 to level 7, intermediate, level 8 to level 9, advanced, level 10, perfect. Reaching the perfect level means you've attained the absolute limit of skill in that field within the Naruto world. For example, Might Guy reached the limit in taijutsu with his 8 inner gates, showcasing his incredible mastery. Similarly, Kaguya Otsutsuki achieved perfection in genjutsu with her infinite Tsukaimi, a technique that demonstrated her unparalleled power. Leo listened intently, understanding the significance of these rankings. So, I need to focus on improving my skills in each area if I want to become as strong as those legendary figures. Exactly, Aurora confirmed. Improving your proficiency will open up new techniques and abilities for you, allowing you to face stronger opponents and protect your loved ones. Then it's time to get to work, Leo declared, filled with determination. I'll push my limits and aim for perfection. Aurora, can I just add SP to my strength and other stats to become stronger, or do I have to practice the jutsu to perfect my abilities? Leo asked curiously. Aurora replied. Leo, you can't become stronger just by adding SP to your stats. SP can only be used in the shop and roulette for items or skills, but not for directly increasing your stats. Oh, I see. No shortcuts, Leo mused, a grin forming on his face. In that case, I can enjoy my journey and truly feel alive. He paused, then asked. And how do I achieve Kekkai Genkai and Kekkai Toda, Aurora? To achieve Kekkai Genchi, you need to increase your chakra nature affinities by at least 50% in the respective elements. For Kekkai Tota, you need to reach 75%. However, it's not just about reaching those percentages, you must also learn to combine the appropriate chakra natures to obtain the respective Kekkai Genkai or Tota. They cannot be bought in the shop, although once you've obtained the necessary affinities, the shop will contain jutsu related to them, Aurora explained. Leo nodded, absorbing the information. So, no easy way out, huh? But this is good. I want to earn my power. It'll make the journey that much more meaningful. But to increase the stats, there are other ways? Leo asked. Yes, Aurora confirmed you can increase them with quests that are issued by the system. Oh, quests for status points. Leo exclaimed, excitement building within him. What kind of quests can I expect? Aurora smiled, ready to explain the possibilities. Quests can vary widely. Some might require you to defeat certain enemies, gather rare materials, or complete specific tasks within the world. Successfully completing these quests will reward you with status points, experience, and sometimes unique items. Leo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. That sounds amazing. I can't wait to start taking on quests and leveling up. This journey is going to be epic. Chapter 5, Kushina Uzumaki. Are Minato and Kushina still fighting Kurama, or did they seal him in me and died? Leo asked, a hint of concern in his voice. No, Leo. Minato is still fighting Kurama to seal him into you while Kushina is protecting you from any harm, Aurora replied. Leo's heart lightened a bit, but then a thought struck him. So, can you save Mom, Kushina, from death? Because I like her so much. She's one of the best and most beautiful female characters in the whole Narutoverse. Aurora nodded, acknowledging his feelings. I understand, Leo. Kushina is indeed a strong and beautiful character. I can manage to alter events and ensure she survives the battle with Kurama, potentially free her from being a Jinchuriki and the associated restrictions. Leo's eyes sparkled with determination. I don't want her to die. I want her to be free and live happily without the burden of being a Jinchuriki. And let Dad, Minato, die, Leo said, his voice resolute. He's thoroughly manipulated by Hiruzen. Even as Hokage, he can't do anything if it goes against Hiruzen's wishes. I'd rather see him die as a hero than live as a puppet under Hiruzen's control. He felt a mix of sadness and resolve at the thought. If Minato must fall, then it should be in a way that inspires others, not as a pawn in a power struggle. His sacrifice can pave the way for a better future, one where my mom can take charge without the influence of the old guard. Aurora nodded, understanding the weight of Leo's words. That's a difficult choice, Leo, but you have the power to shape events as you see fit. You can honor your father's legacy while ensuring that the village is no longer manipulated by those who don't have its best interests at heart. Leo clenched his fists, filled with determination. I will honor him by creating a future where my family can thrive without the shadows of manipulation. I'll ensure that Kushina becomes a true leader, one who can protect and inspire. A noble goal, Aurora said. With your new abilities and the knowledge of the future, you have the chance to change her fate. Leo nodded resolutely. Then that's one of my main goals. I'll do everything I can to protect her. Okay, Leo. I'll save her, Aurora affirmed, understanding the depth of his feelings. Kushina Uzumaki, the previous Kibai Jinchuriki and the last survivor of the Uzumaki clan, had died during Naruto's birth while bravely protecting him from Kurama. She had been brought to the Hidden Leaf from the Uzumaki clan to become Kurama's Jinchuriki, surviving the clan's destruction at the hands of other villages. Remembering this only increases my hatred for those old fogies, Leo said, his fists clenching. I'll clear those four out as fast as I can. Because of them, the Uzumaki clan was destroyed overnight, he continued, his voice filled with anger. In the original Naruto, they claimed the Uzumaki clan fought all 5 hidden villages and were ultimately annihilated. They betrayed everyone who helped build Konoha, the Senshu, the Uzumaki, and finally, the Uchiha. Those 4 deserve something that goes beyond death, Leo declared, a dark determination in his eyes. He recalled a fanfic where Uchiha had been sealed alive, revived using unforbidden technique, reanimation after being killed by Sasuke. I can use the same principle on them. They shouldn't just die, they should live in a state between life and death for eternity. Konoha's medical ninja, one punch to beat up Madara by any dressed thank you, he thought for a moment, realizing his plans were evolving. Some changes in my strategy, I think. Aurora, is the battle over? Leo asked, eager for the news. Yes, Leo, it's over. Kurama has been divided just like in the original Naruto. Half is sealed in Minato, and the other half is in you. The difference now is that Kushina is alive as you requested, Aurora revealed. Let's see who becomes Hokage, the old fogey or my mom, Leo mused, contemplating the potential outcomes. If my mom becomes Hokage, then it'll be a little tougher for those old fogies to operate behind the scenes. She'll be a force to reckon with, and I can guide her decisions with my knowledge of the future. He paused, considering the alternative. But if the old fogey becomes Hokage, then it will likely go the same way as in the original Naruto. They'll continue their manipulations and keep the village on a leash. With a determined glint in his eye, Leo decided he would do everything in his power to steer events in the direction he wanted. Let's wait and see what the future holds, Leo said, taking a deep breath. He understood that the current state of his body limited his immediate actions. For now, with my current abilities, I can't change anything drastic, he acknowledged. But I have time to train, grow stronger, and prepare for what's to come. I'll use this time wisely to gain knowledge, improve my skills, and ensure that I can protect the people I care about. With that resolve, Leo began to plot out his next steps, eager to make the most of his new life and the opportunities ahead. The journey was just beginning, and he was determined to shape it into something extraordinary. Chapter 6, Aftermath. After sealing Kurama in both his son Naruto and himself, Minato died heroically, leaving behind a legacy of sacrifice and strength. While his wife, Kushina, was safe, her vitality was critically low due to the Kurama being removed from her body. Typically, when a tailed beast is extracted from a Jinchuriki, it results in the Jinchuriki's death. However, in a miraculous turn of events, Kushina was still alive, albeit barely. Her breath was faint, and her body was weak, but she had a fighting spirit. With a few weeks or months of bed rest, she will be back on her feet. Due to Minato's sacrifice, only a few parts of the hidden leaf were destroyed in the aftermath of the battle with Kurama. While several shinobi had died trying to repel the beast from the village, many others sustained injuries but none that were fatal. Those who were injured were admitted to the hospital alongside Kushina, creating an atmosphere of tension and hope within the medical facility. In one of the hospital rooms, Naruto lay in a crib, unaware of the turmoil surrounding him. His mother, Kushina, was nearby, her condition fragile yet stable. The faint beeping of medical equipment and the hushed voices of nurses filled the room, contrasting sharply with the weight of loss and sacrifice outside. As Naruto is in the hospital bed, he felt a profound sense of determination rise within him. Even as a newborn, Naruto was already inspiring to become strong. "I'll protect you, Mom, I won't let anyone hurt you, Mom." Again. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was preoccupied with the burdens of leadership. He was buried under a mountain of paperwork, managing the aftermath of the battle and ensuring proper burials for the shinobi who had sacrificed their lives against Kurama. Their families needed support and recognition for their bravery, and Hiruzen was doing his best to honor them amidst the chaos. However, in the midst of his responsibilities, a painful decision had to be made. Minato was buried without Kushina's consent, as she remained in the hospital fighting for her own life. It was a decision that weighed heavily on Hiruzen and the village. Minato had been a beloved leader and a hero. The emotional turmoil surrounding his death, coupled with the absence of his wife's final farewell, added a layer of sorrow to the already tragic situation. After a few months, Kushina was finally back on her feet, her strength gradually returning as she recovered from the ordeal. The Hidden Leaf village had also been reconstructed, showing resilience in the face of tragedy. As she walked through the familiar streets, she felt a mixture of sorrow and determination, knowing that the village and her family needed her now more than ever. With a heavy heart, she made her way to the memorial site where Minato was buried. The air was thick with emotion as she approached the grave, her eyes glistening with tears. Kneeling down, she placed a bouquet of flowers beside his resting place. The weight of her loss settled in her chest, but the love they shared pushed her to stand tall. In that quiet moment, she promised, "I will protect Naruto until the time I die." Her voice was steady, filled with resolve. "I won't let your sacrifice go in vain, and I will raise him to be strong and kind, just like you were." Kushina knew that being a mother was her most important role now, and she felt the spirit of Minato beside her, encouraging her to be strong for their son. As she stood up, a new sense of purpose filled her. With Naruto by her side, she was determined to ensure that their family would thrive, honoring Minato's legacy as they faced whatever challenges lay ahead. While Kushina was at the memorial site, her best friend Mikoto Akaya joined her, bringing along her two young sons, Ichi and Sasuke. Ichi, almost 5 years old, held tightly onto Mikoto's hand, while the baby Sasuke, barely 6 months old, rested in her other arm. The four of them shared a moment of silent remembrance, understanding the pain of loss and the strength of friendship that bound them. After paying her respects to Minato, Kushina returned home with Naruto nestled in her arms. Upon arrival, she noticed an Anbu operative waiting for her, none other than Kakashi Hatake. "Hokage is summoning for you," he informed her, his tone serious yet respectful. "Okay, I will see him in a few minutes," Kushina replied, a sense of urgency stirring within her. She knew Hiruzen had important matters to discuss, and she wanted to ensure she was prepared. Carrying Naruto, she made her way to the Hokage office. As she entered, she was met with the sight of Hiruzen seated at his desk, flanked by the village elders, Danzō Shimura, Hamura Mitakoto and Koharu Utatane. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of responsibility and unspoken tensions. "I'm sorry for your loss, Kushina," Hiruzen said, his voice softening as he regarded her with empathy. Kushina nodded, her resolve firm. "It's okay, Hokage-sama. I've already resolved to protect Naruto. I won't let my husband's sacrifice go in vain." Hiruzen hesitated, then asked. "Kushina, I don't know how you will take this, but would you consider becoming the fifth Hokage?" Kushina shook her head gently. "No, Hokage-sama. I promised my husband that I would take care of Naruto. So, I'm sorry." Hiruzen sighed, a hint of understanding in his eyes. "It's okay. I still have many years to live, and I will be Hokage until a new one arrives. Then I'll take my leave," Kushina said, feeling a mixture of relief and determination. "Okay, you can go," Hiruzen replied, watching as she exited the office. As she stepped back into the sunlight, Kushina felt a renewed sense of purpose. She would honor Minato's legacy by raising Naruto to be strong, and she would stand as a pillar of support for her family and friends in the days to come. Chapter 7, Time skip. After leaving the Hokage's office, Kushina returned home, her mind swirling with thoughts about how to care for and raise Naruto in the coming years. Her life had changed drastically, but her determination remained unwavering. She knew that Naruto was her priority, and she would dedicate herself to ensuring his well-being and growth, just as she had promised Minato. Naruto, Leo, had grown into a bright and energetic 4-year-old. Even at such a young age, his striking features were beginning to show, particularly the vibrant red hair that had come from the purification of his Uzumaki bloodline. His handsome face and fiery hair drew attention, making him stand out even more among his peers. He had become close with the people who were dear to his mother. Mikoto Akaya, her children Ichi and Sasuke, were practically family to him. Ichi, always kind and protective, often watched over Naruto, while Sasuke, a toddler still growing into his own, would cling to his older brother. Naruto felt a deep bond with them, and their families spent much time together, creating a warm, supportive environment for him. Kushina was always around, guiding and loving Naruto, but she also encouraged his friendships with others, knowing they would play an important role in shaping his life. The relationships he built during these formative years were precious, and Naruto, being sharp and observant even at his age, understood the value of the bonds he was forming. He absorbed everything around him, his natural charisma already drawing people toward him, and those who were close to his mother felt a similar pull toward him. The Uzumaki legacy was strong, and Naruto was already proving to be a promising child, full of potential and surrounded by love. During those 4 years, even though he fully aware of the events that transpired in the Naruto world from his past knowledge, was cautious. He understood that Aurora's intervention in saving Kushina might have caused unforeseen changes, butterfly effects, that could shift the balance of the world and alter events in unexpected ways. One day, with this concern in mind, he asked his mother, "Mom, can you tell me more about the current state of the village and the world? I want to know everything that's happening." Kushina, slightly surprised by Naruto's curiosity at such a young age, smiled warmly. "You're quite inquisitive for a 4-year-old, Naruto. But I suppose that's part of your Uzumaki spirit." She tousled his red hair lovingly. She then began to explain how things had settled in the village since the Nine-Tails attack. "The village has been peaceful, but there's always an underlying tension. The old generation, the village elders, are still in control, though your father's death shook them up. Hiruzen returned to his role as Hokage, but there's been talk about succession." She explained further how the world outside the village seemed calm for now, but there were whispers of political movements in the other hidden villages. There was still some tension with the other major ninja nations, particularly since the destruction of the Uzumaki clan had caused ripples, and the Fourth Great Ninja War had not yet occurred. He listened carefully, thinking about how these subtle changes might differ from the original timeline he knew. Aurora, always present in his mind, reminded him that even small shifts could lead to significant consequences. Saving his mother had been the right choice, but he needed to stay vigilant for any alterations that could lead to unintended dangers. "I'll keep my eyes open," he thought, "and be ready for anything that happens. Whatever the changes, I'll protect those I love." Though still young, he resolved to observe closely how the world evolved around him, knowing that his presence, and Aurora's guidance, might have set events on a different path. Naruto, Leo, quickly realized that the world around him hadn't shifted drastically, but one key difference stood out: his own life. In the original timeline, Naruto had been despised and feared by the villagers, labeled as the demon fox for having Kurama, the Nine-Tails, sealed inside him. But now, thanks to Aurora's intervention and the survival of his mother Kushina, everything was different. Instead of glares of hatred, Naruto was met with smiles and admiration from the villagers. He wasn't shunned or isolated, he was loved. As the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato no Mikaze, Naruto was held in high regard by the people of Konoha. They saw him as a symbol of hope, the living legacy of their beloved hero, rather than a child to be feared. The respect they had for Minato extended to Naruto, and with Kushina still alive to protect him, Naruto grew up in an atmosphere of warmth and care. The change in how the villagers treated him allowed Naruto to experience a much happier childhood. He wasn't left alone to struggle with loneliness and rejection. Instead, he was surrounded by friends and adults who cared for him, with his mother Kushina being a constant source of love and guidance. His bond with Mikoto Akaya's family, especially Uchiha and Sasuke, deepened, and they became like siblings to him. Naruto's life was filled with joy, support, and a sense of belonging, things he had sorely missed in the original timeline. He understood that this love and acceptance had given him a strong foundation to build upon as he grew, preparing him for the challenges that lay ahead. But despite the love he received from the village, he knew that this world was still dangerous and that enemies, both known and unknown, awaited. He vowed to take advantage of this new reality, becoming strong enough to protect his loved ones and ensuring that the painful events he remembered from the original timeline wouldn't happen again. In this timeline, he had a family, friends, and a village that believed in him, and with Aurora by his side, Naruto was determined to change the course of fate for the better. Chapter 8, Bonzi didn't just enjoy the love and respect of the villagers, he also took the opportunity to create deep bonds with many of the children who would later become his classmates at the Ninja Academy. He knew how important friendships and alliances would be in the future, so he naturally gravitated toward others, bringing them into his circle. For the girls, he quickly became friends with Ino, Sakura, and Hinata, each forming a unique bond with him. Ino admired his confidence and energy, while Sakura appreciated his kindness, especially when he stood up for her. Hinata, who was shy and often reserved, found comfort in Naruto's warmth and encouragement. He saw her potential and treated her with respect, which deepened her already growing admiration for him. Among the boys, his relationship with Sasuke, his future rival and brother-in-arms, was perhaps the strongest. Though Sasuke often tried to act cool and distant, he knew from his previous life how important their bond would become. They shared a mutual respect, pushing each other to be stronger. His friendships with Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Kiba also flourished. Shikamaru found Naruto's enthusiasm refreshing and, though often lazy, appreciated Naruto's determination. Choji enjoyed Naruto's good nature and companionship, while Shino and Kiba valued his straightforwardness and loyalty. By creating bonds with his peers early on, he built a supportive network of friends that spanned different clans and backgrounds. His warmth, charisma, and growing strength made him a central figure, even at a young age. He treated everyone with respect and kindness, seeing the value in their potential rather than their status or abilities. This foundation of friendship was a stark contrast to the lonely and harsh childhood Naruto experienced in the original timeline. Now, surrounded by friends and loved ones, he was in a position to not only protect those dear to him but to change the fates of those around him. With every new bond he formed, he felt more confident in his ability to reshape the future for the better. A year ago an event transpired much like in the original timeline. Hinata Hyuga was kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi, seeking to obtain her Byakugan. Due to her shy and kind nature, Hinata was easily taken. He, despite his desire to intervene, was still under the close watch of Hiruzen and unable to act directly. Knowing he couldn't get involved, Naruto told his mother, Kushina, about the kidnapping. Understanding the severity of the situation, Kushina immediately took action. She tracked down the Cloud Shinobi and rescued Hinata before they could escape with her. However, he remembered what followed in the original timeline. Hiruzen, out of fear of provoking war, had allowed the Raikage to demand the life of Hiashi Hyuga, Hinata's father, in exchange for the death of Cloud Shinobi or ready to enter war. This decision led to Hiashi's twin brother, Hisashi, offering his life instead, which in turn fueled Neji Hyuga's deep hatred toward the main branch of the family. Not wanting the same tragic cycle of bloodshed to repeat, Naruto advised his mother not to kill the Cloud Shinobi but instead bring them to Hiruzen so that the situation could be resolved peacefully without sparking unnecessary conflict. Kushina trusted his intelligence and did exactly as he suggested, handing the kidnappers over to Hiruzen. Unfortunately, just as he had expected, Hiruzen, in his fear of war, chose not to take decisive action. Instead, he returned the Cloud Shinobi to their village, hoping to avoid a diplomatic incident. His decision outraged both the Hyuga clan and Kushina, who believed that such leniency would only invite further attempts on the Byakugan. Hiruzen's failure to act also undermined his authority, causing his grip on the village to weaken, even if only slightly. The Hyuga clan's trust in him was shaken, and whispers of discontent began to spread among the higher echelons of the village. This marked the first instance where he saw the direct effects of Hiruzen's weak leadership and his refusal to stand firm when the situation called for it. While he prevented bloodshed for the moment, Naruto knew that more challenges lay ahead, and that Hiruzen's unwillingness to confront certain dangers would eventually create larger problems for Konoha. Nonetheless, his intervention had saved Hisashi's life, preserving Neji from the pain of losing his father and potentially altering the future of the Hyuga clan in significant ways. Chapter 9, Bonds 2. I had also grown close to two of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya. Both were not only powerful figures in the village but also close companions to my mother, Kushina. Tsunade, in particular, was like a sister to Kushina, while Jiraiya had always been a teacher-like figure to her, a guiding presence in her life. Spending time around Tsunade, I found myself mesmerized by her beauty and strength. She was not only powerful, but carried a graceful aura that captured his attention. Tsunade's beauty, maturity, and commanding presence were similar to my mother's, and this drew me in even more. Despite her tough exterior and the burden of her painful past, I could see the warmth she carried deep inside, an affection she reserved for those she cared about. Her connection with his mother made it easier for him to bond with her. I admired both Tsunade's incredible skills in medical ninjutsu and her combat prowess, knowing how crucial she could be to the future of Konoha. I also knew that in the original timeline, she would eventually become Hokage, but now things were different. I was determined to keep her close, not just as an ally but as someone he respected and admired. I will make her my woman. She would enter my harem in coming years. Jiraiya, on the other hand, became a mentor figure to me in many ways. Though known for his eccentric personality and perverse habits, Jiraiya's wisdom and skill as a ninja were undeniable. I found myself learning a great deal from Jiraiya's experiences, especially about the broader world and the dangers that lay outside Konoha. Through Tsunade and Jiraiya, I had access to a wealth of knowledge, power, and friendship. These bonds gave me confidence, knowing that with such formidable allies at my side, I could protect my loved ones and reshape the future. As I grew closer to these two legendary figures, I began to envision them as part of my future, a future where I could count on their strength, wisdom, and companionship to help me achieve my goals. I am acutely aware of the looming Uchiha massacre, a tragedy that would shake the foundations of Konoha and alter the destinies of many, including my own. The thought of losing the Uchiha clan, particularly Shisui, who had become like an older brother to me, weighed heavily on his heart. I knew that if I was to change the tragic fate of the Uchiha, I needed to grow stronger, stronger than Hiruzen, stronger than Danzō, and strong enough to confront the circumstances that would lead to such devastation. I cultivated close bonds with the Uchiha clan. I spent time with Itachi and Sasuke, gaining their trust and friendship. Through these relationships, I learned more about their culture and their struggles, deepening my resolve to protect them. The Uchiha were not just another clan to me, they were family. Naruto admired Shisui's loyalty, strength, and charisma, and I recognized that saving him from Danzō's schemes would be pivotal in preventing the massacre. I also began to gather intel on Danzō's activities, discreetly observing the elder's manipulative nature and his desire to control the Uchiha. I knew that Danzō would use any means necessary to achieve his goals, and if left unchecked, he would undoubtedly orchestrate the massacre to eliminate any perceived threats to his influence. Determined to alter the future, Naruto started to devise a plan. I would need to gain the trust of key players within Konoha, rallying support from allies who would stand against Danzō and Hiruzen's passive approach. With the combined strength of his friends and the Uchiha clan, I hoped to confront Danzō directly, ensuring that Shisui remained alive and that the Uchiha could find a peaceful resolution to their struggles. As I trained and prepared, I often thought about the importance of camaraderie and loyalty. I envisioned a future where the Uchiha clan could thrive, free from the shadow of betrayal and violence. In doing so, I solidified my purpose, to protect those I loved and ensure that the bonds I formed would not only withstand the trials ahead but also pave the way for a brighter future for everyone in Konoha. Chapter 10, Dream. One day Kushina asked, "What will be your dream, Naruto?" Naruto looked up at his mother, Kushina, her warm smile providing him with a sense of comfort and security. He thought carefully about her question, the weight of his aspirations and responsibilities intertwining in his mind. "Mom," he began, his voice steady. "My dream is to become the strongest ninja I can be. I want to protect everyone I care about, especially you and the Uchiha clan. I don't want to see anyone suffer like I know they could if things don't change. And I am gonna revive our Uzumaki clan by marrying many Kunoichis." Kushina chuckled softly at her son's ambitious declaration, her heart swelling with pride at Naruto's determination and maturity. "You're growing up so fast, Naruto," she said, a warm smile gracing her lips. "I'm glad to hear that you want to protect those you love." Naruto's enthusiasm was contagious as he continued. "I want to make sure our clan lives on, And I know that by forming strong bonds with many kunoichis, I can create a family that can support each other. Plus, they can help me become stronger. Kushina couldn't help but admire his resolve. She remembered the importance of family in the Uzumaki clan, and the thought of her son reviving their legacy filled her with hope. Just remember, Naruto, that love is not just about quantity, it's about the quality of those relationships. Treat each girl with kindness and respect, and you'll create a family that thrives together. I will, Mom. I promise. He exclaimed, a bright smile lighting up his face. I'll be a good husband and father, just like Dad. Kushina's heart ached a little at the mention of Minato, but she quickly shook it off. Your father would be proud of you, Naruto. He would have believed in your strength and potential. Naruto nodded, determination burning in his eyes. I'll make sure to honor his legacy. I want to be strong enough not just for you and our family, but for the entire village too. As they shared this moment, Kushina felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Her son was not just a reflection of Minato but a unique individual ready to carve his own path. Just promise me one thing, she said gently. What is it, Mom? He asked, tilting his head. Don't forget to enjoy your childhood along the way. You have time to grow and develop your dreams. Let them evolve naturally. Naruto grinned widely. I will. I want to have fun with my friends and go on adventures too. Kushina smiled, feeling reassured by Naruto's spirit. They spent the rest of the day discussing his plans, his friendships, and the dreams he had for their family. It was moments like these that reminded her of the joy and laughter they could still share, even in a world fraught with challenges. Chapter 11, New Status. At the age of 2, I decided to reveal a fraction of my abilities to my mother. Though I had been able to sense chakra from the moment of my rebirth, I knew that showing too much power too early might cause unnecessary attention and concerns. For 2 years, I held back, carefully hiding the full extent of my capabilities by living a life of a normal kid. When the time finally came, I approached Mom one evening. Mom, I think I can sense things. Like people and their chakra, he said softly, trying not to alarm her. Mom, initially surprised, quickly smiled at me. Oh, my little Naruto, you're full of surprises. You're so young, yet you're already able to sense chakra. That's amazing. I smiled back, glad that she took it so well. He had shown just enough to impress her without raising too many questions. He thought to himself, if only she knew how much more I can do. But for now, I'll keep that part hidden. Mom placed her hand on my shoulder. You know, being able to sense chakra is a powerful ability. It's something that will help you in the future. But you must be careful with how you use it, Naruto. Sensing can reveal a lot about people, and sometimes knowing too much can be a burden. I understand, Mom, I replied, nodding seriously. I'll be careful. I just wanted to show you because I trust you. Mom smiled warmly, pulling me into a hug. You're growing up so fast, Naruto. I'm proud of you. I felt the warmth of her embrace, and in that moment, I resolved to continue playing my part, only revealing my abilities when necessary. For now, my journey was still just beginning, and there was much to prepare for in the years to come. For the past 2 years, I have diligently trained in the jutsu my mother passed down, while Aurora continuously assigned me daily quests to push my limits. The quests were simple but effective in building my strength and stamina, such as running 1 kilometer, doing 10 push-ups, and completing 10 squats, with the reward of a 4 stat point. Other quests encouraged me to develop my skills independently, like learning new jutsu, which earned me 2 stat points. Through this rigorous regime, my abilities have grown significantly. Aurora, show me my status, I requested. Here it is, Leo, Aurora responded. Ding. Name, Naruto Uzumaki, Leo, Clan, Uzumaki Clan, Bloodline, Uzumaki, 100%, HP, 650, CP, 650, Attributes, Strength, 65, Agility, 65, Dexterity, 65, Defense, 65, Endurance, 65, Intelligence, 65, Chakra Control, 35%, Skills, Ninjutsu, 3, Genjutsu, 2, Taijutsu, 4, Fuinjutsu, 1, Abilities, Adamantine Chains, Kagura Mind's Eye, Additional Abilities, Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Water Release, Water Clone Technique, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Earth Release, Tearing Earth Turning Bomb, Lightning Release, Lightning Beast Tracking Fang, Scorch Release, Charring Bomb, Flare Release, Light Ray, Wave Release, Wave Dragon, Other Jutsu, Clone Technique, Transformation Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, Body Flicker Jutsu, Affinities, Fire, 50%, Water, 10%, Earth, 10%, Wind, 50%, Lightning, 50%, Yang, 5%, Yin, 5%, Kekkai Genji, Scorch Release, Fire plus Wind, Flare Release, Fire plus Lightning, Wave Release, Wind plus Lightning. As I reviewed my stats, I couldn't help but analyze my current power level. With these attributes, I could likely stand my ground against Takebutsu or even an average Jonin. However, this is not enough. I have 3 more years, and in that time, I must rise to cage level. The path ahead will demand more training, sharper skills, and deeper mastery of my jutsu. I cannot afford to fall short. During my training, Mom decided to test my chakra nature affinities using the leaf test, just like the original in Naruto. To her surprise, she discovered that I had an affinity for all 7 chakra natures. With the guidance of my mother, Kakashi, and the Uchiha clan, I focused on improving my control over fire and lightning. Since the original in Naruto only had a natural wind affinity, I made sure to dedicate significant time to mastering wind as well. After reaching 50% proficiency, I pushed myself further, aiming to unlock a Kekkai Genkai. Thanks to my Kagura Mind's Eye, I was able to blend different chakra natures, resulting in the development of not 1, but 3 unique Kekkai Genkai. I kept this a secret, even from my mother, choosing to hide my new abilities for the time being. While I have only learned basic jutsu for each nature, these Kekkai Genkai will be my trump card in the inevitable battle against Danzō in 3 years. He won't see it coming. For now, I can put thoughts of him aside. I have a plan for how to deal with him when the time comes. My focus needs to stay on my training. The next step is asking Tsunade to teach me medical ninjutsu. It will be a crucial addition to my skill set. In addition to mastering fire, lightning, and wind, I realized I needed to strengthen my affinities with the other chakra natures as well. Balancing all 7 elements would give me an edge in versatility, allowing me to adapt to any situation in combat. In addition to my elemental training, I made sure to master the basic jutsu required for graduation from the academy. I successfully learned the clone, substitution, and transformation jutsu, fundamental techniques every shinobi must know. These skills, while basic, are the foundation of any successful ninja, and mastering them has significantly improved my overall versatility in battle. Moreover, with the help of Shizue-san, I began training in the body flicker technique. While I haven't yet perfected it, I'm nearing an advanced level of mastery. This technique, known for its speed and agility, will be a powerful asset in both offense and defense once I refine it further. The ability to move swiftly across the battlefield will give me a significant advantage, especially when combined with the other techniques and chakra nature affinities I've developed. Every improvement brings me closer to my goal. Chapter 12, Tsunade as Tsuna. With the cage level left before I officially joined the academy, I decided to focus my training on improving my other chakra affinities and diving into medical ninjutsu under Tsunade's guidance. I've started calling her Tsuna, a playful nickname I hope will bring me a bit closer to her heart. Sure, our age difference is vast, but to me, age doesn't matter in matters of love. I don't see it as a barrier. In fact, I've already set my mind on something bold. One day, with all the determination I could muster, I told her, "Tsuna, I'm going to marry you when I reach the age of marrying," which I assumed would be around 18. Naturally, she brushed it off as a child's fantasy, laughing it away. But what she didn't realize was that the conviction in my eyes only grew stronger. I wasn't going to back down. In the meantime, I've figured one of the best ways to win her over is by becoming her student. If I can convince her to teach me her medical ninjutsu and become my sensei, it will not only strengthen me in battle but also deepen our bond. Training under her is a step toward both my personal and shinobi goals. After all, learning from one of the greatest medical ninjas would only push me closer to my dream of becoming a strongest shinobi, and maybe even closer to her heart. Even though I could easily learn medical ninjutsu with her or's help, I decided to take the harder path for a reason, to become closer to Tsuna. I knew I had the talent to pick it up quickly, but this wasn't just about mastering the jutsu. It was about building a connection with her, learning under her guidance, and showing her my determination. So, my training began with my lovely sensei, Tsuna. "Alright, Naruto, show me how good your chakra control is," Tsuna said, her voice firm yet encouraging. Even though I was only at an intermediate level in chakra control, it was good enough to help me in this new training. When Tsuna asked me to demonstrate, she showed me how to release chakra from her hand, the signature green glow of medical ninjutsu. Taking a deep breath, I focused and mimicked her action, creating the same green chakra that fully enveloped my hand. "Oh, I see you've got excellent chakra control," Tsuna remarked, a smile on her face though her eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. "At your age, I wasn't nearly as good as you are. You really are a genius, Naruto." Grinning, I couldn't resist teasing her. "Ahahaha, with this kind of talent, do you think I can marry you?" She laughed softly but replied, "No, you've still got a long way to go." With that, the real training began. Just like in the original medical ninjutsu training, she had me work with a fish, reviving it after it had died. This was more than just an exercise in chakra control, it required precision, patience, and a deep understanding of how life and chakra intertwined. As challenging as it was, I threw myself into the task, determined to prove myself. Aside from the practical training, I also immersed myself in studying medical books under her guidance. I learned about herbs, poisons, treatments, and the vast intricacies of the human body. Tsuna made sure I understood that medical ninjutsu wasn't just about healing, it required a sharp mind and an understanding of medicine and biology. But while I focused on medical training, I didn't neglect my other skills. I continued to strengthen my chakra nature affinities, refine my combat techniques, and push my limits. Balancing all this wasn't easy, but I knew every bit of effort was bringing me closer to becoming the shinobi I needed to be, and maybe even closer to Tsuna's heart. Though Tsuna still treated me as a child, dismissing my conviction as youthful fantasy, I decided to confront her directly. "Tsuna, if I were the same age as you, or even around 20, would you marry me?" She paused, thinking for a moment before replying. "Yeah, I think I would have accepted your proposal." Hearing this only strengthened my resolve. "Then wait for me to grow up. Don't even think of marrying someone else. If you try, I'll kill any bastard you marry," I declared with absolute determination. She was taken aback by my boldness but eventually smiled, amused by my stubbornness. "All right, Naruto. Do your best to make me fall in love with you," she said, accepting my challenge. I knew that, deep down, her heart was still clinging to the memory of Dan, the man who had made her the way she was. If he were still alive, I would have killed him without hesitation. His death may have left her broken, but it also worked in my favor. No one had been able to enter her heart after him. Even Jiraiya, despite his many attempts, had failed. Of course, with his perverted nature, Tsuna could never accept him. Still, I resented Dan for making her sad and thought bitterly, why did someone so weak dare to love her, who couldn't save his own ass? As the saying goes, without strength and power, the weak cannot choose how they die. But that was all in the past. Dan was dead, and now it was my turn to make her happy. With her approval, my determination only grew stronger. "Yes, Leo, you can make any woman fall in love with you," Aurora chimed in with her usual confidence. "Thank you, Aurora, for your encouragement," I replied, feeling more driven than ever. The path ahead wouldn't be easy, but I knew I had what it took to win Tsuna's heart and surpass every challenge in my way. Chapter 13, again time skip 2 years flew by, and now it was finally time to attend the Ninja Academy. Given my current strength, I knew I could easily join the Anbu under the Hokage's command if I wanted to. My abilities were already far beyond what most academy students could dream of. But the thought of serving under that old geezer? No way. Being bound to protect him and follow his orders wasn't exactly appealing. Nah, spending my time in the academy, blending in with the students, and keeping a low profile sounded way more fun. There was no rush to graduate early or rise through the ranks just yet. I'd have more freedom to train, hone my skills, and build connections, and maybe even stir up some trouble along the way. The academy was just another step in my plan, and for now, that suited me just fine. I'm already quite well known in the village, not just because I'm the son of the late Hokage, but also for my good looks. I must have inherited this from my parents, who were famously known as one of the most beautiful couples, second only to Naruto and Hinata in the Narutoverse. I'm definitely not going to let that fame go to waste. It's time to focus on getting closer to the girls who are likely going to be my future wives. What better place to build those romantic connections than the academy? I'm already close to Hinata, Sakura, Ino, and even Ten, thanks to visiting her shop for ninja tools. But I haven't quite reached the point where we can officially become couples. I can tell they like me, and I like them too. I just need to make that final push to turn these bonds into something deeper. Hinata will take a bit more time due to her shy personality, but that's not a problem. Sakura and Ino, as expected, are more aggressive when it comes to getting attention, just like in the original timeline, except this time, I'm the one they're fighting for, not Sasuke. Ten is different, she doesn't seek attention like the other two and isn't shy, but she'll take some time to warm up romantically. I've already set my sights on capturing the hearts of all four before graduation. This is one of the main reasons I'm attending the academy, not just to sharpen my skills but to cultivate deeper relationships. Once the bonds are solidified, nothing will stop me from making them my future wives. One of my primary concerns is getting closer to Kurenai. I've had a few opportunities to meet her, mainly because she and Kakashi are both Jonin. While we've crossed paths a few times, I know that if I don't act soon, Asuma will likely end up winning her heart. In the original Naruto series, Kurenai and Asuma grew close, eventually becoming lovers during the time skip. This gives me a limited window to build a meaningful connection with her before graduation. Winning a woman's heart is never easy, and I realize there's no shortcut to achieving this. I need to work on developing our relationship carefully and strategically. Luckily, there's still time, and I already have a plan to get close to her. By asking her to teach me genjutsu, I can form a bond. After all, aside from the Uchiha clan, she's considered one of the most skilled genjutsu users in the village. Looking ahead, I'm aware that Danzō will soon make his move to suppress or even destroy the Uchiha clan. Once that happens, I'll have a chance to support Kurenai and strengthen our bond. In the meantime, I've devised a way to help the Uchiha clan during this critical time. But for now, I need to focus on the upcoming academy examination and continue working on my plans. With my stats nearing cage level, I'm in a prime position to make significant moves. Aurora, status. Here, Leo. Status, name, Naruto Uzumaki, Leo, clan, Uzumaki clan, bloodline, Uzumaki, 100%, HP, 2500, CP, 2500, attributes, strength, 250, agility, 250, dexterity, 250, defense, 250, endurance, 250, intelligence, 250, chakra control, CC, 65%, skills, ninjutsu, 6, genjutsu, 3, taijutsu, 6, fuinjutsu, 2, abilities, adamantine chains, Kagura mind's eye, additional abilities, jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, water release, water clone technique, wind release, great breakthrough, earth release, tearing earth turning bomb, lightning release, lightning beast tracking fang, scorch release, charring bomb, flare release, light ray, wave release, wave dragon, lava release, building debris, magnetic flight technique, explosion release, turbo burst, other jutsu, clone technique, transformation jutsu, substitution jutsu, body flicker jutsu, affinities, fire, 50%, water, 30%, earth, 50%, wind, 50%, lightning, 50%, yang, 50%, yin, 5%, kekkai genji, scorch release, fire plus wind, flare release, fire plus lightning, wave release, wind plus lightning, lava release, fire plus earth, magnate release, earth plus wind, explosion release, earth plus lightning. Chapter 14, Academy. In the year 71 of Kusagakure, during the late spring, the day had finally arrived for the start of our academy training. Early in the morning, my mom and I made our way to the academy. The grounds were bustling with excited students, all eager to begin their journey toward becoming shinobi. For civilians, this was a life-changing opportunity, while for clan members, attending the academy was a matter of pride and tradition. Almost everyone wore huge smiles, their excitement palpable as they arrived with their parents or guardians. As I scanned the crowd for familiar faces, I noticed Sasuke, Hinata, Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Shino and many others I recognized. Sasuke arrived with his father Fugaku Uchiha, mother Mikoto Uchiha, and his older brother, Uchiha Uchiha, the prodigy who had already joined the Anbu Corps shortly after graduating. Hinata was with her father, Hiashi Hyuga, her baby sister Hanabi, who was only a year old, along with her uncle Hisashi and his son Neji, already in his second year at the academy. Sakura and Ino came with their parents, and Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba and Shino were also accompanied by their families. As soon as they saw us, they approached for greetings. "Good morning, everyone," I said cheerfully. "Good morning, Naruto," they all responded in unison. I turned to Ichi. "Hey, Ichi, how's your job in the Anbu?" "It's quite good, Naruto," he replied with a composed smile. Turning to Sasuke, I teased him. "Sasuke, I've already learned Shuriken throwing from your brother. I became even more stronger. I can easily beat you." Sasuke shot back sarcastically. "Oh really? Just because you learned Shuriken throwing, you think you can beat me? When have you ever beaten me, Sasuke?" I challenged him confidently. He fell silent, clearly realizing he had no answer. I had hit the mark, and he couldn't argue with that. "When we fight next time, I'll definitely defeat you," Sasuke said with determination, his eyes burning with resolve. "Okay, let's see," I replied, accepting his challenge. I knew that, aside from a select few, there weren't many who could defeat me now. As I began talking with the others, especially the girls, Hinata, Sakura, and Ino, I decided to engage them as well. "Hinata, Sakura, Ino, we're all joining the academy at the same time. Do you want to be in the same class as me?" I asked casually. "Yes, Naruto." They all responded enthusiastically, though Hinata's voice was softer, her shyness evident. I knew I would need to find a way to help her overcome that. As we chatted, Excitement filled the air, marking the beginning of a new chapter in our lives. As everyone chatted amongst themselves, a sudden bell echoed across the academy grounds, silencing the crowd. All attention shifted toward the podium, where the old geezer, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood, ready to give his welcome speech. Ah, the welcome speech, I muttered with a sigh. Speeches always had a way of turning things boring, no matter how exciting the day was supposed to be. Hello, everyone. Good morning, Hiruzen greeted cheerfully. Good morning, Hokage-sama. The crowd shouted back in unison. How are you all doing today? He asked. We're fine, Hokage-sama. How are you? The students echoed. I'm doing well. Are you all excited for the academy? He continued, his voice warm. Yes. The students responded eagerly. And then it began. He launched into his speech about how wonderful the academy would be, how it would shape our futures, and the usual stuff you'd expect from someone like him. Honestly, I didn't even bother paying attention to his words. It was easy to tune him out because it felt like watching a politician back on Earth. With just a few well-chosen phrases, they have this uncanny ability to sway people's minds, and Hiruzen was no different. Then, of course, he brought up the will of fire, that doctrine he loved quoting. When the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. It was the same old ideology that helped him manipulate others, making them believe in his ideals. I couldn't help but feel detached from it all. It was just another day of speeches and promises, none of which really affected me. Chapter 15, Class 1. After about half an hour or 45 minutes, the Hokage finally wrapped up his speech. As soon as he finished, the students began heading into the academy building while their parents said their goodbyes and departed. Okay, Mom, see you in the evening. Bye. I waved. Take care of yourself, Naruto. I know you're strong, but remember, it's a boy's duty to protect the girls, she reminded me, smiling. Yeah, Mom. I'll take care of them and protect them. Who wouldn't protect the ones they care about? I said quietly, making sure only she could hear. Yes, I know. That's what you promised, she responded softly, pride in her voice. With that, I waved her off and entered the academy while she turned to leave. Hey, Aurora, don't you have anything to say about me entering the academy? I asked, half expecting some witty remark. Leo, best of luck with your academy life, Aurora responded, her voice calm yet supportive. Thanks, Aurora, I said with a smile, feeling a sense of reassurance from her words. Inside, I found myself in Class 1, the same class as all the clan members. As I walked in, I could feel the eyes of every student turning toward me. The girls blushed, clearly taken aback by my appearance, while the boys muttered under their breath, obviously cursing my luck. Why does he have to be so handsome? They must have been thinking. It comes with its pros and cons, this handsomeness of mine. On one hand, the girls always try to get my attention, while on the other, the boys fume with jealousy. But honestly, I couldn't care less about them. My goal is simple, to grow closer to my future wives. And that's all that matters. I found a seat next to Hinata, with Sakura and Ino on my left. Hinata sat quietly to my right. We were all happy to be together, but it wasn't long before Sakura and Ino started their usual bickering, with poor Hinata sitting silently, trying to calm them down. I knew how to handle this situation. It's okay, Sakura and Ino. Why are you always arguing? Try to get along with each other, I said while patting both of their heads. They blushed and replied in a low tone. Yes, Naruto. I glanced at Hinata, noticing a hint of jealousy on her face. Not wanting her to feel left out, I patted her head as well. Her face immediately turned beet red, but she looked content. As we settled into our little world, a Chunin instructor entered the room. Silence, everyone. He called out. My name is Ruka, and I'll be your sensei from now on. Let's get along well. Yes, sensei. The class responded in unison. Now, Ruka continued. Let's go around the room, and each of you will introduce yourselves. We took the last seats, so naturally, our introductions would be at the end. One by one, the students introduced themselves, sharing their names, likes, dislikes, and dreams. After several students finished, it was finally Sasuke's turn. Everyone seemed eager to hear from him. I'm Kusagakure. I like my brother Uchiha, and I don't like losing anyone. My goal is to become strong like my brother, Sasuke said, clearly excited and glancing at me provocatively. This kid, I muttered with a chuckle, amused by his competitiveness. Next up was Shikamaru. I'm Shikamaru Nara. I like being lazy, and I don't like being disturbed while I'm resting. My goal is to marry, start a family, and live a peaceful life. Typical Shikamaru. After him, Choji, Kiba, and Shino introduced themselves, each with their own unique likes, dislikes, and dreams. Finally, it was our turn, and all eyes were on us. "I'm Ano Yamanaka," she started confidently. "I like flowers, and—" She paused, glancing at me with a slight blush. "I don't like it when anyone destroys flowers. My goal is to take care of the flowers at our shop and—" She trailed off, her gaze still fixed on me, the blush on her cheeks deepening. It was clear she was trying to impress, her words taking on a more personal tone as she looked in my direction. Next was Sakura. "I'm Sakura Haruno. I like. And I don't like. And my goal is—" Her words were clear, but her blush and glances in my direction made it obvious what she was trying to convey. Almost everyone picked up on it. "These girls, huh?" I muttered under my breath with a smile, finding their reactions amusing. It was clear they were trying to impress, their words taking on a more personal tone as they looked in my direction. Then, it was my turn. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, son of the late Hokage Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. I love my family, friends, and eating ramen. I don't like betrayal or people who harm my loved ones. My goal is to become so strong that I don't need to be protected but can protect everyone I care about." With that, I finished my introduction. "That's a good goal, Naruto," Ruka said, nodding approvingly. "Thanks, sensei," I replied. Next up was Hinata. Her face was already flushed, and she was visibly nervous. "I'm Hinata. Hyuga. I like my F family and F friends. I don't like. My goal is to become street strong," she stammered, her face red with embarrassment. She quickly sat down, looking away to hide her shyness. To ease her discomfort, I gently held her hand and said, "That was good, Hinata." Sakura and Ino chimed in with encouragement as well. "Thanks, guys," she replied with a soft smile, appreciating the support. Ruka then addressed the class. "I see everyone has goals for being here. From today, we'll start with the basics and the foundation of the Will of Fire." "Yes, sensei." The whole class responded enthusiastically, ready to begin their journey. Chapter 16, Date Plans and Practicals. The class ended with a boring lecture on history and other topics, but I didn't bother paying attention. I already knew the Naruto world inside and out, probably better than anyone here. Instead, I focused on enjoying the company of the girls beside me. Talking in a low tone so I wouldn't disturb anyone, I leaned over and asked, "Hinata, Sakura, Ino, are you all free after class?" They quickly responded. "We don't think we have anything important." "Great. Let's have a party to celebrate our first class," I suggested. Their eyes lit up with happiness as they all eagerly agreed. "Yes, Naruto. Then, let's take a walk around the village after class," I added. Immediately, I could see where their minds went. A date. Our first date with Naruto. They all blushed, lost in their own little daydreams. Their faces were flushed, clearly imagining more than just a walk. "Hello? Are you all there?" I teased, nudging them back to reality. "Yes, Naruto, let's travel together," they said excitedly. "Okay, after class, we'll go. I guess this is kind of like a date, huh?" I smiled, watching their reactions. "Yes, Naruto." They blushed even more. "Well, then, take care of me, okay?" I joked. "Same here, Naruto." They giggled, clearly enjoying the moment. As we continued to bask in our own world, the lunch bell rang. We sat together to eat, and to my surprise, all three of them eagerly tried to feed me their lunches. I wasn't going to miss out on this, so I accepted their requests and let them feed me. In return, I fed them back, creating a scene that would make anyone watching think we were already a married couple, happily enjoying our time together. I knew that later, during our date, I'd have to open up about my real dreams and feelings for them. I was determined to share everything, my love, my ambitions, my true self. With the class finally coming to a close, the stage was set for what would happen next. After lunch, we had practicals, where every physical technique and training drill would be covered. This was the period where all the basics were taught and honed. Everyone was eager and excited, especially as we headed to the academy training grounds. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation. Just as we were getting ready, Aurora chimed in unexpectedly. "Leo, you have a new quest," Aurora said. "Quest?" I asked, intrigued. "Ding. Quest, achieve first place in all practical tests, rewards, 50 stat points, optional quest, defeat Sasukakaya in a single strike, reward, 1 Tomoe Sharingan. Wait, I get a Sharingan as a reward?" I said, surprised. "Yes, Leo, but it's optional. You can choose to complete it or not, there's no penalty either way," Aurora replied calmly. "Can I upgrade it like an Akaya, or are there other ways?" "You can't upgrade it like an Akaya. To improve, you'll need to complete more quests related to it, assigned by me. Oh, good, at least I won't have to go through the painful journey of the Uchiha, I said with a smile. I'll complete both quests easily. At that moment, Ruka-sensei called out to everyone. Alright, everyone. We're going to conduct a test today to see how skilled you are with practical techniques. Yes, sensei. The class shouted in excitement. Before we started, I turned to Hinata, Sakura, and Ino. Hinata, Sakura, Ino, do your best, but don't get hurt, I said with genuine concern. They smiled back, appreciating my words. Okay, Naruto, we won't get hurt. You be careful too, they replied warmly. Alright, let's all do our best, I said, flashing a big smile. With that, we were all ready, eager to take on the challenge ahead, both in the test and the optional quest against Sasuke. The competition was about to begin. The tests began with basic techniques like shuriken throwing, clone techniques, and other foundational skills. As expected, I came in first in every test with ease. Now, it was time for the one-on-one face-offs. As I waited for my turn, the others started to face each other. The excitement in the air was palpable. Next up, Hinata and Shikamaru, come into the arena, Ruka-sensei called. Hinata, do your best. You too, Shikamaru, I said with encouragement. Hinata smiled warmly and replied. Thank you, Naruto. Shikamaru, being his usual self, just sighed. What a drag. They entered the arena, and Ruka-sensei signaled them to start. Hinata immediately took her fighting stance, while Shikamaru stood there casually, hands in his pockets, not even bothering to make a move. Start. Ruka-sensei declared. Just as Hinata was about to charge, Shikamaru spoke up lazily. I give up. The whole class groaned. Typical Shikamaru. He really didn't want to put in the effort. Hinata wins. Ruka-sensei announced. Both bow and make the sign. They did as instructed and left the arena, Hinata looking pleased, Shikamaru as indifferent as ever. Next, it was the turn of the two best friends, Sakura and Ino. Sakura and Ino, enter the arena, Ruka-sensei called. Naruto, watch me. I'm going to defeat her. Sakura declared, her determination clear. Ino wasn't any less competitive. No way, Sakura. I'm the one who's going to win. They had already started arguing before even stepping into the ring. I intervened quickly. Both of you, do your best, but don't get hurt, okay? Yes, Naruto. Watch us. They both replied in unison before entering the arena. They bowed and took their stances. Begin. Ruka-sensei signaled. The fight started off somewhat properly, but it quickly devolved into a quarrel, with both girls grabbing each other's hair and yelling more than fighting. It was clear they were more focused on one-upping each other than actually battling. Sensei. I said with concern, looking at Ruka-sensei. Okay, Naruto, go separate them, he sighed. I quickly stepped in and pulled the two of them apart, guiding them out of the arena. If I hadn't, who knows how far their fight would have gone. Their match ended in a tie. Finally, it was my turn. Naruto and Sasuke, enter the arena, Ruka-sensei called. Sasuke and I stepped into the ring, the air thick with anticipation. All eyes were on us, the two top students in the academy. The whole class was watching closely, eager to see how the fight between us would unfold. Today, I'm going to defeat you, Naruto, Sasuke said, his eyes full of determination. I don't think so. Looks like your defeat streak is about to continue, I replied with a smirk. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, waiting to see who would come out on top. The clash between me and Sasuke was going to be the highlight of the day. Both do the sign, Ruka-sensei instructed. We complied, taking our stances, ready to fight. The tension in the air was palpable as the entire class focused on us. Begin. Ruka-sensei shouted. The moment the word left his mouth, I used the body flicker technique, a skill I had mastered under Shizue's guidance. In an instant, I appeared behind Sasuke, my hand gently resting on his neck. Sasuke, it's my win, I whispered. Naruto wins. Ruka-sensei declared. The crowd was stunned. No one, especially Sasuke, couldn't understood what had just happened. The match ended so quickly, it was almost like time had skipped a beat. Sasuke stood in the arena, dazed and confused, trying to comprehend how I had won in an instant. As I left the arena, Hinata, Sakura, and Ino hurried over, their faces filled with curiosity. Naruto, how did you finish the fight in an instant? They asked, eager to know my secret. I smiled and said. It's a secret. What's the secret? Won't you tell us, even though we're your friends? They asked, slightly pouting. I will. Once you're strong enough, I teased, leaving them both intrigued and motivated. With that, our practicals for the day came to an end. The rewards for my quests were mine. Aurora, Distribute the stat points evenly and add the Sharingan tonight. Understood, Leo, Aurora responded. I smiled to myself. Today had been a success, both in the academy and with my progress toward my greater goals. The path ahead was clear, and I was one step closer to achieving everything I had set out to do. Chapter 17, Date after class and practicals. The academy grounds slowly emptied as students left. I, along with Hinata, Sakura, and Ino, made my way out, eager for the day ahead. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office, things were about to get more serious. Ruka entered the room, bowing before Hokage Hiruzen, who sat behind his desk, smoking as usual. There were 3 others present, Danzō and 2 of the village elders. Ruka handed over the student test results. Here are the results of the practical test, Hokage-sama, Ruka said, bowing once more. Hiruzen took the files, flipping through them briefly. You've done a good job, Ruka. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Ruka replied, sensing the tension in the room. He bowed and quickly exited, knowing better than to linger when elders are involved. Hiruzen scanned through the student profiles, his eyes narrowing when he reached my file. Naruto already strong enough to defeat Sasuke in a single move, huh? He muttered to himself. Danzō, ever watchful, leaned forward. Hiruzen, he's becoming too powerful too quickly. As a Jinchuriki, he poses a risk. He should be placed under Root's supervision. He's at least at the level of an elite Chunin already. Hiruzen's expression hardened. Danzō, you know very well I would never allow that. Naruto is like a grandson to me, and Kushina would have your head if anything happened to him. You'll regret this decision, Hiruzen, Danzō warned ominously. Hiruzen waved off the comment. Let's focus on the real issue here, the Uchiha clan. Their patience is wearing thin, and that's something we need to handle carefully. The conversation shifted toward the growing unrest among the Uchiha, but thoughts of me lingered in Hiruzen's mind. At home, I was in a rush, preparing for my outing with the girls after our first day of class. I was excited for what was essentially our first date. Naruto, how was your academy day? Mom asked, watching me as I hurried to get ready. It was good, Mom, but I've got to leave soon. I replied while tying my sandals. Where are you going? She asked, her curiosity piqued. I promised the girls a party for our first day of class. You could say it's like a date, I said with a grin, trying to downplay it. Kushina chuckled softly, crossing her arms. My son is growing up so fast, already taking girls on dates. She teased, pulling me into a warm hug. I hugged her back. Mom, I really need to go now. I'll see you later. Okay, take care and have fun, she said, letting me go with a smile as I dashed out the door, ready for my first real date. I soon met up with the girls, who were all dressed in their best outfits. Hinata wore a soft gray kimono, looking beautiful, though not quite the breathtaking figure I knew she'd grow into. Sakura was in a pink dress, and Ino sported a purple one, both looking vibrant in their own way. Hello, guys. You all look beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I'm jealous of your future husbands, I said with excitement, grinning widely. Thanks, Naruto. You look really handsome too, they replied in unison, blushing from my compliment. Although they looked lovely, it was still in that youthful, childlike way. But today was a big step forward for me. I had my mind set on my future, and today I would start to bring that dream closer. By the end of this day, I would make them my girlfriends, taking the first real step toward realizing my ultimate dream. We began walking through the streets, enjoying each other's company and taking in the vibrant atmosphere of the village. The warm lights of the shops and the bustling sounds of people filled the air as we traveled through nearly every corner. As the sun started to set and hunger began to settle in, we made our way to a Kairaku ramen, one of my favorite spots. When we entered the shop, we spotted the familiar figure of the elderly owner, his eyes almost always closed, yet sharp enough to recognize me. Hello, uncle. How are you? I greeted cheerfully. I'm fine, Naruto. How about you? He replied with a smile. I'm doing well. We came for your special ramen today. He chuckled. Oh, you brought some beautiful girls with you this time. Is that unusual? I asked with a grin. He smiled knowingly. The usual, 4 bowls? Yes, please, I said as we found our seats and waited. The mouth-watering aroma of miso ramen soon filled the air, making us even hungrier. When the bowls arrived, we eagerly dug in, savoring every bite of the delicious ramen. After finishing, we paid our bill. Bye, uncle. I waved as we left. Take care of the girls, Naruto, he called after us. I will. I shouted back with a smile, and we headed toward the park, our next stop for the evening. Chapter 18, Real Dream. As we walked toward the park, I knew this was the moment to share my true dream with them and ask them to be my lovers. If everything went according to plan, this would make things much easier in the future. We entered the park and found a bench to sit on, gazing up at the moon. Guys, how was our first date? I asked, trying to ease into the conversation. It was great, Naruto. Sakura replied with a smile. We should do this more often, Ino added. Yes, Naruto, Hinata softly agreed. Their faces were filled with happiness, exactly what I needed to make my next move. I took a deep breath. Yes, let's try to go on more from now on. Yes. They all agreed enthusiastically. But there's something important I need to say to all of you, I began, speaking with caution. They looked surprised but curious. Don't worry, it's something personal to me, I assured them. Naruto, you can say anything. We'll always be here for you, Hinata said softly. Yes, Naruto, Sakura and Ino echoed. Thanks, guys, I said, feeling a bit lighter. Today, I mentioned my dream in class, but there's more to it. Have you ever heard about the Uzumaki clan? I asked, shifting the conversation. I think I've seen that name in our clan library, Hinata said thoughtfully, while Sakura and Ino shook their heads, looking puzzled. Oh, I see, I continued. The Uzumaki clan was once a great clan that stood alongside the Senju and Akaya. They had close ties with the Senju, so much so that the first Hokage married Mito Uzumaki to solidify their bond. But after the third Hokage came to power, our clan was destroyed. All 5 hidden villages attacked us in one night, wiping out nearly everyone. Their expressions grew serious as they listened. My mom is from the Uzumaki clan, so I belong to them too. One of my dreams is to restore the Uzumaki clan to its former glory, but I can't do that alone, I said, letting the weight of my words sink in. They looked confused, unsure of how they could help. No need to be confused, guys. You know a clan needs members, right? Right now, it's just me and my mom, so I need you all to become Uzumaki, by becoming my lovers. Their faces turned bright red as they processed my words. You can take your time and say yes or no. I'll wait, I reassured them. It's just. You asked us to be your lovers so suddenly. Sakura said, still blushing. So, do you have an answer? I asked, feeling a mix of anticipation and hope. They looked at each other, and then, in unison, they all said, yes, we will be yours, Naruto. I stood up from the bench, overjoyed, and hugged them all tightly. Thank you. I love you all. Naruto, please take care of us, they said softly, leaning into the hug. Of course. You're all my future wives. How could I ever leave you? I said, holding them close, knowing this was just the beginning of something even bigger. Hinata's confession took me by surprise. Naruto, I fell in love with you when you helped me with those cloud shinabi, she said, her voice soft but sincere. I shook my head. But I didn't do anything, my mom was the one who helped. Hinata smiled, her face slightly flushed. Yeah, but I know you told your mom to help me, right? And you were always cheering me up when I felt down. You helped me with the bullies. You were my dream, Naruto. I've always wanted to stand by your side and be with you till the end. Sakura and Ino were shocked. They had never heard Hinata speak so openly, especially with how shy she usually was. I smiled, feeling the warmth of her words. So, if I was your dream, what will you do now, Hinata? She shook her head. No, I'm not strong enough yet. Naruto, will you train me from now on? I nodded. Of course, I will. Thank you, Naruto, she whispered. Then Sakura spoke up, her voice a little shaky but determined. I've always liked you from the start, Naruto. You're handsome, always helping others, and you never stop smiling. You make people feel safe. Ino joined in, her usual confidence returning. I liked you too, Naruto, but I never had the courage to say it before. I felt a rush of emotions hearing their confessions. You know, when I first met all of you, I liked you from the start. Maybe it was partly because of my dream, but I truly loved you from my heart. Their eyes filled with tears, but they were tears of happiness, not sadness. Then, from now on, we're lovers. But one more thing, I want to be honest. In the future, there will be more girls by my side. Will you be okay with that? It's okay, Naruto, all 3 said in unison, their voices full of understanding. This was the life I had always wanted, being surrounded by my future wives, sharing happiness together. After we spent more time together, laughing and talking, I walked each of them home, one by one, making sure they got there safely. As I made my way back home, I couldn't help but smile. This was just the beginning, but it felt perfect. After returning home, I greeted my mom. Mom, I'm back. Welcome home, Naruto. She replied with a warm smile, clearly happy to see me. How was your date? It was great, and, I got 3 girlfriends already, I said, scratching the back of my head with a sheepish grin. Mom's eyes widened with surprise, and then she laughed, pulling me into a tight hug. Oh, my boy got 3 girlfriends at such a young age. I'm so proud of you, Naruto. I hugged her back. Yeah, it just kind of happened, but I'm really happy. She pulled back, looking at me with affection. Well, just make sure you treat them with care. Love is a special thing. I will, Mom. Don't worry, I reassured her. Have you eaten already? She asked. Yeah, we ate at Ikiraku earlier. I'm a little tired, so I think I'll head to bed. Alright, Naruto. Good night, she said, patting my head like she always does. Good night, Mom, I replied, heading to my room with a sense of accomplishment. Today had been a huge step toward my dream, building a life with the people I cared about the most. As I lay down, I thought about the confessions from Hinata, Sakura, and Ino. Their words made my heart feel lighter, and I knew that this was just the beginning. There was still a long way to go, but with them by my side, I felt confident that we could face anything. With those thoughts, I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep, dreaming of the bright future that awaited us all. Chapter 19, Rewards and New Quest. As I entered my room, ready to collect my rewards, Aurora's voice echoed in my head. Aurora, give me the rewards, I said, excited for the new abilities I had just unlocked. Here you go, Leo, she responded. Ding. Quest complete, defeat Sasuke in a single strike, reward, 1 Tomoe Sharingan, quest complete, make Hinata, Sakura, and Ino your lovers, rewards, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Hyuga Style Taijutsu, 8 trigrams, and Mind Transfer Jutsu. The moment I accepted the rewards, I felt a sharp pain in my eyes. The activation of the Sharingan caused a burning sensation, but I managed to tolerate it. As the pain subsided, I could feel my vision changing, becoming sharper and more detailed. At the same time, countless techniques and fighting styles flooded into my mind, the intricacies of the Shadow Clone Jutsu, the precision of Hyuga Style Taijutsu, and the mental focus required for the Mind Transfer Jutsu. It was overwhelming but empowering. I clenched my fists, feeling stronger than ever. This is amazing, I whispered to myself. Aurora chimed in. Leo, you're getting stronger. Soon, no one will be able to stand in your way. Yeah, but I still have a long way to go, I replied, thinking about everything I still had to achieve. With the newfound power coursing through me, I decided to rest. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, and I'd need all my strength for what was to come. Leo, you got a new quest, Aurora's voice echoed in my mind. Ding. Quest, save Shizue Akaya, reward, 2 Tomoe Sharingan. Oh, I got a new quest, I muttered to myself. My heart raced at the thought of Shizue. He was more than just an ally, he was like a brother to me. I had admired him for his strength and his unwavering dedication to the village. If I could save him, I would not only be gaining the Sharingan but also protecting someone who had been a guiding figure in my life. Aurora, I will definitely help Shizue. There's no way I'm letting him go down like in the original story. I knew you'd say that, Leo. This mission will be dangerous, but I know you can do it. I clenched my fists, determination swelling within me. I couldn't let him fall victim to the fate he suffered in the original timeline. With my knowledge and skills, I had a chance to change his destiny and keep him alive. I'll prepare tonight and head out at dawn, I told Aurora. Saving Shizue was the first step in changing this world for the better. Not only that, you've got 2 other quests, Aurora said. Ding. Quest 1, assist the Uchiha clan's revival, rewards, 3 Tomoe Sharingan, Uchiha Kinjutsu Mastery. Quest 2, empower Sasuke to reach his full potential, rewards, Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Bloodline Techniques. Oh, 3 quests, all related to the Uchiha clan, I said, feeling the weight of the tasks ahead. It looks like Danzō will be making his move soon. Yes, it's nearing, Aurora replied. These quests are crucial. The fate of the Uchiha clan and your future power will be determined by your choices. Thanks for the rewards and the heads up, Aurora. It's my job, Leo. Then, good night, Aurora. Good night, Leo, she responded as her voice faded. I lay down, thoughts racing about how I could alter the course of history. The night would be short, and tomorrow would bring challenges that would test everything I had. But with these quests, I had the opportunity to shape the world in a new way, one that could save both the Uchiha clan and the village from the tragedy they were destined to face. Chapter 20, Plan. With the urgency of the Uchiha clan situation pressing down on me, I realized the need for a solid plan, one that could save the Uchiha and also appease the village's leadership so they wouldn't feel their plans were thwarted. The key was to walk a delicate balance. I've got an idea, I thought. But it can't be executed without the cooperation of the Uchiha clan. I'll need to meet Fugaku and explain everything to him. This weekend would be the time to make my move. Fugaku would have to trust me, despite my young age. He might even be skeptical, but with the knowledge I had, I could convince him that my plan was the only way to save his family and the entire clan from the looming disaster. I just hoped that when the time came, Fugaku would listen, and that together, we could pull this off. Time was running out, and I couldn't afford any missteps. It was Sunday morning, and as usual, I made my way into the Uchiha compound. "Hello, guys. Good morning," I shouted with excitement, as I always did. The familiar sight of Uchiha clan members going about their day greeted me, and their warm response made me feel at home. Over the years, I had become one of them, a part of their close-knit community, so my presence no longer stirred any surprise or tension. It was just like being among family. As I made my way toward Sasuke's home, I thought about the conversation I was about to have with Fugaku. Today wasn't just a casual visit, I needed to discuss my plan and convince him to trust me with the future of the Uchiha clan. Time was running short, and every second counted. I stepped into Sasuke's house and found him outside, deep in training as usual. "Good morning, Sasuke," I greeted. "Good morning, Naruto," he replied without missing a beat in his routine. "Is your father home?" I asked. "Yes, he's inside," Sasuke said, nodding toward the house. "Thanks, Sasuke. Keep up the training," I said, giving him a smile before heading inside. Walking through the familiar halls, I soon found Fugaku seated in the living room. His expression was calm but serious, as always. This was it. I needed to speak with him about saving the Uchiha clan and the plan I had in mind. "Good morning, both of you," I greeted with a smile. "Good morning, Naruto," Fugaku replied calmly, while Mikoto Obasan smiled warmly. "Obasan, my mom sent some sweets for you when I told her I was coming here," I said, handing her a small package. She accepted it with a grateful nod. "Tell her thank you from me," she said kindly before heading into the kitchen to put the sweets away. Now that it was just Fugaku and me, I knew it was the perfect moment to bring up what I had come here for. I needed to get straight to the point before any interruptions. "Ojisan, I came here because I have something important to discuss with you. It's about the future of the Uchiha clan," I said in a serious tone, looking directly into his eyes. Fugaku listened to me with a calm but intense expression, his eyes narrowing slightly at my last statement. "Go on, Naruto," he said, his voice steady but filled with curiosity. "What is this plan of yours?" I took a deep breath before continuing, knowing the weight of what I was about to propose. "Hokage-sama and the elders have been growing more suspicious of the Uchiha," I said, my voice low but urgent. "I know they see your clan as a threat, and Danzō, well, he won't hesitate to act if he thinks it's necessary. My plan is simple, but it'll require full cooperation from your clan." Fugaku leaned forward slightly, clearly interested but still cautious. "And what does this plan of yours involve?" Fugaku sat in silence for a moment, his expression unreadable as I revealed my knowledge about the impending threat to the Uchiha clan. I could tell he wasn't surprised, he already knew things were coming to a boiling point between the Uchiha and the village leadership. He took a deep breath. "Naruto, you're wise beyond your years to understand such matters. But what do you mean by a plan? Do you really think you can stop what's already been set in motion?" I nodded confidently. "Yes, Ojisan. The Hokage and the elders are planning something, but I believe we can outmaneuver them without causing a full-scale war. I know the Uchiha feel trapped, but if we act carefully, we can protect both the clan and the village." Fugaku leaned forward, intrigued. "Tell me more, Naruto. What exactly are you planning?" I took a deep breath, knowing that this was the most important part of the conversation. "I believe if we fake the Uchiha clan's rebellion, while secretly moving the clan to safety, we can give the village what they want without sacrificing your people. You need stage a Uchiha destruction." Fugaku's eyes narrowed, clearly analyzing every word I said. "You want us to stage our own destruction, all while ensuring our survival? It's a bold plan, Naruto. But how can we guarantee the safety of the clan if we're no longer here?" "That's where my influence comes in," I replied. "I can ensure the village doesn't know the truth. It will take secrecy, but if anyone can do it, it's you and elders. Once the dust settles, the Uchiha can return when the time is right, stronger and more united. And don't let plan fall to the Ichi-san and Shizue-san. One loves village more than clan and other loves both equally." Fugaku leaned back, contemplating the plan. "This could work. But it will require perfect execution. No one can know the truth except those we trust the most." I smiled. "Exactly, Ojisan. Together, we can make sure the Uchiha don't fall." "Not like this." Fugaku nodded, finally showing a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "We'll need to be cautious. I'll speak with council." But I must admit, Naruto, you've given me something I haven't had in a long time, hope. Leave Sasuke out of this mess. He shouldn't any of it. I will tell him when time comes. Until then leave him, I said with worries. Fugaku sighed heavily, the weight of what I had just said sinking in. You're right, Naruto. Leaving Sasuke out of this will be painful, but necessary. He needs that pain to grow, to find his own strength. It will harden him, and in time, he'll become what the clan needs, a powerful Uchiha. But are you sure you can bear the burden of watching him suffer, knowing the truth? I nodded, resolute. Yes, Aizen. It won't be easy, but Sasuke's growth is more important. I'll make sure he doesn't fall into despair. I'll guide him, train with him, and help him become strong enough to stand on his own. He'll have me, even if he thinks he's lost everything. Fugaku gave me a somber look. You've truly thought this through. I can see why Uchiha trusts you so much. If anyone can keep Sasuke on the right path, it's you, Naruto. Thank you, Aizen. Just know, no matter what happens, I won't let the Uchiha be forgotten or destroyed. Fugaku stood, placing a hand on my shoulder. You have the heart of a true leader, Naruto. I'll make sure the clan understands the plan. We'll be ready when the time comes. As he spoke, Mikoto Obasan returned from the kitchen with a small tray of tea. She handed me a cup, smiling gently. It's always a pleasure to have you here, Naruto. And thank you, for everything you're doing for our family. I smiled back at her, grateful for their trust. It's nothing, Obasan. I'm just doing what's right. After finishing the tea, I said my goodbyes and left the house, my mind racing with the weight of what was to come. The plan was in motion, but there was still much to do. The future of the Uchiha rested on this gamble, and I had to make sure everything went exactly as planned, for the sake of my friends, my future, and the village. Chapter 21, Preparations. Aurora, can you make a clone of each Uchiha, except Uchiha and Sasuke? I asked, knowing that it would be essential for my plan. Creating clones of the Uchiha clan members is possible, but I need specific details, Aurora replied. What do you want them for, and how will they be used? I want the clones to gather information and watch the movements of the village elders and any suspicious activities, I explained. They should also be trained in basic combat, just in case they need to defend themselves or relay information quickly. Aurora considered my request, her holographic form flickering slightly. Understood. I'll create clones of all Uchiha clan members, ensuring they have the knowledge and abilities to handle themselves. However, it will take some time to program them with the necessary skills and tactics. How long will it take? I asked, feeling the urgency of the situation. Approximately 1 hour, she said. Once created, the clones will be able to act independently, gathering information and reporting back to you. Is there anything else you'd like me to include in their programming? Make sure they understand the importance of discretion and communication, I replied. They should be able to blend in and act like normal clan members. Got it. I will begin the process now, Aurora said, her voice steady and reassuring. As I waited for her to complete the task, I couldn't shake off the feeling of anticipation and anxiety. The fate of the Uchiha clan, and Sasuke's future, rested on my shoulders. I needed to be prepared for anything. After an hour after completing the process. Good thinking, Leo, Aurora responded. Creating clones to replace the Uchihas will ensure that the plan moves forward without alarming the higher-ups. It will give us the time we need to relocate the real ones. I nodded, feeling the weight of the decision, but knowing it was the best course of action. Yeah, we need to protect the clan, but also ensure that the village believes the narrative they're expecting. It'll be painful for Uchiha, but necessary. His growth depends on it. Aurora, when we execute this, I'll need you to manage the clones' chakra to ensure they stay believable. We can't risk any suspicion. Of course, Leo. I'll monitor them closely. As I returned home and began thinking through every possible scenario, I knew the hardest part would be watching Uchiha and Sasuke go through this. But with Shishui's survival and the Uchiha safely relocated, there was hope for the future of the clan, and for the village. I'd keep my promise to them, no matter what. We'll need to time everything perfectly. Aurora, we'll start preparing for the big event. It won't be long before Danzō and the others make their move. Understood, Leo. I'll be ready whenever you are. With that, the weight of the future rested on my shoulders. The pieces were in place, but now it was up to me to ensure everything went according to plan, even if it meant deceiving both friends and foes. This was the path I had chosen, and I wouldn't let the Uchiha or my village fall into ruin. With my preparations completed, I reported everything to Fugaku Ojizen about the clones and the plan to protect the Uchiha clan. He listened intently and agreed to implement the strategy, ensuring that some clan members would be sent outside the village while being replaced by clones. As the months passed, We meticulously replaced all Uchiha clan members except for Sasuke, Ichi, and Shizui. This way, we could keep our plan under wraps while monitoring any suspicious activities in the village. However, I knew that Shizui would soon be given a critical mission to put the clan under genjutsu with his Koto Amatsukami. As the days passed, the tension in the village escalated. I could feel that the time for Danzō's move was drawing closer. He was cunning and always a few steps ahead, but I had my own plans to counter his schemes. Chapter 22, Shizui vs Danzō. As I moved stealthily through the quiet streets of the village, my cloak blended perfectly with the shadows, rendering me nearly invisible. I focused on the path ahead, my heart racing with anticipation. I knew that today was crucial, not just for the Uchiha clan but for the future of the Hidden Leaf village as a whole. Arriving at the site, I approached the outskirts of the village, where the forest thickened, creating a perfect hiding spot for Danzō's ambush. The air was tense, filled with an eerie silence that hinted at the confrontation about to unfold. I slowed my pace as I neared the clearing, keeping my senses sharp. Peering through the underbrush, I spotted Shizui standing in the clearing, his posture relaxed but alert. He was unaware of the danger that lurked nearby. Danzō's men were strategically positioned around the perimeter, waiting for the right moment to strike. The confrontation began suddenly. A rustle in the bushes snapped Shizui's attention. I watched as Danzō stepped into the clearing, flanked by a couple of his Rutanbu. The moment was tense, and I could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on me. "Shizui Uchiha," Danzō called out, his voice cold and calculating. "You've always been a thorn in my side. It's time to end this." Shizui stood tall, his expression resolute. "You won't get away with this, Danzō. The Uchiha will not bow to your twisted ambitions." "You're absolutely right." Shizui, at his full strength, is a formidable opponent even for Danzō and his root forces. The only reason Danzō was able to gain the upper hand in the original timeline was through treachery and poison, not sheer strength or skill. But this time, things will play out differently. I'll be there to make sure Danzō's plan doesn't go as he intended. Observing from the shadows, I watched carefully, knowing that Danzō would make his move soon. Shizui was still holding his own, expertly taking down root agents left and right, but I could see Danzō was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. His patience was chilling, and it was clear he had a plan, likely to use a poison or some underhanded tactic to incapacitate Shizui and take his eyes. My eyes tracked Danzō's every move, waiting for the moment he'd try to snatch Shizui's Sharingan. I stayed hidden, thanks to my invisibility cloak, ready to intervene the second Danzō made his move. Danzō strikes. The moment finally came. As Shizui engaged with several root agents, Danzō slipped into his blind spot, a quick movement followed by a flash of kunai coated with poison. It was the same underhanded tactic he used originally. Shizui, though strong, couldn't completely avoid it. The poison worked quickly, just as it had before, and Danzō seized the moment, reaching for Shizui's eye. But this time, I was ready. Making my move as Danzō's hand reached out to pluck Shizui's Sharingan, I launched myself forward, my body flicker technique propelling me at incredible speed. In an instant, I was between them. Danzō plucked Shizui's eye, I replaced it with a duplicate one. Then Danzō placed the eye on his left side. After Danzō ruthlessly plucked Shizui's eye, Shizui was left weakened and in immense pain. The effects of the poison coursing through his body made it difficult for him to fight back. With little strength left, he used the body flicker technique, vanishing from the spot in an attempt to escape. "Capture him or kill him," Danzō commanded coldly, his eyes devoid of any remorse. The root operatives immediately set out in pursuit, spreading out to track Shizui's movements. Their relentless pursuit through the dense forest and narrow mountain paths showed no hesitation. They would follow their orders without question. Shizui, struggling to maintain consciousness, knew that he couldn't outrun them for long in his condition. He had to find a way to hide or create a distraction before it was too late. As Shizui desperately pushed on, thoughts raced through his mind about the safety of the Uchiha clan and the village. He realized the danger Danzō posed to both and vowed to do whatever he could to protect them, even if it meant risking his own life. The pursuit continued with Root closing in, determined to carry out Danzō's orders without fail. As Danzō's men trailed Shizui from a distance, unaware of my presence, I continued to follow closely, staying hidden under my invisibility cloak. I watched as Shizui, weakened from the poison and the loss of his eye, made his way towards his final destination, Ichi. His movements were slower now, each step more labored than the last, but his will remained unbroken. Shizui's loyalty to both his clan and the village was evident in every determined step he took, despite knowing his end was near. His sole focus now was reaching. Chapter 23, Ichi awakens Mage. As Shizui spoke, his voice was strained, the effects of the poison making it harder for him to maintain his composure. "Ichi," he said, his breath shaky but filled with urgency. I couldn't let him take my eye. I had to protect our clan, our legacy. But now, I'm afraid it's too late for me. Ichi's expression was a mix of anguish and determination. You should have come to me sooner, Shizui. We could have planned together, he said, tears streaming down his face. You sacrificed everything for our clan. Shizui shook his head weakly, a faint smile breaking through his pain. No, Ichi. This was my choice. I believed in you. You're the one who will save the Uchiha name. I'm counting on you. With those words, Shizui began to cough, his body trembling as the poison took its toll. Ichi quickly moved closer, cradling his friend. Stay with me, Shizui. I won't let you die like this. You're my best friend. Shizui's breathing grew labored as he spoke. Promise me. Promise me you won't let the clan fall into darkness. You must use my eye wisely. Protect the village, protect Sasuke. He needs you. Ichi nodded, tears blurring his vision. I promise, Shizui. I will do everything in my power to honor your sacrifice. As I watched from the shadows, my heart ached for the two friends. I couldn't let Shizui's life end here. Gathering my resolve, I quietly prepared to step into the fray, ready to intervene if things took a turn for the worse. This moment was pivotal, the fate of the Uchiha clan hung in the balance, and I needed to ensure Shizui's sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. Suddenly, I felt the atmosphere shift. The tension was palpable as Shizui, despite his fading strength, began to gather his chakra for one last stand. Ichi, he said. I'll use what little time I have left to activate the Kodo Umatsukami. We need to put a stop to Danzō's plans once and for all. Ichi's eyes widened. No. You can't do that in your state. But Shizui was resolute. It's the only way. You must stop him, Ichi. It's your destiny. Before I could act, Shizui closed his eyes and summoned the last remnants of his power. I knew I had to make my move before Danzō's men caught up to them. I activated my own abilities, preparing to assist Shizui and Ichi in their moment of need. The stakes were higher than ever, and I was determined to make a difference. As Shizui fell from the cliff, time seemed to slow for Ichi. The weight of his friend's sacrifice pressed heavily on his heart. He felt the rush of grief and rage intertwine as he awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time, the powerful Dojutsu granting him extraordinary abilities but at a heavy cost. Tears streamed down his face as he stared at the spot where Shizui had disappeared. I won't let your sacrifice be in vain, he whispered, clenching his fists in determination. The pain of losing his best friend ignited a fire within him, a fire that would drive him to protect their clan, no matter the cost. As Shizui leaped from the cliff, time seemed to slow down. I quickly moved to catch him, my heart racing. I managed to grab hold of him just before he hit the water below, landing on the rocky ledge beside the river. His body was limp, but he was still alive, thanks to the adrenaline coursing through me. Holding him steady, I glanced up at Ichi, who stood at the edge, anguish written across his face. Shizui! He cried, desperation flooding his voice. After Shizui's death, Ichi Uchiha returned to the Hidden Leaf village, grappling with the profound sense of loss and responsibility that weighed heavily on him. The bond he shared with Shizui was not only one of friendship but also a deep-seated understanding of their shared struggles as members of the Uchiha clan. Ichi's return marked a pivotal moment in his life, as he found himself thrust back into a complex political landscape, characterized by the simmering tensions between the Uchiha and the village's leadership. Haunted by the circumstances of Shizui's demise, Ichi was driven by a sense of duty to protect the village and his family, even as he faced the harsh reality of the path he must undertake. This return ignited a sense of conflict within him, as he navigated the expectations placed upon him by both the village and the remnants of his clan. Ichi's commitment to preserving peace, despite the escalating discord, would ultimately lead him down a tragic and tumultuous path, redefining his legacy and the very fabric of the Uchiha name. Chapter 24, Uchiha Massacre. He entering the Hokage's office, Ichi Uchiha bowed deeply, his voice tinged with sadness as he announced. Hokage-sama, Shizui-san died. The weight of his words hung in the air, underscoring the loss of a comrade and friend. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, expressed his condolences. I'm sorry for your loss, Ichi. Do you think you can take what he left behind? With resolve, Ichi responded. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will complete what he left. Hiruzen then entrusted him with a vital task. Then, you can observe what the Uchiha are planning. With a sense of purpose renewed, Ichi left the office, unaware of the dark path that lay ahead. Somewhere deep in the forest, I found Shizui lying unconscious, his body battered but not broken. I quickly got to work, healing him of his injuries and ridding him of any lingering poison. This miraculous recovery felt like a minor miracle in itself, something I hoped would lead to a deeper understanding of my abilities, especially as I continued my training with Tsuna. The relief washed over me when I realized that Shizui was alive, His presence meant more than just companionship, he would play a crucial role in my plans. Carefully, I placed his eyes back into their sockets, feeling a surge of both hope and trepidation about what lay ahead. Shishui would become a variable in my intricate strategy, a piece on the chessboard that could shift the balance of power. Aurora, do you possess any hypnotic abilities? I asked, glancing at her. Yes, Leo, I do, she replied, her tone laced with an air of mystery. But it's a powerful technique that can only be used once. Okay, let's make it count, I decided, knowing the stakes involved. Despite my discomfort with abilities like these, often portrayed in novels as manipulative or sinister, I recognized their necessity in our dire situation. With the hypnotic power at our disposal, I began to alter Shishui's perspective. I crafted a narrative in which Danzō's attack was merely a facade, hiding the truth that the Uchiha had been forced to leave the village due to the elders' machinations, specifically their treacherous use of Katamatsu. Once the transformation was complete, I awaited his awakening. As Shishui's eyes fluttered open, I could see the confusion shifting into determination. He soon moved with purpose, headed towards the hidden refuge of the Uchiha, ready to uncover the truth of their exile. My heart raced with anticipation. This was just the beginning of a much larger game. A dark pact with Danzō in the clandestine root base, Ichi met with Danzō, who wasted no time in laying out his brutal expectations. You know what will happen if we leave the Uchiha. I need you to massacre every Uchiha in the village. Ichi's response was cold but determined. I'll do whatever you say, but you need to stay away from my brother, Sasuke. If you try to touch him, you will know the consequences. With that, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, sending a clear message to Danzō before departing the base. That night, standing on an electric pole under the moonlight, Ichi became a figure of darkness, his red eyes reflecting the horrors he was about to unleash. He began the massacre, leaving no Uchiha alive, save for his girlfriend, Izumi. Unable to bear the thought of killing her himself, he sought the assistance of a man who claimed to be Madara Uchiha. Before her death, he cast a genjutsu to show her a vision of their peaceful future together, a cruel irony as she passed away with a smile. As she died, Ichi felt an insurmountable pain, but he pressed on, eliminating every Uchiha except for his beloved brother, whom he cherished above all. A heart-wrenching farewell at last, Ichi stood before his parents, torn between duty and love. I know you're in pain, but you need to fulfill what you must do, his father said, a heartbreaking acceptance of their fate. Tears streamed down Ichi's face as he replied. But promise me one thing, that you will protect your brother, Sasuke. Yes, father and mother, I will, he vowed, only to fulfill that promise in the most devastating way possible, by taking their lives. As the bloodied scene unfolded, Sasuke returned from his training, rushing home only to discover the aftermath of his brother's actions. His heart sank as he witnessed Ichi standing over their parents' lifeless bodies. My foolish brother, Sasuke, Ichi lamented, casting a genjutsu to force him to relive the horrific events. The young Uchiha passed out from the trauma, and Ichi, now a broken man, left him in a state of despair. Finally, Ichi made his way to report back to the Hokage. Hokage-sama, every Uchiha has been eliminated except my brother. Please take care of him. Hiruzen's expression grew somber as he reminded Ichi of the consequences of his actions. Ichi, you know what you've done. You will be seen as a rogue ninja, the one who destroyed his own clan. With a heavy heart, Ichi accepted the truth. Yes, I know, Hokage-sama. As he left the village behind, he issued a final warning to Danzō, sealing his fate as a tragic hero bound by love and duty. Chapter 25, Sasuke's Vow, Aftermath of the Uchiha Massacre. In the wake of the Uchiha Massacre, Ichi Uchiha was branded a rogue ninja, a pariah who had brutally slaughtered his own clan. Sasuke, his younger brother, was rushed to the hospital, fighting to cope with the horrific reality he had witnessed. My mother and I took on the somber responsibility of overseeing the burial of the deceased Uchiha clan members. The atmosphere was heavy with grief, even if I knew that the faces around me were not the ones I remembered. To honor their memory and fit in with a grieving crowd, I feigned tears, aware that everyone knew my mother and I had been close to the Uchiha. We were expected to bear the weight of the collective pain. As I stood among the mourners, I quietly recorded everything I had learned about Ichi's pact with Danzō and Hiruzen. Those old men, who had played such a pivotal role in this tragedy, needed to witness their reputations crumble slowly. They should not be allowed to escape the consequences of their actions. After the burial, I accompanied my classmates and Ruka-sensei to the hospital to check on Sasuke. However, he remained unconscious, trapped in the nightmares of what he had seen. Weeks passed before Sasuke finally regained consciousness. My friends and I visited him daily, offering our support as he navigated his grief. One day, I joined him at the burial site of our fallen friends and family. As I hugged him tightly, I felt his body tremble with sobs. Naruto, do you know why my brother killed everyone? he asked, his voice heavy with sorrow. I don't know the reasons behind his actions, but I do know one thing, he couldn't bring himself to kill you, I replied, trying to provide some comfort. And he was in pain while doing it, I added, hoping to shed light on Uchiha's struggle. No, I don't believe that, Naruto. I'll kill him, Sasuke declared, determination hardening his features. Then let's make you stronger so you can confront him, I vowed, aware of the depth of his anger and desire for revenge. Okay, Sasuke, I'll train you, but you need to understand that it won't be easy. You'll have to endure a lot to get stronger. Give me your best shot, Naruto, he replied, a fierce resolve replacing the cheerful boy I once knew. In those moments, it became clear to me that Sasuke was no longer a child, he had transformed into a man, driven by a desire for strength and revenge. Okay, Sasuke, my mom suggested that you move into our home for a while. She thinks it'll help you feel less lonely, I said, trying to offer some comfort in the wake of the tragedy. Okay, Naruto, he replied, his voice subdued but receptive. With that, Sasuke stepped into my home, leaving the Uchiha clan grounds behind, a haunting reminder of the past. The emptiness of his former home echoed the loss we all felt, and I hoped that being with us would provide him some solace. As the days passed, I made sure to include him in our daily routines, keeping his mind occupied and his spirits lifted. My mom welcomed him with open arms, offering warmth and understanding, filling the void left by the tragedy. We shared meals, laughter, and training sessions, trying to rebuild what had been lost. Yet, despite the camaraderie, I could see that Sasuke carried the weight of his grief. His thoughts often drifted back to his family, and the shadows of their absence loomed large in his heart. I knew that the healing process would take time, but I was determined to support him every step of the way. Chapter 26, Training with Others. As I promised, I wasn't just training Sasuke, I had decided to include Hinata, Sakura, and Ino as well. Today marked the beginning of their basic training. The four of them gathered at my home ground, a mix of anticipation and nervousness in the air. I stood before them, my stance firm and resolute. Listen up, everyone. You asked me to train you, and I expect you to give it your all. No backing down, even if you feel like you can't move. At my words, I noticed a collective shudder pass through them, but they quickly regained their composure, determination shining in their eyes. No, Naruto. Please train us. They responded in unison, their voices filled with resolve. Seeing their commitment brought a smile to my face. This was more than just training, it was about building bonds, strengthening our friendships, and preparing for whatever challenges lay ahead. Alright, let's get started, I declared, excitement bubbling within me. First, on basic techniques and physical conditioning. I want each of you to push your limits and trust in each other. Together, we'll become stronger. With that, I began leading them through a series of exercises and drills, encouraging them to challenge themselves and support one another. As they struggled and improved, I felt a sense of pride swelling within me. This was just the beginning of our journey, and I was determined to help them become the best versions of themselves. I structured their training regimen around basic workouts, knowing that their bodies were still weak from recent events. I led them in running laps around the training ground, 20 rounds in total. As I kept pace alongside them, I felt fine, but I could see they were quickly becoming out of breath. After the run, we transitioned to strength training exercises, push-ups, pull-ups, and various other workouts. I pushed them hard, encouraging them to give it their all, even until they felt like they might pass out. Despite their exhaustion, I could sense their determination, and I believed that they were building a solid foundation for what was to come. Once we completed the basics, I shifted our focus to chakra control. It was essential for their growth, and I planned to tailor the training to each of their unique strengths. For Sasuke, I aimed to hone his fire style and lightning style techniques, complemented by Uchiha style kenjutsu. Aurora had provided me with rewards, including training manuals for the 2 Tomoe and 3 Tomoe Sharingan, as well as advanced kenjutsu techniques. Hinata's training would center around wind and lightning style jutsu, paired with the elegant and powerful taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. I wasn't proficient in her style, so I committed to practicing alongside her, hoping to help her refine her techniques while improving my own. Sakura's path would lead her to medical ninjutsu, similar to what I had learned from Tsunade. I would ensure she received the same teachings and resources to excel in this crucial area of ninjutsu. As for Ino, her training would focus on genjutsu and kenjutsu. Since I lacked extensive experience in genjutsu, I decided to approach Kurenai for her expertise. I wanted to ensure that Ino received the best instruction possible, allowing her to excel in this vital skill. With our training plans in place, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. We were all on a journey to become stronger, and I was committed to helping each of my friends unlock their potential, no matter how challenging the path might be. Chapter 27, Kurenai Yui is a skilled jonin from Konoha, renowned for her expertise in genjutsu. As the jonin instructor of Team 8, she mentors a group consisting of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba and Yuzuka, and Shinoa Burame, guiding them in developing their unique abilities. In the original Naruto series, Kurenai is portrayed as a graceful and talented kunoichi, admired for both her beauty and strength. Although her character is romantically linked with Asuma Sarutobi, it's clear that her dedication to her village and students defines her as a strong, independent ninja. I requested Kakashi-san to arrange for someone proficient in genjutsu to assist me with my training, and he suggested Kurenai-san, renowned for her exceptional skill in this area. Thus, my training under her guidance began. "Good morning, Kurenai-san," I greeted her respectfully as I arrived for the session. "Good morning, Naruto," she responded warmly. "You're as beautiful as ever, Kurenai-san," I added, hoping to lighten the mood with a compliment. She smiled at my words, amused by the innocence of my flattery, knowing that I was still underestimated by many despite my growing strength. "Enough with the compliments, Naruto," she said with a gentle but firm tone. "Let's begin the training." My training under Kurenai began in earnest, focusing not only on mastering genjutsu but also on enhancing my affinity with yin chakra, the foundation of illusionary techniques. By increasing my connection to yin chakra, I could potentially unlock the dark release nature, a rare ability that allows one to absorb and manipulate chakra from others. Over time, Kurenai and I grew closer, beyond just a mentor-student relationship. On her days off, she would often visit my home, spending time with me outside of our usual training sessions. While her guidance was invaluable, I realized that, with my Sharingan, learning genjutsu came naturally to me. The visual prowess of the Sharingan allowed me to grasp the nuances of the techniques with relative ease. It was a similar experience with Tsunade, who occasionally taught me advanced techniques. Though she was rarely around due to her gambling escapades, her visits were always beneficial, and I found myself learning quickly under her tutelage as well. After months of rigorous training, my journey reached its conclusion. As promised, I committed to marrying her soon, a promise she willingly accepted. With the growth in my maturity, I felt confident in my ability to connect with others on a deeper level. My progress was not just emotional but also reflected in my capabilities. "Aurora, show me my status," I asked, feeling the anticipation build. "Here, Leo," she responded as a familiar notification sound rang. Status, name, Naruto Uzumaki, Leo, clan, Uzumaki clan, bloodline, Uzumaki, 100%, HP, 5000, CP, 5000, attributes, strength, 550, agility, 550, dexterity, 550, defense, 550, endurance, 550, intelligence, 550, chakra control, CC, 75%, skills, ninjutsu, 7, genjutsu, 6, taijutsu, 7, fuinjutsu, 5, kenjutsu, 3, abilities, adamantine chains, Kagura Mind's Eye, additional abilities, jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, water release, water clone technique, wind release, great breakthrough, earth release, tearing earth turning bomb, lightning release, lightning beast tracking fang, scorch release, charring bomb, flare release, light ray, wave release, wave dragon, lava release, building debris, magnetic flight technique, explosion release, turbo burst, other jutsu, clone technique, transformation jutsu, substitution jutsu, body flicker jutsu, expansion jutsu, water walking technique, tree climbing technique, shadow clone jutsu, Hyuga style taijutsu, 8 trigrams, mind transfer jutsu, affinities, fire, 50%, water, 48%, earth, 50%, wind, 50%, lightning, 50%, yang, 50%, yin, 45%. Kekkai Genji, scorch release, fire plus wind, flare release, fire plus lightning, wave release, wind plus lightning, lava release, fire plus earth, magnate release, earth plus wind, explosion release, earth plus lightning. Chapter 28, Graduation. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and now I find myself on the brink of graduation. Though I could have easily graduated at the age of 11, I chose to wait until I turned 13. Tomorrow is the day I've been waiting for, the day I officially become a ninja. Over these past years, my bonds grew deeper, particularly with Denton. She became more than just a friend, she became my lover, fully aware of my true ambitions. She promised to support me in every way she could, and she joined me in my training. Her dedication paid off. Denton became remarkably strong and even graduated a year early, being a senior to me. Now, she's training under Might Guy alongside Neji Hyuga and Rock Lee, refining her skills even further. But it wasn't just her who made strides. Everyone around me, from Sasuke to Hinata, Sakura, and Ino, has grown stronger. With their abilities, they could easily stand toe-to-toe with elite Jonin, showcasing their growth and potential. Yet, despite their progress, I am far ahead. My power has surpassed theirs by leaps and bounds, setting me on a path to achieve my ultimate dream. Tomorrow is just the beginning. Sasuke has already unlocked the full potential of his Sharingan with all three Tomoe, making him a formidable user of Genjutsu. His mastery over fire and lightning-style ninjutsu, combined with his skill in Kinjutsu, places him on a level that rivals even the most seasoned shinobi. His power continues to grow, driven by his ambition. Hinata, on the other hand, has taken her taijutsu to a new level by integrating fire and lightning-style techniques. She has even awakened the Kekkai Genji, flare release, which merges the two elements into a powerful and rare ability, enhancing her combat capabilities far beyond the traditional limits of her clan. Sakura has blossomed into a skilled medical ninja, rivaling even Tsunade in her expertise. Her proficiency in medical ninjutsu is complemented by her strength, having mastered the 100 Seals technique. Her raw power is extraordinary, making her a force to be reckoned with in both healing and combat, much like her counterpart in the Boruto timeline. Ino has honed her abilities in Genjutsu, Taijutsu, and the mind transfer jutsu passed down from her father. Her skill set allows her to manipulate minds while holding her own in close combat, blending strategy and technique with precision. 10, true to her nature, has become a master of all weapons. From swords to spears, shuriken, and more, she can wield any tool with ease, making her versatile and unpredictable on the battlefield. As for me, I have gone even further. Along with my other abilities, I've mastered the wood-style release, a rare and powerful Kekkai Genkai. Under the guidance of Jiraiya, I learned Sage Jutsu, tapping into natural energy for extraordinary strength and heightened senses. I also made summoning pacts with both Katsuya and the Toads, granting me access to their power in battle. My training and growth have pushed me to heights that will allow me to realize my ultimate dream. With these abilities, I am prepared for whatever challenges lie ahead. After the graduation, I made my way to the Hall of Seals, a place where forbidden jutsu are kept under strict guard. Thanks to the training I had undergone with my mother, entering the hall was no challenge for me. I navigated the seals and barriers with ease, gaining access to all of the jutsu stored there, techniques deemed too dangerous for the average shinobi. As I stepped inside, a new quest appeared before me. Quest: enter the Hall of Seals and study every jutsu. Rewards: mastery every forbidden technique without any harmful side effects. With this goal in mind, I meticulously studied each scroll. I learned every forbidden jutsu, including the notorious reanimation jutsu. Unlike others who needed hand seals and sacrifices to perform it, I mastered it to such a degree that I could summon souls from the land of the dead effortlessly, without the need for hand seals. My skill became so refined that I could even revive the dead entirely if I chose to. My progress didn't stop there. I became proficient in all the forbidden techniques, able to perform them without hand signs, a feat that only the most advanced shinobi could dream of achieving. This level of mastery put me on a different plane of power, giving me the tools I needed to reshape the world if necessary. The secrets of the Hall of Seals were now mine, further enhancing my already vast arsenal of abilities. The next day arrived, and we all entered the academy with anticipation in the air. Ruka-sensei greeted us, explaining that the graduation test would be based on basic ninjutsu techniques, substitution, transformation, and clone jutsu. For us, these techniques were second nature after years of training and honing our skills. When it was my turn, I flawlessly executed each technique with ease, confident in the power and precision behind my movements. Sasuke, Hinata, Sakura, Ino, and the others also passed the test effortlessly, showcasing just how far we had all come. In no time, we were standing together, ninja headbands in hand, marking the official end of our academy days. The feeling of putting on a headband was significant. It wasn't just a symbol of becoming a ninja, but a testament to the strength, dedication, and challenges we had faced to get here. From this day forward, our journey as full-fledged shinobi began. We were no longer students, we were protectors, warriors, and symbols of our village's future. The real challenges were about to begin, and I knew that with the power I had gained, there was nothing that could stop me from achieving my ultimate goal. Chapter 29, Team 7. After our graduation ceremony, we gathered to take pictures with the Hokage, a proud moment marking our official status as newly graduated shinobi. It was a tradition, and standing there with my comrades, the Hokage beside us, made everything feel real. We had achieved what we set out to do, and the journey ahead looked promising. To celebrate, we headed to Akimeki's barbecue shop, known for its delicious food. Our families joined us, excited to see how far we had come. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy as we celebrated our success. We feasted on endless plates of barbecue, while the adults enjoyed their drinks, toasting to our bright futures. The celebration felt like a well-deserved reward for all the hard work and perseverance. Everyone was in high spirits, bonding over shared memories of our training and the challenges we had overcome. As the night grew late, we said our goodbyes and returned to our homes, filled with a sense of accomplishment and excitement for what was to come. The next phase of our journey as ninjas had just begun, and we were ready to face whatever lay ahead. We had a week to wait before the Jonin mentors were officially assigned to us. Though it was a formality, I already knew who would be mentoring each team. When the day finally came, we returned to the academy, eager to see the final groupings. We waited patiently as Ruka-sensei walked in with the team assignments. As expected, the teams were as follows: Team 7 Jonin Mentor, Kakashi Hatake members, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Kaya, Sakura Haruno Team 8 Jonin Mentor, Kurenai Yui members, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba and Yuzuka, Shinoa Burame Team 10 Jonin Mentor, Asuma Saratobi members, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimaki. Sakura seemed thrilled to be on the same team as me, while Hinata and Ino were visibly disappointed. To lift their spirits, I gave them a light back on the cheek. They didn't blush like they used to, instead, they smiled confidently. Over the past years, both Hinata and Ino had grown bolder, shedding their old shyness. I was proud of their development, not just in their skills as kunoichi, but in their self-assurance as well. As the teams were announced, it was clear that each group was formed with balance in mind, 2 boys and 1 girl, each bringing different strengths to their teams. This was the next chapter in our journey as Shinobi, and with our Jonin mentors guiding us, we were ready to take on the challenges that lay ahead. As all the mentors entered the room one by one to pick up their teams, the atmosphere in the academy grew lighter with each departure. Team 8 was the first to be called. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba and Yuzuka, Shinoa Burame, Kurenai announced, walking in with a smile. I'm Kurenai, and I've come to pick you all up. They stood up, ready to leave. As she spotted me, her face brightened. Oh, Naruto, you're here. How are you, Kurenai-san? I asked, feeling a sense of warmth from her familiar presence. I'm fine. Who's your mentor? She inquired. It's Kakashi, I replied. She gave a knowing smile. I see. Then you'll need to wait for hours until he arrives. Yeah, I know. Anyway, please take care of Hinata. She's my responsibility now. Of course, I'll take care of her, she reassured me. Then, goodbye, Kurenai-san, take care, I said as she turned to leave. Bye, Naruto, she replied with a wink. Bye, Naruto, Hinata added softly. Bye, Hinata, I responded, watching them head out. Next, Asuma arrived to collect Team 10. Asuma-san, how are you? I greeted him. I'm fine, Naruto, he said in his usual calm manner. Please take care of Ino, Asuma-san. Yeah, I know, he responded, but there was a hint of coldness in his voice. I knew why. He had always had a soft spot for Kurenai, and I had won her heart. I wasn't bothered by it. I knew I would take care of her better than anyone. Bye, Ino, I called as she left. Bye, Naruto, she replied with a smile, before following Asuma out the door. Soon, everyone else had left, leaving just Team 7 waiting. After a long wait, about 2 or 3 hours, Kakashi finally arrived, late as expected. What happened, Kakashi? Did some grandma ask you for help again? I mocked, knowing his habit of being late. Yeah, Naruto, he replied sheepishly, clearly used to my teasing. Anyway, you 3 are my teammates now. Meet me at Training Ground 28 tomorrow at 5 a.m. sharp. And don't eat breakfast, he instructed before disappearing in an instant. Typical Kakashi. I smirked, knowing tomorrow would be the start of something interesting. The wait was over, and the real journey as Team 7 was about to begin. Guys, he laughed. So, let's have a party for our team. I suggested, eager to celebrate the formation of Team 7. Sasuke and Sakura agreed, and we left the academy, heading straight to Akimiki's barbecue shop, our go-to spot for good food and celebrations. The atmosphere was lively as we sat down, ordering plate after plate of delicious barbecue, laughing and talking about the journey ahead. After we finished eating and enjoying ourselves, it was time to part ways. We first walked Sakura home, making sure she got back safely. She thanked us and waved as she entered her house. With just Sasuke and me left, we silently made our way home, the weight of the upcoming challenges settling in. The excitement of the day was behind us, and now we looked forward to what was sure to be an interesting tomorrow with Kakashi as our mentor. Chapter 30, C-Rank Mission as instructed. We went to the village training ground the next day, but not without a little twist. We knew Kakashi well enough to predict he wouldn't show up on time, so we ate breakfast and leisurely arrived around 9 a.m. much later than his 5 a.m. command. Despite being late ourselves, we still had to wait another half an hour before Kakashi finally showed up. "Good morning, Kakashi," we all greeted casually, skipping the formality of sensei since we were close enough not to bother with it. "Good morning, guys," he responded with his usual relaxed tone. "Why were you late?" "If we hadn't eaten, we'd have starved by now," I remarked, not missing the chance to tease him. "Sorry, Naruto, I was just helping an old lady," he said sheepishly. "But wait, you ate already?" I smirked. "Did you really think we'd wait until you got here? We know you too well, so we ate before coming." Kakashi chuckled under his mask, knowing he couldn't argue with that logic. "Well, smart move. Now, let's get started with the real work." After our brief chat at the training ground, we made our way to the Hokage Tower to receive our first official missions. I couldn't help but ask Kakashi something that had been on my mind. "Kakashi, isn't there supposed to be a test? I've heard that many Jonin mentors test their teams after graduation, and only if they pass do they officially become genuine," I asked, curious about why we hadn't gone through one. He gave me a calm look and said, "I know you guys well. You're all as strong as me, or maybe even stronger, and more importantly, you're close friends. So, there's no need for a test." With that settled, we began our usually and D-rank missions, mundane tasks like catching stray cats and doing domestic chores around the village. It was good for some basic experience, but it quickly became boring. These small tasks weren't exactly what I had in mind when I imagined life as a ninja. "Kakashi, can't we take on more challenging missions? Something where we can actually fight?" I asked, eager to push beyond the routine jobs. "Let's see what's available," Kakashi said, searching through the mission scrolls. That's when my eyes caught a specific mission, one labeled as a C rank, involving an escort to the Land of Waves. I knew exactly what this meant. This mission was tied to Zabuza and Haku, and it would be our first real test in the field. "Kakashi, let's do this C rank mission," I suggested, pointing to the scroll. Kakashi glanced at it, and after a moment, nodded. "Alright, if that's what you want." Everyone was on board with the decision. With that, we accepted the mission to the Land of Waves, unaware of the real dangers and challenges that awaited us. This wasn't just another task, it was the start of something far greater. The mission we picked was straightforward: escort a bridge builder to the Land of Waves. It was classified as a C-rank mission, which meant it was supposed to be relatively safe, with no real threats expected. But I knew better, having already heard the stories of what was truly waiting for us. We headed out to meet the builder, Tazuna, a gruff and hot-headed old man. He wasn't exactly the most pleasant person to be around, and his demeanor was anything but polite. Still, I was prepared for it. As we approached him, I could already see the irritation in his face. "So, you brats are supposed to protect me?" Tazuna grumbled, sizing us up. "You don't look like much, especially you, Blondie." I just smirked, letting his words roll off me. I knew exactly what lay ahead, and I wasn't going to let his attitude get under my skin. "We're more than enough to keep you safe, old man," I replied confidently, trying to keep things light. Kakashi, as always, stayed calm and composed. "We'll take care of everything, Tazuna. Let's get moving." And with that, we set off on our mission to the Land of Waves, the true adventure just beginning. Though Tazuna didn't know it, this journey was about to get far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Chapter 31, Mission Rank Goes Up. Kakashi gave us the order to gather at the village gate in half an hour, making sure to bring all the necessary supplies for the mission. When the time came, we were all there, ready and prepared for the journey ahead. Though I knew things would get complicated once we left the village, I wasn't too worried. Whatever came our way, I was confident I could handle it. We began walking through the forest, the dense trees surrounding us as we moved forward. Despite the seriousness of the mission, it felt relaxed, at least for me and Sakura. We walked hand in hand, chatting as if we were on a leisurely trip rather than an escort mission. Her smile and company made the journey feel lighter, and we talked about simple things, enjoying each other's presence. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Sasuke kept their eyes sharp, walking silently behind us. They weren't taking any chances, knowing that even on a C-rank mission, there could be unexpected dangers lurking. The tension of uncertainty always hung over us, and they were cautious, ready for anything. Though I was engaged in conversation with Sakura, I was always aware of the bigger picture. I knew the dangers that awaited us, but I wasn't worried about our team. We were more than capable of handling whatever threats would come our way. For now, though, I was content to enjoy the peaceful start to what would soon be a much more eventful mission. As we continued walking, I sensed two enemy presences ahead. They moved swiftly, their weapons, whip-like kunai, lashed out, seemingly strangling Kakashi. A burst of blood followed, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into wood. Kakashi had used the substitution jutsu to escape unharmed. Even though Kakashi and Sasuke were alert, these two enemies had managed to conceal their chakra with an unusual technique. I had detected them earlier but chose to stay silent, knowing they pose no real threat to our team. Sakura, can you handle these two? I know you're strong enough to take on a group of Chunins or even a couple of Jonins. Consider this some practice, I said to her calmly. Sakura's eyes lit up with excitement. Okay, I will. She replied enthusiastically, dashing towards the enemies with impressive speed. Just don't use too much force, or you'll kill them, I reminded her. With all the training she had undergone under Tsunade's guidance, Sakura had gained extraordinary strength, more than enough to overwhelm most opponents. Cha! Sakura shouted as she smashed the ground with a powerful punch, breaking the earth beneath the enemies and disrupting their balance before they even realized what was happening. With their footing lost, she moved in swiftly, delivering powerful strikes to both of them. Her fists connected with their stomachs, sending them flying several meters back. Blood spilled from their mouths as they hit the ground hard, unconscious before they even had a chance to react. The fight was over in seconds. Well done, I said with a smile. Sakura grinned, proud of her victory. The enemies, clearly outmatched, never stood a chance. It was just the kind of practice she needed. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Kakashi were both impressed by her quick and efficient takedown, though they didn't show it openly. We pressed on, knowing this was only the beginning of the challenges that lay ahead. Kakashi interrogated the two enemies, hoping to extract some useful information about any future threats. Unfortunately, they didn't reveal anything useful, remaining tight-lipped. With no choice left, Kakashi eliminated them quickly and discarded their bodies, ensuring no further complications. Once that was dealt with, all of us turned our attention to Tazuna, who had been unusually quiet throughout the attack. The fact that Chunin-level enemies had targeted us on what was supposed to be a simple C-rank mission was a huge red flag. Normally, a mission of this rank would only involve bandits, who weren't even at Genin level. This ambush told us that something much bigger was at play. I stepped forward, fixing Tazuna with a firm gaze. Old man, you're hiding something. You need to tell us the truth now, or things could get much worse, potentially leading to your death or worse consequences for everyone involved. If you keep concealing the truth, you're putting all of us in danger. So, spill everything. What aren't you telling us? Tazuna hesitated, looking uncomfortable as his eyes darted around nervously. It was clear that he hadn't been completely honest with us from the beginning. Finally, he sighed and spoke up. All right. I didn't tell you everything, Tazuna admitted, his voice heavy with guilt. This mission isn't just about escorting me. The Land of Waves is in trouble. A dangerous man, Gato, has taken control of the area. He's a corrupt businessman with hired thugs and ninja working for him. I lied about the rank of this mission because I couldn't afford to pay for a higher-ranked one. But I needed protection, or I wouldn't have made it back home. We all exchanged glances. This explained the sudden appearance of skilled enemies. What was supposed to be a routine escort had just become far more dangerous. Kakashi crossed his arms, clearly processing the new information. So, this mission is much riskier than we were led to believe. Gato's involved, and he's not the type to play fair. Sasuke, Sakura, and I listened carefully as Kakashi weighed the situation. We all knew this would be more than just an escort mission from here on out. But none of us were about to back down, no matter the risk. We had already started, and we would see it through to the end. With that, our C-rank mission turned out to be a or at least B-rank mission. Chapter 32, Hidden Mist, Zabuza. As the mission rank increased, so did our pay, which was a small consolation for the growing dangers we were about to face. With Tazuna's confession out of the way, we moved forward with heightened caution, but no further attacks came our way until we approached the Land of Waves. The atmosphere shifted as a dense mist rolled in, thickening with every step we took. We were on high alert, knowing that enemies could strike at any moment. We still had to cross the waters, but the sudden mist made visibility difficult, and the tension in the air grew. Suddenly, without warning, a massive blade swung toward us, cutting through the air with deadly precision. Instinctively, we ducked, even forcing Tazuna down with us, narrowly avoiding the attack. The blade was hard to spot in the mist, but I could sense it clearly, and we knew we were now in the presence of a serious threat. As the mist began to clear, a figure emerged, standing tall and imposing with a massive blade slung across his back. Kakashi's eyes widened in recognition. That's Zabuza Momoki. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kakashi muttered, visibly tense. The shock of realizing an S-rank Jonin was our enemy hung in the air. This was no ordinary C-rank mission anymore. Zabuza's gaze locked onto Kakashi, a twisted smile forming on his face. If it isn't the copy ninja, take Kakashi. I suppose it was only natural that the ambush failed with someone like you protecting them, Zabuza said, his voice carrying a mixture of amusement and menace. The air was thick with danger, and the realization that we were up against one of the most feared ninja in the world wasn't lost on any of us. This fight would be on a whole different level than anything we had faced before. Kakashi pulled up his headband, revealing his Sharingan, ready for what was to come. "Stay on guard," Kakashi instructed us, his voice steady despite the tension. "This won't be easy." I could sense the tension rising as the fight between Kakashi, the famed copy ninja who had mastered over 1,000 jutsus, and Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, was about to begin. This was no ordinary confrontation, it was between 2 legends, and I knew it would be something to behold. "This fight is going to be interesting," I said with anticipation. "Kakashi, are you planning to handle him on your own, or will we be joining the fight?" Kakashi, his Sharingan already activated, glanced back at us. "No, you all stay back and protect Tazuna." "I can handle him," he replied confidently, his calm demeanor never wavering. Zabuza stood across from us, clearly puzzled. He was used to being feared, his reputation as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist preceding him wherever he went. Yet here we were, casually discussing how Kakashi would handle him, as though he were just another obstacle. His frustration was palpable. The idea that a group of brats could take him so lightly must have stung his pride. Unable to contain himself, Zabuza swung his massive sword directly at us. His frustration turned into violence, the blade cutting through the air toward us. But before it could reach, Kakashi intercepted effortlessly, his own speed and precision unmatched. "Your opponent is right here, Zabuza," Kakashi said coolly, blocking the attack with ease. His voice was calm, but there was an unmistakable edge to it, a sign that this was about to become a serious fight. Zabuza's eyes narrowed, and the real battle began. We stayed back as instructed, keeping Tazuna safe, but I couldn't help but feel the excitement building. The clash of these 2 powerful shinobi was something none of us would forget. Chapter 33, Kakashi vs. Zabuza. The tension in the air was thick, almost suffocating. Kakashi and Zabuza stood facing each other, neither making a move, but the intensity in their stances spoke volumes. Kakashi's Sharingan spun slowly, tracking Zabuza's every subtle shift, while gripped his sword, ready to strike at any moment. For a few long seconds, there was nothing but silence, a stillness that felt like the calm before a storm. "You think your Sharingan can defeat me?" Zabuza's voice was a cold whisper that cut through the fog like a knife. His grin was hidden behind the bandages wrapped around his face, but his eyes gleamed with a fierce and dark joy. "I've faced many before you, Kakashi. Don't think you're special." Kakashi's visible eye remained calm, betraying no emotion. "I'm not like the others. You'll see that soon enough." Without another word, Zabuza thrust his sword into the ground, causing a dull thud to echo through the mist. He clasped his hands together in a blur of motion, performing the necessary hand seals for a technique Kakashi recognized immediately. "Kusagakure no Jutsu," Zabuza called out. The fog thickened almost instantly, enveloping the area in an impenetrable cloud of white. The temperature seemed to drop as visibility vanished. Kakashi, however, remained focused, his Sharingan scanning through the mist. "This is Zabuza's signature technique," Kakashi muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. "Hidden mist jutsu. He'll use it to conceal himself and strike when least expected." Zabuza's chilling laughter echoed through the mist, disembodied and eerie. "You're right to fear what you can't see. In this fog, I'm a phantom. You'll never know where the next strike will come from." There was a sudden gust of wind, and in an instant, Zabuza materialized behind Kakashi, swinging his enormous blade with lethal precision. Kakashi reacted just in time, dodging the blow with a swift sidestep. The force of Zabuza's strike cleaved into the ground where Kakashi had stood, sending chunks of debris flying into the air. "Impressive reflexes, Kakashi," Zabuza said, his voice still as cold as the mist. "But how long can you keep up with me?" The 2 shinobi exchanged a flurry of blows, their movements barely visible even through the thin patches of mist where the fog broke momentarily. Zabuza's sword was relentless, each swing aimed to kill, while Kakashi's agility and mastery of taijutsu allowed him to avoid the strikes by the thinnest of margins. Despite Zabuza's deadly precision, Kakashi's Sharingan kept him one step ahead. However, the mist was not just a physical hindrance. Zabuza's aura filled the air with an oppressive energy, a sensation that sent shivers down the spines of the young genin watching from the sidelines. "Zabuza. He's not just fast and strong," Sasuke muttered, his eyes narrowing as he is following the battle. "He's good." Kakashi continued to evade Zabuza's strikes, but he knew that this battle wasn't sustainable. Zabuza was a master of psychological warfare. The mist wasn't just a technique to obscure his position, it was meant to break the spirit of his opponent, to instill fear and uncertainty. Kakashi, however, was far too experienced to fall into that trap. "Zabuza, you're underestimating me," Kakashi said, his tone calm but firm. He brought his hands together, performing a series of seals. It's time I end this. End this? Zabuza scoffed. You think you can copy my jutsu and defeat me? You're too arrogant, Kakashi. In a flash, Kakashi's hands completed their seals, and water surged from the ground, forming into a massive dragon. Sueton, Suirudan no Jutsu. Kakashi called out, sending the water dragon crashing towards Zabuza with ferocious speed. Zabuza barely had time to react, leaping backward to avoid the brunt of the attack. The force of the water dragon's impact caused the ground to tremble, and the mist momentarily dissipated, revealing both combatants in full view. Kakashi stood tall, his Sharingan spinning, while Zabuza skidded to a halt, glaring at his opponent. You really are good, Zabuza admitted, wiping a bit of water from his arm. But this fight is far from over. Zabuza raised his hand, forming seals once more, but this time Kakashi mirrored his movements perfectly, as if anticipating his every step. Zabuza's eyes widened in realization. That's not possible. Zabuza growled. You're copying my jutsu in real time? Kakashi's Sharingan flared as both he and Zabuza completed the same technique simultaneously. Sueton, Daibakafu no Jutsu. They both shouted in unison. The resulting wave of water erupted from both sides, clashing in the middle with a deafening roar. The sheer force of the combined attacks created a massive explosion of water that sent shockwaves through the air, scattering the remaining mist and drenching the entire battlefield. As the water settled, both Kakashi and Zabuza stood, panting slightly from the exertion. But it was clear that the battle was reaching its climax. Kakashi's Sharingan had given him the edge, allowing him to predict Zabuza's every move, but Zabuza was not one to go down easily. You've got talent, Kakashi, Zabuza said, his voice low and dangerous. But I won't let you defeat me that easily. Without warning, Zabuza vanished into the mist once more, but this time Kakashi was ready. His Sharingan tracked Zabuza's movements through the fog, anticipating his next strike. When Zabuza appeared behind him again, Kakashi was already there, blocking the attack with a kunai. It's over, Zabuza, Kakashi said calmly. I've seen everything I need to. In one swift motion, Kakashi's hand shot forward, driving a kunai into Zabuza's shoulder. Zabuza grunted in pain but didn't back down, attempting one last strike. However, Kakashi was faster, delivering a final blow that sent Zabuza crashing to the ground. The mist cleared, revealing Kakashi standing victorious over the fallen Zabuza, his Sharingan glowing with quiet intensity. Chapter 34, Land of Waves. With Zabuza's defeat, the dense mist began to clear, revealing a figure wearing a mask, signaling their identity as part of the Anbu Corps. The figure, bearing the headband of the Hidden Mist Village, gave the impression they were indeed part of Mist's elite Anbu unit. Wait, don't touch the body. Zabuza is a rogue ninja from our village. We will take him with us, she stated firmly. Kakashi checked Zabuza's vitals, noting that he wasn't breathing and assumed he was dead, though something still felt off. The masked figure continued. I've been tracking him for months. I finally received information that he was near the Land of Waves, so I came here. But I see you've already handled him. After a moment of thought, Kakashi nodded. All right, you can take the body, he said calmly. Thank you, she replied, retrieving both Zabuza's body and his blade. While we were focused on Zabuza, she had quietly taken the massive sword along with her. I had noticed earlier that during the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi, she had thrown a needle, temporarily halting Zabuza's breathing. I also recognized her, Hueco, a skilled ninja who specialized in eyes release techniques. Regardless, Zabuza had been defeated, and even if he returned, we were confident we could face him again. Let's head to the Land of Waves, I said, as the immediate threat had passed. We turned and began walking toward the shore, where a boat awaited to take us to our next destination. As we continued our journey toward the Land of Waves, far behind us, a figure darted swiftly through the dense forest, carrying another on her shoulder. It was Hueco, carrying the unconscious Zabuza. Once she had put a significant distance between us, Hueco finally halted in a secluded area and carefully placed Zabuza down, performing a quick technique to restart his breathing. Do you have my blade? Zabuza muttered weakly, his voice strained from the injuries he sustained during the fight. Yes, I retrieved it, Hueco replied softly, her tone steady but concerned. Zabuza gave a faint nod. Take me to our hideout and prepare for my treatment, he commanded, before falling unconscious once again. Without hesitation, Hueco obeyed. She quickly lifted him once more and headed toward the secluded room where they had been hiding. Upon reaching the place, she gently laid him on the bed, ensuring he was comfortable. After securing Zabuza, she removed the mask that had concealed her identity. As the mask slipped off, a strikingly beautiful face was revealed. Hueco's skin was smooth and flawless, her delicate features radiating an ethereal beauty. Despite her loyalty to Zabuza and her life as a skilled shinobi, her appearance could easily rival some of the most beautiful women in the world. But behind that beauty lay fierce determination as she prepared to do everything in her power to help her master recover. We have reached Land of Waves through a boat. The Land of Waves is a small, impoverished island nation surrounded by vast bodies of water and characterized by its mist-covered shores and dense forests. Despite its modest size, the land is dotted with scattered villages, where people live simple, often hard lives, relying on fishing and trade for survival. The nation is known for its misty, serene landscape, which often gives way to fog-shrouded bridges and quiet waterways, making travel between the islands dependent on boats. Tazuna led us to his home, a modest wooden house nestled in the quiet outskirts of the village. The house was small, but it appeared sturdy enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people comfortably. As we made our way there, the atmosphere around us felt eerily still. The once bustling village now seemed silent, with no sign of activity. The surrounding landscape was peaceful yet somber, a reflection of the hardships the people of the Land of Waves had endured under Gado's oppressive control. Despite the tranquil setting, there was a lingering sense of tension in the air, as if the land itself had grown weary of the struggles its inhabitants faced. We walked in silence, absorbing the stillness, knowing the temporary calm might not last for long. While we waited for Tazuna to complete the bridge he was building, we took refuge in his humble home, using it as our base until the construction was finished. Tazuna's grandson, a young boy who had lost his parents to Gado's ruthless regime, often watched us with wide eyes filled with admiration. It was clear he aspired to be a ninja himself, drawn to our skills and the stories of bravery we carried. "If you want to become a ninja, come to Konoha, and I'll be there to teach you," I said, ruffling his hair affectionately. "Yes, thank you," he exclaimed, beaming with excitement. It warmed my heart to see his enthusiasm. It was always nice to have someone look up to us. With weeks ahead of us, we needed to refocus on our training, which had been interrupted since our departure from Konoha. We had much to cover, and the time spent here would be crucial for honing our skills and preparing for whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 35, Hueco. We began our training while Tazuna dedicated himself to the bridge's construction. Seeking a suitable place to practice, we headed into the forest, focusing solely on taijutsu. Given the small area, using ninjutsu could lead to unintended destruction, so we decided to engage in a 3-way battle using only our physical skills. As the day wore on, Sakura tended to Kakashi, healing him after his earlier exertions. He needed a moment to rest while we continued our sparring. We fought intensely, pushing each other's limits until nightfall when we were interrupted by Inari, Tazuna's grandson. "I'll be there in a moment," I called back, choosing to head in a different direction while Sakura and Sasuke went off for dinner. I reached my desired spot, a quiet clearing that provided a perfect view of the stars twinkling overhead. I waited patiently, my mind wandering until I spotted a girl about my age approaching me. Her presence felt both familiar and intriguing, and I couldn't help but wonder what brought her to this secluded area in the forest. "I didn't know there was a beautiful girl like you in this village," I said with a playful smile. She turned to look at me, recognizing me instantly. I could sense a hint of attraction in her gaze, but she remained silent, focusing instead on picking herbs commonly used for medicinal purposes. She also gathered a few flowers as she moved. "Are you from the village?" I asked. She paused before answering. "No. Are you a shinobi or a doctor?" "I see you're collecting medicinal herbs, useful for treating wounds," I observed. "You could say I know a little bit about medicine," she replied, her voice calm. "What about you? Are you a doctor?" I shook my head slightly. "No, I'm a shinobi. But I do know a bit about medicine. With that little knowledge, I think I can help you," I said. "Why are you so eager to help me?" she said with some curiosity. "Why not? I don't need a reason to help someone, especially when that someone is as beautiful as you," I said. My words seemed to catch her off guard. "Are you saying I'm a beauty in your eyes?" she asked, her expression a mix of curiosity and disbelief. "Yes, you could say that," I replied. "I've been surrounded by beautiful people from childhood, but my mother is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. No one could ever take that place." She giggled at first but stopped when I mentioned my mother, and her expression darkened, as if touched by a painful memory. An uncomfortable silence fell between us, and I finally broke it by asking, "Do you love your mother?" Her face tightened, and without responding, she quickly said, "I have to go now. It was nice meeting you." "The pleasure is mine. May I know your name?" "I have a feeling we'll meet again," I said. "I'm Hueco." "And you are?" she asked, glancing back at me. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki." "Then, goodbye," I said, waving. She waved back, her voice soft as she walked away. "Goodbye, Naruto. See you again." "See you again, Hueco," I echoed, watching her disappear into the forest. As Hueco walked away, her thoughts lingered. He's different. If we had met under different circumstances, We might have been friends. But now, we're enemies, destined to face each other on the battlefield. Meanwhile, I made my way back to Tazuna's house, where we were staying. As I entered, I was met by Sakura, who was waiting near the door with an angry expression. "Naruto, why are you so late?" she demanded, her voice filled with frustration. "Sorry, Sakura. I had some things to take care of," I replied, offering a sincere apology. "Do you know how worried I was? I thought something had happened to you," she said, her tone softening but still holding a trace of concern. "I'm sorry, Sakura. I didn't mean to worry you," I said, trying to ease the tension. I noticed Kakashi and the others in the background, watching us with amusement. They seemed to be enjoying the little drama unfolding, and it was starting to annoy me, though I knew better than to let it show in front of Sakura. "Did you eat yet, Sakura?" I asked, quickly changing the subject. Thankfully, it worked. "No, I didn't. Do you think I would eat without you?" she replied, a hint of a smile appearing. "I'm glad," I said, grinning widely. She looked puzzled and asked, "Why are you smiling like that, Naruto?" "I was just thinking. This must be what it feels like to have a wife looking out for you. Some people aren't even lucky enough to experience that," I said, casting a teasing glance at Kakashi and Sasuke. I could see the irritation forming on their faces. Sakura's cheeks turned a soft shade of pink at my comment. "Come on, Sakura, I'm starving. Let's eat," I exclaimed, eager to move on from the awkward moment and satisfy my hunger. "Okay, Naruto. Let's eat," she agreed, her tone cheerful. With that, we sat down to enjoy our meal together. "Itadakimasu," we said in unison before digging in. After dinner, we settled down for the night, sharing the same room for sleep. It was comforting to have Sakura by my side, and as I drifted off, I couldn't help but feel grateful for moments like these. Chapter 36, Zabuza again. A few weeks passed in this routine, and each night I found myself meeting Hueco at the same place and time as our first encounter. At first, I didn't expect we'd run into each other so frequently. I thought I'd only see her again during our final battle. But as it turned out, these nightly meetings became something I looked forward to, and our relationship gradually grew. What started as cautious exchanges eventually evolved into a bond that felt like friendship, or perhaps even closer. Those weeks were good for me. The days were filled with training, pushing myself to get stronger, while the nights brought quiet conversations with Hueco under the starlit sky. And having Sakura nearby at night, knowing she was always beside me, brought a sense of comfort and contentment that I hadn't realized I needed. Today was an important day. Tazuna was finally set to complete the bridge. Despite the looming threat, Zabuza hadn't made a move during the past few weeks, likely due to the toll our previous battle had taken on him. We knew he hadn't died that day, but his silence was unsettling, leaving us unsure of when or if he would strike again. Anticipating Gado's likely interference, we prepared ourselves for the worst. We gathered on the bridge, fully alert and ready for whatever might come. The completion of the bridge would mark a turning point for the Land of Waves, and we were determined to protect it at all costs. We stood on the nearly completed bridge with Tazuna, as the early morning sun began to rise, casting a soft glow over the water. Suddenly, a thick mist rolled in, enveloping us in an all-too-familiar shroud. It was the same oppressive mist we encountered when we first faced Zabuza. A chilling voice pierced the fog. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Kakashi?" Emerging from the mist was none other than Zabuza, his figure gradually coming into view, still exuding the same menacing aura. Right behind him, the masked figure from before, the Anbu who claimed to be from the hidden mist, stepped forward. Her presence confirmed what we had suspected. They were indeed working together. "I see you're still alive, and it looks like both of you are on the same side," Kakashi said, his tone steady but wary. His Sharingan eye gleamed, already prepared for the confrontation. The air was thick with tension. We knew this wasn't just another encounter, this was the moment we had been anticipating. Gado's move was finally unfolding, and with Zabuza and the mysterious masked figure standing before us, the battle was about to begin. "Kakashi, you handle Zabuza, and I'll take care of that Anbu," I whispered to Kakashi, keeping my voice low so only he could hear. He gave a subtle nod, his gaze never leaving Zabuza. Turning to Sasuke and Sakura, I instructed. "You two stay close to Tazuna. Make sure they're safe if anyone else shows up." With our roles set, Kakashi and I took our positions, facing off against our respective opponents, while Sasuke and Sakura moved swiftly to form a protective barrier around Tazuna. Kakashi locked eyes with Zabuza, their tension palpable as if picking up right where they left off. Meanwhile, I squared off against the Anbu. There was no mistaking the determination in her eyes as she pulled out a set of senbon needles. I prepared myself, knowing this fight would be different from our peaceful meetings in the forest. Now, we stood as opponents, and I couldn't afford to hold back. Kakashi stood firm, his Sharingan whirling as he kept a close watch on Zabuza, ready to anticipate his every move. However, Zabuza was no stranger to the Sharingan's abilities. With a quick sequence of hand signs, he unleashed the hidden mist jutsu, thickening the mist until it became an almost impenetrable shroud. The dense fog obscured Kakashi's vision, rendering his Sharingan nearly useless. With his sight limited, Kakashi could no longer rely on reading Zabuza's movements. He knew he had to adapt quickly or risk being caught off guard. Listening intently, he strained to catch the faintest sound, footsteps, the rustle of fabric, or even the faint hum of a blade slicing through the air. To counter the mist's disadvantage, Kakashi began forming his own strategy. He unleashed his heightened senses, feeling for shifts in the air and using his acute hearing to detect Zabuza's position. At the same time, he kept moving, refusing to stay a stationary target. It was a battle of wits and reflexes, and Kakashi was determined not to be outmatched in Zabuza's element. I faced the Anbu, a playful grin spreading across my face. Do you really need to cover your face? I bet you have a pretty face under that mask. Why hide it? Before I could finish, she swiftly hurled a set of needles in my direction, cutting me off mid-sentence. I reacted quickly, deflecting the needles with my kunai in a single fluid motion. You're going to have to do better than that if you want to beat me, I said, my grin widening as I tightened my grip on the kunai. But first, I think it's only fair that I see the face behind the mask. She remained silent, her stance unyielding. I could sense her resolve, but I was determined to push her out of her comfort zone. If I could get her to reveal more of herself, her style, her strategy, then I'd have the upper hand. With that in mind, I prepared myself for the real battle that was about to unfold. Chapter 37, Shia's Hueco. I quickly began weaving hand signs, preparing a powerful ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. I shouted as a massive ball of flames roared to life and surged toward her. However, just as the fireball neared, she countered effortlessly, freezing it solid with her own technique. So, it's the Kekkai Genkai. Ice release, I remarked, realizing her unique ability. You must be from the Yuki clan, and your skill level is probably at least Jonin. Acknowledging her strength, I knew I needed to switch tactics. I closed the distance between us, launching into a taijutsu assault to bring the fight up close. If I could keep her off balance in close combat, I might have a chance to break through her defenses. I aimed a swift strike at her midsection, hoping to push her into a purely physical confrontation. As our taijutsu battle raged on, it quickly became clear that she was skilled in close combat as well. I decided to increase my speed, pushing myself to move even faster, launching a series of rapid blows. Yet, she kept pace with me, matching my strikes with precision. We exchanged blow after blow, neither of us willing to back down. Then, without warning, she leaped back, creating a significant distance between us. It seemed like she had realized that a pure taijutsu fight wouldn't be enough to defeat me. Her stance shifted slightly, and I could sense she was preparing something different, perhaps returning to her ninjutsu to tip the scales in her favor. I braced myself, ready for whatever she would try next. As she retreated, I saw her hands quickly form the signs for 1,000 flying water needles of death. In an instant, thousands of sharp water needles shot towards me, aiming to pierce from all directions. I reacted swiftly, using the body flicker technique to evade the deadly barrage, creating a larger distance between us, knowing the jutsu's range was limited. With a quick motion, I drew a katana from my scroll, infusing it with lightning chakra to enhance its cutting power. The blade crackled with energy as I charged forward, deflecting any remaining needles with ease. I closed in on her at a speed that caught her off guard, giving her no time to react. But instead of striking her down, I reached out with my free hand and tore the mask from her face. As it fell away, the face that emerged was one I could never forget, Hueco. The realization hit me like a lightning bolt, and for a moment, I stood there, katana still crackling, staring into the eyes of someone I had came to know not as an enemy, but as a friend. I stood there motionless, my grip on the katana loosening as I processed what had just happened. Hueco didn't seem to realize that her mask had been removed, and in the midst of the confusion, another barrage of needles struck me. I felt the sting as they pierced my skin, blood trickling down, but the injuries were not severe. Due to my sage body, soon my body was healed, and no injuries were seen. And my body, hardened through intense training, was strong enough to withstand the attack. Due to pain, I woke up from the confusion. Hueco, I called out, my voice steady but carrying a hint of disbelief. She froze, her eyes widening in shock. Her expression was a mixture of surprise and uncertainty, as if she couldn't comprehend how I recognized her easily. It was only then that she realized her mask had fallen away, exposing her face. The tension hung in the air, the reality of the situation settling in for both of us. Hueco, I see you're with him, I said softly, a touch of sadness in my voice. I couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment, though I understood why she was standing on the opposite side. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice filled with guilt. "There's no need to apologize," I replied, my tone gentle. "We may be enemies right now, but I'm still your friend. That hasn't changed. It's the truth." Tears began to well up in her eyes, and I stepped closer, wrapping my arms around her in a comforting embrace. I wiped the tears from her cheeks, feeling the weight of the moment. "You're so loyal to him," I murmured. "He must be the one who helped you when you were in trouble." She gave a small, silent nod, confirming my suspicion. "Then at least tell me your story now," I continued, my voice almost a plea. "You've brushed it off so many times before." "Okay," she said quietly, her voice steadying as she prepared to share her past. "I will tell you." Chapter 38, Haku's Past. Hakupa. I remember the days before I was called Haku, before I knew the meaning of names or loyalty. I was born in a village nestled high in the snowy mountains, a place where the winters were harsh, and the people harsher. There, my family had always been outcasts. We lived on the outskirts, where the wind cut through your bones, and people spoke our name in whispers. We were part of a long-forgotten clan, one that could manipulate ice and water at will. It was a power that marked us, set us apart, and in that village, it was feared. My father, though he was my flesh and blood, hated us for it. He despised the power that flowed through my mother's veins and my own, like a curse inherited from some distant ancestor. It was my mother who taught me to wield that power, in secret, when my father was away. She told me that the ice would always listen, that it was a part of who I was. At first, it felt like magic, a wondrous secret I could share only with her. But magic is dangerous in a world full of fear and ignorance. When my father discovered what we were, what we could do, the look in his eyes was not just of hate, but of terror. It was the night of the first heavy snowfall when he finally snapped. I can still remember the way the wind howled outside as if it was crying for mercy on our behalf. My father, who had once held me as a child, raised his hand not in love, but in wrath. In his madness, he saw not his wife and child but monsters wearing their skin. And so, with trembling hands, he sought to erase us from his life, from his world. The house shook with his rage, and in the struggle, something inside me broke. The power my mother had taught me to control, the very thing I had come to cherish as a part of me, erupted. The next thing I knew, the air was filled with shimmering shards of ice, glinting like stars in the moonlight. My father lay still on the ground, lifeless, frozen. My mother's eyes, once so full of warmth, were cold and empty. I was alone, a child with a gift he didn't understand and a burden far too heavy to bear. The villagers came, of course. They came with torches and pitchforks, not knowing or caring what had truly happened. To them, I was a demon child, the offspring of a witch, and I had murdered my parents with dark magic. There was nothing left for me in that place but snow and death. I ran into the mountains, where the cold was so intense it seemed to numb even the pain of my grief. It was in the wilderness that I learned the true meaning of solitude. The snow became my only companion, and the ice my guardian. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. I survived on little more than my instincts, and slowly, I began to forget what it was like to feel anything other than cold. I wandered from place to place, never staying long enough to be noticed, always moving like a ghost through the world. I didn't have a name, nor did I want one. Names were for people who belonged, and I belonged nowhere. Then, one day, when I had nearly forgotten what warmth felt like, I met him, Zabuza Momoki, the demon of the mist. He found me half buried in the snow, little more than a girl with hollow eyes and a power that danced around him like frost on a winter morning. He looked at me, not with pity or fear, but with something else. Perhaps it was curiosity, or maybe he saw a reflection of himself in me, a weapon, raw and unshaped. He extended a hand and offered me something I hadn't known I wanted, purpose. He named me Haku. It was the first time anyone had given me a name, and with it, a sense of identity. I became his tool, his loyal follower. Zabuza taught me how to sharpen my power into a blade, how to harden my heart like ice. He said that if I were to be of any use, I had to become strong, to abandon any notions of kindness or compassion. I had to see the world as it was, a place where only the strong survive, where the weak are trampled underfoot. And so, I did as he asked, molding myself into a weapon for his ambitions. In his eyes, I saw my reflection, and I saw a purpose, to be of use to him, to help him achieve his dreams. It wasn't that I didn't understand what I had become, or that I was blind to the things we did together, the lives we took, the battles we fought. I understood all too well, but in Zabuza, I found the closest thing I could imagine to family. He was not a kind man, nor a gentle one, but he was someone who had chosen me. That choice meant everything to a girl who had been discarded by the world. I swore to protect him with my life because that life had no meaning without him. I became his shield, his blade, and if need be, his sacrifice. People often asked if I resented being called a tool. They didn't understand that for me, it was a kind of salvation. I had spent so long wandering the world like a lost shadow that to be needed, to be relied upon, even as a weapon, was a comfort. When Zabuza fought, I fought. When he bled, I bled. I would have gladly died for him because, in my heart, he had given me the one thing I had lost long ago, a reason to live. There were moments, rare as they were, when Zabuza would speak to me as something more than a tool. He would tell me about his dreams, about a world he wanted to carve out where he could be free of the chains that bound him. In those moments, I felt as if I could see beyond the ice and snow, to a place where warmth was not an illusion. But such thoughts were fleeting, and I knew better than to dwell on them. I was a weapon, and weapons do not dream. They serve, and they protect. The day I met you, Naruto, was the day everything changed. You weren't like anyone I had encountered before, full of hope, conviction, and a kind of innocence I thought only existed in stories. You looked at me not as a tool or a weapon, but as a person. When we spoke, it was as if I was seeing a reflection of a life I could have lived, a life where I was not defined by my power or my past. But I was Hueco, Zabuza's tool, and that was the path I had chosen. Naruto paused as Hueco finished sharing her story. I could see the deep pain reflected in her eyes. Without thinking, I hugged her even tighter, feeling a rush of regret for what she had gone through. I'm sorry, Hueco. If I had known. I began, but she interrupted me, gently pulling away. It's okay, Naruto, she said, her voice steady but tinged with sadness. But right now, we're still enemies. We have to fight each other. She took a few steps back, creating some distance between us, and settled into a fighting stance. I could see the resolve in her eyes, even through the sorrow. I knew that, for her, this wasn't just about fighting an enemy, it was about loyalty to the one who had saved her. I readied myself, understanding that despite our connection, the battle wasn't over. Chapter 39, Hueco vs Naruto, Zabuza vs Kakashi. As we faced each other, the tension thick in the air, I took a step forward and declared. I'll defeat you, Hueco, and then I'll bring you back with me. I'll make you forget about your current path and show you a different future. She looked at me with a mixture of sadness and determination. But for that, you need to have the strength, Naruto, she replied, her voice resolute. Show me if you're really capable of changing my world. With those words, I knew the challenge ahead wasn't just about physical strength, it was about breaking through the walls that had kept her loyal to Zabuza. This fight wasn't just for victory, it was for her heart and her future. I readied myself, my resolve stronger than ever. I gripped my katana tightly, channeling lightning chakra through the blade as it crackled with energy. In an instant, I activated the body flicker technique to close the distance between us, but Hueco anticipated my move. She quickly used a substitution jutsu, disappearing and reappearing far away. Without wasting a moment, she began forming hand signs for the demonic ice mirrors technique. In a flash, dozens of icy mirrors materialized around me, encircling me completely. Her reflection appeared on every surface, disorienting me as she blended seamlessly between them. Suddenly, she emerged from the mirrors at a blinding speed, launching attacks from multiple directions. Yet, I could track her movements, my reflexes sharp and my eyes focused. I deflected her strikes with my lightning-infused katana, the crackling energy helping to repel her rapid assaults. Blow after blow, I kept up with her relentless speed, determined not to be overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of her technique. I had been analyzing Hueco's strength and the mechanics of her demonic ice mirrors technique, noting that if I destroyed just one, it would quickly regenerate. So, I aimed to eliminate all the mirrors simultaneously with a powerful strike using my lightning-infused katana. I unleashed the attack, and as I had hoped, the mirrors shattered completely, dispelling the jutsu. Hueco lay on the ground, battered and bleeding from the impact. I approached her and said confidently. I won, Hueco. Now, you need to come with me, came to my home. She looked up at me, her eyes filled with a mixture of acceptance and relief. Okay, Naruto. But promise me one thing, you or Kakashi must not kill Zabuza. I promise, I replied without hesitation. Now, let me heal you. I immediately began using my healing technique to mend her wounds, focusing on stabilizing her condition. As I finished tending to Hueco, I could sense the intensity of Kakashi and Zabuza's battle reaching its peak. Their fight was nearing its end, and I hoped my promise wouldn't be in vain. Just moments earlier, Zabuza and Kakashi faced off, the air thick with tension. Zabuza quickly executed the hidden mist technique, shrouding the battlefield in a dense fog that rendered Kakashi's vision nearly useless. With his sight obstructed, Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage as Zabuza used the mist to his advantage, striking from different angles like a predator stalking its prey. Each attack left Kakashi with new injuries, the cuts and bruises accumulating with every swift blow. "Kakashi, your Sharingan won't save you this time," Zabuza taunted, his voice echoing through the mist. Realizing that the current situation was unsustainable and that he was losing ground, Kakashi made a swift decision. He formed the necessary hand signs and prepared for a summoning. He needed a way to turn the tide of the battle, and his next move would decide whether he could gain the upper hand against the relentless Zabuza. "Summoning Jutsu, Ninken!" Kakashi exclaimed, and in an instant, a pack of ninja dogs appeared. The dense mist obscured Zabuza's vision, and he hadn't seen the summoning take place. Suddenly, one of the dogs clamped its jaws around Zabuza's leg, catching him completely off guard. He struggled, unable to comprehend how Kakashi had pinpointed his location so precisely. "It's simple," Kakashi said calmly, his voice cutting through the mist. "Your blade has my blood on it, and I managed to get a piece of your clothing. My Ninken can track your scent, even in this mist." Realizing his situation, Zabuza knew the mist was only draining his chakra further without any strategic advantage. Reluctantly, he dispelled the hidden mist technique, revealing the battlefield once more. The fog lifted, and the moment it did, Kakashi was already charging towards him, a fierce lightning chakra radiating from his hand. "Chidori!" Kakashi yelled, as he closed the distance with incredible speed, his electrified hand aimed directly at Zabuza. While tending to Haku's injuries, I kept a close eye on the intense battle between Zabuza and Kakashi. Just as Kakashi thrust his Chidori forward, aiming to pierce Zabuza's heart, I acted swiftly. Using the body flicker technique, I appeared between them in an instant, catching Kakashi's hand mid-strike. "Kakashi, I promised Haku that I wouldn't let Zabuza die," I said, my voice firm. "Please, let him live." Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then withdrew his hand, the lightning chakra dissipating. Zabuza, still processing what had just happened, struggled to comprehend why I had intervened. "But what should we do with him?" Kakashi asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and fatigue. "I have some unfinished business with him," I replied, glancing back at Zabuza. "Go get some rest, Kakashi. You've done enough." Kakashi nodded, retreating to a safer distance, while I turned my full attention to Zabuza, who looked at me with a mix of confusion and defiance. Chapter 40, Zabuza became my subordinate while Kakashi returned to rest beside Sasuke and Sakura. I turned back to Zabuza. "Haku asked me to spare your life," I said, watching the confusion flash across his face. "Why would you listen to her? And why would I listen to you?" he retorted, his voice laced with defiance. I felt a spark of frustration at his attitude but quickly steadied myself. Over the past few weeks, while staying here, I've come to know Haku. We've become close, friends, maybe best friends. I would always listen to my friend's request. She told me that you're the only family she has left in this world, even if you don't consider her as even human. You considered her a tool for your purpose. So, she asked me to let you live, and she's willing to come with after all of this is over. Zabuza's expression hardened as he processed my words. The thought of Haku leaving him, whether he saw her as a loyal tool or something more like family, was something he couldn't accept. It was clear in his eyes, the idea of losing her, the one person who had always stood by his side, stirred a deep, conflicting emotion within him. His grip tightened around his sword, his voice gruff with restrained emotion. "Haku has always been by my side. She's my tool, my weapon. And maybe the closest thing to family I have," he admitted reluctantly. "I can't just let her walk away, especially not with you." I could sense his turmoil. Despite his tough exterior and the way he had always treated Haku as a mere tool, the bond they shared went deeper than that. "Zabuza, Haku made her choice. She wants you to live, and I'm giving you a chance to walk away from all of this. I'm not here to take her from you but to give you both a different path," I said, lowering my katana slightly. "Join me, and you can stay by her side. Together, we can find a new purpose." The hesitation in Zabuza's eyes showed that, for the first time, he was considering an alternative to the life of a rogue ninja. Zabuza's gaze remained steady as he listened to my proposition. "What do you need me to do?" he asked, his tone gruff yet resigned. "Nothing too complicated," I replied. "I want to gather information from all over the world, and I'm searching for anyone with a Uzumaki name or red hair like mine. Find them and bring them to me. That's all I need from you. In return, I'm willing to pay you for your services." Zabuza stood silent for a moment, contemplating the offer. I could see the gears turning in his head as he weighed his options. After a few moments, he spoke. "Fine. I accept your request," he said, his voice steady but with a hint of resignation. In that moment, Zabuza accepted his fate as my subordinate, realizing that this path, though unexpected, could offer him and Haku a new beginning. It was a step away from the life of endless battles and bloodshed, towards something that had the potential for redemption, or, at the very least, a purpose beyond survival. As our deal with Zabuza concluded, Gato and his subordinates emerged from the mist, a horde of nearly 100 thugs surrounding him. Gato's mocking voice echoed across the bridge. "Zabuza, I knew you were worthless. Defeated by a bunch of kids. You should just give up your shine-a-bye life and end it all now." Before Zabuza could respond, I stepped forward, unfazed by the insults. "You don't need to waste your time on this scum, Zabuza," I said calmly. "My teammates will take care of them." Zabuza snorted. "As if I dirty my hands with these lowlifes. Gato's money was the only reason I even considered this job," he muttered, his voice dripping with contempt. Turning to Sasuke and Sakura, I addressed them with a firm tone. "Sasuke, you haven't had much action during this mission. Think you can handle them? Sakura, back him up and make sure none of them get past you." Without hesitation, Sasuke nodded, his eyes already sparking with the thrill of the impending fight. "I've got this, Naruto," he said confidently, as Sakura joined him, determination etched on her face. The two of them moved swiftly, positioning themselves in front of Gato's men, prepared to engage the swarm of thugs and protect the bridge from being overrun. As they stepped forward, I could feel the shift in the air, a surge of energy and resolve as our team readied for the next battle. Kakashi glanced towards Zabuza and Haku, then turned his gaze back to me with a hint of concern. "Naruto, what are you planning to do with them?" he asked, his tone cautious. I met his gaze steadily. "I'm taking Hueco back to my home. Don't worry, she won't pose a threat to anyone. As for Zabuza, I've given him a mission. He accepted it and is now my subordinate." Kakashi's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt creeping into his expression. "It's not that I don't trust you, Naruto, but putting faith in former enemies is risky. You know that better than anyone." I gave him a reassuring nod. "I understand your concern, Kakashi, but there's nothing to worry about. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility and handle it myself. You know my strength, I'm not a kid." Kakashi sighed, the tension easing just slightly. "All right, Naruto. I trust your judgment. Just make sure you keep an eye on them. We can't afford any surprises." "Don't worry," I replied confidently. "I've got this under control." Chapter 41, Aftermath, returned to Konoha as Sasuke and Sakura swiftly took down Gato and his men. The tension on the bridge eased, and a sense of calm began to settle over us. With Gato defeated, there was no longer any threat looming over the land of waves. Sakura turned toward me, her brows furrowed, and a pout forming on her lips. "Naruto, since when did you get close with her? So that's why you kept sneaking out at night," she said, sounding both angry and a bit jealous. I couldn't help but smile at her expression. The way her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes narrowed, it was adorable. I walked up to her and leaned in close, whispering softly in her ear. "You're cute when you're jealous, Sakura." Her face immediately turned red as she stammered. "And Naruto." She tried to hit me with a punch, but I caught her hand and, before she could react, pulled her into a hug and kissed her gently. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise before she slowly relaxed, her hands trembling slightly as she leaned into the embrace. The moment was brief, but it felt as if time had stopped. When I pulled away, she looked up at me, still a little flustered but with a hint of a smile on her lips. "Let's go home," I said, holding her hand, as we turned toward the others. I carefully picked up Haku, who was still unconscious from blood loss during our battle, and began heading back to Kazuna's home. Her breathing was shallow, but steady. I knew I had to make sure she recovered fully. As I turned to Kazuna, who stood there with tears in his eyes, I reassured him. "There's no need to worry anymore. With Gato gone, no one will interrupt the completion of your bridge. You can continue your work in peace." Kazuna's expression softened, and he gave us a grateful smile, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Thank you, all of you," he said, his voice cracking with emotion. It was clear that the burden he had carried for so long was finally lifted, especially considering the pain and loss Gato had inflicted on his family. He took a moment to compose himself, then bowed his head in gratitude, overwhelmed by the realization that his village and his family could finally look forward to a future free from Gato's tyranny. The bridge, which had seemed like a distant dream, could now become a symbol of hope and new beginnings for the land of waves. After we settled inside Kazuna's house, I gently carried Haku to a bed and made her comfortable. Once she was resting, I gathered Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura and told them everything I had learned about Zabuza and Haku's past. As I spoke, Kakashi and Sasuke listened without much visible reaction. They had both experienced horrors that had hardened them to stories of pain and suffering. However, Sakura's eyes welled up with tears as she listened to Haku's struggles, moved by the hardship that Haku had endured. I placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry," I reassured her softly. Hueco will be with me from now on. She won't have to endure any more pain." She silently nodded. Turning to Zabuza, I asked, "When do you plan to leave?" "I'll be leaving once Hueco wakes up," he replied, his tone rough but with a hint of concern. I could tell that, despite everything, he did care for Hueco in his own way. Before he departed, I made sure to heal the remaining injuries on both Zabuza and Hueco. The next day, as the morning light filtered into the room, Hueco slowly opened her eyes. She looked at me, then over at Zabuza, who stood near the door, ready to leave. "Goodbye, Hueco," Zabuza said, his voice low. It was clear that even though he didn't show it openly, parting ways was difficult for him. After giving Hueco a final look, he turned and walked away, disappearing down the road. Before Zabuza left, I handed him a communicator, a unique device I had received from Aurora. It resembled a modern mobile phone but operated through chakra, allowing communication between just two people. Zabuza looked puzzled at its appearance, but he didn't question it. He simply accepted it and left, knowing that this could be an invaluable tool for both of us. Days passed, and Tazuna successfully completed his bridge without any interruptions. The village was finally free from Gado's oppressive rule, and they celebrated by naming the bridge Great Naruto Bridge, a testament to our journey and the bonds we formed. As we made our way back to Konoha, Hueco was by my side. Over the past few days, she and Sakura had grown closer, sharing stories and experiences that forged a new friendship. Hueco was fully healed now, her spirits lifted by the warmth of companionship. As we neared Konoha, I decided to give Hueco a special gift, a necklace. When I presented it to her, she looked confused at first, but then happiness lit up her face. I explained. "This necklace has a special function. It helps to restrict anyone from gauging your chakra. It will only show at a civilian level. It's a precaution." Sakura watched us with a hint of jealousy, her expression a mixture of admiration and frustration. I chuckled to myself, knowing that her feelings were as complicated as ever. So, gave her another necklace, but it didn't have any properties, just plain jewelry. Once we reached Konoha, everything went smoothly. Hueco received permission from Hokage to enter the village, her chakra reading now at civilian levels due to the necklace's properties. It felt good to be back, but it was even better to know that Hueco was safe and welcomed in my home. The future was bright, and I couldn't wait to see what adventures awaited us next. Chapter 42, Hueco in Konoha. After we arrived in Konoha, Kakashi immediately headed off to report the mission's completion. I didn't pay much attention to the details of his report, knowing it was likely going to be altered to protect certain things. The involvement of Hueco was definitely going to be left out, and the mission would likely be listed as A rank instead of its original C rank classification. While Kakashi handled the report, Sasuke, Hueco, and I made our way home. When we arrived, I could see my mom waiting for us outside. The moment she saw us, she rushed over and wrapped us both in a tight hug. "My sons, Naruto and Sasuke, how was your first mission outside the village?" Her voice was full of concern, her eyes scanning us for any sign of injury. "It went well," I said, trying to reassure her. "But the mission escalated from Z rank to A rank, so it got a little tougher." Her face immediately shifted to shock, clearly understanding that a Ni rank mission was no small deal. "Naruto, are you alright? Did anything happen to you?" she asked, her worry evident in her voice. "Mom, I'll explain everything, but can we go inside?" "We're starving," I said, trying to shift the focus away from the mission for a moment. "Oh, of course. Come in," she said, leading us inside and quickly moving to prepare some food. As we settled around the table, my mom brought out a spread of food, all while keeping a watchful eye on us to make sure we were all okay. I began recounting the mission, but I left out certain parts, as planned. So, there was a change. I started between bites. We had to deal with a lot more than we expected. We ran into Zabuza Momoki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and things got pretty intense. My mom's eyes widened in surprise. "Zabuza? How did you handle it?" "Kakashi-sensei took on Zabuza, and we managed to protect Tazuna, the bridge builder," I explained. "It was tough, but we pulled through together." Hueco stayed quiet throughout the conversation, occasionally glancing at me but otherwise composed. Sasuke chimed in briefly, but didn't say much. "Mom," I said, changing the subject. "This is Hueco. She's staying with us." My mom smiled warmly at Hueco. "It's nice to meet you, Hueco. Any friend of my son's is always welcome here." Hueco smiled back, clearly touched by my mom's kindness. I could see her trying to hold back tears, and it made me feel a little guilty for not telling her everything about the mission. "And Hueco doesn't have anyone outside, so I brought her here to stay with us," I added, my voice softening as I glanced at her. My mom turned to Hueco with a gentle, compassionate look. "Hueco, you don't need to worry about being alone. We'll be your family now, right, Naruto, Sasuke?" she asked, looking between the two of us for confirmation. Without hesitation, Sasuke and I replied in unison. Yes, Mom. At that moment, I saw tears welling up in Haku's eyes, and before long, they were streaming down her face. It was so unlike the composed, calm Haku I had come to know. She looked so vulnerable, and my heart ached for her. My mom walked over and pulled Haku into a warm embrace. A grown young lady shouldn't cry like a child, she said with a smile. Besides, if you keep this up, who's going to marry you in the future? I couldn't help but smile at the scene. It was exactly what I wanted to protect, a family that was always growing and accepting. I had never been more sure of my resolve to become stronger. After dinner, we were about to head out when we saw Sakura walking toward us. Sakura, let's go show Haku around Konoha, I said, eager to share the village with her. Hold on, Naruto. At least let me say hi to Aunt Kushina first, she replied, and then with a playful smirk, whispered. Or should I say, mother-in-law? I chuckled to myself. This girl is becoming more and more assertive, but that's one of the things I love about her. Sakura went inside briefly, and when she returned, we started our walk through the streets of Konoha, showing Haku around and telling her about the different places. Haku seemed to absorb everything we said, listening intently and asking questions along the way. Eventually, we ran into teams 8 and 10. I introduced Haku to everyone, and it didn't take long for her to connect with them. Her expression softened, and I could see her becoming more comfortable and radiant with each passing moment. As we continued the introductions, I mentioned to everyone that Hinata and Ino were my girlfriends. I noticed a flicker of jealousy in Haku's eyes, which made me wonder if she was starting to develop feelings for me. To clear up any misunderstandings, I casually added that I had 2 other girlfriends and was still working on pursuing another, though I hadn't succeeded yet. Haku seemed confused by the situation. How can you have so many girlfriends, and how could anyone reject you? She asked, genuinely curious. I smiled, trying to make light of it. It's complicated, but I'll explain it to you later, I said, hoping she understood that there were things that would take time. After spending the day exploring Konoha and introducing Haku to everyone, we returned home by evening. We had a relaxing dinner, telling more stories and sharing laughter, making Haku feel even more at home. By the time the night settled in, we all headed off to bed, the warmth of home and the comfort of family wrapping around me like a blanket. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but I felt ready, knowing I was surrounded by people who cared for me and each other. Chapter 43, New Mission. Over the next few days, life began to settle into a routine. With my mom's assistance, Haku was enrolled in the Ninja Academy, helping her integrate further into the village. I had already shared Haku's entire story with my mom, who, instead of being angry at Haku, directed her frustration toward those who had caused her pain. I also took this time to share my dream with Haku, and she expressed her desire to support me in achieving it. This deepened our bond, and our relationship evolved into something more. Haku officially became my 6th girlfriend. Now, my list of partners included Hinata, Sakura, Ino, Ten, Kurenai, and Haku. There were still 3 other women on my mind, Tsunade, Yujao, and Shizune. I was already quite close with them, and with a bit more effort, I felt confident that they would soon join my circle of lovers. After the success of our previous mission, Team 7 was assigned a new mission, protecting the famous actress Yuki Fujikase. I was thrilled, not only because I loved her movies but also because I had already set my sights on including her in my future harem. The mission involved escorting her to the Land of Snow, making it even more exciting. She's my favorite actress, and we get to protect and escort her to the Land of Snow. This is going to be amazing, I said, excitement evident in my voice. Alright then, let's meet at the village gate in half an hour, Kakashi instructed before departing to prepare. We said our goodbyes to Haku and our parents before setting out. Half an hour later, we were all gathered at the village gate, though Kakashi, as usual, was running late. Once he finally arrived, we began our journey, heading out of the village. The mission details indicated that Yuki Fujikase was currently on set, actively filming her latest movie. After a week of travel, we arrived at the shooting location, ready to meet the actress and ensure her safety for the duration of the mission. Yuki was startled when she heard my voice, and as she glanced back at me in surprise, she lost focus on riding. The horse reared up, and Yuki struggled to regain control. I quickly reached forward, grabbing the reins to steady the horse and prevent us from falling. When we reached the filming location, there was quite a commotion. Yuki Fujikase was being chased by a group of people, and we were about to step in to help when Kakashi stopped us. The people chasing her are from the production team, led by Sandayu-san, he explained, indicating it wasn't an immediate threat. Despite Kakashi's clarification, I still took action, swiftly catching up to Yuki with my speed. I managed to intercept her, ready to assess the situation more closely and find out what was going on. As I got closer, I saw that Yuki Fujikaze was just as stunning in person as she appeared on screen. She was riding a horse, trying to make her escape from the film crew pursuing her. Without her realizing, I leaped onto the horse and settled in right behind her, matching her pace effortlessly. It wasn't until a few moments later that she sensed my presence and turned in surprise. "What do you think you're doing?" she demanded, clearly taken aback. As she turned and saw me, her eyes widened in panic, and she briefly lost focus on the reins. The horse, sensing her distraction, began to veer off course, its pace becoming erratic. I quickly reached around her, grabbing the reins to steady the horse. "Easy there," I said, calming the horse down as it settled. "I'm here to help, not to harm you. We're your protection detail from the Hidden Leaf Village." She seemed skeptical, glancing between me and the group chasing her. "If you're my protection, why didn't you stop them sooner?" she snapped, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "They're actually part of the movie crew trying to get you back," I explained, holding her gaze. "We were sent here to keep you safe and escort you to the Land of Snow. So, care to tell me why you're running away from your own film crew?" Her expression remained stoic, but the subtle tremor in her voice betrayed the fear she was trying to hide. "You don't understand," she replied, her tone unwavering. "The Land of Snow isn't just dangerous, it's a place I vowed never to return to." Her words were firm, but there was a subtle tremor in her voice that betrayed her fear. "I'm not going to the Land of Snow, even for the movie," she repeated, her tone flat but her eyes darting with unease. I tightened my grip on the reins, steadying the horse as it slowed down. "You seem scared," I observed, keeping my voice gentle. "If there's something you're afraid of, you can tell me. We're not just here to escort you for a movie, we're here to protect you." She glanced away, her jaw tightening. "You don't understand," she muttered. "Going there. It's not just about filming. There are things in the Land of Snow I can't face." I could see there was more to this than she was letting on, and I knew I had to find out what it was if we were going to fulfill our mission. "Well, whatever it is, you're not alone," I said. "Let's get back to the others, and we can figure it out together." For a moment, there was a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, as though she wanted to believe me. But then, she turned her face away, her jaw tightening. "You can't protect me from everything." Chapter 44, Land of Snow. It seemed surprising that she was opening up so quickly, especially considering her initial panic. I couldn't help but think that perhaps my charm was having an effect on her. After all, I had a way with people. "Listen, Yuki," I said, trying to keep the conversation light yet reassuring. "Whatever it is that's bothering you, we'll handle it together. You're not just a client to us, you're someone worth protecting." Her gaze softened for a moment, and I sensed a hint of relief in her expression. It was clear she had been carrying a burden, and even though she wasn't ready to share it all yet, there was a small crack in the wall she had built up around herself. "All right," she replied quietly. "But I'm still not going to the Land of Snow." I gave her a reassuring smile. "We'll see about that." Seeing her stubbornness, I couldn't resist the urge to reason with her, so I suddenly grasped her face and kissed her. Initially shocked by my boldness, she soon began to enjoy the kiss, responding to the unexpected intimacy. After a moment, we pulled away, and she demanded, "What was that for?" her anger barely masking her confusion. I replied, "But you enjoyed it, didn't you? Don't worry, this kiss means you're my woman now, and I will always protect my loved ones." Flustered by my response, she retorted, "Who said I'm your woman? You're so young, do you even make sense?" I smiled and replied, "Love knows no age." "Give me your autograph," I asked her. She seemed surprised by my sudden shift to a lighter topic, but a small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "An autograph, huh? I didn't expect that from a ninja," she said, her tone softening. I grinned. "Well, even ninjas can appreciate a good movie, you know. And besides, you're not just any actress, you're Yuki Fujikaze, the star I grew up watching. It would mean a lot to me." Her eyes met mine for a moment, and I could see some of the tension in her shoulders easing. "All right," she replied. As she handed me a slip of paper and signed it, I couldn't help but think that this was the first step in getting her to trust me. Whatever she was running from, I would protect her from it. "Yuki, have you decided what to do?" I asked, breaking the silence. She hesitated before responding. "I'll trust you this once, but you must protect not just me, but others as well. There's a big problem at hand." "Yes, my queen, your orders are my honor," I replied without a hint of embarrassment, though she seemed quite flustered. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" she exclaimed, her cheeks reddening. "My lovely queen has given me a mission, and that makes me so happy," I said, a grin spreading across my face, reveling in the mix of seriousness and playful affection in the air. "What do you say, my queen? Should we head back?" I asked, glancing at her. "Yes, we should," she replied, determination in her eyes. We made our way back to the shooting spot, and as we arrived, I couldn't contain my excitement. "Guys, she accepted to go to the land of snow," I shouted. The reaction was immediate. They were stunned by my announcement. Yuki, in particular, reacted instinctively, bolting away as soon as she heard the words land of snow. Even though they didn't understand how I had managed to convince her, my companions quickly set to work preparing for our departure. The atmosphere was a mix of excitement and uncertainty as they gathered supplies and organized our journey. After a few hours, we finally climbed aboard the ship that was heading towards the land of snow. The vessel rocked gently on the waves as we settled in, anticipation hanging in the air. I couldn't help but glance at Yuki, wondering what challenges awaited us in the icy expanse ahead. I moved closer to her and asked softly, "Can you tell me what happened that you're so afraid of?" A heavy silence lingered for a few moments, and I sensed that she was struggling to share the details of her past. "It's okay." I began to reassure her, but I was interrupted. "Naruto, it happened 10 years ago," she said, her voice trembling slightly as memories rushed back. I could see the weight of her experiences reflected in her eyes, and I knew this was a moment of vulnerability for her. Chapter 45, Yuki's past. My name is Koki Kazahana, and my story is woven into the fabric of the land of snow, a place where the winter stretches endlessly, and the sun's warmth is but a fleeting memory. I was born into the Kazahana clan, rulers of this land, and with that birthright came both privilege and burden. My family has always been steeped in tradition and expectations, with my father, the late daimyo, embodying the will of the people. But the truth of my past is not as simple as it may seem. It is a tale of loss, sacrifice, and the relentless pursuit of identity. From an early age, I was sheltered within the high walls of our castle, surrounded by luxury yet stifled by expectation. My father was a kind man, deeply loved by his people. He often told me stories about the warmth of spring and the beauty of the cherry blossoms, but the chill of winter held us captive. As the only child of the Kazahana clan, I was groomed to be the future leader. My lessons were rigorous, and I learned the art of diplomacy, the importance of tradition, and the need for strength. But while I excelled in my studies, my heart ached for something beyond the confines of our castle walls. The day my life shattered into a million pieces began like any other. The sun was obscured by thick clouds, casting a dreary pall over the land of snow. I was a child then, innocent and blissfully unaware of the storm that was about to descend upon us. My father, Sutetsu Kazahana, the kind and noble daimyo, had gathered the villagers for a winter festival, hoping to bring joy and warmth to our cold land. Little did we know that darkness loomed just beyond the horizon, waiting for its moment to strike. As the festivities began, I felt a sense of hope and happiness. Laughter echoed through the palace grounds, filling my heart with warmth. My father had always believed in the power of community and the importance of bringing people together. I stood by his side, watching the villagers dance and celebrate, their faces glowing with joy. But that joy was abruptly shattered when the unmistakable sound of chaos erupted from the outskirts of the village. The rogue ninjas, led by my uncle Dodo, descended upon us like a horde of locusts, their intentions clear as they wreaked havoc on our celebration. I remember the panic that spread through the crowd, a palpable fear that snaked its way into my chest. Dodo had always been power-hungry, but I never imagined he would betray our family in such a cruel manner. My heart raced as I watched him draw his weapon, his eyes cold and determined, as he sought to seize control of the land of snow. In that moment, everything changed. My father, Sutetsu, stepped forward, a shield between the villagers and the oncoming threat. "Poki, stay close," he called, his voice steady even in the face of impending danger. I felt paralyzed, torn between the urge to run and the instinct to stay with him. The chaos swirled around us, but I could only focus on the figure of my father, standing strong against the forces that threatened to tear our family apart. The battle that followed was a blur of screams and clashing steel. I watched in horror as my father fought valiantly, deflecting blows and protecting the innocent. But Doto was relentless, driven by a twisted ambition that I could hardly comprehend. I saw the moment he landed a fatal strike, a single, devastating blow that shattered my world. Time slowed as I watched my father collapse, the light fading from his eyes. My heart sank, and a scream escaped my lips, but it was drowned out by the chaos surrounding me. As Doto declared himself the new ruler, a wave of despair washed over me. In that instant, I knew I could not stay. The palace, once my home, felt like a prison filled with memories of love and laughter turned to ash. I fled, tears blurring my vision as I ran into the depths of the snow-covered forest. The world outside had become a maze of uncertainty, but I couldn't bear to watch Doto seize everything my father had worked for, everything I had loved. Naruto Pod, with the help of the one who came with you, Kakashi Hatake, I escaped from Doto and lived as Yuki Fujikaze, an actress, she revealed, her voice steadier now. I was terrified that if I tried to return home, Danzō would kill everyone around me. So, I decided to stay away and remain just an actress. My father always said that spring would come to our land, she said, her words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of lost hopes and sacrifices. I could see the pain in her eyes, and it made me even more determined to help her reclaim her home and confront the fears that haunted her. Seeing the tears streaming down her face, I wrapped my arms around her in a comforting hug. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you or anyone else because of your uncle. I will defeat him, I promised, my voice steady with conviction. As I spoke, I leaned in and kissed her gently. To my relief, she accepted it without hesitation, returning the kiss with a mix of gratitude and newfound hope. In that moment, it felt as if we were forging an unbreakable bond, united in our determination to face the challenges ahead together. Chapter 46, Battle at Land of Snow. During our journey, the filming continued, showcasing her magnificent performances, which only heightened my admiration for her. After a few days, we finally arrived at the harbor of the Land of Snow. We made our way through the dense forest until we reached the daimyo's house, where Danzō was rumored to be hiding. As we entered the house, I was flanked by Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Koki. Without hesitation, we launched our attack on the guards inside. The sound of battle filled the air, and within minutes, we had defeated everyone in our path. We pushed through to the main hall, where we found 4 people gathered. Danzō sat confidently on a chair that resembled a throne, a smirk plastered on his face. Koki, you have come back after 10 years, and you have become even prettier, he said, his voice dripping with mockery. The tension in the room thickened, and I could feel Koki's resolve harden beside me. This was the moment we had been waiting for. Danzō, I've come to settle what was between us. I am here to take back what belongs to me, she declared, stepping boldly in front of Danzō. I turned to face him as well. So, you're Danzō? I will defeat you so she can get her revenge, I stated, my determination unwavering. What, brat? You think you can defeat me? He retorted mockingly, a smug smile on his face. Without wasting another moment, I drew my katana and activated the body flicker technique, appearing right in front of him in an instant. I struck with all my might, and although it seemed he had some sort of protection, it crumbled under the force of my attack, sending him flying across the room. The other 3 members with him gasped in shock. Danzō-sama! They shouted, rushing to protect him. But Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura swiftly positioned themselves in front of the attackers, declaring, "Your opponents are us." The atmosphere crackled with tension as our resolve solidified for the fight ahead. Kakashi squared off against Nadare, who acted as Danzō's commander. There was a palpable tension between them, a history of animosity rooted in events from 10 years ago that neither had forgotten. Meanwhile, Sakura faced off against Fubuki, an arrogant woman whose overconfidence radiated from her. Their clash was marked by quick exchanges, with Sakura using her speed and precision to counter Fubuki's taunts. Sasuke took on the final opponent, Mizar, his demeanor calm yet focused. The 3 of them fought with fierce determination, each battle fueled by their personal stakes in this conflict. As I watched my friends engage their opponents, I felt a surge of adrenaline and a sense of purpose. We were all here to protect Koki and ensure that Danzō would face the consequences of his actions. Kakashi versus Nadare. Kakashi and Nadare faced each other, tension crackling in the air. "Kakashi, you won't escape like you did 10 years ago. This time, I'll finish you," Nadare sneered, his eyes narrowing with determination. Kakashi's expression remained calm as he responded. "Then I'll show you my true power." With that, he activated Drakiri, Chidori, lightning coursing through his hand as it crackled with intense energy. He dashed forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Nadare braced himself, relying on his chakra-absorbing armor to protect him. The armor had been designed to absorb and enhance his strength with the chakra of his opponents, and all of Danzō's elite wore it. However, against the sheer power of Kakashi's Drakiri, the armor's defenses crumbled. The force of the strike overwhelmed Nadare, piercing through his armor and rendering him unconscious. He collapsed, the lightning dissipating as Kakashi stood over him, victorious. Sakura versus Fubuki. Sakura and Fubuki faced off, the latter's arrogance evident in her sneer. "A little girl like you shouldn't be here. Go play with your mama," Fubuki taunted, her voice dripping with condescension. Sakura didn't respond with words. Instead, she channeled her strength and slammed her fist into the ground with a powerful punch, causing the terrain to shatter and shift violently. The sudden upheaval caught Fubuki off guard, making her lose her balance. Before Fubuki could react, Sakura was already in front of her. With another swift, powerful punch, she sent Fubuki flying through the air. The force of the blow knocked Fubuki out cold, and she landed heavily at the far end of the hall, unconscious. Sakura's quiet resolve had spoken louder than any words ever could. Sasuke vs Mizar. Sasuke and Mizar faced each other, the tension thick between them. With a swift motion, Sasuke drew his katana and channeled lightning chakra into the blade, causing it to crackle with energy. Without wasting a moment, he launched himself toward Mizar with incredible speed. The lightning-infused blade blurred through the air, and before Mizar could even react or predict Sasuke's movement, the attack struck him with a powerful force. The impact sent Mizar stumbling backward, the shock overwhelming him, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Sasuke stood firm, his katana still sparking with residual lightning, as he glanced toward his teammates to see the rest of the battle unfold. Naruto vs. Dado emerged from the rubble, revealing a black-colored armor that, like the others, had chakra-absorbing capabilities. His face twisted with rage as he locked eyes on me. "Hey, brat, you're dead," he snarled, charging straight at me. I quickly formed a hand sign, creating a shadow clone beside me. As I rushed forward to meet Dado head-on, my clone moved swiftly, forming a Rasengan in its hand. While I engaged Dado, blocking his attacks and drawing his attention, my clone slipped in from the side and drove the Rasengan into his armor. The impact was devastating, sending Dado hurtling through the air. He crashed down with a heavy thud and lay still, unconscious, the armor shattered by the power of the Rasengan. Chapter 47, New Daimyo, Koki. After the fight, I found Koki crying tears of relief. The weight of her struggles finally lifted. Her path was now clear, and she was free from her uncle's control. I approached her and embraced her tightly. "Koki, you're the new daimyo of the Land of Snow. What are you going to do now?" I asked gently. Wiping away her tears, she replied with newfound determination. "I'm going to be a good daimyo, one who makes the people happy. And I'll also continue my acting career. But first," she added, "let's go to the place where the hexagon pendant can be used as a key." Without hesitation, I scooped her up in a princess carry and sprinted toward the location where the tall, glass-like monument stood. There, at the center, was a device designed to hold the pendant. As we placed the hexagon pendant into the slot, a transformation began. The snow blanketing the land started to melt, revealing vibrant greenery beneath, as if spring had finally returned to this place after many long years. Slowly but surely, the Land of Snow blossomed into the Land of Spring, a testament to Koki's resilience and her father's dream finally coming true. With the Land of Snow now transformed into the Land of Spring, the air was filled with a sense of renewal and hope. Dado and his defeated subordinates were promptly captured and escorted to be thrown into jail. As the guards prepared to take them away, I stepped forward and spoke up. "Leave Fubuki here. Take the others to jail." My words caused a ripple of surprise among those present, but they didn't question my decision and complied, leaving Fubuki behind while the others were led away to face their punishment. Now, standing alone with Fubuki, I turned to face her, wondering if there was a way to resolve the situation differently. I glanced at Fubuki, who was still unconscious, and began healing her wounds. As I worked, Koki's confused voice broke the silence. "Why are you healing her?" she asked, clearly puzzled by my actions. "You need a bodyguard," I explained. "And you're still recovering. You also need someone to help you become stronger. In this world, strength is necessary to accomplish anything. So, I'm making her your bodyguard and a teacher who can train you to become a ninja." Koki's eyes widened in shock. "What?" she exclaimed, clearly not expecting this turn of events. "Why her?" Koki asked, still uncertain. "Because I can't trust those power-hungry men," I replied. "Even if I can't fully trust all females, I can at least get a sense of whether someone is trustworthy, and I think she is, even if she is a bit arrogant." I continued. "Anyway, we'll be leaving for Konoha soon. After that, you'll need to take care of the Land of Snow. You have your acting career too, but for now, take a break from acting for a few months to focus on managing the village and training." Having healed Fubuki, I knew she would regain consciousness soon. As expected, after a few minutes, she stirred awake. "What happened to me? Where am I?" she asked, disoriented. "You're in the daimyo's house hall," I explained. "You were unconscious, but I healed you." She turned to me, confusion evident on her face, clearly unsure of my intentions. "Don't overthink it," I said plainly. "I have a job for you. Are you willing to take it or not? If you refuse, then you'll be sent to jail." "No. No, I don't want to go to jail." "Whatever your job is, I'll do it," she replied hurriedly, her tone desperate. "Nothing too complicated," I said to Fubuki. "You just need to protect Koki and help her become stronger through training." She considered it for a moment, then, realizing she didn't have much choice, let out a sigh. "Okay. Good," I replied. "Starting tomorrow, you need to behave properly. No more arrogance. Remember, there are plenty of people in this world stronger than you, so act with respect." With that settled, We took care of the final arrangements in the Land of Snow. The next day, Koki Kazuhano was officially announced as the new daimyo of the Land of Snow. The people, many of whom recognized her as Yuki Fujikase, were thrilled and eagerly sought her autograph. She took the time to hold an autograph session, connecting with her people and embracing her new role. Once she was free from her duties, I took her on a tour around the Land of Snow, which felt like a date, just the two of us. As we wandered, I shared my dreams and a bit more about myself. She looked at me with a sincere gaze and said, "Naruto, you're my savior, and now you mean everything to me. I don't mind if you have other girlfriends in the future, I'll always love you." Then, without warning, she kissed me passionately. At first, I was caught off guard, but I soon found myself lost in the moment, responding to her affection. After a long kiss, we finally parted. I held her close and said, "Poki, I'll visit you at least once a week. Take care of yourself, and be good to everyone. Don't act so cold." She nodded as I hugged her tightly. Before we left, I set a seal in the daimyo's residence, allowing me to use the flying Raijin jutsu to teleport there whenever necessary. "Goodbye, Poki," I said, giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. "Goodbye, Naruto. Goodbye, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi. Take care," she called out as we prepared to leave. "Bye, Poki," the others echoed, bidding her farewell. With that, we made our way back to the Leaf Village. After a few days of travel, we returned to Konoha and submitted the mission report with all the details. With the mission officially complete, we each headed home to rest and recover for a few days. Chapter 48, Chunin Exam Prep. After returning from our A-rank mission in the Land of Snow, we took a few days off to recover from the constant traveling. Over the next few weeks, we completed several more missions, though none were as exciting as the A-rank mission. Most were simple escort tasks for merchants or other routine duties. Then came the news that this year's Chunin exams would be held in Konoha. One day, Kakashi gathered us and handed us each an application. "Here are your Chunin exam applications. The exams will take place next month," he said. "I've already vouched for your qualifications to the Hokage, and you're ready to take this step." It wasn't just our team, Might Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma had also recommended their respective teams for the exam. I took the application with a grin. "There's nothing to think about, we're definitely going to apply for the Chunin exams," I declared confidently. Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement, their determination matching mine. It was time to take the next step and prove ourselves in the exams ahead. After submitting our applications for the Chunin exams at the Hokage Tower, our group decided to celebrate and unwind at the Akimeki Hotel with a BBQ party. It wasn't just our team, we extended the invitation to others, including Team 8, Team 10, Tenten's team, and Hueco. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as everyone gathered at the restaurant, chatting and catching up. Once we were all settled in, we ordered a variety of delicious dishes, the sizzling aroma of grilled meat and seasoned vegetables filling the air. The party kicked off in full swing, and the lively discussions that followed made it feel less like a formal event and more like a gathering of close friends. As we indulged in the food, our conversations naturally drifted toward our past missions and experiences. Each team had a story to tell, some humorous, others more intense, reflecting the diverse challenges we had faced as young ninjas. When it came time for Hueco to share, she opened up about her academy days. Her experience had been different from the rest of us, as she was older than the typical students. The age difference had made it difficult for her to fully blend in with the younger crowd, and there were moments of loneliness that lingered in her voice as she spoke. Still, there was a sense of quiet resilience about Hueco as she reflected on those times. It was clear that the struggles of the past had only strengthened her resolve to be a capable and dependable ninja. The conversation soon shifted to the upcoming Chunin exams. There was a mixture of anticipation and anxiety among us, with each person revealing their own approach to preparation. We discussed strategies, training techniques, and even some of our worries about the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Seizing the moment, I proposed that we could all make the most of the time leading up to the exams by training together, just like we had during our free time before. The idea of group training and sparring seemed to resonate well with everyone. It promised not only a chance to sharpen our skills but also to better understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. As the party drew to a close, we all agreed to begin our joint training sessions. We started to disperse, but I stayed behind with my girlfriends, as we had planned some special time together. After everyone else left, it was just me and my girlfriends. As we walked together, I looked at them with a warm smile. "How are you all?" I asked, my tone filled with love and care. I wanted to make sure they were doing well, especially with the upcoming Chunin exams adding to the usual stresses. It was important for me to show them how much I valued and supported each of them, not just as a teammate, but as important people in my life. They assured me that they were fine, mentioning that they had been training with each other in my absence. Kurenai and Yujao had been instrumental in their progress, offering guidance and support during their sessions. It was reassuring to know that they had been keeping up their training and building their skills while I was busy preparing for the upcoming exams. Their dedication and commitment only deepened my appreciation for them, and I felt a renewed sense of determination to train together and strengthen our bonds even further. It was good to hear that they were fine and had been keeping up with their training, even when I wasn't around. "That's great," I said, feeling relieved. "I'm glad Kurenai and Yujao have been helping you all out. It's good to know you're staying sharp." As we continued our walk, I thought about how we could spend the rest of the day. "How about we do something fun together before we get back to training?" I suggested, wanting to make the most of our time together. After strolling around the village, we eventually made our way back home. As we arrived, each of them gave me a kiss, and I felt warmth spread through me. It had become a cherished routine, expressing our feelings for one another in small, meaningful ways. Even though we had grown close over the years, I hadn't taken that final step with any of them. I still had plans and priorities to consider, particularly with the responsibilities of the village and my ambitions concerning the third Hokage and Danzō. For now, I wanted to focus on our bonds and the upcoming challenges ahead. Chapter 49, Sand Ninja. Nearly a month had passed, and now, the Chunin exams were set to begin tomorrow. Over the past weeks, we had all been training hard and growing stronger together. The group training sessions had helped us push each other to new levels, and it was clear that everyone had made significant progress, well, almost everyone. As expected, Shikamaru's lazy nature persisted, and despite his obvious talent, he often opted to rest instead of fully engaging in the rigorous training sessions. Still, I knew better than to underestimate him. His intellect was his greatest weapon. Now, it was time to see how all that training wisely pay off in the exams. As we wrapped up our D-rank mission and returned to the village, it was clear that the Chunin exams were just around the corner. Shinobi from various hidden villages were arriving in Konoha, adding a palpable sense of excitement and tension to the atmosphere. While Kakashi went to report to the Hokage, the rest of us headed towards our homes. On the way, I noticed Konohamaru, the third Hokage's grandson, being harassed by a couple of Sand Shinobi. I couldn't tell if they were just regular genin or something more, but it didn't matter. I had always seen Konohamaru as a little brother, so I wasn't going to stand by and let anyone push him around. Without hesitation, I approached the Sand Shinobi, ready to intervene and protect him. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" I called out, stepping between them and Konohamaru. I noticed one of the Sand genin who stood out from the rest. He had distinctive markings on his face, somewhat similar to Kiba's, and was dressed in all black. What really caught my attention was the large object he carried on his back, wrapped in cloth. It looked heavy and seemed to be more than just a regular piece of equipment. His presence gave off a serious and intense vibe, making me curious about what kind of skills he had and what that mysterious item was. It was clear he wasn't someone to be underestimated. The Sand genin's sarcastic tone didn't sit well with me. "It's none of your business to get involved here," he sneered. "Go play hero somewhere else." As I took a closer look, I realized he wasn't alone. There were two others with him, a girl with blonde hair carrying a massive fan, and another boy with red hair, a strange mark on his forehead, and a gourd strapped to his back. I shot back at them. "This isn't even your own village, and you're already causing trouble." I see Sand Shinobi are quite arrogant. I could sense the tension in the air, and it was clear that these three weren't ordinary genin. Their presence alone seemed to carry a weight that hinted at their abilities. Even if these Sand genin were stronger than typical genin, I wasn't intimidated. I stood firm in front of them, and without hesitation, launched a kick toward the one standing closet to me. Just before my attack connected, Sand surged up to shield him, forming a protective barrier. "So, it's Sand manipulation," I observed, analyzing the technique. "Quite a unique defense." Refusing to back down, I infused lightning chakra into my ling and kicks again, time with even more force. I could break the without using a chakra with only brute force, but used chakra instead to make not too powerful. The crackling energy tore through the sand wall, shattering it and sending the Sand genin flying backward, slamming him against a nearby wall. It was clear now, they aren't dealing with just any ordinary opponent. With the clash over, the Sand genin seemed to recognize my strength. The girl stepped forward and introduced herself. "I'm Temari, and these two are my brothers, Kankuro and Kara. Sorry for the trouble we caused." She offered a sincere apology. I waved it off casually. "It's okay, no big deal. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and these are my teammates, Sasuke Kaya and Sakura Haruno." I gestured toward Sasuke and Sakura as I introduced them. "So, you're here for the Chunin exams?" I asked, already guessing the answer. "Yes, we are," Temari confirmed with a nod. "Then, we'll meet again during the exams." "See you and take care," I said, bidding them farewell. As they left, I turned my attention to Kanehamaru, who had been nearby causing a scene. "Kanehamaru, you don't seem to have anything better to do than cause trouble, do you?" I scolded him, shaking my head in exasperation. "Big bro Naruto, they were being arrogant and saying our village shinobi are weak, so I started to fight with them," Kanehamaru retorted. I sighed, shaking my head. "Even if they were arrogant, you need to recognize whether you're strong enough to handle it yourself. If I hadn't arrived when I did, you could have ended up in the hospital, and not just you, but your friends could have been hurt too." My tone was firm as I scolded him. Kanehamaru's defiance faded, replaced by a look of guilt. "Sorry, big bro Naruto," he apologized. "You don't need to apologize to me," I replied, crossing my arms. "You should be apologizing to your friends." Kanehamaru turned to Mogi and Udon. "Sorry, guys," he said, bowing his head. The two looked at him, then at me, and nodded in acceptance. Hopefully, this would be a lesson for him about picking his battles wisely. The three kids replied in unison. "It's okay, Kanehamaru." Mogi looked at me eagerly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Big bro Naruto, how was your mission?" she asked. I couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. "As usual, it was kind of boring without any real fights," I replied with a sigh. "Are you going to train us, big bro?" she asked hopefully. "Not this time. We have the Chunin exams starting tomorrow, so we need to rest. You three take care, and don't get into any reckless fights, okay?" I advised. "Bye, big bro Naruto, Sasuke, and big sis Sakura." They called out as we said our goodbyes. With that, we headed home to get some rest before the exams. Chapter 50, Chunin exam starts next day. As we left the house, Mom's encouragement still echoed in my ears. "Do your best in the Chunin exams, Naruto, Sasuke," she had said, her smile full of love and care. "Don't worry, Mom. We'll tackle the exam easily, right, Sasuke?" I replied with confidence, glancing at my teammate. Sasuke gave a simple nod, still as distant as ever. Even after all these years, he hadn't changed much. But I had a feeling things would shift soon, especially after this Chunin exam. With the plan already set in motion and Fugaku Jizen's infiltration team preparing to act, all that remained was waiting for the right moment to take what was ours. On our way, we ran into Sakura, who greeted me with a warm hug and a kiss, something that had become customary with all my girlfriends. As we continued walking towards the academy, where the written exam for the Chunin exams would take place, Sakura and I strolled hand in hand. There was a comforting sense of familiarity in the gesture, and it made the anticipation of the exam feel a little less daunting as we approached our destination together. As we walked toward the academy, Sakura's hand in mine felt warm and reassuring. The streets were filled with other Jonin teams heading in the same direction, their chatter and laughter adding to the buzz of anticipation. It was clear that today was the beginning of something big, not just for us, but for everyone participating in the Chunin exams. With Sakura beside me and Sasuke a few steps ahead, we made our way toward the academy, ready to face whatever awaited us inside. As we entered the academy, we noticed several shinobi from other villages gathered for the upcoming exam, creating a tense yet exciting atmosphere. I soon spotted Hinata, Ino, Ten, and their respective groups, and we exchanged greetings. It was clear that everyone had grown stronger, having dedicated the past month to intensive training in preparation for the exams. I offered some words of encouragement, saying, "Good luck to all of you, Hinata, Ino, and Ten," and sealed my encouragement with a kiss for each of them. I caught a hint of jealousy in Sakura's eyes as she observed the exchange, but it quickly faded. She seemed to realize that, as her teammate, I would always be by her side during our shared missions and training, whereas my interactions with the others were less frequent, often depending on the chance of being in the village at the same time. I made sure to extend my encouragement beyond just my girlfriends, addressing their teammates as well. "Good luck to all of you," I said, offering a supportive smile. In response, they replied in unison. "Good luck to you too, Naruto." It was a small but uplifting moment, reinforcing the camaraderie between us despite the upcoming competition. However, the atmosphere in the room where all the shinobi had gathered was tense and somewhat unwelcoming, especially for us from Konoha. The presence of so many participants from different villages added a layer of rivalry to the air, reminding us that we were all here to prove our strength and earn our rank as Chunin, regardless of where we came from. I spotted Temari and her group among the crowd and greeted them. Temari responded with a polite reply, though her teammates remained distant, keeping their focus on the task ahead. The diversity of the shinobi present was striking. They varied widely in age and experience. Some were around 30 years old, having spent decades as genin without advancing to higher ranks. In the shinobi world, those who remained genin past the age of 30 were often referred to as eternal genin, destined to stay at that level indefinitely. As I scanned the room, my gaze landed on a shinobi with a Konoha forehead protector, glasses, and white hair. I recognized him immediately, Kabuto Yakushi, or Akamaru's assistant and a skilled information gatherer known for his extensive knowledge about other shinobi. Approaching him, I said, "I didn't realize there were other teams from Konoha participating in the exam." Kabuto responded with a calm smile. "Yes, it's an honor to be in the same exam as the son of the late 4th Hokage and the last member of the Uchiha clan. I'm Kabuto, and these are my teammates," he added, introducing the other members of his team. "I see you have quite a reputation for gathering intel," I noted. "So you must know a lot about everyone here." Kabuto nodded confidently. "Yes, I do. It would be my pleasure to share some of that information with you." As Kabuto explained the Chunin exam's layout to the participants, the atmosphere in the room was tense, and Naruto could sense the competitive energy from the many gathered shinobi. Kabuto was calmly providing insights about various ninja and their skills, sharing information that could give the rookies an advantage or make them targets. Naruto noticed Sasuke paying particular attention to the details about stronger teams from other villages. Just as Kabuto finished speaking, a group of sound shinobi caught everyone's attention. The leader, a tall and menacing figure, sneered at the crowd before locking eyes with Kabuto. "You think you know everything about us? You leaf ninjas think you're so smart, don't you?" he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. Without warning, one of the sound shinobi moved to strike Kabuto with a swift and vicious blow, aiming for his chest. Kabuto managed to evade the assault, stumbling back as the force grazed him. As the tension in the hall escalated with each passing moment, the instructor finally entered. He commanded attention with his presence, announcing, "Good morning, everyone. I will be overseeing the written portion of the Chunin exams. My name is Ibiki Morino." His loud, authoritative voice silenced the murmurs in the room, drawing all eyes to him. "Now, please proceed to your exam rooms," he instructed, and one by one, we began to file into the designated rooms. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation and anxiety, each of us acutely aware of the significance of this moment in our shinobi careers. As I took my place in line, I felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, knowing that the challenges ahead would test not only our knowledge but also our resolve. Chapter 51, Written Exam. Upon entering the exam hall, we were instructed to sit randomly, which scattered us throughout the room. I found myself seated in the middle row, with Hinata nearby, while Sakura and Sasuke were positioned farther away. The arrangement added an element of unpredictability to the test, heightening the already tense atmosphere. Ibiki took his place at the front of the room, his stern gaze sweeping across the seated candidates. It was clear from his expression that this exam would not be a simple test of knowledge. There was something more behind his penetrating stare that hinted at a deeper challenge awaiting us. Ibiki paused standing before all the examinees. I made sure my voice carried the weight of the challenge ahead. "This exam is not just about answering some questions," I began, eyeing the crowd with a stern gaze. "It's a test of your ability to gather information under pressure. Each of you starts with 10 points, and every wrong answer will cost you some. But there's more to it than that. Getting caught cheating will get you disqualified, along with your entire team. So, if you think you can sneak around unnoticed, be prepared for the consequences." I let the tension build before delivering the next part. "The questions get harder as you go, and don't think you'll just breeze through this. The 10th question will come under special rules, but I'll explain that only after you've finished with the first 9. Until then, know this exam isn't just about what you know, it's about how well you can perform under pressure, how sharp your instincts are, and how you adapt when the stakes are high." As each second passed, the tension in the room grew thicker, fueled by Ibiki's commanding presence and the weight of his words. Many of the participants were visibly anxious, their uncertainty about the exam palpable. I knew that Ibiki was a master of psychological tactics, which was why he headed Konoha's interrogation department. His goal wasn't to make things easy, it was to challenge our mental fortitude as much as our knowledge. When Ibiki declared, "Your time starts now," the sound of rustling paper filled the air as everyone opened their exam sheets. The questions were baffling to most, leaving many unsure where to even begin. Some, however, were already scanning the room, searching for ways to discreetly copy answers, while others who were confident in their knowledge quickly immersed themselves in the task. As I observed the scene unfold, I noticed a range of reactions. Some candidates were sweating nervously, struggling to make sense of the questions, others were writing with determination, and a few had already devised methods to cheat. Ibiki and his assistants were clearly aware of the various tactics being employed, but they remained silent, allowing the participants to dig their own graves. There was a limit to how many violations would be tolerated, and some teams had already been disqualified for failing to stay within those bounds. I glanced at my own exam paper. The questions reminded me of basic modern physics and mathematics, concepts I had studied before. Without hesitation, I began writing down the answers, confident that my preparation and sharp observation skills would carry me through this challenge. I managed to complete most of the exam within the first 10 minutes, and in the next 5 minutes, I finished answering all the questions. With my paper done, I took the opportunity to survey my surroundings once more. It was interesting to see how various shinobi were using their unique skills to navigate the challenge. I noticed Ino had utilized her mind transfer jutsu to copy answers from Sakura, who was positioned across the room. Sasuke was discreetly activating his Sharingan to observe and replicate the answers of other participants, while Neji was using his Byakugan to read distant papers effortlessly. Ten, on the other hand, had cleverly used the reflective surface of one of her weapons to catch glimpses of another shinobi's answers. Each strategy was distinct, but they all shared the same underlying goal, to pass the exam by any means necessary. Ibiki and his assistants appeared to be aware of these tactics, yet they allowed it to continue, as if testing not just our knowledge, but our creativity and resourcefulness under pressure. After surveying the room and seeing the various strategies at play, I began to feel bored, so I let myself doze off for a while. Nearly half an hour later, Ibiki's voice cut through the silence, grabbing everyone's attention. I woke up because of his voice. "Now," he announced. "All of you should only answer the 10th question. Do not touch the previous questions. If you're caught writing anything other than the 10th answer, you and your team will be disqualified. Now, turn over your question papers and you'll find your final question." With those words, the tension in the room immediately spiked. It was clear that the real test had just begun, and everyone anxiously flipped their papers to see what awaited them in the final challenge. Ibiki's voice grew even more stern as he continued. "This is the hardest question. If you fail to provide a correct answer, you will be disqualified, and your right to participate in the next Chunin exams will also be revoked." His harsh conditions stirred anxiety throughout the room, prompting some candidates to argue with him, but their protests were futile. Faced with the grim reality of the rules, a number of teams chose to leave the exam hall voluntarily, forfeiting the exam before even attempting the final question. As we turned over our papers, we saw a question that truly fit the do-or-die description. It presented a scenario where our team was caught in a deadlock, with no clear escape. The only option was for one teammate to act as a decoy so the other two could escape. The question asked us to decide who among us would be the decoy. Ibiki added one final twist. "If your teammates all write down the same person's name, that individual will be disqualified," he declared, making the decision even more difficult and placing the burden of trust squarely on our shoulders. It was a test of more than just strategy, it was a measure of our bonds and willingness to sacrifice. After 15 minutes had passed, the exam papers were collected, and the room fell silent in anticipation of Ibiki's verdict. His next words came as a shock to everyone. "Everyone who is still present has passed the exam." The unexpected announcement left us all stunned. The tension that had gripped the room just moments ago was replaced with confusion and relief. Ibiki then continued. "Now, all of you need to assemble at the designated training ground where the practical portion of the exam will begin. You may now leave the hall." With that, we exited the exam room and began making our way toward the training grounds, a mixture of excitement and apprehension setting in for the next phase of the Chunin exams. Chapter 52, Practical Exam. Once all the candidates who passed the written exam gathered at the training grounds, including myself, conversations buzzed around us. Everyone was speculating about the true nature of the written exam and what the upcoming practical test would entail. The atmosphere was a mix of nervousness and anticipation, with each team preparing for the next challenge. A few Chunin stood before us and addressed the group. "Teams that do not have 3 members are disqualified. The rest of you should proceed to the Forest of Death, where the second part of the Chunin exams will take place." The announcement immediately shifted the focus, as everyone's attention turned toward the looming forest, infamous for its danger and unpredictability. The group of candidates who had passed the first exam made their way toward the Forest of Death, the location designated for the second part of the Chunin exams. Among those who passed, nearly all the Konoha ninja were still in the running, with only 1 or 2 teams having been disqualified earlier. As a result, the remaining Konoha shinobi walked together, chatting about the exam and sharing their thoughts on what challenges might lie ahead. After about half an hour, we arrived at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Its ominous appearance loomed before us, casting long shadows and exuding an atmosphere of danger and mystery. The sight alone was enough to remind us that the upcoming test would be a true measure of our survival skills and teamwork. The proctor assigned for the practical portion of the exam was Aiko Mitarashi, a former student of one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, who had long since defected from the village. I knew that Orochimaru was planning to make his move during this exam, which added another layer of danger to the already intense challenge. As soon as I saw Aiko, I greeted her with a friendly smile. "Hey, Aiko, how are you doing?" She returned the smile, her tone lively. Hey, Naruto. I'm good. So, you decided to join the Chunin exams, huh? Yeah, it's just for fun, I replied casually. I'm participating because all my friends are taking part. Anko grinned, catching on quickly. Well, don't think I'll be giving you any special treatment, even if you ask, she teased, her playful yet firm demeanor setting the tone for what was sure to be a tough and unpredictable test ahead. Anko Pod, alright, listen up, everyone. I announced, my voice cutting through the chatter. This next phase is going to be a bit different from what you're used to. It's not just about fighting one-on-one, this is a survival test. We're heading into the Forest of Death, and trust me, it's not called that for nothing. You'll be dealing with more than just your fellow genin. There are wild creatures, harsh terrain, and plenty of other dangers waiting for you inside. Your objective? Get your hands on both a Heaven Scroll and an Earth Scroll by the end of the time limit. How you do it? That's up to you. Steal, trade, fight, it doesn't matter. Just make sure you end up with both scrolls if you want to make it to the next round. I didn't sugarcoat the risks. And let me be clear, I continued, a grin tugging at the corner of my mouth. This isn't just some training exercise where you get a pat on the back if you fail. There's a real chance some of you might get hurt. Or worse. I let that sink in for a moment, watching as a few faces shifted from eager to nervous. If that makes you want to back out, now's your chance. Otherwise, get ready to push yourself past your limits, because only those who have what it takes to be Chunin will come out of that forest in one piece. Naruto Pav. After Anko explained the rules of the second part of the exam, each team was handed a scroll, which could either be a Heaven or Earth scroll. Teams were then sent into the Forest of Death one by one, entering through different gates to maintain some level of separation. Before my team and I entered, I took a moment to chat with Anko. We had a good friendship, having run into each other many times at the sweet shop where she loved to eat kibi dango during her breaks from missions. Our brief conversation helped ease some of the tension before stepping into the forest, where the real challenge awaited. With our scroll in hand, we passed through the gate and into the depths of the Forest of Death, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Chapter 53, Forest of Death. As we stepped into the Forest of Death, the place lived up to its ominous name. Rumors about shinobi who had met there and here weren't hard to believe, given the atmosphere. The forest was dense with towering trees, each at least 3 times the size of those back in the village, and the wildlife matched that scale. Animals here were larger and more dangerous than we were used to. We had been given a Heaven Scroll, meaning that in order to complete the exam, we needed to find and obtain an Earth Scroll from another team. As we surveyed the area, I turned to my teammates and said, "What do you guys think? Should we aim to finish this as quickly as possible and break the previous record, or should we take our time and strategize a bit?" It was a choice between making a bold move or playing it safe, and either path would test our skills and teamwork in this perilous environment. Sakura was quick to suggest, "Naruto, let's finish this as soon as possible, then wait for the others." Sasuke simply gave a nod in agreement, signaling his approval of the plan. "Alright then," I replied. "Let's track down a team with an Earth Scroll and get this over with." I handed each of them a kunai marked with my father's special flying Raijin Jutsu seal, a form of Fuin Jutsu. You know the drill. If you manage to get the scroll or run into an opponent you can't handle, just infuse your chakra into the kunai. I'll be there instantly. Although I doubt there's anyone here who can give us much trouble, it's always better to be prepared. With that, both Sakura and Sasuke nodded in understanding, and we split up, each heading in different directions to increase our chances of locating a target quickly. We were confident in our abilities, but in a place like the Forest of Death, even the smallest precautions could make a difference. After splitting up, I activated my Kagura Mind's Eye, allowing me to sense the chakra of nearby individuals in search of a team carrying the Earth Scroll. Confident that both Sakura and Sasuke could handle securing the scroll on their own, I shifted my focus to another target, Orochimaru. I knew he was lurking in the forest, intending to make his move on Sasuke for his own dark purposes. It didn't take long for me to locate him. His sinister chakra signature stood out unmistakably among the others, and I could sense that he was already trailing Sasuke, biding his time. Without wasting another moment, I began to make my way toward them, determined to intercept Orochimaru before he could carry out whatever plans he had in mind. I rushed toward Orochimaru, and within a minute, I found myself standing right in front of him, blocking his path. Well, if it isn't one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, who defected from Konoha a decade ago, I said with a hint of amusement in my voice. Orochimaru turned his gaze toward me, his eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and malice. "Oh, Naruto," he replied smoothly. "I see you're quite sharp for a mere child. But I must say, you've made a mistake by challenging me. You're in over your head if you think you can stop me." His words dripped with confidence, but I could sense that he was also gauging my strength, curious to see if I was indeed a threat. I stood my ground, prepared to confront him and protect Sasuke from whatever dark intentions he had in mind. Third-person POV as Naruto confronted Orochimaru, Sakura and Sasuke managed to reunite deeper in the forest. They quickly found themselves facing three shinobi, who looked nearly identical, like clones of a single person. Standing side by side, Sakura and Sasuke sized out their opponents, already anticipating a quick battle. Sasuke spoke up. "Which scroll do you three have?" His tone was demanding, but the three shinobi merely scoffed and began to laugh mockingly. "3 against 2, and you've got a girl with you? Don't make us laugh," one of them sneered, their taunting tone making it clear they underestimated Sakura and Sasuke. The mockery only fueled Sakura and Sasuke's resolve, and without hesitation, they sprang into action. In an instant, the two of them incapacitated two of the three shinobi before they even had a chance to react. The last one stood frozen, stunned by the sudden takedown of his teammates, his face paling with fear as he realized the situation had turned against him. Sakura stepped forward, her expression stern and unyielding. "Now, will you give us your scroll, or are you going to join them?" she demanded, her fierce gaze making the remaining shinobi break into a nervous sweat. With trembling hands, he quickly pulled out the earth scroll and handed it over to her. Not taking any chances, Sakura knocked him out right after, ensuring he wouldn't be a threat. With the earth scroll secured, there was nothing standing in their way from completing this stage of the exam. Chapter 54, Orochimaru Naruto POV. As I faced Orochimaru, my focus was solely on him, unaware of what was happening with Sakura and Sasuke. I was fully committed to stopping him and protecting my friends, believing they were still out there looking for the earth scroll. While I held my ground, Orochimaru smirked, clearly enjoying the confrontation. "You really think you can stop me, Naruto? The power of the Uchiha is mine for the taking." Little did I know that while I was distracted, Sakura and Sasuke had successfully dealt with their own opponents and obtained the earth scroll. They had worked together seamlessly, a testament to their growth and teamwork. However, I remained oblivious to their victory, my attention solely on the threat in front of me. My determination burned brightly as I prepared to engage Orochimaru, ready to protect my friends and stand against the legendary Sannin, completely unaware of how close my teammates were to completing the second part of the Chunin exams. "So, it's true that you're after Sasuke?" I said, a steely resolve hardening my voice. "In that case, it'll be easy for me to deal with you, the variable that left that old geezer, Hiruzen." I drew my katana, the blade glinting in the dappled light filtering through the trees, and took a firm stance, ready to engage. Orochimaru mirrored my movements, adopting a defensive position, his serpentine eyes narrowing as he assessed me. He was like a snake in more ways than one, his gaze cold and calculating. I knew he could summon Manda, his giant serpent, but I also understood the dark price he had to pay for such power, sacrifices. It was a risk he was willing to take, but I was determined not to let him succeed. With the tension rising between us, the air thick with the anticipation of battle, I steadied my breathing. I was ready to protect Sasuke at all costs, even if it meant facing a Sannin alone. "Are you actually trying to find me?" Orochimaru taunted, licking his lips with a long, snake-like tongue. "It's fine, let's see what the son of the Hokage is made of." "You're going to be surprised if you underestimate me," I replied, gripping my katana tightly as I paced toward him, lightning chakra coursing through the blade. As I charged forward, I could see the moment he realized my speed had caught him off guard. He instinctively blocked my attack, and we were locked in close quarters combat. I was exhilarated. Fighting a legendary Sannin, a shinobi of cage level, was a rare opportunity, and I was relishing every moment. Orochimaru, however, found himself on the defensive. I could sense his frustration as he struggled to land a single blow on me. "If this goes on like this, I might actually lose," he thought, a flicker of concern crossing his face. I smirked, taunting him further. "Oh, is this all the power you have? I thought a legendary Sannin would have more to offer, Orochimaru." "I'm disappointed." His eyes narrowed at my mockery. "Hey, brat. Are you mocking me? Then let me show you my real power." He retreated a bit and began to summon Manda, his giant serpent. I didn't interrupt, I wanted a worthy fight. With a dramatic flourish, he executed the summoning jutsu. A massive cloud of smoke filled the area, and when it cleared, a gigantic purple snake emerged, towering over us. Orochimaru climbed onto its head, a confident grin spreading across his face. "Orochimaru, you summoned me to fight a brat who hasn't even hit puberty yet?" Manda mocked, his voice booming as he looked down at me. "You know I require sacrifices for my help." Yes, I'll provide enough sacrifices. Just help me handle this brat, he's surprisingly strong," Orochimaru replied, urgency creeping into his tone. As Manda settled into position, I raised an eyebrow, a smirk on my face. You brought out your summon, now I guess I'll have to get a little serious too. The thrill of battle surged within me, ready to face both Orochimaru and Manda head-on. I formed the hand signs quickly, channeling my chakra and calling down a massive bolt of lightning from the sky. Lightning style, Kirin! I exclaimed, and a colossal dragon of electricity surged forth, roaring as it streaked toward Orochimaru and Manda. The thunderous crash echoed through the forest of death as the dragon struck both of them. I knew Orochimaru wouldn't die from this attack, he had far too many tricks up his sleeve to allow that. My goal was to capture him, not to kill him. As the smoke cleared, I activated my Kagura Mind's Eye, honing in on Orochimaru's chakra signature. I sensed a sudden shift as he transformed into a white snake, slithering away from me with alarming speed. But I was ready. Following the trail of his chakra, I raced after him, my senses sharp and focused. Within moments, I caught up to him. Just as he attempted to evade me, I unleashed a swift series of seals, channeling my chakra into a binding technique with my adamantine chains. You won't escape this time, Orochimaru, I declared, looking down at the sealed Sannin. I'll make sure you're unable to pursue Sasuke or anyone else again. The thrill of the encounter mixed with the satisfaction of having captured such a formidable foe, but I knew this was only the beginning. There would be more challenges ahead, and I had to stay vigilant. With Aurora's assistance, I had managed to alter some of Orochimaru's memories, making him my temporary subordinate to handle the geezers back in Konoha. Once the seal was in place, I released him, watching as he quickly darted away, knowing he wouldn't dare to confront me again for a while. The aftermath of my lightning attack would surely alert all the nearby proctors, but I had no time to linger on that. I needed to reunite with Sasuke and Sakura. As I sprinted through the dense forest, I encountered Anko in the middle of my path. She looked both hurried and worried, her eyes wide with concern. Naruto, what was that lightning jutsu? She asked, glancing around as if expecting something to come crashing down from the sky. It was nothing, Anko, I replied with a casual shrug, trying to downplay the situation. I was just fighting your teacher, who already managed to escape from me. Anko narrowed her eyes, clearly not satisfied with my nonchalance. You fought Orochimaru? Are you insane? Do you have any idea what he's capable of? Yeah, I do, I responded, a hint of confidence in my voice. But I handled it. He won't be bothering us for a while. I could see her skepticism but also a flicker of respect in her gaze. Just be careful, Naruto, she warned, her tone softening. You might think you're invincible, but he's not someone to take lightly. I know, I assured her, a smile creeping onto my face. I'm just getting started and thank you for worrying about me, I hugged her. With that, I took off again, determined to find my teammates and share what had just happened. Chapter 55, End of Practicals. After my brief encounter with Anko, I quickly made my way to where Sasuke and Sakura were waiting. Their expressions shifted from concern to relief when they saw me. Naruto, what happened? Sakura asked, her brow furrowed with worry. It's nothing, I reassured her, waving a hand dismissively. I got tangled up with some problems, but it's all dealt with now. Let's head to the tower. Sasuke nodded, seemingly satisfied with my response, while Sakura remained slightly skeptical but chose not to press further. We took off together, sprinting through the dense forest of death, the urgency of the exam propelling us forward. With each leap and bound, we moved in perfect synchronization, our training allowing us to navigate the terrain effortlessly. Before we knew it, we reached the tower, having completed the practicals in record time. The excitement bubbled within me at the thought of our success, knowing that we had not only overcome the challenges but had also set a new benchmark for speed. As we entered the tower, the atmosphere was charged with the anticipation of the next stage of the Chunin exams. I glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, their determination mirroring my own, and knew that whatever lay ahead, we would face it together. After we completed the exam, we decided to wait for others, but I left a shadow clone behind to keep an eye on things. I was eager to check on my girlfriends, so I used my invisibility cloak to slip away. My first stop was to find Hinata and her group. Naruto! She exclaimed, her face lighting up as she ran toward me and wrapped her arms around me in a tight hug. I gently patted her head, and her smile broadened in response. Hinata, did you get your other scroll? Did you get hurt? I asked, concern evident in my voice. She giggled at my worry. No, Naruto. We were close to taking one, but the Sunshine Abyss got it and headed toward the tower. Oh, okay. I see. Did they do anything to you? No, Naruto. Then keep hunting for those scrolls. I know you have the strength to handle any trouble that comes your way. Bye, Hinata. I leaned in and gave her a quick kiss. Bye, Kiba and Shino. Take care of Hinata. We will take care of her, Kiba assured me, Feeling reassured, I continued my journey and soon ran into Tenten's group. Naruto. Tenten called out, and just like Hinata, she rushed to hug me. Did you have any trouble? I asked, echoing my previous concern. No, we actually have 2 scrolls already, she replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Great. Najai, Lee, how was the journey through the forest? I asked the rest of the group. It was so good, Naruto. Lee said enthusiastically, giving me a thumbs up. Okay, then take care of Tenten, I said, giving her a farewell kiss as well. Finally, I made my way to meet up with Ino. As with Hinata and Tenten, I wrapped her in a warm embrace and checked in on her. Did you run into any issues? I asked. No, everything went smoothly. She replied, her face glowing. Good to hear. Take care, Ino. I leaned in to kiss her goodbye. With each encounter, I felt a mix of pride and relief. My girls were strong and capable, and I knew they could handle themselves in the trials ahead. As I made my way back to my clone, I felt a renewed sense of determination to support my team and loved ones through the rest of the exams. After my meetups with my girlfriends, I made my way back to the tower the same way I had slipped out. Once inside, we settled in and waited for what felt like ages. After an hour of anticipation, the Sanshinabis arrived, with Temari leading the way. Hello, you guys. We're the second to pass the exam, she announced, her tone a mix of surprise and curiosity. Yes, Temari, we passed about an hour ago, I replied, a grin on my face. I could see her confusion, she clearly thought they would be the first ones to finish. That's impressive. I didn't think you guys would finish so quickly, she said, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. I took the opportunity to chat with her, wanting to strengthen our bond. As we talked, I realized how easy it was for me to connect with girls, a trait I inherited from my parents, Minato and Kushina. We shared laughs and exchanged stories about our respective teams, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Slowly, one by one, other teams entered the tower. With each arrival, the energy in the room shifted as shinabis from different villages exchanged greetings, boasts, and occasional challenges. Over the next 5 days, the anticipation continued to build as we prepared for the next phase of the Chunin exams. During this time, I kept an eye on my team and my friends, ensuring everyone was ready and focused. Conversations flowed freely, and I made it a point to check in with my teammates and girlfriends, encouraging them and sharing strategies for the upcoming challenges. As the days passed, I felt a sense of camaraderie developing among us all. Despite the fierce competition, the shared experiences and stories forged bonds that would last beyond the exams. Whether it was a friendly rivalry or supportive encouragement, the atmosphere in the tower was charged with excitement and determination. Finally, the day arrived when we would learn what the next part of the exam would entail. I could sense that everyone was on edge, ready to tackle whatever challenges lay ahead, and I was determined to face them head-on with my team by my side. As Anko's voice echoed through the tower, a wave of relief and excitement washed over us. The second part of the exam is over, you guys all passed, she declared, her usual energetic demeanor shining through. Cheers erupted from various teams, and I could see the relief on my teammates' faces. Sakura let out a sigh of relief, while Sasuke remained stoic, his focus unwavering. I couldn't help but grin at the news. Chapter 56, 1 vs 1 fight. As I surveyed the arena, I noticed the 21 remaining participants from the 7 teams that had successfully passed the second part of the Chunin exams. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and anticipation. Shinabis from various villages, including the Sand, Leaf, and even some from the Mist, gathered in the stands, eager to witness the battles. Hiruzen is also present here, and I think he already about Orochimaru's arrival in the exam. As Hiruzen stepped forward, the atmosphere shifted. His presence commanded respect, and everyone quieted down, eager to hear what the third Hokage had to say. With a warm smile, he addressed us. Congratulations to all of you who have made it through the second part of the Chunin exams. It takes a great deal of strength, strategy, and teamwork to reach this stage, and I am proud of each and every one of you. His words resonated with us, and we felt a swell of pride not just for ourselves but for our teammates and all the others who had fought hard to get here except for me anyway. I could see how good this fellow is in attracting others into his own selfish plans. Hiruzen continued. As you know, the final part of the exams will be a test of your individual abilities. It is a chance for you to showcase what you have learned, not only as shinobi but as individuals. Remember to fight honorably and respect your opponents. With that, he turned his attention to the matches ahead. Now, let's proceed with the battles. As you face your opponents, remember the bond you've formed and the lessons you've learned. They will guide you through. And no matter the outcome, this experience will make you stronger. Once Hiruzen finished, Anko took over, ready to guide us through the next phase. Now, for the final matchups. Each match will be held one at a time. After the battles, the victor will proceed to the next round until we have our champions. Hueco, the proctor for the preliminary rounds, stepped forward and cleared his throat, bringing the attention back to him. Since we have 21 participants, we'll have to structure the matches carefully. The first round will consist of 10 matches, with one participant receiving a bye for the first round. The winners of each match will continue to the next round, while the remaining shinobi will be eliminated from the competition. As Kabuto stepped forward and announced his withdrawal, a murmur spread through the room. It was unexpected. His departure would affect the overall dynamics of the competition. Are you sure about this, Kabuto? Hueco asked, raising an eyebrow. You might regret this decision once the fights begin. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and nodded, a sly smile playing on his lips. I believe I have proven enough of my abilities in the earlier stages. Besides, I have other matters to attend to. With that, he walked off to the side, leaving behind a mix of confusion and curiosity. As Kabuto stepped back from the group, I noticed a few glances exchanged among the other participants. Some looked relieved, while others appeared more curious about his sudden withdrawal. His decision to quit left 20 of us remaining for the preliminary matches. Hueco cleared his throat, bringing the focus back to the task at hand. With Kabuto's exit, we now have 20 participants. We'll still hold the preliminary rounds, which will consist of a series of one-on-one matches. The winner of each match will proceed to the final round, where all remaining competitors will face off. As Hueco explained the process, the atmosphere in the tower grew tense with anticipation. The excitement was palpable as everyone began to prepare for the matches. I noticed the various teams, each one sizing up their potential opponents and strategizing their next moves. Now, please draw your chits to see who your opponents will be, Hueco instructed. One by one, shinobis stepped up to the front to pick their chits from the box. Everyone started to pick the chits. Then matches were announced in this order. Shikamaru Naru vs Ano Yamanaka, Zakubumi vs Kiba Inuzuka, Tenten vs Kintsuchi, Naruto Uzumaki vs Shinoa Burame, Sasuke Kaya vs Choji Akimaki, Rock Lee vs Yoro Akido, Nejai Hyuga vs Misuyomi Tsurugi, Kankura vs Dasuke Nuda, Sakura Haruno vs Hinata, Hyuga Gara vs Temari. As the matches were announced, I mentally prepared for my fight against Shino, the fourth in the lineup. I knew he was a formidable opponent, with his mastery over the insect-based techniques passed down through his clan. His calm and analytical demeanor always made him a challenging adversary. Chapter 57, Fight starts. First battle commences, Gecko announced. Shikamaru Naru vs Ano Yamanaka. The battle between teammates is always a bit unsettling, but I know that Ano is far more formidable than Shikamaru. She's a fully trained kunoichi, skilled in taijutsu, genjutsu, and her clan's signature mind transfer jutsu. Shikamaru, on the other hand, is known for his laid-back attitude, only putting his intellect to use when absolutely necessary. As expected, when they faced off, Shikamaru simply raised his hand and declared, "I forfeit, sensei." Hueco, the proctor, looked at him in surprise and asked, "Why are you forfeiting before the match has even started?" Shikamaru shrugged, his tone as nonchalant as ever. "Ino is strong. As her teammate, I know her abilities and her strength. There's no point in a pointless fight when the outcome is clear." Ino's expression fell slightly. Disappointment was evident in her eyes. She had wanted to prove herself and demonstrate her skills in front of everyone. Without further delay, Hueco announced, "The winner is Ano Yamanaka." As Shikamaru's surprising decision to forfeit the match sunk in, I noticed the look of disappointment on Ino's face. She had been ready to showcase her abilities and prove how far she had come, especially in front of everyone. Still, Shikamaru's choice wasn't entirely unexpected, given his usual laid-back attitude and his tendency to avoid pointless conflicts. Shikamaru's reasoning made sense, though. He knew how strong Ino was and understood that it would be a difficult fight. It seemed like he didn't see the point in pushing himself when he could recognize the outcome from the start. However, for Ino, it felt like a missed opportunity to display her growth and skills in the Chunin exams. With the first match concluded, the atmosphere shifted as we prepared for the next fight, Zeko vs Kiba. This one promised to be a more intense and action-packed encounter, with two fierce competitors ready to give their all. As Ino stepped back to join the other spectators, she shot me a glance, as if to say she still had more to show later on. I gave her a reassuring nod. "Don't worry, Ino. You'll have your chance soon enough." Zekubumi vs Kiba. Inuzuka Zeku, a shinobi from Otagakure, specializes in manipulating sound, a skill that can be particularly dangerous to his opponents, as it has the potential to disorient or even damage their hearing. Opposite him stood Kiba, known for his taijutsu skills and seamless teamwork with his loyal companion, Akamaru. As the two faced off in the arena, Kiba crouched low, his hand resting on Akamaru's back, ready to spring into action. Meanwhile, Zeku stood tall, his arms extended slightly forward, with his bandaged hands hinting at the destructive power hidden beneath. Gecko glanced at both competitors, then raised his hand. "Begin," he declared, signaling the start of the match. The moment Gecko signaled the start of the match, Kiba lunged forward with impressive speed, Akamaru by his side. "Let's go, Akamaru!" he shouted. The pair worked seamlessly, using their coordinated attacks to close the distance between them and Zeku. However, Zeku remained unfazed. He raised his hands, revealing the modified air tubes embedded in his palms, which had been covered by the bandages. "You think you can get close to me that easily?" he taunted. "Take this, decapitating airwaves." With a powerful blast of sound and air pressure, Zeku unleashed a shockwave towards Kiba and Akamaru. The force of the attack was strong enough to send the pair skidding backward, disrupting their approach. The intense vibrations from the sound attack also made Kiba cover his ears in pain. "That's just a taste of what I can do," Zeku sneered, already preparing for his next move. Kiba quickly recovered, his eyes narrowing as he sized up Zeku's ability. "Not bad, but we're just getting started. Akamaru, let's show him our real strength." He tossed a soldier pill to Akamaru, causing the dog's fur to turn red and his energy to surge. "Fang over fang!" Kiba yelled, as he and Akamaru spun rapidly towards Zeku in a spiraling double attack. Zeku responded by unleashing another blast, aiming to knock them out of the air, but the sheer force and unpredictability of Kiba and Akamaru's technique made it difficult for him to accurately target them. One of the spinning attacks managed to connect, hitting Zeku in the chest and sending him crashing into the ground. The crowd watched with bated breath, waiting to see who would come out on top in this clash of speed, power, and sound. Zeku emerged from the rubble, battered but still able to fight. His eyes burned with determination as he raised his bandaged arms again, shouting, "Decapitating airwaves!" The sonic blast rippled through the air, a destructive force that was difficult to avoid entirely. Kiba and Akamaru attempted to evade, but the sheer speed of the attack left them grazed and wounded. Yet, this match was far from over. Despite their injuries, Kiba and Akamaru launched themselves at Zeku with renewed vigor, unleashing a relentless assault. The clash became a test of resilience and willpower, as the combatants exchanged blows in a struggle for dominance. After nearly 5 minutes of intense fighting, it became clear that Kiba and Akamaru's coordinated efforts were wearing Zeku down. With a final strike, Zeku collapsed to the ground, unable to continue. Gecko raised his hand and declared, "The winner is Kiba Inuzuka." After enduring a grueling back-and-forth battle, Kiba and Akamaru emerged victorious. Both fighters had taken considerable damage, but Kiba's resilience and determination, coupled with Akamaru's loyalty, gave them the edge. Kiba breathed heavily as he helped Akamaru onto his shoulder. "You did great, Akamaru. We really pulled through," he said, patting the little dog affectionately. Although it was a tough battle, the win boosted his morale for the upcoming challenges. Meanwhile, Zeku, lying on the ground in defeat, clenched his fist in frustration. He had underestimated Kiba and paid the price for it, but the loss only fueled his resolve to get stronger. With the match over, the next two contestants prepared themselves for the third fight, as the atmosphere remained tense and eager for more action. Chapter 58, Third and Fourth Match. Tenten vs. Kintsuchi. Following Kiba's victory, the third match was announced, Tenten vs. Kin. "Good luck, Tenten," I called out to her, offering a word of encouragement. She acknowledged it with a confident smile, then turned to face her opponent. As both combatants took their stances, Gecko gave the signal. "Begin." The moment the match commenced, Tenten wasted no time. She unfurled a scroll, releasing a flurry of ninja tools into the air. With precision and skill, she launched a barrage of shuriken, kunai, and other weapons at Kin, forcing her opponent onto the defensive. Ken swiftly evaded Tenten's barrage of ninja tools, weaving through the onslaught with agile movements. As she closed the distance between them, Kin attempted to disrupt Tenten's rhythm with a counterattack. "Not bad," Tenten remarked, unfazed as she noticed Ken closing in. "But you'll have to do better than that." With a flick of her wrist, Tenten unleashed another wave of weapons, this time using her mastery of weapon manipulation to control the trajectory midair. The kunai and shuriken seemed to curve around Kin's movements, forcing her to dodge unpredictably. Kin, realizing the danger, quickly retaliated by throwing several senbon needles with bells attached, intending to confuse Tenten with the sound and distract her with subtle genjutsu. The ringing of the bells filled the arena, creating a disorienting effect. However, Tenten remained composed. She expertly swung her large scroll and summoned a barrage of spike chains, wrapping them around the approaching needles to deflect the attack. "Your tricks won't work on me," she declared confidently. With that, she executed a swift maneuver, closing the distance herself and delivering a powerful kick aimed at Kin's midsection. With a swift kick, Tenten forced Kin to stumble back, But Kin quickly regained her footing, determination burning in her eyes. If this keeps up, I'll lose, she thought, realizing she needed a different approach. She swiftly performed a series of hand signs, preparing to change the course of the battle. Illusion technique, bell sound clone. Kin called out. Instantly, multiple clones appeared around her, each emitting a sound like a ringing bell, a disorienting and irritating noise that filled the arena. The sound disrupted Tenten's focus momentarily, providing Kin with the opening she needed. She hurled a needle aimed directly at Tenten, hoping to capitalize on the distraction. However, Tenten swiftly recovered, raising her kunai to block the projectile with expert precision. Seeing that Kin had closed the distance, she decided to press the advantage. Gripping her kunai tightly, she rushed forward, aiming for a decisive close-quarters strike. Kin struggled to maintain her ground, her strengths lay in mid to long-range combat, and she was clearly outmatched in a direct confrontation. As Tenten's relentless assault continued, it was only a matter of time before Kin faltered. With the final strike, Kin was unable to continue, and Hueco raised his hand, declaring, "The winner is Tenten." Triumphant, Tenten ran over and embraced me in a joyful hug. Her eyes sparkled with pride, the hard work she'd put into her training finally paying off in a crucial moment. "You did a great job," I said, wrapping my arms around her in return. "All the training really showed today." Tenten beamed at the praise and tightened her embrace before stepping back, a satisfied smile on her face. "Thanks, Naruto. I've been working hard, and it paid off," she said proudly. She then rejoined her teammates, still glowing with the joy of her victory. Naruto vs. Shino. The next match was mine, and I stepped down into the arena to face Shino. As we squared off, I couldn't help but try to lighten the mood. "Let's make this an interesting fight, Shino," I called out, a grin tugging at my lips. Shino adjusted his glasses, giving a slight nod. "I intend to." He always had that calm, collected demeanor, the kind that could come off as a bit too cool for some. But I knew that despite his quiet nature, he was no pushover. The Aburame clan's unique bond with insects made them formidable opponents, though it often left Shino isolated from others. After all, not many people could handle the idea of being a walking insect nest, especially when it came to girls who had a natural aversion to bugs. But for the Aburame, it was simply their way of life. As we both readied ourselves, I knew this fight would be anything but ordinary. We both took our stances, Shino allowing his insects to swarm out from his sleeves, while I drew my katana, gripping it firmly as I prepared for the battle ahead. "Begin." Hueco announced, his voice strained by a persistent cough. How has he managed to keep going with that awful cough? I wondered briefly, before focusing on the fight. Without wasting a moment, I formed a series of hand signs, knowing that bugs were naturally weak against fire. "Great fireball technique," I shouted as a massive ball of flames erupted from my mouth, hurtling toward Shino. The wave of heat swept over the insects he had released, reducing many of them to ashes. However, I knew a fireball alone wouldn't be enough to take him down. After all, fire jutsu rarely finished off an opponent in one go, and there were no records of a Shinobi meeting their end from a fireball alone. True to form, Shino swiftly dodged the fireball, allowing it to crash onto the floor behind him, leaving charred markings in its wake. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, I rushed forward. As Shino completed his evasive maneuver, I closed the gap and swung my katana in a swift, clean arc aimed at his neck. The blade stopped just short, leaving him with no choice but to acknowledge the threat. A bead of sweat rolled down Shino's temple. "I surrender," he declared, his voice calm but resigned. Hueco raised his hand, announcing, "The winner is Naruto." Chapter 59, 5th and 6th match. Sasuke vs. Choji Akimaki. Following my victory, it was time for the next match, Sasuke vs. Choji. The two took their places in the arena, each adopting their respective fighting stances. Sasuke's eyes were sharp and focused, his Sharingan faintly glimmering as he prepared to anticipate Choji's movements. Opposite him, Choji cracked his knuckles, his expression a mix of determination and hesitation, knowing that he was up against a tough opponent. Hueco raised his hand and, through another coughing fit, managed to announce, "Begin." As soon as the signal was given, the air grew tense, with both fighters ready to launch into action. As soon as Gecko signaled the start, Sasuke and Choji sprang into action. Choji immediately activated his partial expansion jutsu, enlarging his arms to throw a powerful punch towards Sasuke. However, Sasuke swiftly evaded, his Sharingan activated, allowing him to anticipate Choji's movements with ease. Sasuke responded with a burst of speed, closing the gap and delivering a spinning kick aimed at Choji's side. The larger boy blocked it with his expanded arm, but the force still pushed him back a few steps. Choji gritted his teeth. "You're pretty fast, Sasuke, but I'm not backing down." He quickly transformed into a human boulder, rolling rapidly towards Sasuke. Sasuke jumped high into the air, dodging Choji's attack, and performed a quick series of hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. He shouted, releasing multiple small fireballs towards Choji's rolling form. The fireballs struck Choji, forcing him to cancel his jutsu and revert to his normal size, slightly singed but still determined. Sasuke landed gracefully, his Sharingan still active and watching Choji's every move. It was clear that he was conserving his strength, waiting for an opening to finish the match. The clash began with a burst of energy, as Choji activated his partial expansion jutsu, his arms swelling to massive proportions as he swung at Sasuke, attempting to crush him with the sheer force of his strikes. However, Sasuke's agility was remarkable. Each time Choji's enormous fists came down, Sasuke evaded effortlessly, darting just out of range. Realizing that evasion alone wouldn't be enough to end the fight, Sasuke drew his katana, its blade gleaming in the light. Channeling his lightning chakra through the weapon, it crackled with energy as he prepared to strike. With a swift dash, he closed the distance between them, aiming to use the lightning style to momentarily stun Choji, creating an opening to finish the battle. The next few moments would determine whether Choji's sheer power could overwhelm Sasuke's speed and strategy, or if Sasuke would be able to capitalize on his advantage and bring the match to an end. However, Choji wasn't about to let Sasuke get the upper hand so easily. With a burst of chakra, he expanded his entire body into a massive, boulder-like form and began rolling rapidly towards Sasuke, launching his human boulder jutsu. The ground trembled as he barreled forward, aiming to crush Sasuke with his sheer mass and momentum. Sasuke, not one to back down, gripped his lightning-infused katana and met the attack head-on, the blade crackling with electricity as he braced himself. The impact was intense, the force of the collision echoing throughout the arena as the two struggled to overpower each other. For a moment, it seemed like a stalemate, but Sasuke's speed and precision gave him the slight edge he needed. With a powerful push, he redirected Choji's momentum, sending him crashing toward the wall. The impact was enough to knock Choji unconscious, his enormous form shrinking back to normal. Hueco raised his hand and declared, "The winner is Sasuke." Rock Lee vs Yoro Akido. With half of the day's matches concluded, there were still 5 more to go. Up in the stands, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched the battles with a pleased expression. The display of skill, determination, and growth from the young genin had exceeded his expectations. "This year's participants are truly exceptional," Hiruzen remarked, his tone filled with pride and optimism. The nearby Jonin, observing alongside him, nodded in agreement. It was evident that this generation showed great promise. Meanwhile, down in the arena, Hueco cleared his throat and announced, "Next match, Rock Lee vs Yoro." The two competitors stepped forward, each taking their position. Lee's eyes burned with youthful determination, while Yoro adjusted his gloves, a calculating look on his face as they prepared for the upcoming clash. The two fighters stood facing each other, each in their respective fighting stances, ready for the challenge ahead. "Begin." Hueco called out. Without hesitation, Rock Lee burst forward with blinding speed, closing the distance between himself and Yoro in an instant. He launched into a flurry of close-quarter strikes, his fists and feet moving in a blur as he pressed the offensive. Yoro, however, was quick to react, skillfully blocking and parrying Lee's rapid attacks. It quickly became evident that both were skilled taijutsu users, each testing the other's strength and reflexes as they traded blows. Lee's relentless aggression was met with Yoro's precise defenses, as the clash intensified with every passing moment. As the battle continued, Rock Lee began to notice a strange decline in the impact of his punches and kicks. His strikes, which usually landed with great force, were starting to feel weaker. At first, he shrugged it off, attributing it to fatigue, but soon, it became evident that something was seriously wrong. His strength seemed to be draining away with every exchange. Yoro smirked, sensing Lee's confusion. "My technique allows me to absorb your physical and spiritual energy, converting it into my own power," he explained, his voice calm and confident. "In other words, your chakra and stamina are fueling me." The spectators gasped at the revelation. It was a rare and unsettling ability, one that could turn a fight on its head in an instant. Even the experienced Jonin watching couldn't help but be taken aback by the nature of such a technique. Who would have thought that a jutsu like this existed, one that could sap an opponent's vitality and turn it against them? Lee found himself in a dire predicament. As a taijutsu specialist, he relied on his physical abilities more than anything else. But against an opponent who could drain his strength with each clash, he was facing one of the most challenging adversaries imaginable. It was a battle not just of fists and feet, but of endurance and strategy, where every move could cost him the power he needed to stay in the fight. As the situation grew increasingly desperate for Lee, his sensei, Might Guy, called out from the sidelines. "Lee, you can remove your weights." Lee hesitated. "But sensei, You said I should only take them off if a friend was in danger, he countered, looking conflicted. I know what I said, Lee, Guy replied with a serious expression. But right now, you need to show your guts. With his sensei's approval, Lee sat down and began to unfasten the weights strapped to his legs. The spectators watched with skepticism, some even whispering among themselves. Temari scoffed. What difference will a few pounds make? She said dismissively. Standing beside her, I couldn't help but smirk. A few pounds, huh? I replied, my tone teasing as I waited for the reveal. As soon as the weights hit the ground, the sheer impact cracked the floor, sending a shockwave through the arena. Temari's eyes widened in disbelief, and a collective gasp arose from the crowd. I told you, I said, grinning at her reaction. Just a few pounds, right? Even the Jonin were taken aback, with Kakashi glancing over at Guy. What were you thinking, training your students like this? He mumbled, half amused and half bewildered. With the weights off, Lee's speed and strength surged to an entirely new level. He became a blur, moving so fast that Yoro struggled to keep up. In an instant, Lee closed the distance and launched a powerful kick, sending Yoro hurtling across the arena and crashing into the wall. Yoro slumped to the ground, unconscious. Winner, Rock Lee. Gecko declared. Lee quickly picked up his discarded weights and ran over to celebrate with Guy, who welcomed him with open arms and a proud smile. Chapter 60, 7th and 8th match. Neji Hyuga vs Mitsumi Tsurugi. As the next match was announced, Hi-8 Gecko called out. Neji vs Mitsumi. The two competitors stepped forward to take their places in the arena. Before the fight began, Hinata offered Neji a quiet encouragement. Good luck, Neji, she said with a gentle smile. The two of them had grown closer over the years, developing a bond more akin to that of a brother and sister. Neji gave a slight nod. Thank you, Hinata, he replied calmly, his expression focused. The fighters took their stances, with Neji adopting the classic Hyuga gentle fist style, his hands raised and ready to intercept any attack. Mitsumi, known for his ability to manipulate his body like a serpent, eyed his opponent warily, understanding the danger of getting too close to the Byakugan user. Gecko, still struggling with his persistent cough, raised his hand. Begin. Without hesitation, Neji activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging as his vision expanded to see the flow of chakra throughout Mitsumi's body. He was ready to exploit any opening, while Mitsumi prepared to test Neji's renowned defense. Neji initiated his attack, but Mitsumi's unusual agility allowed him to evade the strikes. Using his soft physique modification, a technique that made his body flexible like a snake's, Mitsumi twisted and contorted to avoid Neji's relentless gentle fist strikes. It was an ability quite opposite to the Akimaki clan's techniques, making his movements unpredictable and hard to pin down. However, Neji's precision only intensified with each attempt, his determination reflecting the reputation he had earned as a genius of the Hyuga clan. As Mitsumi struggled to maintain his evasive maneuvers, he decided to create a water clone to distract Neji. The clone leapt forward as a decoy, while Mitsumi circled around to launch a surprise attack from behind. A surprise strike from behind, no one can dodge that, not even a Hyuga, Mitsumi thought, convinced he had an opening. However, Mitsumi underestimated the power of the Byakugan. Neji's advanced visual prowess allowed him to see in all directions, making it clear which was the real opponent and which was the clone. Neji's eyes narrowed as he prepared to counter the pincer attack. Activating his signature technique, Neji announced. 8 trigrams 64 palms. With flawless speed and accuracy, he began the assault. Each strike landed with increasing intensity, bursting the water clone and hitting Mitsumi's chakra points in rapid succession. Mitsumi's body trembled as his chakra network was disrupted, leaving him unable to continue the fight. Recognizing his defeat, Mitsumi raised his hand. I give up, he declared, breathless and defeated. Neji wins. Gecko proclaimed, and the crowd erupted with applause at the display of Neji's skill. Kankuro vs Daisuke Nuda. With Neji's victory, only 6 contestants remained, 1 from Otagakure, 2 from Konohagakure, and 3 from Sunagakure. The tension in the arena continued to build as the next match was announced. Hi-8 Gecko called out. Kankuro vs Dusa. The two fighters stepped into the ring, each preparing for the battle ahead. Kankuro quickly took out his puppet, which resembled a large, segmented caterpillar. Its joints and limbs were hidden beneath bandages, concealing the true nature of the puppet's capabilities. Dusa eyed the puppet warily, knowing that puppeteers from the Sand Village were known for their tricky and deceptive fighting styles. As they took their stances, the audience leaned forward in anticipation, eager to see what tactics the Sunagakure puppet master would use against his opponent. Begin. Gecko's voice rang out, signaling the start of the match. As the fight began, Kankuro immediately took control of his puppet, Karasu, which was disguised as a wrapped-up bundle resembling a caterpillar. Dasu, with his mastery over sound-based attacks, wasn't intimidated and prepared to use his melody arm to launch a sound wave attack. Hueco announced. Begin. Kankuro swiftly maneuvered Karasu, sending it towards Dasu at high speed. Dasu, anticipating a straightforward assault, unleashed his sound wave in an attempt to disrupt the puppet's movement. However, Kankuro was prepared for this and made Karasu dodge, avoiding the brunt of the sound wave. Dasu's eyes narrowed as he realized that hitting the puppet wouldn't be easy. He redirected his focus and tried to get closer to Kankuro himself, intending to use the melody arm at close range. As Dasu approached, Kankuro smirked, pulling the strings of Karasu with a sudden motion. The puppet's compartments opened, revealing hidden blades and traps, which lunged at Dasu from different angles. Dasu barely managed to dodge the attacks, but in doing so, he was forced to retreat, losing his momentum. "You're not getting close that easily," Kankuro taunted, keeping Dasu at bay with Karasu's relentless strikes. Dasu quickly realized that Kankuro's puppet, Karasu, was the main obstacle keeping him at bay. With no clear way to get closer, Dasu decided that the best strategy was to destroy the puppet entirely, using his sound-based offensive attacks to shatter its structure. He launched a barrage of sound waves from his melody arm, striking at the puppet from multiple angles while deftly evading Karasu's counterattacks. The relentless onslaught gradually took its toll, and small cracks began to form on Karasu's wooden exterior. Seeing the damage accumulate, Kankuro's expression tightened. He knew that if Karasu were destroyed, he'd be left vulnerable and without his primary means of combat. Determined not to let Dasu gain the upper hand, Kankuro intensified his own attacks, controlling Karasu with even fiercer precision. The puppet's limbs lashed out, its hidden compartments springing open to reveal blades and traps, forcing Dasu to stay on the move. It became a battle of attrition, with each fighter pushing their techniques to the limit, knowing that the outcome depended on which one of them could endure just a bit longer. As the fight wore on, the cracks on Kankuro's puppet, Karasu, deepened. Dasu, despite suffering multiple cuts and bruises from the puppet's relentless attacks, saw his opportunity to secure victory. With one final, concentrated assault, Dasu's sound waves shattered Karasu, leaving it in pieces scattered across the arena floor. Kankuro's expression shifted to frustration and resignation. Without his puppet, he had no reliable means to defend himself or counterattack against Dasu's sound-based techniques. Recognizing his disadvantage, Kankuro took a step back and raised his hand in surrender. "I give up," he declared, his voice calm but resigned. Hueco nodded and raised his arm. "Winner, Dasu," he announced. The arena echoed with a mix of cheers and murmurs, as spectators took in the intense showdown between the puppet master and the sound shinobi. Chapter 61, ninth and last match. Sakura Haruno vs Hinata Hyuga. As the next match was announced, anticipation filled the arena. Hi-8 Hueco stepped forward and called out, "Hinata vs Sakura." With this being a battle between two Konoha shinobi, the tension was different, almost personal. I offered some words of encouragement as they prepared to face each other. "Good luck, both of you," I said with a smile. "Thank you, Naruto," they replied in unison. The two Kunoichi took their positions at the center of the arena. Sakura, with determination in her eyes, addressed her opponent. "Hinata, don't think I'm going to hold back. If it were anyone else, I might, but not with you." Hinata returned the sentiment with a light-hearted laugh. "Same here, Sakura," she replied, her voice steady and confident. As they exchanged smiles, the spectators were taken aback by their friendly exchange before the battle. Those who didn't know them well could only wonder why they were behaving this way, like close friends rather than fierce rivals. The two fighters assumed their stances, Sakura tightening her fists while Hinata adopted the traditional gentle fist posture of the Hyuga clan. I couldn't help but feel eager to watch this match unfold. I knew it was going to be one of the most exciting fights of the day. Both were highly skilled, and they shared a mutual respect that would make this a clash worth witnessing. Hueco raised his hand and then dropped it. "Begin," he announced. As the match began, Sakura and Hinata quickly engaged in close combat, showing off their refined taijutsu skills. Sakura's movements were swift and precise, while Hinata's gentle fist style allowed her to deliver chakra-infused strikes aimed at Sakura's vital points. The crowd watched in anticipation, aware that both Kunoichi had trained hard to reach this level. Sakura dodged one of Hinata's strikes and immediately retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Hinata's midsection. Hinata barely managed to evade the blow, feeling the force of the punch as it grazed past her. "You've gotten stronger, Sakura," Hinata said, a hint of admiration in her voice. "And I'm not done yet," Sakura replied, launching a series of rapid strikes. Hinata activated her Byakugan, enhancing her perception and allowing her to read Sakura's movements with precision. She countered Sakura's punches with graceful palm strikes, managing to land a few hits on Sakura's chakra points, slowing down her movements. However, Sakura wasn't one to back down. She gritted her teeth, pushing through the numbness and drawing on her sheer willpower. The intensity of the fight increased as they continued to trade blows, Sakura using her superior physical strength and Hinata leveraging her agility and chakra control. Sakura, realizing she needed to change tactics, jumped back to gain some distance. She quickly formed a hand sign, focusing her chakra into her fists. "Let's see you handle this," she shouted, rushing back in with renewed vigor, her punches creating small shockwaves with each strike. Hinata braced herself, using her gentle fist to deflect the shockwaves and avoid taking the full brunt of Sakura's attacks. "I won't give up, Sakura," Hinata declared, her resolve strengthening. The match was reaching its peak, with both fighters pushing themselves to their limits. It was clear to everyone that this was more than just a competition, it was a testament to their growth and determination. The fight between Hinata and Sakura had reached its climax, with both kunoichi covered in bruises, their breaths ragged from exhaustion. They had pushed each other to the brink, neither willing to back down, trading blows as if there were no tomorrow. Each strike landed with enough force to make even a seasoned Jonin feel its impact. The intensity of the match left the spectators in awe, witnessing a level of skill and determination that went beyond what anyone expected from two young genin, especially in a battle between women. As the fight wore on, it became clear that their strength was nearly equal, and fatigue was setting in rapidly. Just as both were about to collapse from sheer exhaustion, I dashed forward, catching them before they hit the ground. "They're both exhausted," I said, looking up at Gecko while still holding them up. "I'll take them." Gecko gave a nod of acknowledgement. "Very well. Since both competitors are unable to continue, this match is declared a draw," he announced. The crowd erupted in applause, not for a winner, but for the sheer display of willpower and skill that both Sakura and Hinata had shown. As I carried them off the battlefield, I could feel the pride swelling inside me for how far they had come. Gaara versus Temari carrying both Sakura and Hinata to the upper floor, I noticed the peaceful smiles on their faces as they slept. It was a stark contrast to the devastation left behind in the arena from their fierce battle. I couldn't help but chuckle, the two of them had given it their all, yet here they were, resting as if the chaos they created was nothing more than a distant dream. As I watched over them, the final match of the day was about to begin. Gecko stepped forward to announce. Gaara versus Temari. The two siblings made their way to the center of the arena, but before Gecko could give the signal to start, Temari raised her hand. "I give up," she declared firmly. The crowd murmured in surprise, and Gecko turned to her with a questioning look. "Why are you giving up before the match even begins?" he asked. Temari's voice held a mix of resolve and emotion. "I don't want to fight my own brother. Besides, I know I can't defeat him. As his elder sister, the thought of attacking him just doesn't sit right with me." Her words hung in the air, and for a moment, even Gaara seemed taken aback. Her acknowledgement of their bond as siblings, despite their usual distance, was unexpected. However, he quickly dismissed any deeper significance, his expression as unreadable as ever. Gecko nodded, accepting her decision. "Very well. The winner is Gaara," he announced. With the final match concluded, the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams came to an end, and the remaining genin would soon find out who would advance to the finals. The excitement and tension of the day lingered in the air, a reminder of the battles that had been fought and the ones still yet to come. Chapter 62, Preliminaries over. As the last match concluded, Hiruzen stood up and addressed the remaining genin. "The battles for today are over. Those who won their matches still have a week before the finals begin. Use this time wisely to rest and prepare, so you can be at your peak for the final round," he announced, his voice carrying a tone of encouragement and authority. I made sure to take Sakura and Hinata to the infirmary, as they were both still exhausted from their intense match. They needed proper care and time to recover, especially after pushing themselves to the limit. With the preliminaries concluded, the atmosphere in the building shifted from tension to relief. One by one, the participants and spectators began to exit, their thoughts filled with the battles they had witnessed and the strategies they would need to develop for the final round. As the building emptied, a sense of anticipation lingered, knowing that the true test of strength and skill still lay ahead. With the village gradually quieting down as the shinobi dispersed to their homes or duties, the air was filled with a mix of relief and anticipation. Those who didn't advance to the finals began making plans to leave, while others who would compete next week were already mentally preparing themselves. Konoha had the advantage in numbers and skill, a testament to its strength, but that potential was often stifled by the decisions of the village elders, who seemed more concerned with preserving their power than fostering growth. I turned to Sasuke. "Come with me. I need to take you to meet someone," I said. He raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Who are we meeting, Naruto?" "I don't think I have anyone close enough to meet besides you and your mom." I chuckled at his unusually long response. "It's a secret," I replied, smirking. Over the years, the Anbu had kept a close watch on us, considering my status as a Jinchuriki and Sasuke being the last of the Uchiha clan. But ever since we became genuine, they had backed off. Now, it felt like we could move around the village freely, without shadows always lurking nearby. As I led Sasuke through the village, I couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and nervousness. I had kept the destination a secret, wanting to surprise him. Sasuke was usually so stoic, but I could tell my decision was making him curious, and that was a rare change. After a few twists and turns, we arrived at a nondescript building on the outskirts of the village. It looked abandoned, but I knew better. "We're here," I said, pushing open the door and gesturing for him to follow me inside. The interior was dim, and for a moment, it felt like stepping into a different world. Then, from the shadows, I heard a familiar voice that sent chills down Sasuke's spine. "Long time no see, Sasuke." As the figure stepped into the light, I could see Sasuke's eyes widen in shock. It was Uchiha, his father. "Father? How?" he stammered, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Fugaku took a step closer, his expression softening. "There's much you don't know, Sasuke. Naruto has been helping me prepare for this day, the day when the Uchiha will reclaim what was taken from us." I watched as Sasuke's mind raced, all the feelings of anger and confusion mixing together. He turned to me, seeking answers. "You knew about this all along, didn't you?" I nodded, feeling the weight of my choices. "I've been working behind the scenes with Fugaku and others loyal to the Uchiha. It's time we change the village for the better, but we need your help, Sasuke. The Chunin exams will be the perfect opportunity to set things in motion." Sasuke's gaze shifted back to his father, and I could see the inner conflict playing out on his face. The betrayal he felt toward the village was now intensified, especially knowing that his father had been alive all this time, hidden away. "What do you want me to do?" he asked, determination filling his voice. Fugaku placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity. "Stay close to Naruto. We'll strike when the time is right. Together, we'll restore the Uchiha clan's honor." I stood back, giving Sasuke and his father the space they needed. Watching from a distance, I felt a strange mix of emotions. It was both heartwarming and a bit awkward to see Sasuke, usually so stoic and composed, completely vulnerable in his father's embrace. He had spent so long wrestling with the weight of his family's legacy, and now, in this moment, it felt like all that pain was pouring out. Fugaku held him tightly, whispering words of comfort that I couldn't quite make out. They were clearly sharing a bond that had been fractured for so long, and I felt honored to be a part of this moment, even if it was just as an observer. As I leaned against the wall, I thought about everything that had led up to this. Sasuke had lost so much, his family, his home, his sense of belonging, and now, he was finding it again, piece by piece. I couldn't help but feel a surge of determination. We were going to change things. This village, with its petty rivalries and endless conflicts, needed to understand that strength wasn't just about power, it was about family, loyalty, and understanding. After about half an hour, I decided it was time to check on them. I walked over, careful not to interrupt their moment too abruptly. As I approached, I noticed that Sasuke's tears had dried, but his face was still flushed with emotion. When he finally pulled away from Fugaku, I could see that he was more composed, albeit still shaken. Chapter 63, Hidden Truth. Third-person Pavhe, I said softly, giving them both a reassuring smile. "How are you feeling, Sasuke?" He took a deep breath, a mix of relief and uncertainty washing over him. "Better. I didn't expect to feel this way. It's just a lot to take in." Fugaku nodded, his expression proud yet contemplative. "I know it's overwhelming, son. But we'll figure this out together. You have your friends, and you have me. You're not alone in this." I felt a warmth spreading through me at his words. It was true. Sasuke had always felt isolated, but now he had a chance to reshape his future, not just for himself, but for the Uchiha clan as a whole. Sasuke's voice trembled with a mix of pain and anger as he confronted his father. "Father, why did you leave me alone for all these years? I thought you were dead. Mom was dead, and all my clan. Ichi killed them all. I even thought about taking revenge on him, but now you're saying that all my efforts are in vain." Fugaku's expression shifted to one of deep sorrow as he listened to Sasuke's words. "I'm sorry for leaving you to carry such a heavy burden," he replied, his voice steady but filled with regret. "You may not know this, but the village elders and the Hokage had already considered eliminating us to protect their own interests. I made that decision to keep you safe." Sasuke clenched his fists, his emotions swirling. "Safe? By abandoning me? By letting me think I was alone in this world? Hey, when were you ever alone?" I interjected, my voice firm but gentle. "You had me, your mom, and the others from the academy. Don't ever think that you're alone in this. Sasuke glanced at me, his expression shifting slightly, but the pain was still evident in his eyes. And don't get angry at your father, I continued, standing my ground. I was the one who suggested he leave you. I thought it was for the best, but I see now how wrong I was. Fugaku looked at me in surprise, clearly taken aback by my admission. Naruto, no, let me finish, I interrupted, feeling the need to express my thoughts. I thought I was helping by keeping you safe from the truth, but I was just pushing you into isolation. You were never meant to bear this burden alone. We're a team, and I should have been there for you. Sasuke, what you didn't know is just how stubborn the village elders are, I continued, keeping my tone steady. Those old geezers made every effort to eliminate the Uchiha from the world. They were scared of your clan's power and influence, and they were willing to do anything to keep it under control. Sasuke's expression hardened, anger flashing in his eyes. So, they were plotting against us all along? Exactly, I replied, nodding. I knew that no matter what happened, Ichi would be the one to carry out the orders. Shizui. He was different. He loved the village and his clan both, and he would never betray that trust. But Ichi. He loved the village more than his own family, more than his own clan. That was his choice, and it was a heavy burden to bear. But he couldn't bring himself to kill two people he loved more than his village, I reiterated. Sasuke looked at me, confusion swirling in his eyes. Was it Mom and Dad? I shook my head. No, it was you and Izumi. He couldn't bear the thought of killing either of you. The village elders could spare you, but they wouldn't let Izumi live because she was already a strong jonin. That's why Ichi took that drastic decision. He believed that her innocence could protect you, unlike Izumi's strength, which made her a target. Sasuke furrowed his brow. So, he asked outsiders to kill her? Exactly. He thought it was the only way to protect you both. But he made sure that the village elders knew that you were off limits. He warned them that if anything happened to you, he would expose every secret he had about Konoha to the other villages. It was a gamble to ensure your safety. Sasuke clenched his fists, anger and pain surfacing in his expression. I can't believe he went through all of that. He sacrificed everything, even his own happiness, just to keep me safe. Your brother loved you more than you can imagine. He was willing to bear the weight of the village's darkness to shield you from it. Ichi knew that pain would shape you into a stronger person. He wanted you to be prepared for the harsh realities of our world, I said, hoping to impart some understanding. And I never even knew, Sasuke whispered, his voice thick with emotion. I only saw him as the villain who destroyed our family. That was the role he chose to play to protect you. Ichi made himself the enemy so that you could have a chance at life. He knew that vengeance would drive you, but he also hoped you could break the cycle of hatred and find your own path, I explained. Chapter 64, Sasuke awakens. Mage Ichi bore so much that no one could fathom. I couldn't even protect my own children, Fugaku lamented, his voice heavy with disappointment. Sasuke, they're all alive. That day, Nan died, Shizui is alive too, I reassured him. I devised a plan for us to hide until the time was right, and that time is now. I continued. I plan to create an identical clone of you Uchiha. It wouldn't raise any suspicions among the elders. A few months ago, Fugaku Ojizen and I orchestrated the narrative of the Uchiha massacre. We staged a coup, deliberately drawing the elders into our trap. Their first target was Shizui, who cherished both the village and the clan. Fugaku nodded, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. I pressed on. I mapped out everything, and it unfolded just as I envisioned. Every Uchiha survived, and now we can use this to make you stronger. In a few years, the Uchiha clan will rise anew, powerful enough to shock the entire world. Sasuke's expression hardened, a mix of disbelief and determination. This was our chance to reclaim our legacy and reshape the future of our clan. Why, Naruto? Why did you go to such lengths to protect us? Both Fugaku and Sasuke asked, their voices laced with confusion and curiosity. Fugaku Ojizen had carried this out for all these years. Because you guys are my family, I replied earnestly. But there's more. Not even my mom knows this. 13 years ago, the Kyuubi's rampage was orchestrated by an elder. Without insider help, no one would have known the location of my birth. I didn't know who it was at the time, but I lost my father because of them. And now, I was on the verge of losing you all too. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of my words. That's why I planned everything meticulously. I gathered information about their actions and the schemes they concocted against the village. I realized they needed to protect their own interests, and I was determined to turn the tables. The elders underestimated the bond we share, and I knew I had to act before it was too late. Fugaku's eyes softened with understanding, while Sasuke's resolve strengthened. They could see my commitment, and together, we would forge a path to reclaim our family and honor the Uchiha name. None of us knew that during this time, Sasuke had already awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. But with the intensity of our conversation, we were lost in our own world, forgetting everything around us. Fugaku Ojizan, next week is the right time to gather every Uchiha and prepare disguises, I instructed. When the finals happen, that will be our moment to act. But remember, do not attack anyone from Konoha. We can't afford that conflict because Kusagakure will be launching an attack against us. Fugaku stared at me, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. Why would Sun attack us? He asked, trying to piece together the strategy. Because they believe Konoha is weak right now, especially with all the turmoil surrounding the Uchiha clan. But while you guys create a diversion, your focus should be on attacking Root and Danzō. They've been undermining your clan for years, and this is our chance to take them down, I explained. While you're handling that, I will take care of the other matters, I added, determined to keep my focus. We had a plan, and for the first time in a long while, hope flickered in the air. Together, we would reclaim our destiny and protect the village we loved. Orochimaru made a deal with the Kusagakure while Konoha was without you guys, so he felt brave enough to attack us, I explained, laying out the situation. But Orochimaru is now my subordinate, so he won't be a problem for us. Sasuke, you'll need to handle Gaara since he's a Jinchuriki. Fugaku and Sasuke nodded in agreement, understanding the urgency of the plan. Once everything was sorted, I noticed a faint red glow in Sasuke's eyes. As I looked closer, I realized he was bleeding slightly. Sasuke, you've awakened your Mangekyo, I said, my voice filled with joy. Fugaku, recognizing the significance of this moment, hugged Sasuke tightly, a wide smile breaking across his face. I knew you had it in you, my boy. He exclaimed, pride evident in his voice. Sasuke stood there, momentarily surprised, his expression shifting from confusion to a sense of accomplishment. I didn't even realize it myself, he admitted, touching his eyes in disbelief. This power will be crucial in the battles ahead, I encouraged him. You've always had the strength, and now you can unleash it. The weight of our mission felt lighter now, as we prepared to face the challenges ahead together, united as a family. With a solid plan in place and the exciting news of Sasuke awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, we left the meeting and headed straight home while Ojizan returned to place where he was staying now. The atmosphere was charged with a mix of determination and relief, but I knew we had one more important task ahead of us. As we walked, I could feel the weight of all the secrets I had kept from my mom pressing down on me. It was time to share everything, to lay bare the truths I had hidden for so long. She deserved to know about the Uchiha massacre, the threats that loomed over us, and my involvement in our plans to reclaim our family's honor. Chapter 65, Final Preparations. As we reached home, my mom rushed toward us in a flurry of concern. I could see the worry etched on her face as she enveloped both Sasuke and me in a tight hug. Where have you two been? Do you have any idea how worried I was? She scolded, her voice trembling slightly with anxiety. Then, we entered the house, and I immediately called out. Mom, I'm really hungry. She sighed, but a small smile tugged at her lips. All right, Naruto. Sasuke, you two, freshen up, and I'll get some food ready. We headed to the washroom to wash up while Mom went into the kitchen to prepare a meal. A few minutes later, we gathered around the dining table, the aroma of freshly cooked food filling the air. Here you go, Mom said as she placed the dishes in front of us. We eagerly started digging in, our hunger making us devour everything at a rapid pace. Slow down, you two. You'll choke if you're not careful, she chuckled, watching us with a blend of amusement and affection. As the initial hunger wore off, I looked up at her, my expression turning serious. Mom, there's something I need to tell you, I began, my voice steady but firm. It's a secret I've been keeping from you for a long time. She paused, her smile fading as she saw the serious look on my face. What is it, Naruto? I took a deep breath, glancing briefly at Sasuke before turning back to her. It was time to reveal the truth I had kept hidden, no matter how difficult it might be for her to hear. We laid everything out for Mom, the truth about the Uchiha, the elders, and even the details surrounding Father's death. As she listened, her expression shifted from shock to anger, her fists clenching tightly at her sides. The weight of each revelation seemed to settle heavily on her, and I could see the hurt in her eyes as she processed everything. At first, she struggled to contain her emotions, her voice trembling with a mix of outrage and disbelief. Why didn't you tell me any of this sooner, Naruto? How could you keep such things hidden? She demanded, her tone filled with hurt. I glanced down, feeling the guilt wash over me. I'm sorry, Mom. I thought it was the only way to protect everyone. I didn't want you to worry, and there were so many risks. As the anger began to fade, tears welled up in her eyes, and soon, she was crying softly. The realization of how much I had endured, carrying these burdens alone, seemed to overwhelm her. You You didn't have to bear all of this on your own, she whispered, her voice breaking. Seeing her like this made my heart ache. I'm sorry, Mom, I repeated, feeling a lump in my throat. But I promise, things will change now. Mom, there's one favor I'd like to ask you, I said, my tone serious but hopeful. She gave me a reassuring smile. I'm your mom, Naruto. You can ask me anything. Please contact Tsunade, Jiraiya and ask them to attend the finals next week, I requested. I'm planning to reveal everything to the village then. She deserves to know the truth, that the person they once thought of as a mentor betrayed everyone who had helped the village. Mom's eyes widened slightly, but she nodded in understanding, recognizing the importance of the request. And one more thing, I continued, meeting her gaze. Either you or Tsunade should be the next Hokage. The village needs a leader it can trust, and both of you have the strength and wisdom to guide it. I want you both to decide who should take on that responsibility. She looked taken aback, as if the weight of what I was asking had just hit her. Naruto. That's a huge decision, she replied, her voice filled with emotion. But if it's for the good of the village, I'll talk to Tsunade and we'll figure out what needs to be done. Thank you, Mom, I said softly, feeling a sense of relief. We were finally taking steps towards setting things right. With everything sorted out with Mom, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders, and my heart seemed a little lighter. Thank you, Mom, I said, grateful for her understanding. She gave me a gentle smile. All right, now hurry up and finish eating. Then get some rest, you both need to be ready for the big event coming up. Okay, Mom, I replied. Sasuke and I finished our meal and headed to bed. We needed all the rest we could get, with the finals approaching and the weight of our plan on our minds. As we drifted off to sleep, I knew Mom was still processing everything she had just learned. There was so much happening around her, and it wasn't easy to accept that the village she had always trusted had such dark secrets. But now, with the truth out in the open and a plan in motion, we could finally move forward together. The days ahead would be challenging, but we were ready to face them as a family. Chapter 66, Chunin Finals starts. The following days felt fairly normal for me, though there were a few exceptions. I took Temari around the village, showing her the sights and places that made Konoha unique. We spent time walking through the bustling streets, visiting shops, and even enjoying some local snacks. I wanted her to see more than just the training grounds and exam hall, to get a sense of what the village was like beyond the competition. I also had a conversation with Hueco. After this week, you won't need to go to the academy like usual, I told her. Her eyes widened with curiosity, but I didn't share everything, only giving her a hint of the changes that were coming. There's a lot happening, but trust me, it's for the better, I reassured her. Around us, the village was alive with energy. The atmosphere resembled that of a festival, with villagers celebrating and vendors setting up stalls, anticipating the upcoming Chunin exam finals. Colorful decorations adorned the streets, and the excitement in the air was palpable. It felt like everyone was caught up in the festivities, unaware of the storm brewing beneath the surface. As the days passed, I prepared myself mentally and physically for what was to come, knowing it would soon be time to reveal the truth and change the course of history. The arena where the fights would take place had been transformed, adorned with decorations that made it look grand and appealing to all the visitors. This was a significant event, happening only once every few years, so the village was bustling with laughter, excitement, and celebration. It felt like a festival, with everyone eagerly anticipating the upcoming battles. As the week came to an end, the time for the Chunin exam finals arrived. Clan leaders and other important figures from various villages gathered at the arena, taking their places in the viewing stands. Among them were Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had came as I had asked Mom to contact them. Their presence added a sense of gravity to the occasion, making it clear that this was more than just an ordinary exam. With the sound of the crowd buzzing in the background, we made our way toward the arena. The other participants and I marched in together, our eyes set on the battleground where our skills would be tested. I glanced around, spotting familiar faces in the audience, each person unaware of the truth I was about to reveal. The time had come, not just for the fights, but for the start of a new chapter in Konoha's history. The arrival of the Hokage and Kusagakure brought a wave of silence over the bustling crowd. As they entered the arena, all eyes turned toward them, the leaders commanding respect with their presence. They each made their way to the center of the battleground, where they addressed the gathered spectators. The Hokage spoke first, his voice steady and commanding. Welcome, everyone, to this year's Chunin exam finals. It is an honor to have all of you here to witness the strength and growth of the next generation of shinobi. Today, you will see not only the skills of these young warriors but also the bonds of friendship and rivalry that make our villages stronger. The Kusagakure followed, his voice calm and measured. We gather here not only to celebrate these young talents but also to strengthen the ties between our nations. May the best among them shine, and let this be a testament to the continued alliance and prosperity of our villages. With their addresses complete, the two leaders took their seats in the VIP section, overlooking the arena. The crowd erupted into applause, the anticipation in the air growing thicker as the final matches drew near. It was almost time for the true test to begin, and for the secrets to slowly unravel. The arena was packed with spectators, their excitement palpable as they eagerly awaited the start of the matches. The air buzzed with anticipation, the crowd's cheers and chants echoing throughout the space. Some shouted the names of their favorite genin, rallying for who they hoped would claim victory, while others called out to the Hokage, showing their support and enthusiasm for the village. Amidst the noise, I could hear my own name being called out. It seemed I had gained a bit of fame over the years, and now many were eager to see what I could do. The cheers brought a sense of pride, but also reminded me of the weight of expectations resting on my shoulders. Standing there, I took in the atmosphere, feeling the energy of the crowd surge around me. I glanced up toward the VIP section where the Hokage, Kusagakure, and other dignitaries were seated, knowing they were watching closely. This wasn't just about proving my strength in battle, it was also about the plan I'd set in motion, the truth that would soon come to light. As the announcer prepared to begin the first match, I steadied my breathing and readied myself for the events that were about to unfold. As the Hokage and Kusagakure took their seats, they signaled the start of the event, their voices ringing out across the arena. Let the Chunin exam finals begin. The crowd erupted in cheers, the anticipation reaching its peak. The proctor stepped into the arena, raising his hand to call for attention. With a nod, he signaled the first fighters to prepare. The matches were about to commence, and all eyes were on the young genin who would soon step onto the battlefield. While the spectators and officials focused on the excitement unfolding in the arena, something far more significant was happening behind the scenes. The Uchihas, under the leadership of Fugaku, had made their move. Clad in disguises, they stealthily infiltrated Root's hidden bases. Their target was clear, Danzō and his forces. It was time to strike back and weaken the grip of the hidden organization that had operated in the shadows for far too long. The Uchihas moved with precision, taking advantage of the village's focus on the finals. As the young genin clashed in the arena, a different kind of battle was underway, a fight to dismantle the darkness that had threatened Konoha from within for years. The stage was set for a day of revelations and confrontations. Chapter 67, First Fight. Ino Yamanaka vs. Kiba. Inuzuka. The proctor, Hueco, who was still alive in this version of events, stepped forward. His raspy voice echoed throughout the arena, carrying a surprising strength as he announced. The first match is between Ino Yamanaka and Kiba Inuzuka. Both of you, come to the arena. The crowd's cheers grew louder as the two participants made their way down to the center of the battleground. Ino's expression was calm and focused, her usual confidence showing as she prepared for the fight. Kiba, on the other hand, looked eager and fired up, his canine partner, Akamaru, at his side, barking excitedly in anticipation. As they took their positions, Hueco raised his hand, signaling for them to get ready. Remember, this is a one-on-one battle. The match will continue until one of you admits defeat, is unable to continue, or I decide the outcome. Understood? Both nodded, determination evident in their eyes. Begin. Hueco shouted, dropping his hand to start the match. Ino and Kiba immediately sprang into action, with Kiba charging forward alongside Akamaru, while Ino began strategizing her next move. The first battle of the finals was underway, and the crowd watched in eager anticipation to see who would come out on top. Before the match began, I had already wished Ino good luck, and she confidently replied, "I'm going to win this match." Now, as the fight started, I stood alongside Sakura and Ken, cheering for her with all the energy I could muster. "Ino, go. Defeat Kiba." We shouted, our voices ringing out over the crowd's noise. Ino seemed to hear us, glancing our way with a determined look in her eyes. Meanwhile, Hinata found herself in a tough spot. As Kiba's teammate, she naturally wanted to support him, but Ino was also a close friend. Her uncertainty was written all over her face as she watched the battle unfold, her hands clasped together in nervousness. She hesitated to join in our cheers, torn between loyalty to her team and her bond with Ino. In the arena, Ino and Kiba were already trading blows. Kiba's aggressive style kept Ino on her toes, and Akamaru's quick movements added to the challenge. But Ino was keeping her composure, watching for an opening to use her clan's signature techniques. The match was quickly shaping up to be an intense showdown, and our cheers continued to urge Ino forward as she fought to claim victory. In the midst of the battle, Ino and Kiba continued trading blows, with Akamaru darting in and out, trying to catch Ino off guard. Despite Kiba's relentless assault, Ino was matching his pace effortlessly, clearly holding back and not yet fighting at her full strength. "Kiba, you know I'm stronger than you," Ino taunted as they clashed, her strikes meeting his with precision. "Just give up already." Kiba grinned in response, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Do you think I'll just give up like that? No way. That would be too pathetic, he shot back. I know you're stronger, but sometimes, even the weaker ones can win if they fight with everything they've got. Ino smirked at his resolve. Then you're going to regret that choice, Kiba. Her eyes narrowed as she shifted her stance, preparing to unleash more of her true abilities. The crowd watched intently, sensing that the real battle was about to begin. As Kiba and Akamaru prepared for another charge, Ino began forming a series of hand seals, signaling that she was done holding back. This match was about to get a lot more interesting, and only time would tell who would come out on top. Ino formed a clone beside her, quickly setting it in position to intercept Kiba and Akamaru's charge. As the clone engaged them, Ino took the opportunity to prepare her signature jutsu. She focused her chakra and extended her hands forward, forming the seal for the mind transfer jutsu. In a swift moment, her consciousness shot forward, hitting Kiba directly. His body froze as his mind was taken over, his eyes widening in realization. Despite his efforts to resist, he found himself unable to break free. His mental strength wasn't enough to overpower Ino's control, and he became a prisoner within his own mind. Ino, now in control of Kiba's body, smirked confidently. Looks like I've got you, Kiba, she said, using his voice. She guided his body to a still stance, effectively immobilizing him. As Ino maintained her control over Kiba's body, Akamaru sprang into action, biting Kiba to snap him out of the mind transfer jutsu. The pain jolted Kiba back to his senses, and Ino was forced to return to her own body, her expression showing a hint of disappointment at the lost opportunity. Not wasting any time, Kiba launched his counterattack. I'm not done yet, he shouted, forming a hand sign as Akamaru leapt beside him. In an instant, Akamaru transformed into a clone of Kiba, creating two identical fighters. Without hesitation, Kiba used his signature technique, Fang over Fang. The three of them, Kiba, the transformed Akamaru, and the clone, spun rapidly towards Ino like a trio of devastating drills. Ino braced herself, refusing to back down. With a surge of determination, she planted her feet firmly and channeled all her strength into her next move. As the three Kiba figures hurtled towards her, she swung her fist with full force, timing it just right. Her punch connected with all three of them simultaneously, generating a powerful shockwave that disrupted their spiraling momentum. The sudden impact caused the clones to dissipate, and both Kiba and Akamaru were sent crashing to the ground, unconscious from the force of the blow. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into cheers as the proctor declared, "Winner, Ino Yamanaka." As Ino was declared the winner, her face lit up with joy. She dashed over to where we stood, and without hesitation, wrapped us all in a big, triumphant hug. "Guys, I won the match," she exclaimed, her excitement evident in her voice. "Yeah, you won," I replied, reaching out to ruffle her hair playfully. "You showed real strength out there, Ino. That was awesome." Sakura joined in the celebration, squeezing Ino in the hug. "I knew you could do it. That was an amazing finish." Hinata smiled warmly, clapping her hands together. "Congratulations, Ino. You did great." Ino beamed, the adrenaline of her victory still coursing through her. The support and encouragement from all of us seemed to make the moment even sweeter for her. As we stood there, celebrating Ino's success, the excitement of the Chunin exam finals only continued to grow. There were still many battles ahead, but for now, we shared in the happiness of Ino's well-earned victory. Chapter 68, Second Match. Tenten vs Naruto Uzumaki. With the first match concluded, I turned to Tenten, a playful grin on my face. "Tenten, next is our turn. What do you say?" I asked. She gave a light chuckle, a mix of excitement and nerves in her eyes. "Naruto, let's fight with all we've got, but maybe hold back just a little. I know you're stronger." I smirked at her comment. "Do you think I'd ever hurt my girl?" I teased. She giggled in response, a confident spark in her gaze. Just then, Hi-8 Gecko's voice echoed through the arena. "Next match, Tenten vs Naruto Uzumaki. Please come to the arena." "Then, let's give them a show," Tenten said, determination in her tone as she turned to head down to the battlefield. "Good luck, both of you." Sakura, Hinata, and Ino cheered, their voices full of support. Together, Tenten and I walked into the arena, the cheers of the crowd growing louder as we stepped into the ring. The anticipation for our fight was palpable. I could feel the excitement coursing through the air. Standing across from each other, we readied ourselves for the match, both determined to give it our best while still enjoying the moment. As we stood in the arena, the cheers of the crowd surrounded us, but I could still hear my mom's voice ringing out. "Naruto, good luck. And don't hurt my daughter-in-law, okay?" I felt my cheeks heat up with embarrassment. "I know, Mom," I replied, shooting her a playful glare. Her enthusiasm was both endearing and a bit mortifying, especially in front of everyone. The crowd continued to cheer for us, their excitement palpable as they anticipated the upcoming match. Tenten and I exchanged a knowing look, both of us trying to suppress our smiles as we readied ourselves. Begin. Hueco called out, dropping his hand to signal the start of the match. In an instant, we both sprang into action. Tenten immediately reached for her weapons, summoning an array of shurikens and kunai. I prepared myself, focusing on my movements and anticipating her next strike. The arena erupted with excitement as we engaged, the sound of clashing weapons echoing throughout. With every throw and counter, I could feel the thrill of the match, but I remained aware of my promise to hold back just enough to keep things fun. Tenten was a skilled fighter, and I was determined to make this a memorable battle for both of us. As Tenten began throwing her weapons, I deftly blocked them with my katana, the clang of metal ringing in the air. Tenten, take out the katana, let's fight. I called out, eager to escalate the match to something more personal. With a determined look, she complied, drawing her own katana. We faced each other, the atmosphere charged with energy as we began our sparring match. Our movements were fluid and calculated, each strike and parry executed with precision. It felt less like a fierce competition and more like a dance, a back-and-forth exchange filled with mutual respect and understanding. We swung our swords, blocking and dodging each other's attacks while maintaining just enough distance to avoid any serious injuries. This was a chance for us to test our skills against one another, a friendly rivalry that highlighted our growth as ninjas. With every clash of our katanas, I could see Tenten's excitement and focus, and it motivated me to keep the pace. It was a sparring match at its core, but in this moment, it felt like we were both showcasing the bond we had forged through training and friendship. The crowd cheered as we continued our playful yet intense duel, fully immersed in the joy of combat. As the match unfolded in the arena, both the Hokage and Kusagakure sat watching intently. The Kusagakure leaned forward, a look of intrigue on his face. "Is that Naruto, the fourth Hokage's son?" he asked, impressed by my skill and determination. "Yes, Kusagakure, he is indeed the fourth son," the Hokage replied with a proud smile. "He's stronger than many of his peers, though he didn't graduate faster than his classmates. He believes in the value of friendship and insisted he would never leave his friends behind." The Kusagakure nodded, recognizing the significance of such a mindset. "That is admirable," he remarked, his tone thoughtful. "In this world of shinobi, loyalty to one's comrades can be as important as strength itself." As they continued to observe the match, it became clear that Naruto's reputation was growing not only as the son of a legendary Hokage but also as a formidable ninja in his own right. The crowd's excitement and the ongoing battle were testament to his potential, and the Kusakure's curiosity only deepened. It seemed the Chunin exams were not just a test of skills but also a showcase of the bonds forged through teamwork and friendship, qualities that would shape the future of the shinobi world. The Kusagakure leaned back in his seat, a look of appreciation on his face as he observed the match. "And I didn't know Konoha had so many powerful, admirable genin," he remarked, impressed by the level of skill displayed in the arena. The Hokage nodded in agreement. "I would say this year's graduating class is a generation of geniuses. All of them are stronger compared to previous ones." Intrigued, the Kusagakure turned to the Hokage. "So, who do you think will win this match? Is it Naruto or the other girl?" The Hokage chuckled, a hint of pride in his voice. "It's obviously Naruto. He's stronger, and besides, Tenten has been his girlfriend for years. I can see her giving up the match soon." The Kusagakure raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Oh, so he just graduated with a girlfriend already?" "Not just one, but he has several," the Hokage explained, shaking his head in disbelief. "I still can't understand how he managed that." The Kusagakure laughed lightly, clearly amused. "It seems the boy has quite the charm, then. Perhaps he truly embodies the spirit of the fourth Hokage in more ways than one." As they continued to watch the match, it was clear that Naruto's unique blend of strength and charisma had not gone unnoticed, and the bond he shared with his friends and teammates only added to his appeal. As our match drew closer to the end, I looked at Tenten, who was still standing strong. "Tenten, are you ready for a powerful attack?" I asked, gripping my katana with a smile. "Bring it on, Naruto," she replied confidently. Channeling my water chakra into the katana, a gift from Aurora capable of conducting any chakra nature, I swung it with a focused force, creating a massive water dragon that surged toward her. Tenten braced herself, taking a defensive stance to block the incoming attack, but the sheer power of the water dragon was overwhelming. After a few tense moments, the dragon dissipated, leaving Tenten exhausted. She had managed to withstand the force, but I could see she had used up all her chakra and stamina. I walked over, smiling with admiration. "You've grown so strong, Tenten." She gave a faint smile. "Thanks, Naruto," she said softly before fainting from exhaustion. The proctor's voice echoed. "As Tenten can no longer continue, Naruto wins." The arena erupted in cheers, the crowd thrilled by our intense battle. I carefully carried Tenten to the infirmary, where I healed her as best I could. Before leaving, I leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her lips, letting her rest and recover in peace. Chapter 69, Third Match Kusagakure vs Rock Lee. As I made my way back to the stands, the others came over, concern written on their faces. "How's Tenten, Naruto?" Sakura asked, her eyes filled with worry. "She's fine," I reassured her. "She just used up too much chakra. Let's go watch the next match. It's Sasuke vs Rock Lee. It's going to be a good one." With that, we left the infirmary and took our seats, eager to witness the third match. In the arena, Sasuke and Lee stood opposite each other, both focused and ready. Hueco, the proctor, gave the signal. "Begin," despite his usual cough. Sasuke immediately drew his katana, channeling his chakra into the blade, enhancing its cutting power and speed. He knew he couldn't underestimate Lee's strength or speed. Lee, on the other hand, had a steely look in his eyes as he recognized Sasuke's resolve. Without hesitation, he removed the weights from his legs, letting them drop to the ground with a thundering impact. The crowd gasped as Lee's speed increased dramatically, allowing him to close the gap between himself and Sasuke in a blink. Both fighters launched into a fierce exchange, Sasuke's chakra-infused strikes clashing with Lee's swift and powerful taijutsu. The audience was captivated, and we leaned forward, knowing this would be a battle of skill, determination, and sheer willpower. Even with his weights removed, Lee found it challenging to keep up with Sasuke. Sasuke had grown significantly stronger, especially since awakening his Mage Sharingan, which I had helped him achieve. Through my support in completing his related quest, I had also unlocked the Mage, but that's a story for another time. Realizing he couldn't match Sasuke's newfound speed and power through sheer taijutsu alone, Lee resorted to opening his 8 inner gates. This technique, invented by none other than the green beast of the hidden leaf, Might Guy's father, Might Dai, was a last resort move that pushed the user's physical abilities beyond their natural limits. As a mere genin, Dai had gone up against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, taking down 4 of them, though it ultimately cost him his life. His sacrifice left a legacy of unyielding strength and courage that Lee now aimed to honor. 8 inner gates, gate of limit open. With his 8 gates unleashed, Lee's speed and power surged, and he charged at Sasuke with renewed ferocity. The impact of their clash was tremendous, drawing gasps from the crowd as they witnessed 2 exceptional shinobi pushing their limits in a battle that would surely be remembered. Lee wasn't holding back, he unleashed his full power by opening the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates, which increased his speed and strength to an almost inhuman level. A fierce green chakra aura surrounded him, and his skin flushed red as he charged at Sasuke with intensified speed and force. Each strike came faster and stronger, pushing Sasuke to his limits. Though Sasuke possessed the Mage Sharingan, he held back from using it openly, not wanting to reveal too much in front of the crowd. Instead, he activated his standard Sharingan, allowing him to read Lee's movements and counter more effectively. His attacks grew sharper and more calculated, predicting and exploiting any tiny openings in Lee's relentless onslaught. Despite Lee's overwhelming speed, Sasuke's Sharingan helped him stay on equal footing, reading each move with incredible precision. Sasuke refrained from using powerful techniques like Chidori or ninjutsu, knowing they could escalate the fight too far. With genjutsu ineffective against Lee's iron will, Sasuke relied solely on taijutsu and kenjutsu, matching Lee's intensity with raw skill. The audience was captivated, cheering louder with each exchange. The excitement filled the arena, as everyone waited breathlessly to see who would emerge victorious in this intense battle of strength and strategy. Both the Hokage and Kusagakure watched intently, captivated by the extraordinary match unfolding before them. Sasuke and Lee's fierce battle had begun to shatter the surroundings, and the sheer intensity of their blows left even seasoned shinobi in awe. Unlike typical chunin matches, this fight resembled an exchange between elite jonin, with each combatant pushing the limits of their skill and endurance. Sasuke's precise strikes left Lee with visible bruises and injuries, while Lee's attacks, though occasionally breaking through, lacked the full force needed to overwhelm Sasuke's defenses. As the battle wore on, it became clear that Sasuke had the upper hand. Lee's body struggled under the strain of maintaining the 5th gate, the forbidden technique eating away at his stamina and leaving severe side effects. Though exhausted and battered, Lee's willpower drove him back to his feet, even as he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. Seeing Lee's unyielding spirit, Sasuke respectfully decides to end the fight without further harm. In a swift motion, he sheathed his katana and used a body flicker technique to strike Lee's neck, rendering him unconscious. As Lee cannot continue, Kusagakure is the winner, Hueco announced. The crowd erupted, their cheers reaching a fever pitch as they celebrates the incredible match they had witnessed. Chapter 70, Fourth match, Neji Hyuga vs Gaara. The atmosphere was tense as the final match of the quarterfinals was set to begin. Neji Hyuga, a skilled prodigy of the Hyuga clan, was facing off against Gaara, the mysterious sand wielder from the hidden sand village. With the earlier matches settled, Hinata and Sakura's match ending in a tie and Asa withdrawing from the competition, this showdown would determine who advanced to the semi-finals. Gecko, the proctor, called out. Neji Hyuga vs Gaara, both of you come to the arena. Good luck, Neji. Hinata and the rest of us cheered him on, our voices a mix of excitement and concern. From the opposite side, Gaara received a quiet nod of encouragement from his siblings. As Neji and Gaara stepped into the arena, they faced each other, preparing for the battle ahead. Neji took his signature gentle fist stance, his gaze focused and determined. Gaara, however, remained eerily still, his gourd strapped to his back, revealing nothing of his intentions or abilities. He had yet to showcase his powers, as his previous opponent, Temari, had forfeited without a fight. At Gecko's signal, the match began. Neji moved with lightning speed, aiming to disrupt Gaara's chakra with his gentle fist technique. But as his palms struck, a wall of sand instantly rose between them, blocking the attack with a force that was both swift and effortless. This is going to be a tough fight for Neji, I remarked, watching closely. He'll need to find a way to break through Gaara's sand defense if he wants to win. As Neji launched forward, his hands aimed precisely to disrupt Gaara's chakra points, the sand immediately rose to shield Gaara, forming a dense wall between them. The collision of Neji's strikes against the sand created a harsh, gritty sound, and though Neji moved fluidly, each attempt met that unyielding barrier. Gaara remained eerily calm, his expression unreadable as the sand effortlessly defended him, reacting almost faster than he could. This is going to be a tough fight for Neji, I murmured to the others, watching closely as Neji paused, calculating his next move. He'll have to find a way to break through Gaara's sand defense. Everyone could see the challenge ahead. Gaara hadn't shown his true abilities during the preliminary since Temari had forfeited, so we were all in the dark about just how powerful his sand techniques could be. Neji's usual confidence wavered only slightly as he circled Gaara, searching for an opening. Despite his relentless agility and quick strikes, that sand barrier was like an impenetrable wall, springing up instantly with every movement Gaara made. The tension among us watching was thick, and it was clear this wasn't going to be an easy match. Neji would need to rely on more than just precision strikes if he wanted to come out on top. Neji narrowed his eyes, a flicker of determination reigniting. He wasn't one to give up easily. Let's see how far your defense can hold, he muttered, shifting his stance before darting forward with a series of swift, precise strikes aimed at breaking through the sand. But each time, the sand intercepted, forming barriers wherever Neji's palms were about to land. It was like the sand was reading his movements. Gaara's defense is automatic. Almost alive, I murmured to myself, watching in awe. Neji, despite his Byakugan, was struggling to get close enough to land a direct hit. Every move he made was countered before it even connected, and Gaara hadn't so much as lifted a finger. After several failed attempts, Neji switched tactics, launching a more powerful rotation move, aiming to shatter Gaara's defense by sheer force. 8 trigrams palm rotation. Neji spun in place, creating a whirlwind of chakra that expanded outward, striking the sand wall with an intense force. The sand trembled but held firm, absorbing the brunt of Neji's attack with minimal effort. Gaara finally moved, raising his hand slightly, and the sand started to react. It shifted and gathered, creating tendrils that lashed out toward Neji. He managed to dodge the first few, but the sand was relentless, each tendril moving with precise intent as it tried to snare him. Neji was breathing harder now, his movements slowing as he dodged and countered the sand's relentless pursuit. I could tell he was getting frustrated, trying to push himself harder and faster. But Gaara's sand was merciless, gradually wearing him down as it followed his every move. As Gaara's sand followed Neji, intent on capturing him, Neji used his 8 trigrams technique to skillfully deflect each tendril of sand. The crowd watched in awe at Gaara's seemingly impenetrable defense. Everyone knew that breaking through it would require precise, focused attacks, or even greater force to completely shatter it. At this stage, Neji didn't yet have the power to destroy Gaara's defense entirely, but he was determined to weaken it. Gaara's sand remained in a constant state of defense, frustrating Neji as he struggled to penetrate it. Forced onto the defensive himself, Neji ramped up his attacks, escalating from 64 palms to 128 strikes, each hit draining his energy but also pushing his limits. Despite the toll, Neji continued with relentless determination, his strikes growing sharper and more forceful. Eventually, he managed to disrupt Gaara's sand tendrils, creating a brief opening. With a burst of speed, Neji closed in on Gaara, targeting the same point repeatedly to weaken the sand shield. Under his relentless assault, cracks began to appear in Gaara's sand wall until, finally, it shattered. Wasting no time, Neji launched a direct attack on Gaara, landing several blows that had an immediate impact. Gaara was momentarily stunned. This was the second time his defense had been breached since arriving in Konoha. Shock turned to rage as he redirected all his focus on Neji. Just as Neji was about to continue his assault, he noticed something strange. The sand that had protected Gaara was beginning to flake away, revealing a second layer beneath. To Neji's surprise, Gaara had a protective armor of sand clinging tightly to his body. Seizing the opportunity, Gaara's sand wrapped around Neji, catching him off guard. The sand began to constrict, squeezing him tighter with each passing second as Gaara's cold, focused gaze bore into him. As Gaara's sand constricted around Neji, the crushing force began to press against his bones, and a look of pain flashed across Neji's face. Recognizing the imminent danger, Hueco stepped forward and shouted. "Enough, Gaara. You've won the match." This was no longer the preliminaries, where severe injuries could be tolerated, even if they were severe. Here, under the watchful eyes of fellow shinobi and civilians alike, such violence wouldn't be allowed to escalate unchecked. Hearing Hueco's command, Gaara paused, a flicker of annoyance passing over his expression. But he eventually complied, retracting his sand and turning away without another word. Neji was swiftly taken to the infirmary, where the medics assessed his injuries. Unlike the other fighters who had emerged relatively unscathed, Neji had suffered significant damage, with several broken bones requiring immediate attention. With a break scheduled before the semi-finals began, we decided to check on our fellow competitors who had also been injured during their matches. As we moved through the infirmary, we found that most were recovering well, albeit with a few bruises and scrapes. However, the atmosphere shifted when we reached Neji's bed. Despite the severity of his injuries, he remained conscious, his resolve evident even in pain. Chapter 71, Semi-Finals, First Match Ino Yamanaka vs Naruto Uzumaki. After lunch, everyone returned to their seats, eager for the next matches as the finals drew closer. The cages had resumed their places, adding a sense of formality to the atmosphere. Hueco stepped forward to announce. The first semi-final of the Chunin exams is about to begin. Ino Yamanaka vs Naruto Uzumaki, please come to the arena. I stepped into the arena alongside Ino, aware that this wasn't a battle of pure rivalry but a test of Ino's limits. She understood that my strength gave me an advantage, yet she was determined to prove her power and showcase her skill. It's one of the traits I admire most in her, her courage and drive to grow, no matter the odds. Ino, are you ready for the game? I asked, letting my voice show the care and admiration I felt for her. Bring it on, Naruto, she replied with a confident smile. At Hueco's signal. Begin, we rushed at each other. I decided to keep my katana sheathed and rely on my fists, wanting to test her skills directly. Ino's taijutsu had improved impressively, her movements sharp and focused, and I knew she had other tricks up her sleeve, her clan's powerful mind transfer technique and her growing genjutsu ability. We exchanged blows, each of us testing the other's limits. I matched her pace, not overpowering her but pushing her to see how far she'd come. With each movement, her determination shone through, and I found myself proud of her strength and dedication. Nice work, Ino, I said with a grin as I blocked a strong punch aimed at my chest. You've really come a long way. She smirked, a glint of determination flashing. You better not go easy on me, Naruto. I want to see how I hold up against you for real. As Ino and I continued our intense exchange of taijutsu, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Some spectators speculated on the outcome, with whispers about me being the son of the fourth Hokage and stronger than many of my peers. Others admired Ino's skill and determination, though, for most, the thrill of the match itself was the highlight. Skirts of the forest, earlier that day hours before the match began, a quiet yet deadly assault was underway on the outskirts of Konoha. Deep within the forest, near the hidden root base, a group of hooded figures closed in, the Uchiha clan, led by Fugaku. With a subtle signal from Fugaku, the attack commenced. Danzō, unaware of the attack brewing outside, remained in the depths of his base, surrounded by his attendants. Meanwhile, the Uchiha advanced, taking down root agents one by one with merciless efficiency, driven by their resolve to confront those who had betrayed them. As the Uchihas launched their surprise assault, the root base quickly descended into chaos. Fugaku led his clan with strategic precision, each member moving silently and with lethal accuracy. Root agents were taken down one by one, completely unprepared for the overwhelming force of the Uchiha. It was a decisive strike, intended to show no mercy to those who had caused years of suffering to the Uchiha clan. Danzō, deep within the base and unaware of the attack's scale, remained focused on his scheming. He had no idea that the very people he had tried to eliminate were now striking at the heart of his organization. His attendants, sensing something was amiss, grew uneasy as muffled sounds of combat reached their ears. But before they could react, Uchiha forces were already breaking through the inner defenses. The Uchiha clan, cloaked in the gear I provided similar to my own from Aurora, moved through the root base with stealth and precision, assassinating Danzō's agents without engaging head-on. These cloaks allowed them to move undetected, helping them eliminate Danzō's operatives quietly, one by one. Once they reached the inner sections of the base, Fugaku and his clan took down the remaining resistance, leaving no one to warn Danzō. As they searched deeper into the base, they discovered files detailing Danzō's hidden dealings, covert operations, and illegal assassinations, a treasure trove of evidence of his treachery. When they finally reached Danzō's quarters, Fugaku's gaze hardened. Despite the deep anger, he knew now wasn't the moment to strike. With Suna's impending invasion, assassinating Danzō could risk drawing unwanted attention, especially with the possibility of Danzō's Izanagi technique, a failsafe that could rewrite reality in his favor. Any attempt to take him down prematurely would alert the entire village to their presence. Fugaku decided to hold back, assessing that a single, decisive strike would serve better than a hurried confrontation. Instead, he and his team would bide their time, waiting for the right moment to expose Danzō publicly, backed by the incriminating files they had gathered. This was no longer just a mission of vengeance, it was a calculated plan to expose Danzō's treachery when the village's eyes were on them and the truth could no longer be ignored. The Uchihas retreated to the shadows, prepared to strike only when their actions would have the greatest impact. Back in the arena, the spectators were blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in the forest. The excitement over Naruto and Ino's match filled the stands, with villagers shouting encouragement for both fighters. Those who knew of Naruto's loyalty to his friends admired his strength and determination, while Ino's supporters cheered for her fierce resilience and growth. But in the shadows of the forest, the Uchihas pressed onward, making swift and precise work of root agents. With each step, Fugaku knew they were one step closer to justice for the clan, and with each fallen root operative, the weight of their hidden years lifted bit by bit. This was their moment to strike back against the forces that had sought to erase them from Konoha's history. As the fight between Ino and me reached its final moments, she attempted to cast a genjutsu on me, then followed up with her mind transfer technique, but neither could hold. Despite her frustration, I could see the enjoyment in her eyes. This was a moment she treasured, a rare chance to face me in battle. But as the fight neared its end, I knew I had to conclude it. With a swift, decisive strike, I knocked her down. As her chakra reserves and stamina were nearly drained, she began to fall, but I caught her before she hit the ground. Naruto Uzumaki wins, Gecko announced. Carrying her gently, I brought her to the infirmary to rest. When I entered, Ten, who had been resting herself, stirred awake. After placing Ino on a bed to recover, I walked over to Ten, curious about how she was doing. Chapter 72, Semifinals, Second match Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara. After my match with Ino, I returned to the stands to watch the next semi-final between Sasuke and Gaara. As Gecko announced, Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara, please come to the arena. A tense energy filled the air. With both Sasuke and Gaara's cold, distant personalities, the atmosphere around them felt intense and unyielding. At Gecko's signal to begin, Sasuke immediately went on the offensive. He had clearly analyzed Gaara's sand defense from earlier rounds, drawing his katana and infusing it with lightning chakra, a smart choice, knowing that lightning could overpower Gaara's earth-based sand. Sharingan activated, Sasuke launched a series of swift attacks from multiple angles. Gaara's sand reacted to defend him, blocking each strike automatically, but Sasuke's lightning-enhanced blade slowly chipped away at the defense, forcing Gaara to put more effort into reinforcing his sand wall. Sasuke moved with precision, each strike infused with lightning chakra, allowing him to gradually wear down Gaara's sand defense. The clash of Sasuke's calculated movements against Gaara's unwavering sand shield created a tense, almost electric atmosphere in the arena. The spectators held their breath as Gaara's defense, known to be nearly impenetrable, started to show small cracks under the continuous onslaught of lightning-infused strikes. Gaara's expression remained unchanged, his eyes narrowing slightly as he realized his usual tactics were losing ground. In response, Gaara commanded his sand to surge forward, aiming to envelop Sasuke in a massive wave. Sasuke, anticipating this, leapt back with swift agility, dodging the sand's attempt to bind him. Seeing an opportunity, Sasuke took a moment to gather his chakra, intending to launch a powerful chidori to break through Gaara's defenses entirely. With his Sharingan focused intently on Gaara's movements, he dashed forward, lightning crackling in his hand as he prepared to unleash his signature move. The crowd erupted, sensing that this was a pivotal moment in the battle. Gaara braced himself, bringing a thicker, more concentrated wall of sand in front of him as Sasuke's chidori charged directly toward him. Using his chidori technique, Sasuke managed to shatter Gaara's formidable sand defenses, yet despite the breakthrough, he struggled to land a clean, decisive hit. Frustrated but undeterred, he pressed on with a relentless offensive, hoping to exploit any opening. With his outer layer of sand protection weakened, Gaara shifted to a counterattack, wielding his sand manipulation to keep Sasuke at bay. However, Sasuke nimbly dodged the attacks and struck back each time he found a gap, chipping away at Gaara's defenses. As Sasuke's strikes continued, Gaara's sand armor, the final layer of his defense, began to crumble under the unyielding assault. Without his armor, Gaara was left dangerously exposed to Sasuke's increasingly intense onslaught. Sensing the critical opportunity, Sasuke became even fiercer, increasing his speed and strength to finish the match quickly. His lightning-infused katana flashed as he struck with precision, his attacks growing faster and more forceful. With Gaara's defenses unable to keep pace, Sasuke took his chance, thrusting his lightning-charged katana toward Gaara. The sand barrier that had served as his final shield shattered, and Sasuke's blade broke through, piercing Gaara's body. For the first time, Gaara saw his own blood, a sight that sent him into a state of shock. Blood. It's my blood, he cried out in horror, his voice echoing with a disturbing intensity that unsettled everyone watching. The match had taken a grim turn, revealing a terrifying vulnerability in the once impenetrable Gaara. As Gaara's mind wavered under the shock of seeing his own blood, a monstrous transformation began, his body twisting with the emergence of his inner demon. Observing this sudden shift, the Kusagakure quickly gave a signal to his men. Without hesitation, Suna's elite Jonin moved in to retrieve Gaara, whose partial transformation was already well underway. Their priority was to get him out of the stadium to continue the operation they had planned. Moments after Gaara was pulled away, an eerie calm fell over the arena, broken only by the murmuring of the crowd. Suddenly, a powerful genjutsu was cast over the stadium, spreading like a veil over the spectators. The illusion took hold swiftly, leaving most of the audience unconscious and vulnerable. Those who were stronger sensed an unsettling energy in the air, but they struggled to comprehend what was unfolding. The subtle yet potent genjutsu had trapped nearly everyone, plunging the stadium into a surreal and disorienting silence. As confusion spread through the stadium, Suna Shinobi seized the moment to launch a sudden assault on nearby Konoha Shinobi. With their coordinated attacks, the once lively arena quickly transformed into a chaotic battlefield, as allies of the Hidden Leaf clashed against the forces of the Hidden Sand. Amid the erupting conflict, Shinobi from both villages engaged fiercely, kunai and jutsu flashing through the air. The initial surprise gave Suna temporary advantage, catching many Konoha defenders off guard. However, as more Konoha Shinobi snapped out of the genjutsu or realized what was happening, they joined the fray, mounting a swift counterattack. What had begun as a simple examination turned into an all-out battle between the two villages, each side determined to protect their own amidst the chaos. Chapter 73, Hidden Sand attacks all around me. The Hidden Sand Shinobi launched relentless assaults against our forces, seizing every opportunity in the midst of the confusion. I took in the chaos, readying myself alongside my friends. Thankfully, my girls, their strength and training evident, had resisted the genjutsu's pull. Even Ten, back from her rest, joined our defensive line, resolute as ever. Kakashi-sensei and Guy-sensei were already deep in battle, fending off waves of enemy attacks with skill and precision. Close by, I caught sight of Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had arrived in time thanks to my mom's foresight. My mom herself, despite being retired, stood ready as the powerful kunoichi she had once been. Together, we were a formidable defense, each of us prepared to protect our home at any cost. It almost seemed laughable, how foolish the Kusagakure had been to attempt an attack on the village now, with so many powerful shinobi here. He clearly underestimated us and the unity that held Konoha together, even in the face of a surprise invasion. As if summoned from an endless supply, enemy shinobi poured onto the battlefield, pushing us to fight with everything we had. Amidst the chaos, both the Hokage and Kusagakure had vanished from sight, likely facing each other somewhere away from the crowd. Glancing around, I also noticed Sasuke was nowhere to be found. It wasn't hard to guess that he'd likely gone after Gaara. I decided it was time to locate the Hokage. Turning to Kakashi-sensei, I called out. Kakashi, I'm going to find the Hokage. Go ahead, Naruto. We'll hold them off here, Kakashi responded, his voice firm amidst the turmoil. Before leaving, I looked back to my girls, making sure they were safe. Stay sharp, and watch each other's backs. They gave quick nods of acknowledgement before I moved on, weaving through the chaos around me. But as I moved toward the village center, I was suddenly intercepted by a squad of Sunachunin led by a Jonin, who wore a smug expression. With a smirk, I looked them over. It's almost funny how foolish Suna is to attack Konoha with so much strength gathered here today. The Jonin sneered back. You think we'd come without a plan? I raised an eyebrow, goading him. I figured Suna's specialty was sand, but I didn't realize you had so much of it in your heads. The Jonin's face twisted with anger. You arrogant brat. Not even a Chunin, yet you talk like you own the place. Maybe because I do, I shot back, already preparing to take them down. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," I said with a smirk, settling into my fighting stance. If I did, Temari might be a little upset. My words only seemed to make them angrier, and they sneered back at me. Even before when I fought the others, I didn't kill anyone, I just made them faint, which would make them unconscious for hours. "A Jonin like you? Do you think you're worthy of our princess?" The Jonin barked, clearly insulted. Without warning, they launched a coordinated attack. Wind style, wind wave. A powerful gust shot toward me. Anticipating their move, I formed my own hand signs. Fire style, fire dragon technique. I unleashed a blazing fire dragon that tore through the incoming wind, overpowering it with ease. The dragon surged forward, forcing them to dodge, but I was already closing in on them. One by one, I landed swift punches and kicks with enough force to knock each opponent unconscious without dealing any fatal damage. They crumpled to the ground, defeated but still alive. Soon, the entire group lay still, and I continued my search, knowing there'd be more challenges ahead. After finishing off the last of the Shinabi in my path, I sprinted toward the heart of the action, where I sensed the intense battle between the Hokage and Kusagakure. As I approached, a massive barrier came into view, a formidable structure, radiating with the chakra of 4 powerful Shinabi at its corners. It was the 4-corner barrier, a technique strong enough to contain even the Tentails if needed. Its strength lay in the fact that it required 4 cage-level Shinabi, each stationed at one of the 4 directions, north, east, west, and south. A group of Anbu surrounded the barrier, trying to break through but with little success. One of them spotted me and approached. "Naruto. Both cages are inside, but we can't break the barrier. Think you can do anything?" Most of the Anbu had witnessed my strength firsthand. By now, they knew I could hold my own even against their ranks, perhaps even surpassing them in certain ways. Studying the barrier, I nodded. "This barrier is tough. It's designed to contain even cage-level Shinabi. To break it, we either need overwhelming force or we take down the 4 Shinabi casting it from each direction. If we disrupt just one of them, the whole barrier collapses." They listened intently, understanding that we had only 2 options, overpower it or track down the casters. "It's fine, I'll take care of the ones maintaining the barrier. You go help the others take down the Shinabi," I said firmly. The Anbu hesitated, knowing it was their duty to protect the Hokage, but eventually, they nodded, giving in to my insistence. "All right, Naruto. The Hokage is in your hands," one of them said before they dashed off to join the battle. Watching them go, I let out a sigh. All these good Shinabi, wasted on old schemes and grudges. It's time to put an end to this. I knew who was behind all this chaos. "Orochimaru," I called out, my voice steady as I addressed the snake hiding in the shadows, observing every twist and turn in the battle. "I know you're here, lurking and watching. It's time to settle this." Chapter 74, Hokage vs Kusagakure. "Hey." Perceptive as ever, Naruto, Orochimaru replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he stepped out of the shadows. Glancing at the barrier, I asked, "How's it going inside?" He shrugged, keeping his grin. "It's rather one-sided. The Kusagakure is weaker than Hiruzen, so he's having a rough time." I raised an eyebrow. "Raza didn't bring any backup?" Orochimaru shook his head. He assumed he could handle it on his own, but now he's clearly struggling. "Are you planning to go in and give him a hand?" Orochimaru nodded, fully prepared. "Yes, I'll lend him some support, but don't worry, I won't kill Hiruzen." "Good. And everything else is ready?" I asked, my tone firm, ensuring our plan was in place. Orochimaru gave a confident nod before moving toward the barrier. As he turned, I subtly placed a Fuinjutsu mark on him, concealing it carefully. With this, I'd be able to track his movements, ensuring nothing unexpected came from his end. An hour before, with Suna's forces launching their assault on the village, the Kusagakure, Raza, seized his moment and swiftly made his move. Using his Sen manipulation, he caught Hiruzen off guard, binding him tightly before the Hokage would react. In one fluid motion, Raza whisked Hiruzen away to a more isolated area where interference would be minimal, catching even the nearby Anbu off guard. They barely had time to process what was happening before the two vanished. Once at a safe distance, Raza began setting up the 4-corner barrier, aided by Orochimaru, with whom he had secretly struck a deal. Together, they positioned the barrier in each direction, north, east, south, and west, creating a powerful containment that would ensure the battle remained uninterrupted. Now trapped inside the barrier, Hiruzen found himself facing the Kusagakure and Orochimaru, with the intensity of the confrontation escalating by the second. With the barrier firmly in place, Hiruzen shook off Raza's binding, standing face to face with the Kusagakure. His expression turned stern as he addressed his opponent. "Raza, do you truly understand what you're doing? Raza's lips curled into a mocking smile. Hiruzen, you left an opening, and we took it. This is how villages work, isn't it? His tone was laced with sarcasm, but there was a deadly seriousness in his eyes. Hiruzen's gaze hardened. If you lose here, you know what awaits you. He removed his Hokage cloak, revealing his battle attire and signature staff, prepared to meet the Kusagakure head-on. The battle began in earnest. Raza, who wielded the rare and potent gold sand, faced a significant disadvantage on Konoha's soil, where sand was scarce. The lack of resources forced him to conserve his chakra, his control over the gold sand faltering slightly in this unfamiliar terrain. However, despite the odds, Raza pressed on, knowing that Orochimaru was lurking nearby, ready to tip the scales in his favor. The weight and density of Raza's gold sand granted his attacks an added force, making even a single hit potentially devastating. However, the shortage of gold sand in Konoha limited his options and left him exhausted as he strained to manipulate what little he had. Desperately hoping for Orochimaru's promised assistance, Raza shifted to a defensive stance, determined to stall until his ally arrived. Although he couldn't entirely trust Orochimaru, he clung to the hope that he'd appear soon. Observing Raza's change in strategy, Hiruzen speculated that the Kusagakure was biding his time, perhaps waiting for an opening or another means to overcome him. Seeing this as an opportunity to press his advantage, Hiruzen launched a fierce offensive. He unleashed a series of elemental ninjutsu attacks, alternating between fire and lightning techniques, each one relentless and precise. Despite being hailed as the professor, Hiruzen favored a more restrained use of ninjutsu, conserving his chakra when possible. In close quarters, he relied on Inma's formidable abilities and his own taijutsu skills, using the staff's extendable reach to keep Razen on the defensive and wear him down. With Inma extended to its full reach, the 5 Hiruzens surrounded Raza, closing in from every direction. Each shadow clone coordinated its movements seamlessly, delivering swift and powerful strikes meant to shatter the Kusakure's defenses. Raza reacted by forming a barrier of gold sand, its density protecting him against the relentless blows. Still, with every hit, the barrier cracked under the pressure, only to be hastily reformed as Raza clung to his defensive strategy. Hiruzen, observing this desperate cycle, pressed harder, each strike faster and more forceful than the last. Raza, he called out, his voice unwavering. Do you truly believe you can win this fight? Or are you merely stalling for time, waiting for someone to save you? Raza gave no response, his expression set in determined silence. The strain was evident on his face, but he continued to pour his chakra into the shield, hoping to buy just a little more time. Hiruzen's relentless onslaught left Raza's defense barely holding, and with each passing moment, it became clear that the Kusakure's resilience was being pushed to its limits. As Hiruzen's relentless strikes bore down on Raza's weakening defenses, an unexpected figure slipped into the barrier, drawing the attention of both fighters. They paused, each one turning to face the intruder, their expressions wary and tense. Teacher. Long time, no see, Orochimaru greeted with a chilling smile, his voice smooth yet tainted with malice. Chapter 75, Orochimaru joins the fight. Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. Orochimaru's sudden arrival struck him as a greater shock than the Sa invasion itself. In all his years, he hadn't anticipated a day like this, with threats coming from every angle and his former student standing among them. Orochimaru. What are you doing here? Hiruzen asked, his voice steady but tinged with a mix of disbelief and disappointment. He braced himself, realizing that this battle had just taken on a far more personal, and dangerous, dimension. Orochimaru chuckled, his mocking tone cutting through the tension. Oh, just tying up a few loose ends. You know, old debts to repay. And what better place for that than Konoha? He sneered, his gaze shifting between Hiruzen and Raza, clearly savoring the effect his words had on his former mentor. Raza's face, previously strained with fatigue and desperation, lit up with a flicker of hope at the sight of Orochimaru. To him, this was the moment he had been stalling for, the arrival of an ally powerful enough to tip the scales. Orochimaru, Raza called, a hint of relief slipping into his voice. Help me deal with the old man. Even at my age, he's stronger than I anticipated. Orochimaru's smirk widened, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and menace. Oh, don't worry, Kusagakure. I'm here to ensure that Hiruzen finally meets his match. His words held an edge that promised Hiruzen a fight unlike any he had faced before. Then let the party begin, Orochimaru said with a twisted smile, his voice carrying an ominous excitement. As Orochimaru stepped forward, Hiruzen felt the gravity of his situation intensify. He could sense Orochimaru's formidable strength, a threat he had hoped never to face again, and with Raza by his side, the odds were clearly stacked against him. Despite his age, Hiruzen was no stranger to life-or-death struggles, but this battle felt different, a relentless assault from both a traitorous student and an allied leader turned enemy. Hiruzen took a deep breath, gathering every ounce of strength he had left. He knew that survival was slim, but he wouldn't let his village down. This battle could be his last, and he intended to give it everything he had, determined to make sure Orochimaru and Raza would not leave unscathed. With resolve hardening in his gaze, Hiruzen tightened his grip on Inma, his spirit as fierce as ever as he prepared to face the deadly alliance. As the battle resumed, Orochimaru swiftly engaged 3 of Hiruzen's shadow clones, skillfully holding them off with sheer taijutsu prowess. His strikes were precise and unyielding, each one a reminder of his lethal skill and relentless determination. Hiruzen's clones countered with agility, but Orochimaru's attacks seemed to anticipate their every move, keeping them under constant pressure. With Orochimaru occupied with the clones, Raza saw an opening, his confidence restored. The pressure eased, he focused his attention on the remaining 2 Hiruzen figures, preparing his gold sand to trap and overwhelm them. Now facing fewer opponents, Raza felt his chances improve, each attack designed to exploit the fatigue he knew Hiruzen must be feeling. Yet Hiruzen stood undeterred, his real self observing every movement with the vigilance of a seasoned warrior. This alliance between Orochimaru and Raza was formidable, but he remained determined, his eyes steeling as he prepared to withstand the onslaught, knowing that even the smallest mistake could spell his end. In a chilling display, Orochimaru drew the Kusanagi blade from within his own body, the sword sliding out of his mouth with a sinister gleam. Wielding the legendary weapon, he wasted no time in launching a swift, deadly assault on the 3 Hiruzen clones. Each clash of the Kusanagi against Hiruzen's defenses echoed through the barrier, the razor-sharp blade slicing with a precision and speed that tested the clones' reactions. Despite being outnumbered, Orochimaru handled the 3 effortlessly, his movements almost serpentine as he weaved between them, his strikes landing with lethal accuracy. The clones retaliated, trying to overwhelm him with coordinated attacks, but Orochimaru's mastery of the Kusanagi kept him one step ahead, parrying their blows and countering with ruthless efficiency. Hiruzen, watching his clones struggle, understood the severity of Orochimaru's skills, a student who had grown dangerously beyond what he'd once taught him. This fight was not only a battle of strength but also a deadly reminder of Orochimaru's ambition and his unrelenting pursuit of power. Feeling the mounting pressure, Hiruzen could sense the reality of his situation, his stamina was waning, and Orochimaru's strength, paired with Raza's support, was steadily overpowering him. He had been in countless battles, but he knew this one held a different outcome if he didn't find a way to shift the tide. With a deep breath, he steadied his gaze on Orochimaru, his expression softening despite the fierce clash underway. "Orochimaru," he called out, his voice calm yet firm. "You were once my student. I watched your growth, nurtured your talents, and saw the potential for greatness in you. Must we continue this path of destruction? Think of all you could accomplish with your genius if you didn't choose hatred." Hiruzen knew the chances were slim, that Orochimaru had long turned away from any sense of loyalty or respect. Yet, he hoped there might still be a spark of the young, curious ninja who once stood by his side. But as he saw the cold glint in Orochimaru's eyes, Hiruzen braced himself, understanding that words alone might not reach his former pupil. This might well be his final battle, but he was determined to protect his village with every last ounce of his strength. Chapter 76, Reanimation. Just to Orochimaru's response was sharp and unyielding, his tone laced with bitterness. He scoffed at Hiruzen's attempt at reasoning, his voice carrying an eerie calmness mixed with disdain. "Teacher," he began with a mocking smile. "I know you better than most in this village. Even better than Jiraiya or Tsunade. Jiraiya's loyalty is pathetic, he's nothing more than a fool, wagging his tail in your shadow, believing every word you say without question. And Tsunade? She only ever stayed because of her promise to Mundo. Her love for the village might run deep, but her loyalty to you? That's long gone." He paused, letting his words linger, his gaze cold and unfeeling. "So spare me your speech," Orochimaru continued, brushing off Hiruzen's appeal with a dismissive wave. "I know the methods you've used, how you've twisted minds and forced Shinobi to bend to your will. But that doesn't concern me now. I'm here for one purpose alone, the secrets of the village. The forbidden jutsu, the knowledge hidden away in those scrolls, the power you've kept locked from me." He smirked, his voice thick with dark amusement. "And I should thank you for the foundation you gave me. Without it, I wouldn't have come this far. But your time is over, Hiruzen. Konoha's secrets will be mine, one way or another." Hiruzen's expression hardened, his resolve unshaken as he responded to Orochimaru's mocking dismissal. "If there's no reasoning left between us, then so be it," he replied, his tone steady yet laced with finality. "But I will ensure that you, Orochimaru, cannot harm Konoha again." With a determined glint in his eyes, Hiruzen prepared to give his all. Leaving one clone to keep Raza occupied, Hiruzen shifted his focus entirely to Orochimaru. Together with his remaining 3 clones, he launched a coordinated attack, their movements synchronized and swift, each clone wielding Inma's transformed staff to strike with relentless precision. The air crackled with tension as Hiruzen's strikes bore down on Orochimaru, each one aiming to break through the defenses of his former student. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and disdain as he met the attacks head-on, parrying and countering with the Kusanagi sword, its blade cutting through the air with deadly accuracy. The battle intensified, Hiruzen and his clones surrounding Orochimaru in a fierce barrage, each determined to push the other to their limits. Orochimaru's mocking smile only grew as he stepped back, maintaining a calculated distance from Hiruzen. "No need to wear yourself out, sensei," he taunted. "In fact, I have a little gift for you." With a sinister gleam in his eyes, Orochimaru began weaving hand signs, his chakra dark and foreboding. Hiruzen's heart sank as he recognized the technique being performed. "Reanimation jutsu," he muttered, dread filling him. He could sense the danger looming, knowing exactly how disastrous this forbidden technique could be. Desperately, he moved to interrupt, charging forward, but his path was abruptly blocked by Raza's sand. The Kusagakure, though previously preoccupied with one of Hiruzen's clones, seized the opportunity to aid Orochimaru, binding Hiruzen's advance with a wall of densely packed gold sand. As Orochimaru's grin widened, he continued his jutsu, clearly relishing the anticipation. "I hope you're ready, sensei," he sneered, knowing the sight of what was to come would shake Hiruzen to his core. 3 ominous coffins began to rise from the ground, their wooden surfaces covered in ancient symbols that pulsed with an eerie light. Hiruzen felt a chill grip his heart as he watched, realizing he was powerless to stop the ritual now. Each coffin slowly pushed its way up from the earth, moving with a deliberate, dreadful inevitability. He clenched his fists, feeling a deep sense of foreboding. "He's actually doing it," he thought, recognizing Orochimaru's intent. As the first 2 coffins emerged fully, Hiruzen could see the kanji for first and second engraved on them, confirming his worst fears. These were the first and second Hokages, powerful shinobi he had once known and revered. Now, they were being forcibly returned to life as Orochimaru's pawns. And then, a third coffin began to rise. Hiruzen's heart raced. The implications of a third reanimated legend joining the battlefield were dire. But he could do nothing but watch, trapped by Raza's sand and the cold realization that Orochimaru's plan was far darker than he had anticipated. The coffins creaked open, revealing 3 figures that seemed suspended between life and death. Their skin was an unnatural gray, cracked and weathered, as though they'd been forcibly resurrected from a long slumber. The first, dressed in a crimson and black armor, wore an expression of calm authority. This was unmistakably the first Hokage, Hashirama Senshu, a legend in both power and legacy. The second, clad in blue and gray armor, stood with a cold, analytical air, Tobirama Senshu, the second Hokage, known for his genius and mastery of techniques now forbidden. The final figure wore a Jonan's attire draped with a cloak that signified leadership, a reminder of Hiruzen's own younger years. His expression was empty, devoid of the warmth and wisdom that once defined him. This reanimated form of the third Hokage was a dark reflection of his life and achievements. As each of them opened their eyes, a glint of unnatural light reflected within, devoid of any humanity or memory of who they once were. Hiruzen felt an intense chill run down his spine, knowing he was about to face the very legends who had built the foundations of Konoha. Even Raza, who had hardened himself to fight against Hiruzen, now found himself in silent awe, realizing the gravity of what Orochimaru had unleashed. Chapter 77, Hokages. As they all opened their eyes, they were met with the vivid colors of the real world around them. Slowly, they took in their surroundings and noticed 3 figures standing before them. Hashirama, the first Hokage, spoke up first. "Hey, where exactly is this place?" he asked, scanning the area with a curious expression. Hiruzen, who recognized the familiar landmarks, responded with shock evident on his face. "Lord First, this is Konoha," he replied, unable to hide his amazement. Recognizing Hiruzen, Minato, the 4th Hokage, asked. "Lord Third, what year is this?" Hashirama, seeing Minato for the first time, turned to him with a puzzled expression. "And who might you be?" he asked, trying to place the young man in Konoha's legacy. Minato smiled politely, responding. "Lord First, I am the 4th Hokage." Hashirama's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Oh. So Konoha has reached the 4th Hokage already. But tell me, how is it that you are dead while this monkey here is still alive?" Hashirama asked, a hint of amusement in his voice, referencing Hiruzen's nickname from his youth. Minato's smile faded slightly as he explained. "I died while fighting the 9 Tails," he admitted with a hint of sorrow. Hashirama nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, you died fighting the 9 Tails?" he echoed, understanding the gravity of such a battle. Tobirama, who had been quietly listening, couldn't resist adding. "Brother, do you think just anyone can handle a tailed beast like you do?" Minato responded with a sheepish smile, while Hashirama burst into hearty laughter, filling the area with his booming voice. As Hashirama's laughter echoed within the barrier, it felt bizarrely lighthearted, as if he hadn't fully grasped the grim reality of his own reanimation. The intensity of his presence, however, was undeniable, a stark contrast to the lifeless gray of his skin and the cracks marring his once lively form. He looked at Hiruzen, his old monkey, with a familiar fondness but also a touch of curiosity. "Seems like a lot has happened while we were away," Hashirama commented, still smiling yet sounding slightly puzzled. "But, Lord Fourth, you say you fought the Nine Tails?" Minato nodded, his expression somber. "Yes, it was the only way to protect the village. I had to seal it away. Using my own life." "Such dedication," Tobirama remarked with an approving, though characteristically cold, tone. "Though it is troubling to be summoned like this, especially by, well, not a friendly hand." He glanced pointedly at Orochimaru, who grinned back with unsettling enthusiasm. Hiruzen tried to hold his ground, but he knew the situation had spiraled into something only Orochimaru could devise, a twisted reunion of Konoha's leaders, forced to battle their own successor. Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato stood there, ready to engage, yet seemingly unaware of Orochimaru's full control over their actions. "Lord First, Lord Second, Lord Fourth," Hiruzen addressed them solemnly. "I'm sorry it's come to this." But Orochimaru interrupted, sneering. "Save your apologies, old man. I have brought them back to show you the true might of Konoha's legacy. And to make you face it." His voice turned chilling. "Now, it's time to see if the professor can truly stand against those who created the foundations of this village." With a wave of his hand, Orochimaru commanded, "Attack!" And the reanimated Hokage turned, now bound to obey, as they prepared to fight. Hiruzen braced himself, knowing he was facing not just enemies, but legends. Upon receiving the order, Hashirama wasted no time, weaving hand signs for one of his most iconic techniques. "Wood style, forest emergence." He called out. Instantly, massive trees and dense foliage surged from the ground, creating a sprawling forest that surrounded Hiruzen, striking at him from every direction. Not one to be left out, Tobirama quickly formed his own hand seals. "Water style, water dragon jutsu," he declared, conjuring an enormous water dragon that roared forward, crashing down toward Hiruzen with relentless force. Seizing the opportunity, Minato activated his flying Raijin technique, teleporting in an instant to Hiruzen's side. With a swift movement, he summoned a Rasengan in his palm and thrust it toward Hiruzen, aiming for a direct hit. Caught in the barrage from all three Hokages, Hiruzen did his best to defend, blocking strikes and countering where he could, but the intensity of the attacks was overwhelming. Withstanding the powerful assaults, Hiruzen staggered back, coughing up blood as he struggled to remain on his feet, his determination unwavering even as he faced the combined strength of his predecessors. Surrounded by Hashirama's massive, twisting forest, a relentless water dragon from Tobirama, and Minato's swift Rasengan strike, Hiruzen found himself overwhelmed, battered, and bloodied. Every strike, every jutsu, carried the weight and skill of Konoha's past leaders, warriors of unparalleled strength, now his enemies. But despite the immense pressure, Hiruzen pushed himself to stand again, leaning heavily on Inma in his staff form, who snarled. "These attacks are relentless, Hiruzen. You need a strategy, and quickly." Hiruzen's breathing was ragged, but his resolve remained firm. "Inma, we may not win, but we will not go down without a fight." With a determined glint in his eye, Hiruzen formed a series of hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones appeared beside him, each one reflecting his unyielding spirit. Then, he activated another jutsu, this one unique to his repertoire. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Hundreds of shuriken filled the air, transforming into thousands, a deadly rain aimed at slowing down the reanimated Hokage. While Hashirama's would absorb many of the shuriken, some managed to slip through, nicking the reanimated Hokage. Tobirama deftly weaved water around himself, shielding from most of the strikes, while Minato teleported out of the path, reappearing just as swiftly. Hiruzen took the opening to leap forward, channeling his chakra into Inma to increase the adamantine staff's reach and strength. Swinging with all his might, he struck toward Minato and Tobirama, knowing he needed to create any advantage possible, even if it meant risking everything in this last stand battle. "Your sacrifices are not forgotten," Hiruzen muttered, his voice filled with respect for his predecessors despite the battle. "But as the third Hokage, I won't let your legacy be twisted for Orochimaru's gain." As the battle raged on, a new voice cut through the chaos from the opposite side of the field. Era, don't you think it's a bit unfair to gang up on an old man, 5 against 1? And each of you is at cage level, no less." The voice carried a hint of humor, but there was an unmistakable edge of authority in it. All eyes turned toward the speaker, curious and somewhat surprised by the sudden interruption. Chapter 78, Naruto joins the fight. Half an hour ago, as I observed the scene unfold, Orochimaru entered the fray, and an idea struck me. I quickly planted a seal on him, ensuring I could easily track his movements later. Once he crossed the threshold, I activated my invisible cloak and used the flying Raijin technique to slip into the barrier alongside him. Upon entering, I took stock of the battle. It was clear that the tide was heavily in favor of Hiruzen, who was currently dominating Raza, the Kusagakure. Hiruzen's experience and power were evident as he relentlessly battered Raza, who struggled to defend against the onslaught of attacks from the third Hokage. Raza's sand defenses were faltering under the pressure, and it was clear that the fight was becoming increasingly one-sided. As soon as Orochimaru entered the fight, the dynamic shifted dramatically. Hiruzen found himself struggling to keep pace with both Orochimaru and Raza, and the balance that once favored him quickly tipped. In a one-on-one scenario, Hiruzen could have managed, however, facing two formidable opponents was proving to be a daunting challenge. Just when it seemed like Hiruzen might regain some control, Orochimaru escalated the situation further by reanimating the other Hokages, including my father. The sight of the legendary figures rising once again was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, creating an overwhelming disadvantage for Hiruzen. With the combined strength of the former Hokages alongside Orochimaru and Raza, the battle became increasingly one-sided, and it was clear that Hiruzen was now in a fight for his life against an army of the past. As I stepped forward, fists clenched, I couldn't help the fury boiling up inside me. Orochimaru had crossed every line imaginable, using twisted jutsu to reanimate the dead, forcing people like my father and the Hokage to fight against their will. The sight of my father, Minato Namikaze, under that monster's control sent a surge of anger through me that I could barely contain. Stepping forward, I couldn't hold back a smirk. The whole scene was intense, with 5 cage-level shinobi surrounding the old man. It didn't feel right. Orochimaru had twisted everything. Bringing back the first, second, and even my dad, just to use them as puppets. If he thought I'd stand by and watch, he was in for a nasty surprise. Oi! I called out, making sure my voice carried to them. Don't you think it's a little unfair for 5 cage-level shinobi to gang up on an old man? My tone was light, but I meant every word. Hiruzen deserved better than this. The old man turned, his eyes widening in shock, but there was this glint of pride in his gaze, something I'd seen in him only a handful of times. Naruto. You shouldn't be here. This is dangerous. His tone was serious, but that smile gave him away. Come on, old man, I said, grinning back. What's the point of calling me your successor if I can't back you up once in a while? I saw Orochimaru's expression shift, that sneer of his getting uglier as he turned his attention to me. So, the Jinchuriki decided to crash the party, he said, all venom. No matter. You're just a minor inconvenience, Naruto. I can deal with you once Hiruzen is out of the way. Oh, you think so? I shot back, eyes narrowing as I looked toward the reanimated Hokage. The first and second Hokage. And my father. Orochimaru was using them like tools, forcing them to fight against the village they loved. It made my blood boil. Lord first, Lord second, Dad. I know this isn't what you'd want. My voice softened just a bit, but I kept my stance steady. I had to be strong, for them, and for everyone watching. Finally, I turned my gaze to Orochimaru, my resolve hardening. I'm here to make sure your twisted ambitions end right here. You've done enough damage. I shifted into my fighting stance, my chakra flaring around me, wild and steady. Time to show him that he messed with the wrong ninja. Alright, Orochimaru, I said, my voice low and challenging. Let's see if you can keep up. Hokage or not, I'm not backing down. With that, I leapt forward, heart pounding, ready to fight not only for the village, but for everyone he'd wronged. This was my home. And I'd protect it with everything I had. I charged forward, forming a line of shadow clones to keep the Hokage occupied, each one moving with precision, flanking, attacking from every angle. The real me sprinted straight at Orochimaru, my eyes blazing with the determination I'd honed over years of training. Orochimaru, I said, my voice low and steady. This ends now. As I jumped into the fray, everything shifted. Orochimaru's smug grin faltered as he realized I was serious, and I could feel the energy of the fight turning in our favor, even if it was still one heck of a battle. Hiruzen was locked in combat with the reanimated Hokage, while my clones jumped in to support him, blocking and countering attacks from every angle. I caught sight of the Kusagakure, and a thought hit me, why not throw him off his game a bit? Kusagakure, might be easier if you just surrender now, I called out, sidestepping one of Orochimaru's strikes. Otherwise, I'm not sure how I'll explain this to Temari. The Kusakure's face twisted with annoyance, and his scowl deepened. A mere child, advising an adult. He snapped back. And you think I'd ever let you take Temari with you? I just chuckled, dodging another attack. Don't get so worked up, it's bad for your health. Anyway, let's be honest, you're running out of steam, aren't you? His face went red with fury, and I could tell my words were hitting their mark. It was all part of the strategy. Keeping his attention divided, rattling him just enough to weaken his focus. I drew my katana, feeling the weight and familiarity of the blade as I moved in close to clash with Orochimaru. Our weapons met with a sharp clang, and for a moment, I couldn't help but feel the thrill of facing off against a cage-level shinobi again. It's rare to get a challenge like this, and even though I've beaten Orochimaru before, it's exhilarating. As we continued exchanging strikes, I asked him in a low voice. What's going on outside? He smirked, barely breaking his rhythm. Still chaos, he replied smoothly. But the stage will be ready soon, for you to take. Give it. Half an hour. Half an hour. The plan was falling into place, and with each clash, I felt the anticipation building. Our fight, the chaos around us, everything was lining for the final move. The winds of change were about to sweep through Konoha. Chapter 79, Fugaku vs Danzō. At the forest outskirts. As I was locked in battle, I knew that another confrontation was unfolding far from the chaos here, between Fugaku and Danzō, near the root base. An hour earlier Fugaku had been waiting for the signal. He addressed the gathered Uchiha with a calm authority. Once Sana begins its attack, move out to support the village, he instructed. But don't reveal yourselves, use the cloaks to keep hidden and assist stealthily. Yes, leader, the Uchiha responded in unison, their resolve clear. When the sounds of battle in the village began echoing, Fugaku gave the signal, go. The Uchiha moved out like shadows, disappearing into the night, leaving Fugaku to confront his own objective alone. Meanwhile, Danzō, alert and suspicious, sensed something was wrong. Leaving his quarters, he tried calling for his operatives, but only silence met him. With tension building, he murmured to himself. This doesn't feel right. Little did he know, Fugaku was already close, ready to finally settle things with Danzō. As Danzō wandered through the shadows, on high alert and searching for any sign of intruders, a voice echoed from the darkness. Hey, Danzō. Long time no see. Danzō spun around, his eyes wide with disbelief as he saw the familiar figure emerge from the shadows. His shock was palpable. This was someone he had believed to be long dead, his death verified and seemingly final. Yet here he was, standing alive in front of him. Fugaku. How can this be? Danzō stammered, his voice filled with suspicion and confusion. Did Uchiha lie about your death? No. We checked everything. You died that day. Fugaku's expression remained cold, unwavering. You underestimated us, Danzō, he replied, his voice steady and carrying a faint trace of bitterness. Your schemes couldn't erase us so easily. We knew of the price you'd make us pay if we didn't disappear. So we vanished, only to return when the time was right. Danzō narrowed his eyes, his calculating mind racing. So you've been hiding, waiting for an opportunity. And now, of all times, you choose to resurface, he muttered. But don't think this changes anything, Fugaku. The Uchiha are still, enough, Fugaku cut him off sharply, his Sharingan flashing with restrained fury. This isn't about your lies or my clan's survival anymore. This is about justice, Danzō, retribution for all the suffering you've caused. You'll answer for every life, every betrayal. Danzō clenched his fists, steeling himself. If you think you can intimidate me, you're mistaken. I'll end you here and now, just like I should have years ago. Fugaku drew his blade, his voice cold and resolute. Then let's finish this, Danzō. This time, there's no one to protect you. With that, both Danzō and his unseen opponent launched into action, their combat instincts taking over. Danzō swiftly formed hand seals, calling upon his signature technique. Wind style, breakthrough. He shouted, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that tore through the air toward his opponent. The air crackled as Danzō unleashed his jutsu, a powerful gust of wind surging forward, aimed to overwhelm Fugaku. But Fugaku countered with his fire style, fire wave, creating a torrent of flames that met the wind head-on. The two techniques collided with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. The force of the clash pushed both men back, but neither was willing to give ground. Fugaku quickly assessed Danzō's position, his Sharingan picking up the subtle movements of his opponent. Danzō, ever calculating, was already forming another hand sign, intent on pressing his advantage. You're still the same, Danzō, Fugaku said, narrowing his eyes. Always hiding behind your jutsu, afraid to face your enemies directly. Danzō's lips twisted into a sneer. And you're still a fool, Fugaku. Power lies in manipulation, in knowing when to strike. He prepared to unleash a series of shurikens enhanced by wind chakra, aiming to overwhelm Fugaku with a barrage. But Fugaku was ready. You won't get the chance. He activated his own jutsu, weaving through the incoming shurikens with the agility and speed of the Uchiha. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. The flames erupted from his mouth, spiraling through the air like a flock of fiery birds. They danced around the shurikens, incinerating them before continuing their trajectory toward Danzō. Useless trick. Danzō barked as he quickly performed a series of hand seals. Wind style, Gale Palm. With a powerful thrust, he redirected the flames away from him, sending them crashing into the walls of the nearby structures. The fire roared and flickered, illuminating Danzō's determined expression. Your tricks won't work on me, Fugaku, he said, stepping forward, confidence swelling as he prepared to engage the Uchiha in close quarters. But Fugaku was undeterred, ready to match his former ally's ruthlessness with precision. As they charged at each other, the air around them buzzed with anticipation, the battle drawing ever closer to its critical turning point. The clash between Fugaku and Danzō settled into a tense stalemate. Both shinobi were locked in a fierce exchange, their abilities matched as they traded blows and counterattacks. Each move was calculated, a dance of skill and strategy, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Despite their impressive techniques, both warriors refrained from using their stronger jutsus, knowing that revealing their most powerful abilities too soon could turn the tide of the battle in unexpected ways. The air crackled with tension as they circled one another, searching for openings while remaining acutely aware of the stakes at hand. Each was determined to outmaneuver the other, but the battle remained a fierce test of endurance and willpower, with both sides unwilling to relent. Chapter 80, A Child's Revenge. As Danzō and Fugaku clashed, Danzō's disbelief was evident. How the hell are you alive? He demanded, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Fugaku smirked, enjoying Danzō's unease. Do you really want to know? He replied, tauntingly. Danzō stayed silent, unwilling to admit his curiosity, but his expression betrayed him. Fugaku chuckled. No need to be coy. Besides, a dying man knowing the truth can't do much with it, can he? Danzō's ears perked up, sensing that Fugaku was about to reveal something significant. Danzō, Fugaku continued, his tone darkening. I know all about your desire for the Sharingan and your obsession with Hashirama's cells. His words struck directly at Danzō's darkest ambitions, each syllable laced with accusation. Feigning ignorance, Danzō scoffed. What are you talking about? He said, but a flicker of anxiety crossed his face, betraying the truth Fugaku had exposed. Danzō's face twisted with a flicker of panic before he quickly composed himself, feigning ignorance. But Fugaku's Sharingan caught every subtle shift in Danzō's expression, every tell that betrayed him. You can deny it all you want, Fugaku continued, his smirk widening. But we both know the truth. Your arm, the one you keep hidden, covered with stolen Sharingan eyes and Hashirama's cells. You thought no one knew, didn't you? Danzō gritted his teeth, refusing to give Fugaku the satisfaction of a reaction. But Fugaku pressed on, his voice calm yet laced with venom. All those innocent lives sacrificed just so you could amass power, so you could pretend to be the hidden savior of Konoha. How many Uchiha died because of your schemes, Danzō? You think you're so righteous, Fugaku? Danzō spat, his voice filled with disdain. But in the end, power is what keeps this village safe. You Uchiha always thought of yourselves as noble, yet you were ready to betray Konoha at a moment's notice. Is that what you tell yourself to justify your actions? Fugaku shot back, his Sharingan blazing with intensity. The Uchiha didn't betray Konoha. We were betrayed by you, by your paranoia, your obsession with power. You orchestrated the massacre to eliminate us, to claim our bloodline for yourself. Danzō glared, his voice cold. You Uchiha were always a threat. A clan cursed by hatred and pride. Then consider this your reckoning, Fugaku said, raising his hand, readying another jutsu. You'll pay for what you've done to my clan, to Konoha. Danzō, realizing the gravity of the situation, clenched his fists, steeling himself. I've come too far to be stopped by the likes of you, Fugaku. We Uchiha are still alive because of Naruto, Fugaku admitted, his gaze steady and unwavering. He helped us while keeping a close eye on your every move. Danzō's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. How's that possible? He was just a child, and he only recently became a genin. Even if he's stronger than most, there's no way he could have done all this. Danzō shook his head, refusing to believe Fugaku's words. Fugaku, don't lie. It's impossible for a child to interfere with my plans. Danzō's disbelief was almost laughable, and Fugaku took a moment to savor the look of confusion on his face. Oh, you really have no idea, do you? Fugaku chuckled darkly. Naruto may be young, but he's more than capable of outsmarting you. While you schemed in the shadows, he's been watching, knowing exactly what you're up to. All these years, he's been planning and making allies, learning and growing stronger. He's not just a child, Danzō. He's the son of the fourth Hokage, and he carries his father's legacy in ways you could never understand. Danzō scowled, his fists clenched tightly. You expect me to believe a mere genin orchestrated all this? That he's somehow responsible for protecting your clan right under my nose? It's not a matter of belief, Danzō, Fugaku replied, his eyes narrowing. It's reality. You've underestimated him, just as you've underestimated the Uchiha. Naruto isn't the weak little boy you imagined. He's the very reason the Uchiha live on, waiting for the right moment to strike. And that moment is now. Danzō's face twisted with rage and frustration. You're a fool, Fugaku, if you think some child can save you from the consequences of defying me. I have the power of the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. I'm the one in control here. But Fugaku simply smiled, his expression calm and resolute. Power alone isn't enough, Danzō. True strength comes from those who stand by your side, from bonds you could never understand. And that's exactly why you'll lose, today, and in the end. And he did it all for revenge, Fugaku continued, his voice low and charged with intensity. For his father, and for his clan, both of whom died because of you. Danzō's face paled as Fugaku's words sank in, his expression shifting from anger to shock and disbelief. You're saying the boy orchestrated all of this? Just to bring down me? And the entire council? Fugaku's smirk only grew as he continued. Yes, Danzō. Naruto uncovered the truth behind his father's death and the Kyuubi attack. He realized it wasn't some random act of violence but a betrayal from within, betrayal by those he should have been able to trust. And when he found out about the Uchiha massacre, about how we were all just pawns in your game, he put everything together. The entire Uchiha incident became a trap he carefully crafted, one that would eventually expose you, Hiruzen, and the elders for your lies. Danzō's voice trembled with an edge of desperation. You're telling me that all these years, he's been playing me? Using his own life as bait? Fugaku chuckled darkly. Exactly. Naruto wanted justice, but not through hatred or recklessness. He watched, he waited, and he created this moment. With each move, he's pulled you in, turning your own schemes against you. And now, here we are. At the end of the line for you, Danzō. Danzō's mouth opened to retort, but he had no words. Fugaku's revelation had shattered his confidence, and for the first time, he realized he was truly cornered, his once secret power plays undone by a boy he had dismissed as insignificant. So now, Fugaku said, his voice cold and final. You face the consequences not just for the Uchiha, but for Minato, Kushina, and everyone else who suffered because of you. Danzō's face twisted in fury, but he could see the trap closing in around him. Fugaku's laughter echoed through the dim, empty halls of the root base, each word driving home Danzō's defeat. You think you've won, Fugaku? Danzō sneered, his voice tinged with desperation. I still have means to escape. I won't go down quietly. But Fugaku simply shook his head, his gaze steely. Your reign of fear ends here, Danzō. The village will finally see you for what you are, a coward hiding behind lies and manipulations. You've used everyone around you, sacrificed countless lives to serve your twisted ideals. That ends today. Danzō clenched his fists, his mind racing for any strategy to counter the Uchiha leader's words. You're still just pawns, all of you, Naruto included. You think you're exposing me? The village will fall without me, and you know it. Is that so? Fugaku's voice was ice cold. Then we'll let the village judge. The people will decide if you were ever their protector, or just a parasite feeding off their loyalty. Danzō took a step back, feeling truly cornered for the first time in his life. Fugaku's words hit him harder than any jutsu ever could. The weight of his actions, everything he had justified for the greater good, now lay bare, and he could feel the ground slipping away beneath him. Fugaku continued, his voice calm but filled with a deadly finality. You won't die a hero, Danzō. You'll face justice, and all of Konoha will witness the fall of its hidden tyrant. Chapter 81, Danzō lost. Let's begin the real fun, Fugaku declared, his Mangekyo Sharingan flaring to life, its power surging through him and intensifying his chakra. The energy radiating from him made Danzō's confidence falter for a brief moment. But Danzō scoffed, attempting to regain his composure. You think you're the only one with a Mangekyo? He sneered arrogantly. Fugaku's gaze hardened. Danzō, don't bother trying to use the one in your left eye. Ignoring the warning, Danzō removed the bandages from his arm, revealing a grotesque array of Sharingans embedded into his flesh, with a single Sharingan in his left eye. He attempted to activate the Mangekyo in his left eye, but nothing happened. Confusion quickly morphed into frustration as he shouted. What? What happened? Fugaku's smirk grew. Because that one's a fake. The day you ambushed Shizui, he was prepared. He replaced the real I with a decoy, leaving you with nothing. Shizui lives on, and the Uchiha owe Naruto a debt. Danzō's face twisted in shock and fury as the realization sank in. He had been outmaneuvered from the beginning, and now his most guarded secret was powerless in the face of the Uchiha's enduring strength and cunning. Danzō's face twisted in disbelief, his arrogance crumbling. No. That can't be, he muttered, glancing at his left eye in horror, realizing the truth. He had relied on this eye for years, believing he held the power of Shizui's legendary Koto Amatsukami, only to find he'd been deceived. You're telling me Shizui is alive? Danzō's voice trembled with a mix of fury and fear. Danzō's gaze darted from Fugaku to the exit, calculating his chances of escape. His Sharingan-laden arm trembled slightly, his confidence shattered. You think this will change anything? He spat, though his voice had lost its earlier strength. The Uchiha will still be resented. You'll always be feared in Konoha. Fugaku's eyes narrowed, his voice like steel. Maybe. But the truth will come out. The village deserves to know who you truly are, and what you've done. With a swift motion, Fugaku advanced, his chakra flaring. Your crimes against Konoha and the Uchiha end here. Prepare to face judgment, Danzō. You have nowhere left to run. As they emerged from the base, Fugaku unleashed his full power, activating his Susanoo. The monstrous apparition took shape, a towering figure of red, with sinewy muscles and a skeletal structure that exuded raw strength. In one hand, it wielded a massive sword that glimmered ominously in the light, towering as high as a tailed beast. Danzō's heart raced as he took in the sheer size of the Susanoo, a primal fear gripping him. He felt the weight of his mortality in the face of such overwhelming power. Die, Danzō. Fugaku roared, commanding the Susanoo to strike. The sword came down with devastating force, and Danzō met his end. But as the dust settled, a dark ripple in reality occurred. Izanagi! Danzō shouted, his last resort activating just in time. The world around him blurred, and he re-emerged, alive but at a cost. One of his precious Sharingan was now sealed, a price paid for a fleeting chance at survival. Oh, Izanagi, so this is your trump card, Fugaku taunted, his voice dripping with confidence. But don't you realize that your death is inevitable? He launched multiple strikes from his Susanoo, each slash intended to find its mark, yet Danzō evaded death time and time again, using Izanagi to return to life in a cycle of relentless struggle. Despite the odds, Danzō fought with desperation, each escape further exhausting his resources and leaving him with the grim realization that he could only stave off the inevitable for so long. The battle had transformed into a deadly game of cat and mouse, with Fugaku gaining the upper hand and Danzō growing weaker with each passing moment. Fugaku watched calmly, almost amused, as Danzō repeatedly died and returned, each resurrection costing him one of his stolen Sharingan. With every death, Danzō's desperation grew, while Fugaku's relentless assault continued, his Susanoo cleaving through the ground and air with deadly precision. Danzō breathed heavily, his Sharingan count dwindling with each use of Izanagi. Sweat dripped down his face as he struggled to maintain his composure, realizing the gap between his stolen power and Fugaku's raw, unrelenting might. His own chakra reserves were waning, while Fugaku's Susanoo loomed over him like an indomitable force. Running out of lives, Danzō. Fugaku's voice was low and cold, echoing with the finality of judgment. I've waited for this moment for too long. Each eye you waste is one less trick to hide behind. Desperately, Danzō tried to activate another Sharingan to prolong his survival, but Fugaku's Susanoo slashed again, faster than before. Danzō barely managed to leap back, but the Susanoo's blade grazed him, drawing blood and forcing him to stumble. You should have stayed in the shadows, Fugaku continued, stepping forward with measured steps. Instead, you let your greed and fear turn you into a monster. But no amount of power could make you untouchable. With only a couple of Sharingan left on his arm, Danzō's expression morphed from arrogance to panic, finally realizing that he was truly cornered. It's over, Fugaku declared, his Mangekyo Sharingan blazing as he prepared for the final blow. For all the lives you sacrificed, for all the pain you inflicted. This is your end. Fugaku deliberately missed his strike, the blade of the Susanoo slicing through the air harmlessly. He released the towering entity and approached Danzō, his expression a mix of determination and confidence. Do you think I'll go down alone? Danzō shouted maniacally, his body beginning to swell with a surge of chakra, preparing to unleash a final desperate attack. But before he could complete his transformation, Fugaku swiftly produced a rope, expertly binding Danzō and halting his grotesque expansion. The swelling stopped, and Danzō returned to his normal state, disbelief etched across his features as he struggled against the binds. How is this possible? He gasped, eyes wide with shock. Fugaku tightened the rope around Danzō, who struggled against his restraints, eyes wide with disbelief. You knew? Danzō spat, his voice laced with venom. Of course, Fugaku replied, a smirk creeping onto his face. Naruto has been one step ahead of you the entire time. You thought you could orchestrate your plans without consequence? You underestimated him, just like you underestimated the Uchiha. As Danzō thrashed, attempting to free himself, Fugaku could see the flicker of panic in his eyes. The once formidable leader of Root had become a cornered animal, desperate and dangerous, but ultimately powerless against Fugaku's resolve. You won't get away with this, Fugaku. Danzō growled, his voice trembling with rage. You think binding me will stop the village from falling? The plans I set in motion cannot be undone. Plans? Fugaku scoffed. Your plans are nothing but remnants of a deluded mind. Konoha is stronger than your twisted schemes. The villagers will rise against you. They deserve to know the truth about the darkness you've hidden behind your facade. Danzō's face twisted in fury. You think they will side with the Uchiha? You're a fool. They'll see you as a traitor, just like I will. Before he could finish, Fugaku drew closer, his eyes narrowed. Not anymore. Your time of manipulation is over. Once I expose your crimes, it will be clear who the true traitor is. With a final tug of the rope, Fugaku ensured Danzō's capture, the rogue ninja's breath quickening as the realization settled in. This ends now. You will answer for everything you've done. With a quick hand sign, Fugaku activated a seal on the rope, reinforcing it with chakra. Danzō's struggles became futile as the binding tightened, effectively suppressing any chance of escape. Let's go, Fugaku said, turning his back on Danzō, who could only glare at him in silent fury. Your reign of terror ends here, and I'll ensure you face justice for your actions. As Fugaku made his way to Konoha, he felt a surge of determination. He was finally reclaiming his clan's honor, and with Naruto's plans falling into place, the village would soon see a new dawn free from Danzō's shadow. Chapter 82, Sasuke vs. One Tail. With Danzō defeated, the sounds of another intense battle echoed through the forest. Not far away, a massive figure loomed over the treetops, a hulking, sandy beast, the one-tailed Shukaku, was locked in fierce combat with none other than Sasuke Uchiha. Shukaku's immense size and raw power made each of his attacks devastating. Massive claws and waves of sand pummeled the area, tearing through trees and churning the ground into a wasteland. Yet, Sasuke moved with remarkable speed and agility, evading Shukaku's onslaught with precise, calculated movements. Sasuke's Sharingan blazed as he observed the beast's movements, calculating his counters. Channeling lightning chakra into his katana, he executed strikes that crackled with energy, each one slicing through Shukaku's sand defenses. The advantage was clear. His lightning chakra was highly effective against Shukaku's earth-based sand manipulation. With each clash, Sasuke closed in, his attacks chipping away at the sand shield that encased the tailed beast. Though Shukaku roared and thrashed in frustration, Sasuke remained focused, exploiting the beast's weaknesses while waiting for the perfect moment to strike. An hour ago, other side of forest outskirts. About an hour earlier, deep within the forest, three figures dashed through the dense trees, their expressions tense. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro were fleeing, moving as fast as they could to put distance between themselves and the threat closing in behind them. Hot on their trail was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, determined to catch up. Moments earlier, Gaara had abruptly left the arena, overcome by a surge of intense emotions. The strain of his earlier battle had unsettled him, causing Shukaku, the one-tailed beast sealed within him, to stir and try to seize control. Recognizing the danger, Raza, Gaara's father, had ordered Temari and Kankuro to escort their brother out of the village. The three siblings obeyed, with Gaara's mental state growing more unstable as they hurried through the forest. But they weren't alone for long. Sasuke, determined not to let his opponent escape, had immediately taken off in pursuit, following the trail left in their wake. As the chase intensified, it was clear that Sasuke was relentless, his mind focused on catching up to Gaara and preventing any further chaos. Temari glanced over her shoulder, spotting Sasuke hot on their trail. Kankuro, we need to slow him down, she called, knowing they couldn't keep up this pace with Gaara in his condition. Kankuro nodded, drawing his puppet, Karasu, from his back. Go on ahead with Gaara, he urged. I'll hold him off. Temari hesitated, but Kankuro gave her a reassuring nod. She took Gaara's arm, helping him along as they continued deeper into the forest. Sasuke skidded to a halt as Kankuro turned to face him, Karasu positioned protectively between them. You're not getting past me, Uchiha, Kankuro declared, manipulating his puppet into a fighting stance. But Sasuke was unfazed. You think you can stop me? He taunted, his Sharingan analyzing Karasu's joints and mechanisms, seeking any weakness. With a flash of movement, Sasuke closed the distance, lightning flickering around his hand as he prepared a Chidori to dismantle the puppet. In moments, Sasuke's Chidori tore through Karasa's body, scattering its pieces across the forest floor. Kankuro gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't hold off Sasuke for long. Realizing his defeat, he quickly backed away, shouting to Temari, "Get Gaara as far as you can." With Kankuro now out of his way, Sasuke resumed his pursuit, his speed intensifying as he closed in on Temari and Gaara. As Gaara sprinted ahead, his gaze fixated forward with an unsettling intensity, Temari glanced back, fully aware of the danger closing in. "Gaara, go. Get out as fast as you can," she urged. But as always, Gaara didn't respond. His mind was elsewhere, consumed by the chaotic surge of emotions that had begun to awaken Shukaku within him. Realizing the inevitable, Temari stopped and turned, positioning herself to face Sasuke and buy Gaara the time he needed. The plan was clear: if Gaara fully transformed into Shukaku outside the village, he could unleash destruction on Konoha without restraint. But Sasuke's relentless pursuit had disrupted everything. Sasuke finally closed in, and Temari swung her fan with fierce resolve. "Sasuke, you're not getting past me," she declared, determination hardening her voice. In the distance, Gaara's form was shifting. Sand began swirling around him, solidifying into the familiar shape of Shukaku's features. Though his transformation wasn't complete, Gaara's size remained human-like, but the feral glint in his eyes and the sand coating his skin signaled the beginning of the beast's emergence. Sasuke's gaze flickered from Gaara to Temari, unfazed. "Get out of my way, Temari. Naruto asked me not to hurt you," he said coolly, his Sharingan locked onto her. Temari glared defiantly. "Even if Naruto asked you, I'm not letting you hinder Sasuke's plan," she said, bracing herself. "Then, so be it." Sasuke's voice was steady, and in a swift blur, he closed the gap with a body flicker technique. Before Temari could react, he struck the side of her neck with a precise chop, instantly knocking her unconscious. She crumpled to the ground, leaving Sasuke with a clear path. As Temari fell unconscious, Sasuke turned his attention fully to Gaara, who was now consumed by Shukaku's influence, his twisted grin revealing the transformation's full effect. Gaara's form continued to expand, his sand-cloaked body morphing into a monstrous, tailed beast-like figure, though still partially humanoid in size. The ground trembled beneath them as Shukaku's power surged through Gaara. "Finally. Someone I can kill," Gaara growled, his voice a distorted blend of his own and Shukaku's, as he glared at Sasuke with bloodlust in his eyes. Without hesitation, Sasuke sprinted toward Gaara, lightning crackling along his hand as he gathered chakra. "Chidori!" he shouted, thrusting his lightning-infused hand forward, aiming to break through Gaara's sand defense. Gaara instinctively raised a massive shield of sand, but Sasuke's Chidori tore through it with a powerful crack, leaving a gaping wound across Gaara's shoulder. However, Shukaku's influence quickly filled the wound with sand, healing it almost instantly. Gaara laughed maniacally, seemingly unfazed by the attack. Sasuke gritted his teeth, realizing he would need more than sheer force to bring Gaara down. His Sharingan analyzed Gaara's movements, searching for weaknesses. He leaped back, maintaining his distance as he strategized his next move. "I'll crush you," Gaara roared, thrusting his arm forward as a massive wave of sand shot toward Sasuke. Dodging to the side, Sasuke infused his katana with lightning chakra and dashed forward, using his speed to outmaneuver Gaara's attacks. The two continued to clash, Sasuke's lightning-infused strikes countering Gaara's relentless sand. Each attack pushed Gaara further into Shukaku's control, his size gradually increasing as his transformation advanced. Sasuke knew he had to end this quickly, or the fully awakened Shukaku would become a far greater threat to the entire village. Chapter 83, One Tail loses. The battle between Sasuke and the growing Shukaku was intense. Despite Gaara's transformation not yet being complete, Shukaku's influence was steadily amplifying, his size continuing to increase as sand enveloped his form, building up into a monstrous shape. Sasuke, however, kept his focus razor-sharp, knowing that his goal wasn't to kill Gaara but to incapacitate Shukaku before the beast could unleash full-scale destruction on Konoha. Using his Sharingan to track Shukaku's movements, Sasuke dodged the sweeping attacks of sand with fluid precision, closing in on Gaara with bursts of speed and well-timed strikes. Lightning chakra crackled in his hands as he channeled it through his attacks, each bolt of energy cutting through the sand armor that Shukaku tried to use for defense. This lightning affinity was Sasuke's advantage, as it directly countered Shukaku's earth-based sand, allowing him to break through layers of defense and disrupt the transformation. Yet, as the battle continued, Shukaku's power surged, and his attacks grew more relentless. Waves of sand lashed out with greater force, forcing Sasuke to dodge with increasing urgency. Still, he pressed on, determined to find a way to reach Gaara within the swirling storm of sand and overpower Shukaku's influence before the transformation completed. Shukaku had finally reached his full form, towering over the trees with a size that dwarfed anything in sight. His massive body of compacted sand cast a shadow across the forest, and Sasuke's attacks, which had previously disrupted Gaara's defenses, now seemed barely effective against the sheer bulk of Shukaku's fully manifested form. Every strike from his katana merely chipped away at the sand, failing to cause any significant damage to the beast. Sasuke's Sharingan spun with its 3 tomoe, tracking Shukaku's movements and defenses, but he knew he'd reached a limit. The 3 tomoe Sharingan allowed him to read and predict Shukaku's attacks, but it wasn't enough to match this immense power. His lightning techniques were dwarfed by Shukaku's sheer mass, and every attempt to close in was met with powerful waves of sand that forced him back. Sasuke darted around Shukaku, his Sharingan blazing as he analyzed each of the giant Tanuki's destructive moves. Shukaku's claws tore through trees and rocks, sending waves of sand crashing around the forest. But Sasuke stayed one step ahead, weaving through the chaos with swift, precise movements. "Stay still, little Akaya!" Shukaku roared, his voice echoing across the forest as he sent a torrent of sand hurling toward Sasuke. Sasuke smirked, charging his katana with lightning chakra. "Not a chance, beast. You'll have to try harder than that." With a swift flick of his blade, Sasuke sliced through the sand wave, his lightning chakra overpowering the earth-based sand. As he moved, he kept his eyes on Shukaku's core, waiting for an opening to strike. He knew the key to victory lay in taking down Gaara, who was deep in the trance of his transformation. "Chidori!" Sasuke shouted, his hand crackling with a high-pitched chirp of lightning as he charged at Shukaku's massive body. He aimed his Chidori at one of Shukaku's arms, hoping to weaken the beast's defenses. The Chidori tore through Shukaku's sandy arm, causing the beast to bellow in pain. Sand scattered into the air as Sasuke skidded back, watching as the arm slowly reformed, though the beast seemed more irritated than before. "You're starting to annoy me, brat!" Shukaku roared, swinging his tail in a massive arc towards Sasuke. But Sasuke anticipated the move, leaping high into the air and charging another Chidori in his hand. With a burst of speed, he closed in on Shukaku's head, aiming directly for Gaara. Just as Sasuke was about to land the blow, Shukaku formed a wall of sand, blocking Sasuke's attack and sending him flying back. Sasuke landed gracefully, narrowing his eyes as he assessed the situation. "This won't be easy. But I can't let him reach the village." As Shukaku prepared for another attack, Sasuke decided to up his game. He activated the second level of his cursed seal, feeling the dark power surge through him as markings spread across his body, increasing his strength and speed. "All right, Shukaku," Sasuke said, his voice filled with newfound confidence. "Let's see how well you handle this." With renewed energy, Sasuke dashed toward Shukaku once more, ready to end the battle before the beast could wreak any more havoc. Sasuke moved with exceptional agility, weaving through Shukaku's massive attacks with precision and speed that left the tailed beast visibly frustrated. Shukaku roared, each swipe of his colossal arms tearing up trees and sending waves of sand crashing through the forest, but Sasuke was always a step ahead, darting in and out of range before the strikes could land. Although Sasuke's attacks lacked the scale to damage Shukaku significantly, his relentless speed and ability to evade were beginning to wear down Gaara's control over the beast. Shukaku's patience was thinning, and his strikes grew more erratic as he tried to catch the nimble Uchiha, who continued to close the distance only to withdraw again, staying just beyond reach. Realizing that frustrating Shukaku was buying him precious time, Sasuke kept up the strategy, waiting for an opening. He needed to push Gaara to the brink, to exhaust the chakra keeping Shukaku in control, if he had any hope of bringing the beast to a halt. As Shukaku's roars echoed through the forest, Sasuke knew he was edging closer to his goal, but he also sensed he was running out of time before Gaara's chakra fully aligned with Shukaku's, which would make the beast nearly unstoppable. Realizing the sheer magnitude of chakra that Shukaku held, Sasuke knew he had to go all out to bring the beast down before it overwhelmed him. He steadied his stance, summoning every ounce of his chakra to form his most powerful lightning technique yet. "Let's put an end to this," he murmured with determination, his hands moving swiftly to form the necessary seals. Channeling his lightning chakra to its peak, he unleashed lightning style, Kirin. A massive lightning dragon roared to life above him, its serpentine form crackling with electric energy, illuminating the sky as it surged toward Shukaku. The beast, already weakened by Sasuke's previous strikes, was unable to withstand the full force of the massive lightning dragon. The intense bolt of lightning tore through Shukaku's sandy body, disintegrating it from within. Unable to maintain its form any longer, Shukaku collapsed, his chakra dispersing back into Gaara, causing the tailed beast's massive form to dissolve. Gaara, his energy completely drained, reverted back to his normal state and fell to the ground, unconscious. The forest grew quiet once more, and Sasuke, though exhausted, stood victorious, his Sharingan fading as he caught his breath. Chapter 84, Plan reveal. With their battles finally concluded, Both Sasuke and Fugaku made their way back to the village, each carrying their defeated opponent as a testament to their victories. Sasuke carried Gaara carefully, ensuring the unconscious Shinabai was stable, while Fugaku held Danzō securely, his Sharingan still active to monitor any last tricks from his old adversary. As they approached Konoha, they crossed paths just outside the village gates. Despite the intensity of their respective fights, both father and son exchanged a glance of mutual respect, silently acknowledging the strength and resolve each had displayed. Sasuke, carrying a Shinabai from another village, and Fugaku, bearing the weight of one of Konoha's own, represented two sides of a struggle that was now reaching a resolution. Fugaku and Sasuke made their way back to the village, each carrying their subdued opponent. Fugaku's cloak flared in the wind, the unconscious Danzō slung over his shoulder, bound tightly. Sasuke followed close behind, supporting Gaara, whose transformation had receded with his defeat. They met at the edge of the village, both emerging from different directions but converging at the same point. Fugaku looked at Sasuke with a rare, approving nod, recognizing his son's resolve and strength in handling a Jinchuriki opponent. Sasuke, still catching his breath, returned his father's nod with a look of determination and pride. A worthy effort, Fugaku said quietly, acknowledging the intensity of both their battles. Danzō's schemes will be brought to light, and Suna's plan has been halted. Konoha will stand strong. Sasuke shifted his grip on Gaara. And we have Naruto to thank for all of this, he remarked, glancing toward the village center. He orchestrated this moment. Fugaku smiled slightly. Indeed. Let's not keep him waiting. Together, they continued toward the heart of the village, the quiet weight of victory between them. Inside the barrier as Orochimaru and I clashed, each move calculated, neither one gaining the upper hand, I knew the fight was at a stalemate. Nearby, Raza and the reanimated Hokages were locked in combat with Hiruzen and my clones, their struggle fierce yet evenly matched. It was clear that, despite all our efforts, no one was coming out ahead. I took a brief pause to murmur to Orochimaru. "How's it looking outside?" He replied with a smirk. "Both battles are over." With a sigh, I lowered my weapon. "Then let's end this pointless fight. Release the Hokages." Orochimaru, understanding the shift in our plans, called the reanimated Hokages back to his side and released his control over them. As his command echoed, the summoned Hokages ceased their attacks, their expressions turning neutral as they awaited further instructions. Hiruzen and Raza glanced at us, bewildered by our sudden withdrawal. I simply stood there, watching intently as the battlefield calmed, the dust settling around us. This wasn't the end, but it was the beginning of something even more significant. Raza's voice echoed with disbelief as he shouted. "Why did you take back the Hokages, Orochimaru?" I couldn't help but smirk at the confusion written across his face. "The battle is over, Uncle Raza. Gaara, the one-tail, lost his fight," I said, watching his eyes widen in shock. He shook his head, unable to accept it. "Do you think I would believe you, kid? Even if he lost, we could still take out Hiruzen. That would benefit us." I let out a loud laugh, stepping closer to him, the truth finally dawning on him. "I think you still don't understand what I'm implying," I said, savoring the moment of revelation. I turned toward Orochimaru, who gave a subtle nod, confirming my words. "This was all part of our plan, right, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru smirked in agreement, his voice cold as ever. "Yes." The weight of my words hit Raza like a hammer. "This was just a plan to lure you, Suna, Danzō, and even you, Gigi," I said, my grin widening as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. The game was over, and they had walked straight into it. Both Raza and Hiruzen stood in stunned silence, their minds struggling to process the turn of events. Raza's face was a mix of confusion and anger, unable to comprehend how everything had slipped through his grasp so easily. Hiruzen, on the other hand, wore an expression of disbelief. He had been involved in this conspiracy from the beginning, yet the pieces were only now coming together. Raza's voice trembled with frustration. "What is this? You've been playing us the entire time?" I simply nodded, enjoying the moment. "Exactly. Everything you did, every step you took, was part of the plan, our plan." Hiruzen, ever the strategist, took a deep breath. "So, it wasn't just the Suna invasion. It was all orchestrated to bring us here, to this moment?" I met his gaze, my smile unwavering. "You're finally catching on, Gigi." Raza clenched his fists, realizing he had been outmaneuvered at every turn. "But why? Why go this far? Why do you ask?" I said, my voice cold with anger, my glare piercing through him. "It's because catching Danzō and all his co-conspirators off guard was the plan. Suna was just a distraction to draw Konoha's attention away from what we were really doing. As we took down all the others, Danzō has already fallen. Your friends will follow soon enough. So, just go back and accept your punishment for everything you've done, from the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan to the Uchiha massacre. I took a step closer, my words sharp and unwavering. And one more thing, I added, my voice darkening. The Uchiha are alive. Chapter 85, Atone for your sins. Hiruzen's eyes widened as I dropped that final bombshell. The words hung in the air between us like a punch that hadn't quite landed yet. I could see his mind working, processing what I'd just revealed. His jaw tightened, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, like he was beginning to realize that everything he thought he controlled was slipping from his grasp. What do you mean? Uchihas are alive? He stammered, his voice barely steady. I fixed him with a glare, my tone sharp and cold. You thought you wiped them out, didn't you? That the massacre would silence any threat. But you were wrong, Gigi. The Uchihas never truly disappeared. They're here, right under your nose. And we've been watching, waiting. Hiruzen took a step back, like my words had physically struck him. His gaze flickered around, as if searching for something familiar in this crumbling reality. But there was nothing left of the foundation he thought he stood on. You and your so-called allies, I continued, voice laced with anger. You never understood the strength of those you oppressed. You thought you could control everything from the shadows, but that was your mistake. The Uchihas survived. The heirs to their legacy are here, and ready to take back what was stolen. Hiruzen's face fell, and I could see the weight of the truth pressing down on him. No. This can't be. You're lying. Lying? I scoffed, a cold smirk spreading across my face. No, Hiruzen. The truth is, you were too arrogant to see the consequences of your actions. And now you're going to face them. Your village, your allies, this was all a setup to draw attention away from the real target. I glanced at Orochimaru, who was silently observing, a twisted grin on his face. Danzō's already taken care of. Your council will be next. And when the dust settles, everyone will know the truth about you and what you did to the Uzumaki clan, to the Uchihas. No more secrets. No more lies. Hiruzen's expression hardened, but I could see the weariness behind his eyes. He looked less like the powerful Hokage he claimed to be and more like a man who had been stripped bare, exposed for all he tried to bury. Go ahead, I said, voice cold and unyielding. Run, try to find a way out of this, but it's over. Your punishment is set in motion, and this time, there's no escaping it. I looked at Hiruzen, my voice steady but brimming with anger, each word a strike sharper than any blade. Gigi, are you ready to atone for the sins you and your colleagues have committed? Don't think for a second that there's any forgiveness waiting for you. You destroyed everything the first and second Hokages built, just for the sake of your own power. He looked at me, his face lined with age and regret, but I wasn't letting him off so easily. Even after you had the power, you didn't stop. You turned on your own allies, and when confronted with threats from outside, you just sat back and watched, safe behind the walls of your office. Did you ever step foot on the battlefield in either of the great ninja wars? No. You left everyone else to risk their lives while you claimed to be too busy to lead them. Hiruzen's eyes flickered with something, guilt, maybe, or shock at hearing it all laid out. But I pressed on. Yet when it came to betraying your own people, to wiping out entire clans, you were the first in line, ready to act. Now tell me, Gigi, are you really prepared for what comes next? Because there's no escaping this. The reckoning is here, and it's about time you faced the consequences of everything you've done. Hiruzen's face fell, shadows darkening his eyes as my words cut into him deeper than any blade could. He opened his mouth to respond, but no words came. I could see the weight of his past, choices he'd made under the guise of duty, sacrifices he'd accepted in the name of the village, now bearing down on him in full force. He lowered his head, his voice soft and trembling. Naruto. I only ever wanted to protect the village, to keep the peace. Peace? I scoffed, stepping closer. Peace by sacrificing others? By betraying those who trusted you, who looked up to you as a leader. I shook my head, disgust evident in my tone. You claim to protect, but all you've done is destroy the foundation this village was built on. Hiruzen's eyes filled with regret. He looked as though he had aged 10 years in the span of our conversation. Perhaps you're right, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I allowed fear and control to cloud my judgment. But what can I do now, Naruto? How can I atone for what I've done? Atone? I repeated, my eyes blazing. Atone by facing the truth, by standing with the people you've wronged instead of hiding behind the walls of the Hokage's office. He met my gaze, the resignation in his eyes finally surfacing. Then I will face it, he murmured, steadying himself. I will answer for my sins. I held my gaze firmly on Hiruzen, refusing to let him look away. And don't even think about trying to save your so-called friends this time. At least you had the strength to back up your actions, even if they were selfish. But they? They couldn't even protect themselves when it mattered, they just reaped the rewards of the village's sacrifices, while others fought and bled for Konoha. He looked weary, worn down by the weight of his past, but my anger wouldn't relent. They sat back and enjoyed the luxuries bought with blood, and you let them. Well, there's no more hiding, no more excuses. You, and every last one of them, are going to face the truth of what you've done. Hiruzen's shoulders slumped even further as he absorbed my words. There was a flicker of pain in his eyes as I called out the hypocrisy of his so-called allies, the elders, who had sat in their ivory towers, pushing their decisions onto others while taking no risks themselves. I understand, he said, his voice strained and weary. For too long, they wielded power without accountability. I allowed it, thinking their counsel was for the village's good. But I see now that they've only reaped rewards without sharing in the sacrifices. I took a step closer, my gaze piercing. Exactly. They've let others bleed and suffer, while they sat back and took credit for every victory. They were ready to crush any clan or person who dared threaten their vision of control, even my father, even the Uchiha. And you, Gigi, stood by and let it happen. Hiruzen's face twisted with guilt, his hand gripping his staff tightly. Naruto. I will take responsibility. For the Uzumaki, the Uchiha, for every life that was cast aside in the name of control. I'll face whatever judgment you deem fit. Responsibility? I scoffed, my voice dripping with contempt. Don't make me laugh, Gigi. Your so-called responsibility is just a cover for you and your friends to protect yourselves, ignoring the lives ruined along the way. You and your allies have kept your clan safe, sitting comfortably while others were thrown into the fire, paying the price for your choices. I paused, letting my words sink in. Decades of privilege and power, while everyone else suffered the consequences. Well, that comfort is over now. When the dust settles, they'll be the first to bear the brunt if anyone ever threatens this village again. Now it's their turn to face the consequences they tried to escape. Hiruzen's face hardened at my words, though there was no defiance in his expression, just a grim understanding of the truth he could no longer ignore. You're right, Naruto, he said, voice filled with resignation. I can't undo the years of privilege and power they've enjoyed without consequence. They must face the reality they've long evaded. Konoha cannot keep its peace by sacrificing its own people. I took a step forward, letting the anger I'd held back for so long surge to the surface. The village can't move forward if it's weighed down by leaders who only serve themselves. The same people who drove my clan to ruin, who stood by while the Uchiha were nearly wiped out, who allowed you to make hollow sacrifices, this ends now. Hiruzen nodded slowly, as though finally, he understood the depth of his failings. If it's my fate to answer for these sins, then so be it. But I won't stand in the way of justice anymore. I'll face the consequences, along with those who hid behind me all these years. You better, I said coldly. Because for once, Konoha deserves leaders who'll protect it, not destroy it from the inside. Chapter 86, Village Situation. As the barrier finally disappeared, I took in the sight around us. Though there was some destruction, I knew it would only take about a week to reconstruct everything. Raza and Hiruzen walked beside us, looking defeated, while the reanimated Hokage stood quietly, observing. I turned to the first, second, and, of course, my dad. Hey, first, second Hokage. And Dad, I greeted, trying to keep it casual. Want to take a look around? The village is coming back to its senses after all that chaos. My dad's eyes softened as he looked at me, a small smile spreading on his face. Naruto. How are you doing? Without hesitating, he stepped forward and pulled me into a hug. Even though it had been 13 years, he knew me instantly. I hugged him back, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief and pride. I'm doing well, Dad. And Mom's doing well, too, I told him. The warmth of that moment wrapped around me, easing the weight of the battles we had been through. Hashirama, who was watching us, chuckled. You've got a strong group of young shinobi here in the village, I can tell. Then he looked me over, raising an eyebrow at my hair. Say, kid, are you an Uzumaki? That crimson hair gives it away. I nodded. Yeah, I am. My dad looked at me curiously, as if trying to piece together something. But Naruto. Your hair was yellow. What made it turn this shade of crimson? I gave a small shrug. I don't really know. After you passed, it just slowly started changing color. My dad gave a thoughtful nod. Must be something to do with your Uzumaki heritage, then. It suits you. Your name is Naruto, right? How is the village doing? Hashirama asked, a keen interest lighting up his eyes. I offered a wry smile. You could say there are many inner conflicts, but other than that, the village is doing fine. What inner conflicts? Hashirama and my father looked at me, confused. Both of them were too idealistic to imagine the depths of what had occurred, though Tobirama's expression hinted he had his suspicions. "It's nothing," I replied, my gaze shifting pointedly toward Hiruzen. "Except that the Senju clan has been reduced to a single member, the Uzumaki have fewer than 5 left, and the Uchiha were nearly annihilated. All because of a certain someone." "Wait. What did you say?" Hashirama's face paled as the weight of my words settled. "All of the founding clans have been destroyed?" Turning to Hiruzen, his voice trembled with disbelief and anger. "How did this happen, monkey?" Hiruzen hesitated, but there was no escaping the weight of Hashirama's question. "There were choices made that we believed would protect the village," he started, but even he seemed to struggle with the words. "Choices that led to destroying the very clans that helped found this village?" Tobirama questioned sharply, his gaze piercing. I stepped forward, not wanting the truth to slip away. "Those choices went against everything the village was supposed to stand for. When people reached out for help, they were abandoned. When they fought to protect what mattered to them, they were seen as threats. And for what? To hold on to power and control?" Hashirama closed his eyes, pained. "This village was meant to be a place of peace and unity. I can't believe. The Senju, the Uzumaki, the Uchiha. All of them sacrificed because of fear and ambition." Tobirama's voice was somber. "It seems that some things were left unchecked." He shot a hard look at Hiruzen. "The cost of inaction is as high as any battle, Hiruzen." Hiruzen lowered his head, finally understanding the weight of their words. Hashirama looked at me, his eyes wide with shock, then softened with gratitude. You saved the Uchiha clan?" I nodded, keeping my gaze steady on him. "Yes. They were pushed to the edge, abandoned by the very village they helped build. But they survived, and they're back because they deserve justice, not exile or execution." "What? The Uchiha are the ones left from the founding clans?" Tobirama asked, his usual disdain for them clear in his voice. "Yes," I replied, my gaze sharp as I pointed at him. "It's because of you and your deep-rooted hatred that they ended up like this." My words struck with an unfiltered truth. "Your prejudice against the Uchiha led to a chain of events that nearly destroyed all the prestigious clans. That hatred, passed down and manipulated, turned what could have been a strong village into one divided from within." Tobirama's expression tightened, his eyes narrowing as he processed my words. "I acted for the village's safety. The Uchiha's powers are unique, dangerous. I did what I believed was necessary." "Necessary?" I replied, my tone gutting. "Your actions fueled a cycle of mistrust, pushing them into a corner until they felt they had no place in the village. Your necessary decisions set the stage for betrayal and bloodshed, not peace." Hashirama placed a hand on Tobirama's shoulder, his face troubled. "Brother, perhaps Naruto is right. We dreamed of a village where every clan would feel at home, yet these divisions grew deeper because of our choices." Tobirama gritted his teeth but didn't argue. I continued. "Your legacy was supposed to protect Konoha, but instead, it left wounds that still haven't healed. The Uchiha, the Uzumaki, the Senju, all those sacrifices, were not for this. Anyway, let's not dwell on the past, it's already happened," I said with a sigh, attempting to push the bitterness aside. The others looked on, brows furrowed, each of them trying to piece together where everything had gone wrong. There was a tense silence as they took in what I'd said, the weight of the village's history pressing on them. "Naruto, what did you endure to become like this?" My father wondered to himself, his expression reflecting a mixture of worry and sorrow. He could see the toll it had taken on me, but he didn't yet know the full extent of what I had faced to reach this point. Chapter 87, Reunion. As Sasuke and Fugaku approached, carrying their defeated foes, I nodded to them. It was a strange sight, my friend with Gaara slung over his shoulder, and Fugaku holding Danzō as if he were nothing more than a troublesome burden. "Naruto, Gaara's down, but he's out cold," Sasuke reported, setting Gaara gently on the ground. He glanced up, noticing the reanimated Hokage, his eyes lingering on my father with curiosity and a hint of respect. Fugaku took off his cloak and smirked slightly as he saw the past Hokages. Well, if it isn't the previous Hokages. "And Minato, how are you holding up?" My father gave a slightly sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. "I'm doing well, though I admit it's strange being back under these circumstances," he replied, his gaze drifting over Sasuke and Fugaku, a look of appreciation forming. "It seems much has changed since my time." Hashirama stepped forward with that characteristic boundless energy. "Ah. So you must be Fugaku Uchiha. It's good to see the Uchiha still fighting strong for the village." Fugaku chuckled, glancing at me. "Naruto here deserves much of the credit. The Uchiha wouldn't be standing here if it weren't for his intervention. He's given us a second chance, one I intend to honor." Tobirama's eyes flicked between Fugaku and Sasuke, a hint of his old reservations showing, but he said nothing. Instead, he looked to me, Naruto, your approach is different, bold. Let's hope it steers Konoha onto a better path. I nodded, my determination unwavering. I won't let any clan be driven to the edge again. The village is stronger united, and that's the future I'm fighting for. Oh, and by the way, I said, chuckling. Your granddaughter is here, Hashirama. Can't imagine what she'd say to see both of you back. Hashirama's eyes widened with surprise, and he seemed to be both curious and apprehensive. My granddaughter. I can only imagine what she'd say. He scratched his head awkwardly. Well, anyway, I added, grinning. I think she's likely to be the next Hokage. What? My granddaughter as Hokage? Hashirama's expression fell, his shoulders slumping as he processed the idea. How? How did that happen? Hashirama's face fell, his usual energy dampening as he thought about his granddaughter's potential future. Tsunade. As Hokage? I can't imagine her sitting still in an office all day. He shook his head, looking both amused and distressed. Tobirama sighed, rubbing his temple. Knowing Tsunade, she'll probably complain about it every day, but she's got the strength and heart to lead. She's more like you than you realize, brother. I grinned. Well, she's definitely got everything to need to be Hokage, and with her skills, she'll be able to protect the village from any threat. Plus, she's already shown she's got the resolve to step up when it counts. Minato nodded thoughtfully. She's got a natural talent for healing and a deep care for her comrades. Even if she resists, I think she'd end up being a great Hokage. Hashirama seemed to relax a bit, a proud smile breaking through. Alright. Maybe it won't be so bad. But if she becomes Hokage, she better remember she's representing all of us. Afterward, we all reunited with Mom, Tsunade, and the others. I noticed Hueco nearby. She'd fought alongside us, freezing Sunshine to protect the village. Mom, I have something for you, I said, a hint of excitement in my voice. She looked at me, puzzled, until I pointed over to where Dad stood. She turned, her expression shifting to one of utter disbelief as she saw him standing there. She seemed to freeze, too stunned to react. Mom. Are you there? I asked, gently shaking her shoulder. She blinked, snapping back to reality. Slowly, she walked over to Dad. As my mom slowly approached my dad, her eyes wide with disbelief, it was like time had stopped around us. She took each step slowly, as if afraid this was just a dream that might vanish if she moved too quickly. Dad, standing there just as he had all those years ago, looked back at her with warmth and a soft smile. Minato. It's really you? She whispered, her voice trembling. Dad nodded, his eyes misty. I'm here, Kushina. With that, she closed the gap between them, wrapping her arms tightly around him. They stood there, holding each other in silence as if making up for all the years they had lost. I felt a deep sense of peace watching them, and it felt like a missing piece of our family was finally back. Nearby, Tsunade smiled softly, while Hueco and the others looked on respectfully. It was a powerful reminder of what we had been fighting for, these moments, this peace. After a few moments, Mom finally pulled back, looking Dad over like she was trying to memorize every detail. She turned to me with a shaky smile. Naruto. Thank you for bringing him back, even if it's only for a short time. I nodded, feeling a warmth in my chest. This moment made all the struggles worthwhile. Tsuna, there's something for you too, I said, a soft smile forming as I gestured toward both Hashirama and Tobirama. When Tsunade saw her grandfather, Hashirama, and great-uncle, Tobirama, standing together in front of her, her expression shifted from disbelief to an intense wave of emotions, joy, sadness, and a bit of frustration. Grandpa. Uncle. What are you both doing here? She asked, her voice breaking. She looked like she was holding back tears, but her usual strength and pride wouldn't let them fall so easily. You shouldn't be here. You're supposed to be resting, not back here in this chaos. Hashirama chuckled warmly, his face lighting up with that same easygoing grin he always wore. Ah, Tsuna, it's good to see you've grown so strong. I'm glad to see my granddaughter has become such a formidable woman. Tobirama, ever the stern one, gave her a brief nod. Tsunade, you've done well, despite the challenges. We had to see for ourselves how the village has fared. And it appears you've upheld our legacy admirably. Tsunade took a deep, steadying breath, her fists clenching slightly as if trying to gather her composure. You left us to handle so much. So many burdens. But I'm glad to see you both, even if just this once. Hashirama's smile softened as he stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. Remember, Tsuna, the will of fire never truly dies. It's passed on, generation to generation. And you've done more than we could have hoped to carry it forward. A quiet strength settled over Tsunade, her emotions finally finding calm. Thank you. Both of you, she said quietly, her voice now steady. As she stood there with them, I could see a sense of healing in her eyes, as if some old wounds had finally started to mend. This reunion, however brief, had given her something priceless, reassurance and pride in her legacy. "I think it's time for all three of you to leave," I said, the weight of the situation settling in. "Yeah, we're reaching our limit," all three of them agreed, the reality of their departure sinking in. Though Orochimaru wasn't physically present, his presence was felt at a distance, hidden away, knowing well that anyone who spotted him would likely want to confront him with anger. Kushina, still reluctant, glanced at Minato. "I think it's time to leave," he said gently to her. Though her heart was torn, she nodded. "Okay, Minato," she replied, her voice quiet, but resigned. "Goodbye, Tsuna," Hashirama said, giving a final nod to the Hokage. "Goodbye, Tsunade," Tobirama echoed, his usual sternness softened by the gravity of the moment. "Goodbye, both of you," Tsunade replied, her voice steady but tinged with sadness. With a final glance at the village, the three of them slowly faded into dust, leaving behind 3 dead bodies and a few fallen shinobi. The air around us was heavy, and the reality of their departure hung in the silence. Turning away from the spot where my parents had vanished, I glanced at my mother and Tsunade. I could see the grief in my mother's eyes, but there was a sense of determination there as well. "Let's go back," I said softly, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on my shoulders. "We still have a lot of work to do, but we'll figure it out together." Tsunade gave me a tired, but resolute look. "Yes, there's a lot to rebuild. But for once, maybe we can do it without running from the past." I nodded, knowing she was right. We'd been fighting ghosts for too long, now it was time to face the future and rebuild what had been broken. We started walking back to the village, each step a little heavier than the last. Konoha was still standing, but it would take time to heal. The weight of the past, the burden of all the battles fought, the friends lost, and the mistakes made. It would all be there, lingering. But for the first time in a long while, I felt like we could face it head-on. The village was safe for now. The people I cared about were safe. And no matter what came next, I knew we would stand together to protect it all. The future was ours to shape. Chapter 88, Aftermath. With the battles over and the Shinobi on their way out, I could finally start addressing the mess we had here in Konoha. Raza left with a parting comment about sending an invitation for negotiation, after we sorted out our own problems. Fair enough, we had plenty to handle. First, the arrest of the Hokage and his advisors. Seeing Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura locked away was surreal. I knew it was the right thing to do, but the villagers weren't as prepared for it. The crowd demanded answers, some looking at me for explanations. We assured them they'd get their answers soon enough, once we pieced everything together and laid it out in a way everyone could understand. I knew this would be the start of a long, necessary reckoning. Then, Orochimaru. He'd slipped away, as I expected. No one was sad to see him go, though I knew better than to assume he'd leave us in peace. For now, at least, Konoha could breathe a little easier with him gone, but it felt like a temporary reprieve. I'd have to keep an eye out for him. The Uchiha return. That was another shock for the villagers, and I couldn't blame them. The clan they thought was wiped out had suddenly returned, strong and ready to stand by Konoha's side. It was a huge moment for me, knowing that all those years of planning and waiting finally paid off. The villagers were wary, naturally, but I was here to make sure Fugaku and the others were welcomed back properly. This was our home, and we'd fought to make sure they'd have a place in it again. And, finally, the matter of the next Hokage. With Hiruzen no longer in power, Konoha needed a new leader, someone who could unite the village and repair the damage left by all these hidden conflicts. I knew Tsunade was one of the best choices we had, strong, respected, and loyal to Konoha. But every clan would have their say, and the discussions would be intense. I had my own role to play, guiding things in a way that would heal and strengthen Konoha for the future. As I walked through the village, looking at the faces of the people I'd sworn to protect, I felt a mix of pride and determination. Konoha had faced the worst from both enemies and its own leaders, but I wasn't going to let it crumble. Step by step, I'd see it restored, and better than ever. The Uchiha clan began to settle into their new homes, now situated within the Senju residence, which was closer to the center of the village. This change brought them a sense of belonging, as they were no longer isolated on the outskirts. Amid the ongoing shifts, I anticipated that Uchiha, too, would soon return to the village. In the week that followed, every shinobi worked tirelessly to restore order, helping to rebuild structures and re-establish stability within Konoha. By the end of that week, everything that had been damaged was fully reconstructed, and the village was beginning to feel whole again. With the clans casting their votes, Tsunade was soon selected as the new Hokage. Today, the entire village gathered in celebration for her inauguration, an event meant not only to honor her but to reaffirm unity and peace after recent turmoil. My mother, deemed the most fitting for the role, placed the Hokage hat on Tsunade, marking the start of her leadership. Attending the celebration in simple attire, a black t-shirt and white pants instead of my usual ninja gear, I stood among the villagers. My mother had gone ahead to prepare for the ceremony, and seeing her pride as she stood by Tsunade added to the day's significance. The inauguration brought a hopeful feeling, a promise of stability and new beginnings for Konoha. Above the Hokage office, my mom stood by Tsunade's side, proudly holding the Hokage hat. She was the one to place it on Tsunade's head, an honor that only felt fitting after everything she had endured and fought for. Watching the scene, I felt a sense of relief. After all the chaos and the battles, this moment symbolized a new beginning. As Tsunade officially accepted her role as Hokage, the cheers grew louder, echoing across the village. Konoha had suffered, but now, with Tsunade at the helm, there was hope for a stronger, united future. This wasn't just a celebration of Tsunade's new title, it was the start of Konoha's recovery, a step toward restoring balance and trust in the village once again. After the inauguration, Tsunade returned to the Hokage office, where a mountain of paperwork and responsibilities awaited her. My mom headed back home, and I decided to drop by Tsunade's office myself. The idea of seeing her reaction to all that work was amusing, and I couldn't help but chuckle a little at the thought. Before I left, I told my friends and my girls that I'd stop by to check on Tsunade and then join them for the party we planned to celebrate her inauguration. When I entered the office, I strolled in casually, as if it were my own space. Sure enough, Tsunade looked visibly irritated, buried in the first of many piles of paperwork on her desk. Chapter 89, Tsuna as Hokage. Seeing her sitting at the Hokage desk, already surrounded by stacks of paperwork, was priceless. I could practically feel the irritation radiating off her as she tried to focus on a document. "Hey, how are you holding up?" I asked, barely hiding my smirk. She shot me a look that could probably break stone. "Go away, Naruto. I don't have time to deal with you right now." I chuckled and leaned casually against her desk. "Come on, you can't have had enough already, right? It's just the beginning. And here I thought you were tougher than this." She groaned, rubbing her temples. "You have no idea how much paperwork this place runs on. And stop smirking like that. It's not helping." I laughed and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll help lighten the load soon, right after we celebrate. Everyone's waiting, so wrap this up and come join us." She gave a reluctant smile, muttering something under her breath, probably about annoying students. But I knew she was glad to have some of us there for her. It was just the start of her journey, and we'd be there every step of the way. Shizune was sitting beside Tsunade, looking over the paperwork as well, with her pet close by. When I saw her, I couldn't resist asking, "Shizune, how are you holding up? Is Tsunade giving you any trouble?" "No, Naruto, Tsunade-sama is good," Shizune replied, though her face turned a little red with embarrassment at my teasing. I couldn't help but laugh at her flustered reaction before turning back to Tsunade. I took a deep breath, knowing this moment would be crucial. I placed a large file in front of her, the weight of it enough to tell the story of the dark past that still lingered within the village. "Here, Tsuna, these are the proof of all the dirty work those four did in the past." Tsunade looked at the file with a mixture of curiosity and concern, but I didn't want to burden her with it immediately. She had already been exhausted from tending to the injured Shinobi, and I knew the file would only add more weight to her shoulders. But I knew it had to be done, so I watched quietly as she began to study its contents. "Tsuna, calm down," I said, stepping closer to her as she slammed her fist into the desk, causing a loud crack. "You're Hokage now. You need to control your anger." She took a deep breath, her hands clenched at her sides as she tried to rein in the rage boiling inside her. "I know," she said, her voice tight. "But it's just. I can't believe they would go this far. All the manipulation, the backstabbing. It's so much worse than I ever imagined." Shizune, who had been standing quietly by Tsuna's side, spoke up softly, clearly trying to ease the tension. "Tsunade-sama, you're not alone in this. You have us, and we'll help you get through all of this." I nodded in agreement. "Yeah, we're all here for you, Tsuna. This village needs you, but it's also going to need the rest of us to fix the mess they left behind." Tsuna took another breath, visibly trying to calm herself. "You're right. I can't let them see me lose control. Not now. Not when everything is on the line." She looked back at the file, her expression hardening once more. "But this is a lot to take in. And those four. They'll get what's coming to them." I could see the resolve settling in her eyes. Tsuna was angry, but she wasn't going to let that anger make her reckless. She had a job to do. And no matter what, she would see it through. "Take your time, Tsuna. But don't forget, there's still a celebration waiting for you," I said with a light smile. "You deserve a little fun after all this." She gave a small, tired smile in return. "Yeah, I guess you're right. I'll be there soon. Just need to handle this first. I nodded and made my way out of the office, giving her the space she needed. Suna was strong, but even the strongest people needed a moment to breathe. After everything that had happened, she deserved a moment of peace, before she took on the next battle. I could see Tsunade was still dealing with the weight of everything as she processed the magnitude of the situation. I think it's better to make a big announcement about all that they did. I know it could cause chaos, but the people need to know what their previous Hokage did. It may stir up tensions between the clans and the village, but we'll find a way to solve it. We can take a week or two to prepare for the announcement, I said, my voice controlled but filled with the anger that had been building up inside me. Tsunade nodded, acknowledging the seriousness of the decision. I understand. We'll make sure everything is handled carefully, Naruto. I couldn't keep my frustration entirely in check, though. For what they did, they deserved to be killed, I said, my voice tinged with anger. I had long harbored resentment for the actions of the past Hokage, and seeing the consequences of their actions weigh heavily on Tsunade and the village only fueled that anger. She looked at me with a soft smile, trying to calm me down. I know, Naruto. It's hard, but you need to keep calm. We'll get through this. With that, I brightened up, trying to lift the mood. Anyway, don't let those fools ruin the good mood. Finish the work and come to the party. We've got something to look forward to. Tsunade sighed but smiled. Okay, I'll finish everything up and join you. But you better help me with all of this. I chuckled, leaning in to tease her a bit. It's my duty to look after my wife, you know. Her face turned bright red as she stammered. What are you talking about? Hey, don't forget about the promise I made with you, I said with a smirk. She groaned, realizing what I meant. Okay, I know. I haven't forgotten. Within the next hour, we wrapped up all the necessary work and left the Hokage office together, ready to attend the party and finally unwind from everything that had happened. The village would take time to heal, but for now, we could at least enjoy this moment. As we walked out of the Hokage office, I could feel a lightness in the air. Tsunade was no longer tense, and although she was still processing everything, it seemed like the worst of her anger had passed. The weight of what needed to be done was still there, but at least she knew she wasn't carrying it alone. I turned to her with a grin. You know, I think you make a great Hokage. No matter how hard it gets, you've got the strength to push through. She gave me a side glance and a small smile. Thanks, Naruto. But I don't know if I'm quite ready for all this yet. Don't worry, I said, nudging her lightly. You've got it in you. Besides, you've got me to help you out. She rolled her eyes at my teasing, but I could see the hint of a smile tugging at her lips. You always know how to make things easier, she said, her tone softer than before. We made our way toward the village square, where the celebration was about to begin. The village had come together to celebrate not just the restoration of order, but the future that Tsunade would lead them into. I couldn't help but think about how far we had come, even if it didn't always feel that way. By the way, Tsunade said, still keeping her eyes on the path ahead. I'll make the announcement in a week or two. But we'll need to make sure everyone knows the truth about what happened. And you're right. It'll cause chaos, but it'll clear the air. The villagers need to know. I nodded, understanding the gravity of her words. I know. It won't be easy. But it'll be worth it. She stopped walking for a moment, turning to face me. Naruto, I want you to promise me something. Anything, I said, ready to listen. Stay by my side through all of this. Even when things get tough, she said, her voice sincere. Of course, I replied immediately. I'm not going anywhere, Tsuna. She smiled, and for the first time in a while, it felt like things might just work out after all. We arrived at the party, and I could already hear the laughter and music from the other side of the square. It was good to see the village in high spirits after everything that had happened. As we stepped inside, the noise from the crowd grew louder, and I caught sight of my friends and girls gathered around, ready to celebrate. All right, Tsunade said, looking around. Let's enjoy the day. We'll face the hard stuff tomorrow. Agreed, I said, feeling a little lighter than I had in a while. Let's make day by having fun. And with that, we joined everyone else, ready to celebrate the future and the hope that it held. Chapter 90, Tsuna's hangover and paperwork. The celebration lasted from day to night, and Tsunade had clearly enjoyed herself, drinking to her heart's content and laughing all the while. I couldn't help but watch her with a grin, and on a whim, I leaned over and gave her a quick peck on the lips. She looked at me, caught completely off guard. Hey, you little brat. What was that for? Nothing, I shrugged, trying to look innocent. You looked really happy tonight, and I thought, why not? You look amazing when you smile, so I took my shot. She muttered something under her breath, seeming both flustered and frustrated, before going back to her drink. But the surprise and irritation faded soon enough, and she was back to her usual self, laughing and talking with everyone around. When the party finally wound down, we all prepared to head home. Sasuke went to the Uchiha residence, now bustling with life again since the clan's return. Tsunade, however, was too tipsy to walk straight, and I knew leaving her alone wasn't an option. I hoisted her up and began carrying her home, knowing she'd probably give me a hard time about it later. Shizune followed close behind, looking a bit exasperated but clearly grateful. When we reached the house, I carefully laid Tsunade down in one of the guest rooms, covering her with a blanket. Shizune decided to stay in the room with her, making sure she'd be alright through the night. The next morning, as expected, Tsunade was nursing a massive headache. I couldn't help but chuckle as she grumbled her way to the kitchen. "Good morning, Tsunade," I greeted her. "Good morning, Naruto," she replied, looking worse for wear. "Could you get me some hot tea, Kushina? I need something to take the edge off this headache," she called out. Mom replied from the kitchen. "Of course, Tsunade. Coming right up." I leaned back with a grin. "Who told you to drink so much? Now you're paying for it." She gave me a sideways look, somewhere between annoyance and amusement, and muttered, "Just you wait, Naruto. I'll remember this when I'm feeling better." But despite her words, there was a warmth to her gaze that softened her grumbling. Tsunade shot me a glare, though it was clear the headache dulled her usual fiery response. "Don't act like you're so innocent, Naruto," she muttered, rubbing her temples. "If you hadn't been encouraging me and sneaking kisses, maybe I wouldn't have drunk as much." I laughed, crossing my arms. "Hey, you were the one enjoying yourself. I just added to the fun." She groaned, closing her eyes. "Right, added to it by giving me a headache for the morning." At that moment, Mom walked in with a tray holding a hot cup of tea, smiling warmly. "Here, Tsunade, this should help." Tsunade took the cup gratefully, sipping it with a sigh of relief as the warmth eased her headache a little. "Thank you, Kushina. You're a lifesaver." Mom chuckled, glancing at me. "Naruto's right, though. You did drink quite a bit." Tsunade just waved it off. "I needed it after everything. Besides, it's not every day the village throws a party like that." Shizune entered the room then, holding her own cup of tea. "Good morning, Tsunade-sama," she greeted, smiling at the sight of her mentor finally relaxing, albeit with a headache. Tsunade gave her a nod, already looking more alert. "Good morning, Shizune. And thanks for making sure I didn't end up face down somewhere last night." I smirked. "You should be thanking me too, I was the one who carried you home." She rolled her eyes but couldn't hide a small smile. Yeah, thanks, Naruto. Just don't make a habit of it." As the morning went on, Tsunade's headache gradually eased, and we all shared a quiet breakfast together. The mood was light, a welcome break from the chaos of the past few weeks. We all knew there was still much to do, but for now, it was good to enjoy this rare moment of peace. After breakfast, we left the house and headed to the Hokage's office. As we entered, the Anbu stationed outside the office immediately bowed to Tsunade. "Good morning, Hokage-sama, Shizune, Naruto," they greeted us respectfully. "Good morning," we replied, and I gave them a quick nod as Tsunade strode to her desk. The moment she sat down, a huge stack of paperwork landed on her desk, courtesy of one of the aides. Tsunade let out a groan, her shoulders sagging. "Here we go again," she muttered, eyeing the pile as if it were her mortal enemy. I chuckled, watching Tsunade's expression as she stared at the mountain of paperwork. "Welcome to the Hokage life, Tsuna. You know, I could help." "For a price," I teased, flashing a grin. She glared at me, though I could see a hint of a smile. "Naruto, if your help means more of those motivational kisses, then maybe I'd rather take on this paperwork alone." Shizune stifled a laugh, setting down her own stack of documents beside Tsunade's desk. "I think Naruto's just excited to finally have a reason to be in the Hokage's office every day." "Exactly," I said, grinning even wider. "But I'll make myself useful too. After all, it's my duty to support the Hokage however I can." With a sigh, Tsunade shook her head but couldn't hide her amusement. Fine, if you want to stay and help, grab a pen. I could use all the help I can get." She handed me a small stack of forms. "Just don't mess up or I'll make you redo it all." I gave a mock salute. "You got it, Hokage-sama." As we got to work, the day settled into a steady rhythm. Shizune organized documents, I filled out forms under Tsunade's watchful eye, and Tsunade went through the endless reports and requests. Occasionally, she'd mutter a few choice words about the amount of work, but I could tell she was getting into her role, bit by bit. By the end of the day, we had made a good dent in the paperwork, and Tsunade looked a little less stressed. I stretched my arms, yawning. "See, Tsuna. With me around, this Hokage job's not so bad." She smirked. "Don't get cocky, Naruto. You've barely scratched the surface. But thanks for sticking around. It makes this a little easier. Anytime, I replied, giving her a thumbs up. Chapter 91, Plans and Consequences. After completing the mountain of paperwork, I turned to Tsunade, my expression serious. How are we going to handle the issues with Hiruzen and his associates, as well as the Chunin exam results that were interrupted by the recent attack? I asked, trying to gauge her thoughts on the matter. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, her gaze thoughtful. As for those four, I'm not entirely sure how we'll address them, but I can manage the Chunin exam results, she replied, confident in her ability to handle the situation. I raised an eyebrow. You're planning on promoting them to Jonin and making me your advisor? As for the rest, I can handle assigning Chunin, she continued. I smirked. Who would want to spend an entire day locked in a room, though? But if you agree to reward me for my efforts, I might just reconsider. Tsunade shot me a playful glare, her voice tinged with authority. Don't even think about it. I'm the Hokage. You will obey me. Fine, but not every day. 2 or 3 days a week at most, that's the maximum I'm willing to sacrifice my freedom for, I said, conceding with a grin. Tsunade's expression softened as if she had won the battle. Alright, that's acceptable. Turning to Shizune, I offered a suggestion. Shizune, since you'll be working closely with Tsunade, I think it's time you start taking on more responsibilities at the hospital. It will help improve your skills and prepare you for the challenges ahead. Yes, Tsunade-sama, I'll do my best, Shizune replied, her voice quiet but resolute, though a hint of shyness still lingered. After Shizune left to attend to her duties, Tsunade and I were left alone in the Hokage office. I walked around the room, setting up a barrier to ensure our conversation remained private. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing? Tsunade called out, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Just setting up a barrier, I replied casually, focusing on the task at hand. Why? She asked, her curiosity piqued. I paused, turning to face her. I have a plan for how to handle the punishments for those four, and I need to ensure that nothing leaks out while we discuss the consequences, I explained. Tsunade nodded in understanding, sensing the gravity of the situation. I see. Good thinking. Tsuna raised an eyebrow, looking at me with a mix of curiosity and concern. What kind of idea are you talking about? She asked, her tone more serious now. I walked back over to her, my hands in my pockets. I was thinking we need to make sure everyone understands the full extent of the damage those four caused, not just within Konoha, but to the entire village structure. It's not something we can just sweep under the rug. Tsuna sighed, leaning back in her chair. You're right, Naruto. It's going to be difficult to manage, but we need to handle it with care. If the villagers find out about all the dirty work those four did, it'll create a lot of unrest. But we also can't let them get away with it. Exactly, I said, nodding. We should make it public, but in a controlled way. Have it be part of a larger conversation about rebuilding and moving forward. I'll help you with the strategy, but we need to get the support of the other clans too. Tsuna tapped her finger on the desk, thinking. I'll have to talk to the clan leaders first. Let's ensure we have everything in place before making any big announcements. I glanced at her, admiring her calm determination. You're handling this well, Tsuna. Just don't let it all wear you down. You're the Hokage now, and this village needs you to lead with both strength and wisdom. She smiled softly at me. I'm lucky to have you by my side, Naruto. Now, let's take care of the fallout from this whole situation. We'll make sure those four answer for their actions. I gave her a reassuring nod. I'll do whatever it takes. As we continued discussing the next steps, I knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy, but with Tsuna at the helm and the support of the village behind her, I believed we could face any challenge that came our way. Make sure you handle this as quickly as possible, I said, my tone serious. Other villages are always looking for an opportunity to strike. We can't afford to leave ourselves vulnerable. Tsunade nodded, her expression hardening. Yes, Naruto. Those fools will definitely try to use this as an opportunity to attack the village. We can't let our guard down. She paused for a moment, her mind already racing with the necessary steps to ensure the village's safety. I'll handle it. We'll deal with this swiftly. I could see the weight of the situation settling in on Tsuna's face as she processed my words. The urgency was clear. The last thing we needed was for Konoha to be seen as weak or divided during such a critical time. The other villages would waste no time exploiting any sign of vulnerability. We'll need to prepare the village defenses, Tsuna continued, her voice steady despite the growing pressure. Not just physically, but politically too. If the clans are divided, we'll be easy targets. I'll need you to help me gather intel and prepare the council. We can't afford to let them see us falter. Understood, I said, my tone firm. I'll speak to the Uchiha and make sure they're ready, just in case. We can't let anyone take advantage of the chaos. Good, she replied, her eyes locking onto mine with a sharpness that showed her focus. But we also need to act fast with the internal issues. The longer we wait to address the truth about Hiruzen and his friends, the more time we give to the rumors to spread and fester. I nodded in agreement. I'll handle the communication with the clans. Once they know the truth, they'll know we're serious about keeping Konoha safe. Do it quickly, Naruto. And make sure we stay ahead of the game. Tsuna's words held weight, and I could feel the weight of leadership pressing down on both of us. We'll get through this, I said, offering her a small but determined smile. You're not alone in this, Tsuna. We'll protect this village together. With that, we both knew the work ahead of us was immense, but we also knew we had each other and our allies. We couldn't afford to fail, not now. The safety of Konoha, and all its people, depended on it. Chapter 92, The Truth. Later that day, we discussed how to handle the aftermath, planning to meet with the clan leaders tomorrow to ensure transparency. This meeting would reveal who might oppose us, allowing us to address potential dissent later. I suspected only the Sarutobi and Shimura clans would resist, while others might support us if they learned the full truth of Hiruzen's and Danzō's actions. By next week, the news of Hiruzen's arrest and that of his close associates would be formally announced to the villagers gathered outside the Hokage's office. A week later, the upcoming announcement was bound to stir turmoil in the village, but I knew we could manage it. Tsuna, are you ready? Be honest and hold nothing back, I reminded her. I understand, Naruto, she replied, determined. Together, we headed to the Hokage's office, where villagers had already begun gathering. The 4 detainees were brought from the jail to witness the events unfolding before them, events they had tried to control for decades. Clan leaders and their members stood assembled, all eyes on Tsunade. I stood beside her, ready to support. You've got this, Tsuna, I encouraged. Thank you, Naruto, she replied, then addressed the crowd. Good morning, everyone. I realize many of you are wondering why I've called this announcement, she began, her voice commanding attention. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as villagers speculated. You all remember that the previous Hokage was recently detained, along with 3 of his allies, she continued. Yes, the crowd murmured in unison. I'm sure you're confused as to why a Hokage would be arrested, she said, capturing their attention further. They committed serious crimes that led to the deaths of countless people, Tsunade said firmly. Some of you may recall the Uchiha massacre 6 years ago, the event that branded Uchiha a traitor. The crowd was silent, some still reeling from the shocking claim. She continued. But Uchiha didn't act on his own whim. His actions were directed by none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi and his closest allies. What? Gasped the villagers. No. You're lying. Some shouted, disbelief spreading among them. But Tsunade's unwavering gaze met theirs, the truth settling uncomfortably in the air. The crowd was in an uproar, disbelief and anger simmering among the villagers. Some were too shocked to react, while others were visibly upset, calling out accusations and demanding explanations. Tsuna stood firm, her gaze unwavering as she waited for the noise to subside. I leaned over and whispered. Stay strong. They need to hear everything. With a nod, she continued, raising her voice to cut through the crowd's protest. I understand your anger. It's difficult to believe that the leaders you trusted could be responsible for such a tragedy. But I am here to reveal the truth, not to protect anyone. The Uchiha clan was wrongfully accused and massacred based on the orders of Hiruzen, Danzō, Hamura, and Koharu. They believed this was a necessary action to prevent a possible coup. The villagers were slowly absorbing her words, the reality of it sinking in. Some looked horrified, while others were murmuring among themselves, realizing the weight of the betrayal. One elder spoke up, his voice quivering. Why would the 3rd Hokage allow this? We trusted him. It's a harsh truth to face, I said, stepping forward to support Tsuna. But these are the facts. Their actions led to unnecessary bloodshed, mistrust among clans, and a breakdown of unity within our village. But we're here to repair that. Tsuna is Hokage now, and she's committed to transparency and justice. That's why we're telling you everything. Another voice in the crowd shouted. And what of the Uchiha? Will they be accepted back? Tsuna nodded. Yes. The Uchiha clan has returned and will be treated as equal citizens of Konoha. They were victims in this situation, just as many of you were. We ask that you give them the same chance for peace that we all deserve. Some villagers looked uneasy, while others nodded, seeming to understand. Finally, Tsuna addressed the punishment. As for Hiruzen, Danzō, Hamura, and Koharu, they will face justice for their actions. Their crimes cannot be ignored, and they will answer for the lives they affected and the trust they broke. This will serve as a new beginning for Konoha, a village that values honesty, peace, and unity above all. The crowd was quiet, absorbing the impact of her words. The announcement had shaken them, but Tsuna's resolve and commitment to change seemed to reassure many. After a moment of silence, the murmurs turned to nods of acceptance, as the people of Konoha began to understand the truth behind their past. This day marked the beginning of a new era, where justice and unity could finally prevail. And it doesn't end there, Tsuna continued, her voice steady. For years, Danzō and his organization, Root, conducted countless covert operations that endangered Konoha, including experiments on our own shinabi, stealing clan secrets, and actions that undermined our village's peace. All of this was hidden from you. A hush fell over the crowd. The gravity of Tsuna's words left them speechless. Chapter 93, The Truth to It Doesn't End There, Tsunade continued. You all deserve to know the truth about the incident 13 years ago, the Ninetales attack. At this, the villagers fell silent. The memory of the colossal beast's rampage and sacrifices it forced upon Konoha is still vivid. Many recalled how the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had sacrificed his life to protect them. The Ninetales, or Kyuubi, didn't attack the village of its own will. It was controlled by someone claiming to be Madara Uchiha, who used it as a weapon against us, Tsunade explained. The Ninetales is a tailed beast, a powerful entity that has been sealed within a shinabi who could manage the seal, a role known as Jinchuriki. The first Jinchuriki of the Ninetales was my grandmother, Mido Uzumaki, followed by Kushina Uzumaki, the fourth Hokage's wife and Naruto's mother. She paused, allowing the gravity of her words to sink in. On that tragic day, as Kushina was giving birth to Naruto, this man infiltrated her birthing location, broke the seal, and used his power to release and control the Ninetales, unleashing it upon our village. But the question remained, how did he find this place? This information was highly classified, known only to a few. Tsunade's gaze hardened. Upon investigation, we discovered that Danzō Shimura, one of our village elders, was responsible for leaking this information to the attacker. A wave of shock swept through the crowd, as Tsunade's words revealed truths that had been buried for years. The villagers were visibly disturbed, recalling the tragic Kyuubi attack that had cost so many lives and left scars across Konoha. Tsunade took a deep breath, her gaze steady. Danzō's betrayal goes deeper than anyone could have imagined. By leaking classified information, he endangered every life in this village, including the life of a newborn child, Naruto. His actions led to the loss of countless shinabi, as well as the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, who gave his life to save us all. Gasps and whispers echoed through the crowd. Many looked towards me, seeing in my face the legacy of that fateful night. I remained silent, letting Tsunade continue, knowing this moment was necessary for Konoha's healing. If Kushina hadn't been alive, Naruto would have been isolated, hated by every one of you, Tsunade said, her voice cutting through the tension in the air. Hiruzen and Danzō would have used their influence to spread rumors that Naruto was the Ninetales itself, and you would have believed them. You would have turned your backs on him, and he would have longed for acceptance and love that he never would have received, not from the moment of his birth. But, Hiruzen wouldn't have let that happen completely, Tsunade continued. He would have appeared at the right moment, pretending to offer solace, manipulating Naruto from that very day to mold him into someone he could control. The crowd fell silent, many of them still in disbelief. Tsunade's words were sharp and unsettling. I know some of you still can't believe that Hiruzen would go that far, but it's the truth, she said firmly. You've all heard the story of Kusagakure, right? The White Fang, the man who committed suicide after being shunned for abandoning a mission to save his comrades? There were murmurs of agreement from the crowd, many remembering Sakamo's tragic end. It was a scheme orchestrated by Hiruzen and Danzō, Tsunade revealed. They spread lies about Sakamo, calling him a coward for abandoning the mission, and it led to his downfall. A man who cared more for his comrades than a mission was driven to take his own life because of their manipulation. The silence that fell over the crowd was deafening. Tsunade's words had hit a nerve deep within every villager. They had all heard the tragic tale of Kusagakure, the White Fang, who had been forced to bear the weight of guilt for saving his comrades instead of completing a mission. The rumors and betrayal that surrounded his death had left a lasting scar on Konoha, and now they were hearing the truth behind it. Tsunade continued, her voice steady but filled with unrelenting power. Sakamo wasn't just a shinabi, he was a human being, someone who cared for his comrades more than any mission. But the very people in charge, people like Hiruzen and Danzō, twisted his actions and turned them into something shameful. They manipulated the village into hating him, driving him to despair until he took his own life. This isn't a tale of a mission gone wrong, it's a tale of how the very ones who were supposed to protect Konoha and its people used their power to destroy a man who did nothing but care for his village. She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle in. Many of the villagers were looking down, ashamed or horrified by the realization that they had been manipulated, that they had been used as pawns in someone else's game. Tsunade's gaze swept across the gathered clans and villagers, her tone growing stronger. So, The question is, do you believe that a mission is more valuable than a person's life? Do you think that someone's well-being should be sacrificed for the sake of a mission or a so-called greater good? Because if that's the case, then you've been deceived by the very people who were supposed to protect you. She turned toward me, and for a brief moment, I could see the pain in her eyes. I could feel the weight of her words, knowing that this was the moment of reckoning for not just the village, but for everyone who had ever trusted in Hiruzen or Danzō. Tsunade had always been a protector, a leader who had seen too much suffering caused by those in power who acted out of self-interest. The crowd was now hushed, the murmurs of disbelief and shame echoing quietly. Tsunade stood tall, her voice cutting through the air once more. Now, we must face the consequences. We must take responsibility for the actions of those who have betrayed this village's trust. And we must rebuild Konoha, not just in brick and stone, but in heart and spirit. From this day forward, we will no longer allow those in power to manipulate us for their own gains. We will stand together, united, as one village. A village where the lives of its people matter more than any mission or title. The words hung in the air like a declaration. The villagers were beginning to understand the depths of the betrayal they had been subjected to. Tsunade had shown them the truth, and now, there was no turning back. The path to healing would be long and difficult, but with this newfound understanding, the people of Konoha had the chance to rebuild their village on a foundation of trust and compassion. Chapter 94, The Truth 3. Not only Hotake Sakamo, but my own clan was a victim of their schemes, Tsuna continued, her voice full of sorrow and anger. I am the last remaining member of the Senju clan. And as for the Uzumaki clan, once as powerful as the Senju, it was destroyed in one night by all 5 villages. You may not even know about them, because these 4 Hiruzen, Danzō, and their allies erased every record of their existence. There might be some remnants of the clan's history hidden in certain clan libraries, but the truth is almost lost. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. The villagers, once hopeful and eager, now seemed shaken, some fearful of what they were hearing. The Senju, the Uchiha, and the Uzumaki were the founding clans of Konoha, she went on. These clans worked tirelessly to build the village you all now live in. But Hiruzen and Danzō manipulated everything to suppress any threat to their power. Anyone who stood in their way was eliminated. Look at the Uchiha massacre for proof. The crowd was eerily quiet, the air thick with tension. Even those who didn't oppose them directly, but gained enough power to be a potential threat, were killed. Sakamo Hotake, a loyal Shinabi, is a perfect example of that. The villagers seemed to be absorbing the gravity of the situation. Her revelations were unraveling the very foundation of their understanding of the village's history. There are countless other things I can't reveal now, she said, shaking her head. To expose everything would take at least an entire day, just to scratch the surface. But to help you understand, a book will be published soon, detailing everything these men did. The real truth about the village's history will be shared with you all. She turned her gaze to the 4 traders, who were visibly pale, their eyes darting nervously around the crowd. Now, I ask you, she continued. What punishment should we give these 4 traders? Execute them immediately. They don't deserve to live. Several voices in the crowd shouted, their anger boiling over. I watched the faces of Hiruzen, Danzō, and the others, their expressions drained of color. It was clear they were beginning to realize the magnitude of the situation. I know your anger, she said, her voice steady. I've already decided these traitors will be executed. But not without suffering first. If we were to simply end their lives, it would be too easy for them. They will be tortured before their execution. The crowd murmured in agreement, the tension now turning to a grim sense of justice. Also, she continued, all of their clan members will lose their positions. They will be stripped of their power and forced to live as regular civilians. They will no longer be Shinabi. However, if a clan member is chosen as their new leader, they may hold a position, but their authority will be limited. But remember, do not take your anger out on the rest of the clan. If any of you attack them out of hatred, you will be no different from the traitors. Do you understand? Yes. The villagers responded in unison. Good, she said, her tone firm. If anyone is caught attacking members of these clans, even if they are children, they will be detained. These rules must be followed. The crowd fell silent, the weight of her words hanging in the air. She had laid out her terms harsh, but necessary, and now the village had to live with the consequences of what had been done in the shadows for so many years. Now, all of you can return to your daily routines, she said, her voice steady and authoritative. As your Hokage, I will handle the rest. Slowly, the villagers began to disperse, the weight of the truth hanging over them, their minds still processing everything that had been revealed. The civilians filtered out, leaving only the clan leaders and their members, as well as the Shinabi still present. Her eyes swept over the gathered leaders, and she spoke again, her tone resolute. You all know why you're still here. Yes, we know, Hokage-sama, they all responded in unison, their voices tinged with uncertainty. As you are all aware, the village is in need of major changes, she began. First, all the elders of your clans must step down. It's time for the younger generation to take charge. A murmur of disagreement rippled through the crowd. Hokage-sama, several began to protest. No objections, she interjected, her voice firm. This must be done within the week. You will report back to me by next week with the changes. The Sarutobi and Shimura clan members exchanged uneasy glances as she continued. As for the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, since both have close ties, you will combine to form one clan. Only one leader will remain as the head, and I believe Asuma will be the best choice to lead. Asuma, how can I lead? Asuma spoke up, his voice filled with surprise and doubt. I know you have your reservations, she replied. You distanced yourself from your father's schemes and chose to serve the daimyo, only to find their methods just as harsh. Now, I am giving you the power to change your clan and restore its honor. Under your leadership, the Sarutobi clan can rise again. But know this, if war comes, your clan will be the first to fight. You've enjoyed your privileges for far too long, and now you will bear the consequences. Do you understand? Yes, Hokage-sama. Asuma and the other Sarutobi clan members shouted in unison, their voices resolute. From now on, you will work as normal civilians, she declared, her gaze stern. Once your clan changed, then you may return to your positions as shinobi. With that, she gave a final glance to the gathered clans and shinobi, her voice ringing with finality. That's all. Return to your roles. As the last words of the Hokage hung in the air, the remaining clan members and shinobi slowly filed out, the weight of their new responsibilities settling upon them. Change was coming to Konoha, and no one would be spared from it. Chapter 95, Kusagakure. With the villagers gone, Hiruzen and his accomplices were escorted to the investigation chamber. It was time for them to face the consequences they had long evaded. We handed them over to Ibuki, whose expertise in interrogation would ensure a thorough investigation into their actions. Leaving the chamber, we prepared to address the other pressing issues facing the village. One significant matter was the negotiation process with Sa. To lead this diplomatic mission, a team was assembled with Shikako-Jizen as the primary negotiator, chosen for his strategic mind and calm demeanor. Our Team 7, along with Kakashi-sensei, was assigned as part of the escort. Because of our bond with the Suna siblings, we were expected to help ease tensions and facilitate the negotiations. Alongside us, Shikako-Jizen was bringing a few members of his clan to support him, along with several Anbu for added security. With this team in place, we were ready to head towards Suna, hoping to strengthen the alliance and resolve any lingering disputes for the benefit of both villages. Before leaving, Shikako-Jizen gave us a quick briefing. Our main goal is to create a foundation for a long-lasting alliance with Suna. They've been through a lot, as have we, so expect them to be wary. But remember, this isn't just about politics, it's about rebuilding trust. Kakashi nodded, his visible eye serious. Stay alert and keep things respectful. We're going there to open doors, not shut them. I glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, both of whom looked equally determined. This mission wasn't about battle, it was about understanding, connection, and mutual respect. As we set out towards Suna, I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. This was a chance to mend old wounds and start building a brighter future for both villages. With everyone prepared, we set off towards Suna. Before leaving, I took a moment to say goodbye to my mother. Mom, I'm heading to Suna. It might take a week or two before I'm back, I told her. She nodded, concern flickering in her eyes. All right, Naruto. Just make sure to look after yourself while you're there. I know, Mom, I replied, smiling. You take care of yourself too. Bye, Mom. Bye, Naruto, she said, waving. I also said goodbye to my girls and everyone who felt like family to me, making sure each one knew I'd be back soon. With the goodbyes done, we set out on this new journey together. As we walked, I turned to Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi, you've been to Suna before. What's it like? Kakashi lowered his book, his eye crinkling in thought. Suna's landscape is unforgiving. It's a desert village, surrounded by sand dunes and intense heat. The architecture is built to withstand sandstorms, tall structures with solid foundations. The colors of the village match the desert, sandy browns and faded yellows. Sakura looked interested. It sounds so different from Konoha. Kakashi nodded. It is. The people there are resilient and used to tough conditions. The village's security is tight, partly because the desert itself is a natural defense. And the Suna shinobi have techniques that are perfectly suited to that environment. I smirked. Good thing we're friends with Gaara and his siblings. That should make things smoother, right? Let's hope so, Kakashi said, glancing at me. But remember, this isn't a personal visit. We're there to make sure Suna feels they can trust Konoha fully. They'll probably be cautious at first, even with familiar faces. Sasuke nodded, his gaze focused forward. Then we'll show them that we're serious about this alliance. I couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and determination. This wasn't just a mission, it was an adventure, a chance to show how far we'd come and what we could accomplish together as a team. After 3 days of steady travel, we finally reached the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. The change in environment was striking. Unlike the lush greenery of Konoha, here the air was dry and heavy, with a relentless sun beating down. Gusts of hot wind blew across the landscape, kicking up sand that covered the ground as far as the eye could see. Kakashi, how much farther do we have to go? I asked, already feeling the intensity of the desert climate. In just a few more hours, we'll reach Suna, he replied calmly, his voice slightly muffled as he adjusted his mask against the blowing sand. The shift in landscape was striking. Gone were the lush forests and cool breezes of the Land of Fire. Instead, we were met with dry, scorching winds and a vast stretch of sand as far as the eye could see. The sun beat down relentlessly, making the air feel thick and heavy, and every step kicked up a small cloud of dust that clung to our clothes. Ugh, how do people survive out here? Sakura muttered, shielding her eyes from the sun. Sasuke looked around, his expression calm but focused. It's definitely a change. You can see why their shinobi would have such a different approach to fighting. Exactly, Kakashi agreed, squinting ahead. They've trained to endure this harsh climate, so they have an advantage in desert combat. Stay alert once we reach Suna, this environment alone can wear down even the best shinobi from other lands. I nodded, wiping the sweat from my brow. The Land of Wind felt like a whole different world, but I had to admit, there was something impressive about it. The people of Suna had adapted to survive in a place that looked so barren, yet I knew from Gaara that it held its own beauty and strength. Soon, on the horizon, we began to see the faint outline of towering cliffs and walls, a clear sign that we were approaching Suna. The excitement started to build up again as I realized we'd be there within hours. Well, looks like the wait's almost over, I said with a grin, the anticipation driving away some of my exhaustion. Stay sharp, Naruto, Kakashi reminded me. Even if we're here for peace, it's best to be prepared for anything. I nodded. As we drew closer to Suna, I couldn't help but feel ready for whatever challenges lay ahead, ready to build this bridge between our villages and, hopefully, find new allies among the shinobi of the sand. A few hours later, we finally arrived at the gates of Suna. The towering sandstone walls and fortified gates gave the village an imposing yet impressive look. As we approached, a group of Suna shinobi stood watch, their eyes sharp and attentive. Recognizing us as allies, one of them stepped forward, nodding respectfully. Konoha shinobi have arrived, he called to another guard, who quickly turned and ran off to report to the Kusagakure. Welcome to Suna, the shinobi said, turning back to us with a slight bow. We've been expecting you. The Kusagakure has arranged a meeting for you at the council and is eager to begin negotiations. We returned his greeting, expressing our thanks. The Suna shinobi motioned for us to follow, and we began to make our way into the heart of the village, passing sandstone buildings that blended with the desert landscape. The people of Suna moved about their business, glancing curiously at our team as we walked by. The air was still hot and dry, but seeing the inner workings of Suna, the shops, the training grounds, the people, gave it a unique and vibrant feel. Despite the challenging conditions, this was clearly a village with strong and resilient people. As we approached the Kusakure's building, Shikaku-Ojizan and Kakashi took the lead, preparing to begin the negotiation process. I felt a sense of anticipation. This was a chance to strengthen the alliance between our villages, and I was ready to play my part alongside the team. Chapter 96, entered Suna. As we moved deeper into Suna, I could see how harsh and unforgiving the environment was. The rocky terrain surrounding the village acted as a natural barrier, protecting it from outside threats but also isolating it within this intense desert climate. Sand swept across the ground in every gust, and the dry air seemed to pull moisture straight from the skin. Despite these conditions, the people of Suna seemed to move through their daily lives with a quiet resilience. Children played in the shade, shopkeepers called out to potential customers, and shinobi trained rigorously under the relentless sun. It was clear that the people here had adapted to their environment, creating harmony in a place where survival alone would be challenging. Looking around, I could understand why Suna would struggle with resources. The climate made it nearly impossible to grow crops, and water was scarce. This village, so different from Konoha with its forests, rivers, and abundant land, needed a reliable supply chain to thrive. In Konoha, resources were plentiful, and we had fertile soil and clean water in abundance. Here, it was a constant battle against nature itself. The situation put into perspective why Suna had been so desperate for support, not just in terms of resources but in alliances that could offer stability. Seeing all of this firsthand made me more determined to do my part in the negotiations. If we could strengthen ties and provide a sense of security, it might lead to a brighter future for both villages. As we walked deeper into the village, I began to understand just how challenging it must be for them. The ground was parched, the buildings made from sand and clay to withstand the climate, and the air was thick with dust. Water seemed to be rationed carefully, and I saw some children filling small containers from the communal well. "It's amazing," I said, glancing around. "They managed to live here with so little. No wonder they were willing to fight for resources. They probably feel like they have no other choice." Sakura nodded, looking thoughtful. "In Konoha, we have rivers, forests, and fertile land. Here, they're surviving on limited food and water. It puts a lot into perspective." Shikaku-Ojizan overheard us and nodded in agreement. "Exactly. The scarcity here has shaped Suna's culture and politics. This mission is more than just negotiations. We're here to help Suna, but also to understand their struggles." As we continued walking, I could see that the villagers were eyeing us curiously. Some looked wary, others just seemed tired. But I also noticed a few familiar faces waiting ahead, including Temari, Kankuro, and even Gaara. Seeing them felt like a reassurance that our time here might lead to something positive. "Hey, Temari, how have you been?" I asked her warmly, happy to see a familiar face here in Suna. "I'm doing fine, Naruto. How have you been?" she replied, a smile lighting up her face. "I'm good. And how are you both?" I asked Gaara and Kankuro, who responded quietly. "We're good," they mumbled, not quite meeting my eyes. Sensing something was off, I leaned closer to Temari and whispered, "Is everything alright?" She chuckled softly. "It's nothing serious, Naruto. They're just a bit shy around outsiders, especially Konoha Shinobi. After all, we were on opposing sides until recently." "Fair enough," I replied, nodding in understanding. Turning back to Gaara and Kankuro, I grinned. "Come on, you two. There's no need to be shy around me. I mean, I'm going to be your brother-in-law one day. Plus, we're fellow Jinchuriki, there's no reason to keep a distance." Both of their eyes widened in surprise. "Wait. You're a Jinchuriki too?" I laughed. "Yeah. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Didn't anyone tell you?" They shook their heads, still processing the news. "No, we didn't know." "It's okay," I said, smiling. "Just means we have more in common than you thought. So, don't worry, I get what it's like." With that, the tension seemed to ease a bit. They exchanged glances, maybe realizing that I wasn't just another outsider. Temari looked at me with a surprised smile. "You really are full of surprises, Naruto." Gaara, usually so stoic, looked at me with new understanding in his eyes. "I didn't know you carried that burden too." His voice was quiet, but there was a warmth there, a sense of shared experience. "Yeah," I said. "We've both had to live with being Jinchuriki. I know how hard it can be, but I believe it's also something that can bring people together. We're more than just the beasts inside of us, and we've got more in common than most people realize." Kankuro scratched the back of his head, looking a bit awkward but softening. "Guess you're not like the other Konoha Shinobi we've met before." "No, I can't say I was completely isolated," I began, reflecting on my own experience. "I wasn't isolated because of my father, the fourth Hokage, Minato. He was a hero to all the villagers, and they treated me kindly. However, I did hear stories from my mother, the previous Jinchuriki, about how she was isolated. No one came near her until my father took her in and captured her heart. That was the love story between them. Because of both of them, I wasn't isolated like other Jinchuriki. But that doesn't mean I don't understand your feelings. As a fellow Jinchuriki and your future brother-in-law, I will help with anything you need," I said sincerely. "Thanks, Naruto," Gaara replied, his voice softer than usual. Suddenly, Temari's voice interrupted, her tone sharp. "Naruto, what are you talking about, brother-in-law? When did we become lovers?" I couldn't help but smirk. "No, but we could become one, as that's one of the reasons I'm here, unless you don't like me," I teased, leaning closer to her. Temari flushed, her expression turning bright red. "No. What are you talking about?" she stammered. Before I could say anything more, Sakura stepped in, pulling me back. "Naruto, stop teasing her." "Don't mind him," Sakura continued, flashing a playful smile. "He's always like that with people he likes. But if you decide to become his lover, then we'll be sisters," she added, winking at me. Temari raised an eyebrow. "Sisters? What do you mean by that?" "Don't worry," Sakura said. "I'm sure he'll explain everything soon." I let out a sigh, realizing Sakura had set the stage for something I wasn't prepared for. It seemed like I was in for more than I bargained for. Before I could react, Temari grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the village. "Come on, Naruto. Let's go," she said, her voice still carrying a hint of frustration. "Guys, you can continue. I have some business to finish, so I'll see you later," I said, glancing back at the others before running off with Temari. "Let's head to the negotiation, everyone," Shikaku said, ushering the others toward the cage office.